The Miantian Zone is home to a mountain known as Mangdang Mountain, which serves as the resting place for the sect's honored ancestors. Chun unexpectedly traverses time and becomes the guardian of the graves at Mangdang Mountain. While others shun such a tedious task, Chun embraces it with open arms. The reason is simple. He is bound to a system that assists the deceased in fulfilling their unfulfilled wishes, complete their final desires, and gain their blessings. A century later, as Miantian Zone faces a dire calamity, the unassuming Mangdang Mountain reverberates with a resounding sound. Let me stretch my fists and feet, old Ancestor. Xiaoyu's final wish. I wonder if the bitter melon brew made by my junior sister is ready. It must taste terrible and bitter. I long to taste a cup. Ding! Gain blessings. Xiaoyu's 10 years of arduous cultivation, his talent for talismans, and profound foundation. Jun Lianhua's final wish. Approaching 40, I have yet to savor the pleasures of a man. It is so cold. Please grant me a strong man, even if it's just for a hug. Ding! Gain blessings. Jun Lianhua's 10 years of hard work, the Qian sword technique, and the phantom sword dance. Gao Yao's final wish. Why do they beat, scold, and deceive me, and even assign me to be a gravekeeper? I am filled with resentment. I refuse to accept this. The steps of Miantian Peak are so high, but Gao Yao, will ascend one step at a time to become the greatest. Chapter 1. The Gravekeeper. In 1,000 miles of lonely graves, there is nowhere to speak of sorrow. Chun recites the timeless line of Scholar Su with a melancholic air. Before him stands a gravestone, likely accompanied by another. As his gaze wanders, he observes mounds of graves densely scattered across the mountain. This mountain, Mangdang Mountain, is the burial ground of the ancestors of Miantian Zone. Chun's role here is that of the newly appointed gravekeeper and a servant disciple of the sect. Wushidi, there you are. You are hard to find, calls a voice from behind. Chun waves in response. Gao Shi Xiao, have you finished tidying up? Yes, all done. There wasn't much to pack. The rest is for you, Gao Yao replies, having leaped before Chun. As the former gravekeeper, he gazes at the youthful visage of the boy before him and can't help but sigh. What a pity that you must waste your prime years here. It is no wonder he would say this. The task of a gravekeeper is monotonous and devoid of merit. Moreover, Mangdang Mountain is situated in a remote area, the place with the most meager spiritual energy in the sect, making cultivation resources exceedingly scarce. However, Chun seems unfazed by these circumstances, responding with a serene smile. I prefer tranquility over chaos. This task is quite agreeable. Gao Yao pats the boy's shoulder. You are remarkably open-minded. At first, I thought you had offended someone. At the mention of offending someone, Chun's eyes darken slightly, a trace of resentment fleeting across his face, but he quickly shakes his head and changes the subject. You worry too much, Shi Xiao. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to an outer sect disciple. Haha, shitty. With your handsome appearance and remarkable demeanor, you will surely achieve it in the future. Gao Yao laughs heartily, clearly valuing his own advancement. The path of cultivation is a struggle against fate, fraught with challenges. From chi refinement to foundation establishment, gold core, and nascent soul, within the structure of Miantian Zone, disciples in the chi refinement stage are categorized into servant, outer, and inner disciples based on their innate talents. Having already stepped into the realm of immortals, how can one be so self-deprecating? To follow the path of the mundane is to be ordinary. To defy it is to embrace the celestial. As cultivators, we must strive against the currents and fight for the path to the heavens. Like you, I too possess a mixed spiritual root, and I am determined to progress. His words were impassioned and powerful, resonating deeply, almost calling for an applause. Chun did not refute his exuberant mentor, clasping his hands together and saying, I wish senior brother Gao a swift foundation establishment. I appreciate your kind words. Let's part ways here. Until we meet again. The sentiments did not align, each with their own aspirations. Gao Yao left with a hint of disappointment, but after a short distance, he turned back, his expression grave, and warned, Junior brother, I must add one thing. Do not ascend the mountain after dark. It is not clean up there. Not clean. Chun was taken aback. Indeed, Gao Yao nodded solemnly, seemingly reluctant to discuss further, and hastened away. The martyrs' cemetery of the Cultivation Sect is haunted? What nonsense! Even ghosts would have to bow to enter. Chun chuckled lightly, dismissing Gao Yao's warning. If one were to fear anything, it was often the living who were more terrifying than the dead. With this thought, his mind gradually sank into the amalgamated memories. Indeed, Chun was already dead, a victim of his childhood sweetheart's betrayal. A pair of childhood sweethearts entered the sect together. Alas, The young man was of mediocre talent with a bleak future, while the young woman turned to another for support, trading her beauty for protection. Such a betrayal alone was not enough to drive the young man to despair. After all, it is human nature to seek higher ground and climb lofty branches. However, that wretched woman, in an attempt to win favor with her new lover and clear her name, twisted their relationship into one of coercion by Wu Chun, leading to his exile to Mangdang Mountain to guard a grave just as he entered the Qi refining stage. Thus, Wu Chun lost his breath and collapsed in the cemetery. Meanwhile, the new Wu Chun had just crossed over and was still warm from his previous life. On the Azure planet, he was one among the masses, having completed 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 3 years of college without finishing. In his struggle for survival, he donned a yellow robe and carried a water bucket, but ultimately could not enjoy the benefits of the 996 work culture and returned to his hometown. What kind of family background did he have? His parents had passed away, and relatives were distant. As for romance, it stopped at the bride price. Alone, he found work at the local funeral home, which provided meals and accommodation, along with decent pay. This job was exceedingly challenging, especially during the year of masks when the funeral home was overwhelmed with business and the line for cremation stretched long, the smell lingering in the air until the following year. The odor was nauseating, yet that was not the most distressing part. What lingered in the mind was the sorrow of ancestors passing, while their descendants, working far from home, were unable to return due to lockdowns, missing the chance to say a final farewell and escort them on their last journey. Few regrets in life surpass this. The living endure, and so do the dead. Having witnessed life and death, his mindset underwent a significant transformation. Observing the many injustices in society, he remained unperturbed, smiling in the face of adversity. He felt a sense of compassion, occasionally visiting the cemetery beside the funeral home to tidy up neglected graves that had not seen offerings from descendants in years. Exhausted, he leaned against an unmarked gravestone for a brief rest. Who would have thought that the cemetery would yield a great fortune, whisking him away without mercy? Thus, Wu Chun fell into a slumber that transported him to the world of cultivation. It was precisely the myriad experiences of his past life that allowed him to appear refreshingly unique. Perhaps in Gao Yao's eyes, he seemed unambitious and content with the status quo. If one were to claim he was devoid of desires, that would not be entirely accurate. After all, one cannot reveal that they possess a golden finger. Indeed, like many protagonists in the genre of time-traveling tales, Wu Chun was bound to a system. Wish system. Fulfill wishes to gain legacies. As for what this legacy entailed, he was not yet certain. Surely, a system would not produce anything inferior. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Wu Chun picked up a hoe from a small courtyard and ascended the mountain once more, returning to the same gravestone that prompted him to recite the epitaph of "No place to speak of sorrow." Weeds threatened to obscure the gravestone, while the evening glow cast a melancholic beauty upon it. Wu Chun swung the hoe to clear the weeds and polish the gravestone. Despite the passage of time, the inscriptions remained clear and vivid. Xiaoyu, male, attained the peak of Qi refining. Departed, sacrificed his life to protect his fellow disciples, perishing in battle against evil cultivators by the shores of Daming Lake. Above the gravestone, there was a light curtain visible only to him. It revealed several more pieces of information, reminiscent of the final whispers of the deceased. Xiaoyu's wish. I wonder if the bitter melon brew for junior sister Jing is ready. It must be terrible, so bitter. I long to taste a cup. Chapter 2. Junior sister Yu Jing. This Yu Jing must hold great significance for him. Wu Chun gently caressed the tombstone, murmuring softly. Suddenly, his mind clouded, and he felt slightly unsteady. Shaking his head, the shimmering aura above the tombstone gradually faded from his sight. It seemed that he should not linger too long on this final wish. There were limitations, and he feared that excessive contemplation might render him senseless. Wu Chun muttered to himself and descended the mountain, burdened with the legacy of his senior brother Xiaoyu. Let us refer to him as a senior brother. The inscription on the tombstone indicated a passage of nearly 2 centuries, which could easily make him the grandfather of Wu Chun's grandfather. At the foot of the mountain, the fenced courtyard was somewhat rudimentary, yet the furnishings were orderly, with pots, pans, and bowls in place. In the rice jar, some spiritual rice was left behind by Gao Yao. Wu Chun fetched water from the small well in the courtyard with a bucket and scooped out a small cup of spiritual rice, preparing for his evening meal. Although the quantity of rice was modest, it would suffice for a day's labor, and the subtle spiritual energy within the rice served as one of the few cultivation supplies available to a lowly disciple. The spiritual rice left by senior brother Gao was limited and he would need to visit the Internal Affairs Hall tomorrow to collect his monthly supply of spiritual rice. He also intended to inquire about the whereabouts of junior sister Yujing. If she were still alive, she would be over 200 years old. And without a golden core, she would be considered a Foundation establishment elder. If he were to find her, how should he approach her? Should he directly request a cup of bitter melon brew? That would be inappropriate, setting aside the nature of that brew as a mere servant disciple. He could not simply demand such a thing. Perhaps he could say that senior brother Xia, you missed her? That too seemed unsuitable. To speak of a deceased person, missing someone often brings more grief than joy, and it would be rather impolite. The Miantian Sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Eastern Extreme Domain, boasted a multitude of disciples, numbering in the thousands. Wu Chun was unaware of the exact number of disciples or the vast expanse of the sect's territory. He vaguely understood that within the realm of cultivation, each art had its own peak, and each peak was presided over by a master of the Golden Core stage. Above them were the sect leader and the elders, formidable beings of the nascent soul stage, whose mere yawn could devastate cities. With the sun high in the sky, Wu Chun arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall, having traversed the distance on foot. Watching the disciples of the sect soar through the air on their swords, he felt a pang of envy, quickly followed by a shake of his head. Practicality was key. Having just entered the Qi refining stage, securing a monthly supply of spiritual rice was already a considerable achievement. However, being a male with connections, perhaps a stroke of fortune could elevate him. With this thought, his eagerness to uncover the whereabouts of junior sister Yujing intensified. The Internal Affairs Hall sprawled across a vast expanse, resplendent with gold and jade, its intricately carved beams and painted rafters surpassing even the grandeur of mundane palaces. This hall managed all the servant and outer disciples of the sect, serving as the locus for task assignments and monthly distributions. Wu Chun entered a side hall, presented his identity token, and courteously addressed the person before him. Esteemed senior brother, Wu Chun from Mangdang Mountain has come to collect his monthly supply. I humbly request your assistance. The individual before him visibly paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, followed by a slight smirk as he teased. So, you are Wu Chun? Wu Chun felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he beheld the rotund figure before him, whose eyes resembled mere slits. He was certain this was their first encounter. Yet, why did this person exhibit such a peculiar expression? In a state of uncertainty, he cautiously inquired, Indeed, do you know me, senior brother? May I ask your name? Whether I know you is of no consequence. What matters is that you will come to know me in due time. My surname is Zhang, as in the boastful Zhang. Furthermore, you have already collected this month's monthly supply from Mangdang Mountain. You may return next month. Zhang, the corpulent man, was undeniably arrogant, barely meeting Wu Chun's gaze, instead peering through his nostrils, with a few stray nose hairs protruding. Collected already? Senior brother, Gao never mentioned anything about it. Wu Chun exclaimed in astonishment. When I say it has been collected, it has indeed been collected. If you have matters to discuss, seek your senior brother Gao. Zhang dismissively waved him away. Casting a cold glance, Wu Chun refrained from further pursuing the matter of the spiritual rice. He was nearly certain that the claim of it being collected was merely a pretext, since Zhang had no intention of providing it. Even enlisting Gao Yao's support would likely be futile. Lacking strength, connections, or backing, what good would it do to cause a commotion or seek justice? Such naivety would only worsen the plight of someone like him, a mere servant disciple. At that moment, he yearned to ascertain one thing, whether this obstinate man's actions were related to that woman. Senior brother Zhang, was it her directive? Her? Who is she? Is it a man or a woman? I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, is it Lu Ruyan? Wu Chun, having accepted the memories of his predecessor, naturally inherited that intense resentment. As he uttered her name, his jaw clenched tightly. Kid, you should be careful with Lu Shimi's name. If you don't leave promptly when Xiao Shixiang finds out, you will find yourself in quite the predicament. With those words, Zhang dropped the pretense, his tone laced with mockery. Wu Chun chose not to respond further. In the realm of cultivation, strength is revered, weakness is a sin. There was no need to become a spectacle here. This corpulent man was merely a pawn, unworthy of further discourse. After departing, a myriad of events replayed in Wu Chun's mind like a slideshow, igniting a conflagration of fury within him. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Shixiang had betrayed him. This woman was not only vile, but had a heart of malice. To condemn an ordinary person to the desolate graveyard of Mangdang Mountain, thus extinguishing their prospects, was akin to ruining a life. He was taken aback that she would resort to such tactics even regarding the monthly supply, which constituted a month's worth of sustenance. He speculated further. Were it not for the sect's rules prohibiting violence among fellow disciples, that venomous woman would surely resort to murder to clear her name, seeking to ingratiate herself further. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. He possessed a legacy to fulfill a last wish and inherit its blessings. Yujing Shimi, where are you? Yujing Shimi, are you here? On Xiaolin Peak, amidst the mist-shrouded precipice, a voice pierced through the fog, shattering the stillness of the moment. Beside the cliff, a celestial maiden donned in ethereal garments. Her form graceful, one foot poised before her while the other dangled in the abyss below. With a wine flask raised high, divine nectar transformed into a crystalline stream, cascading into her delicate lips. The fairy swallowed the sweet brew in her mouth, her tone devoid of joy or sorrow. Senior Brother Qi, why are you here at my Xiaolin Peak instead of refining pills at your Danding Peak? Qi Huayan gracefully descended beside the fairy, sporting a sheepish grin. I have just produced some concentration pills and wish to exchange them for some 100 fruit brew. Might that be possible? Why spend so much just to drink? If Sister Ning from Lingji Peak finds out you've wasted her spiritual herbs, it won't end well. Yu Jing chuckled lightly, causing the colors around her to fade slightly. Much like a rainbow slicing through a somber sky, beauty in that moment became palpable. How can you call a waste? My partner is all talk and no action. So don't mind him. As she spoke, Qi Huayan fumbled with his ring, producing a vial of pills to offer her, only to be gently rebuffed. There's no need for concern, senior brother. My state of mind is lacking. It is already fortunate that I can refine pills in this life. While the concentration pills are indeed precious, they cannot mend my heart's turmoil. Qi Huayan's expression darkened with worry. Having something is better than having nothing. Please accept them. Junior sister. Yu Jing remained resolute, taking another sip from her cup, her gaze drifting into the mist before her. Following her line of sight, Qi Huayan discerned a figure emerging from the clouds, a tall and handsome man. Had it not been for us back then, senior brother Xia. Qi Huayan hesitated, ultimately sighing deeply. He seated himself on the ground, accepting a vial of 100 fruit brew from Yu Jing. The fine brew was fragrant, but bore a hint of bitterness. He spoke softly, as if reminiscing with an old friend. It has been nearly 200 years, hasn't it? Back then, we were both inner disciples, one skilled in alchemy, the other adept at cultivating spiritual plants, and my partner, always clamoring to seek rare spiritual herbs. Senior brother Xia, as a true successor of the divine talisman's peak, chose to associate with us. Without him, the peak has yet to find a suitable successor, and the disciples are growing ever more mediocre. Moreover, you and senior brother Xia were quite the perfect match back then. In jest, even Ning once harbored feelings for him and felt a twinge of jealousy towards you. Their conversation flowed like the wine they sipped, and eventually, Qi Huayan waved his hand, summoning 3 more figures alongside the one outlined in the mist. Ah, the memories. Yet, junior sister Yu, know that senior brother Xia, in spirit, would not wish to see you in despair. Those who have passed must inspire the living to forge ahead. The golden elixir is not the end, and the nascent soul is within reach. Yu Jing shook her head in silence. She understood these truths well, or she would not have attained the golden elixir stage. Yet, it was her state of mind that troubled her. Senior brother Xiao once said my bitter melon brew would be bitter. I insisted it was sweet, but he did not believe me. The brew turned out well, yet he never tasted a drop. He must have found it distasteful. Seeing her growing melancholy, Qi Huayan sighed again. At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Master Yu, Feng has come to pay his respects and hopes for a meeting. Upon hearing the commotion, Qi Huayan rose abruptly, his expression filled with indignation. What does that fool Feng from the 2-section peak intend to do? Does he not have the sense to reflect upon his own lack of decency? He huffed. Yu Jing, maintaining her composure, gently advised, Brother Qi, there's no need to pay him any mind. It's merely a ruckus, and he wouldn't dare enter the peak. Absolutely not. If he were unaware, that would be one thing, but now that we have crossed paths, I cannot allow him to act recklessly. Otherwise, others may think our iron triangle is easily bullied. With that, Qi Huayan revealed a tricolored feather fan and leapt forward. Yu Jing, well aware of his fiery temperament, understood that he was truly incensed, his fury burning even fiercer than the flames beneath an alchemical furnace. Since she could not restrain him, she decided to follow, hoping to mitigate the escalating situation. Outside the Xiaolin Peak, Qi Huayan and Feng stood suspended in midair, their expressions cold as they faced one another. One was a poised middle-aged gentleman wielding a feather fan, while the other was a burly man with a large knife, exuding raw strength. Feng, what brings you here? Chi Huayan initiated the conversation, his tone decidedly ungracious. Feng grunted in response. I come to seek out the Peak Master you. Are you here to meddle with my affairs? Do you dare to accuse me? If you have the audacity, then don't take the medicinal pills provided to your peak. Now be gone. Yu Jing will not see you. Huh, you wish me to leave? Today, I shall slice your precious fan in two and see what you use to stir the winds. Both were hot-headed, igniting at the slightest provocation. Moreover, Feng had been ardently pursuing Yu Jing since her breakthrough to the Golden Course stage. Hoping to partner with her on the path of cultivation, before such a captivating presence, he could not afford to appear weak. In an instant, the clash ensued. The shadows of blades dancing as if they could cleave mountains. The tricolored fan fluttered, conjuring flames of three distinct hues that blazed so fiercely that the very sky seemed to change color. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds reverberated through the heavens, echoing within the sect. Meanwhile, Wu Chun had just exited the administrative hall, his mind occupied with thoughts of how to locate the late Xia Yu's cherished Yu Jing. Suddenly, he was startled by a series of thunderous detonations from afar, the noise more exaggerated than thunder itself. What on earth? Wu Chun pondered, bewildered. Who would dare cause such a ruckus within the sect? Liang Jingru certainly did not possess such audacity. Many disciples attending to matters in the administrative hall paused to witness the spectacle, some among them boasting of insider knowledge. Look at those tricolored flames illuminating the sky. That's the handiwork of Qi, the peak master of Danding. And over there, the glimmering knife light belongs to Feng, the peak master of Two-Section Peak. How could the two peak masters possibly be at odds? But you may not know. It is rumored that both Qi and Feng are enamored with the peak master Yu of Xiulin. I assure you, she is indeed a celestial being gracing our realm. I shall take that as mere boasting. Our peak master is known for her reclusive nature. Have you ever encountered her? The speaker, evidently from Xiulin Peak, was adorned in a splendid long dress, her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, accentuating her delicate features and spirited demeanor. The jade token at her waist signified her identity as an inner disciple. Wu Chun listened intently, his mind sharpened by the mention of both the Two-Section Peak and the master of the Sulin Peak, who was a woman. He realized with a start that the despicable Lu Ruyan had followed that brother Qiao to the Two-Section Peak. The master of Sulin Peak, bearing the surname Yu, might very well be the deceased Xia Yu's junior sister, Yu Jing. After some contemplation, he noted that Xia Yu had died nearly 2 centuries ago. And if Yu Jing were still alive, she would likely have ascended to the Golden Core stage, holding the esteemed title of a Peak Master. He decided to take a gamble. Wu Chun nodded resolutely, mustering his courage to approach the woman, respectfully clasping his hands and inquiring, "Esteemed sister, may I ask the name of the master of Sulin Peak?" Zhang Rui was taken aback by the sudden question, glancing at this unknown menial disciple with irritation. She huffed, "How impudent! Do you think someone of your status can inquire about the master's name?" As she pointed out, the hierarchy within the sect was rigid, and a brash inquiry like Wu Chun's could easily result in punishment. However, he did not flinch. His only desire was to ascertain Yu Jing's whereabouts swiftly, fulfill the wishes of the deceased, and obtain their legacy. Thus, he steeled himself and asked, "Might the master of Sulin Peak be respectfully referred to as Yu Jing?" You know the master?" Zhang Rui responded with surprise, but her expression quickly soured. You little rascal, are you here just to toy with me? You already know the master's name, yet still come to inquire. Wu Chun hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. No, esteemed sister. I merely, before he could finish his sentence, a delicate hand interrupted him, radiating a powerful aura. Such a fierce sister. Wu Chun's eyes widened in shock as he quickly shielded his vital points, bracing himself for the consequences of his rash actions. However, when the force struck him, he found it surprisingly gentle, merely pushing him back a few steps. "Young man, let the strike teach you respect for hierarchy. Do not be so rash within the sect in the future," Zhang Rui chided, raising her head slightly. Wu Chun, far from feeling offended, exhaled slowly, relieved that she had shown mercy. He felt fortunate that this blow had not been in vain, for he could now confirm that the master of Sulin Peak was indeed the junior sister Yu Jing. With that, Wu Chun did not linger any longer and hastened towards Sulin Peak. At that moment, a fierce battle between the peak masters Qi and Feng had escalated to an intense climax. Suddenly, a golden bell phantom appeared in the sky, immense as a mountain. A resonant chime echoed, causing both combatants to feel their minds swirl and their movements falter. The bell of heaven's fury. Brother Qi, cease your attacks. The sect leader is about to be enraged, Yu Jing urgently warned. I refuse. This big-headed phone will not cease his provocations. I swear I will not relent, even if it brings the sect leader's attention upon us. Qi retorted defiantly. Come on, Qi Yaowan, what do you fear? You meddle in my pursuit of you, sister, while you only know how to stir the pot with your alchemy. Their conflict had clearly ignited a genuine fire, but they were oblivious to the displeasure of the higher-ups above. Do you two old fools have no regard for the rules, no respect for the sect leader? In an instant, a colossal hand emerged above Xiaolin Peak, seizing the treasures of the two battling peak masters, who were whisked away as if they were mere chicks. The manifestation of such a formidable hand indicated that the sect leader was truly enraged, as expressed by Yu Jing with a furrowed brow and a sigh. Chapter 4. It is finished. The journey to the mountain was futile by the time Wu Chun arrived at the foot of Xiaolin Peak. The two masters had vanished without a trace. Leaning on his knees, he gasped for breath, muttering to himself, I must learn to fly with a sword first. Once he regained his composure and attempted to approach the entrance of Xiaolin Peak, a sharp voice halted him. How bold! You dare return here? Without needing to look, Wu Chun recognized it was the fierce senior sister's voice. It seems the lesson I imparted earlier was insufficient to teach you a lesson. As she spoke, Zhang Rui raised her hand, poised to strike. Wait, senior sister, I truly did not mean to mock you, and I have urgent matters to discuss with Peak Master Yu. Wu Chun quickly interjected. Zhang Rui was amused, entirely dismissing the notion of an important matter coming from a mere servant. You beg for mercy without a decent excuse, yet you claim it is important? Do you take me for a fool? If you do not believe me, please relay a message to Peak Master Yu. She will understand upon hearing it. Wu Chun was aware that his status made it difficult for others to trust him, yet he could not think of a better plan at the moment. This was the most effective and direct method available. Xiaoyu, if I am placing my hopes on you, let it not be a one-sided affection. Zhang Rui snorted. How could the esteemed Peak Master waste her time on you? A mere servant? It seems you are merely seeking a beating. Wu Chun, observing her advancing figure, swiftly turned and fled. He was not foolish enough to stand there and take a beating. However, being merely at the first level of Qi refining, he was quickly ensnared by her as he struggled against the vines that rose from the ground, entangling him in a rather captivating manner. For a brief moment, Wu Chun questioned whether the senior sister harbored some peculiar sentiment. In truth, Zhang Rui was even more infuriated than she had been outside the administrative hall. How dare this unfamiliar servant mock her using the name of the Peak Master? After having taught him a lesson, he still dared to come to Xiaolin Peak to deceive her, claiming he had important matters to report. One was a mere servant, while the other was a distinguished Peak Master. What significant matter could he possibly report? Did he truly think her a fool? Oomph. He deserves a thorough beating. I haven't even struck yet. Why are you screaming? Wait, look up. Is that Peak Master Yu? Following his gaze, Zhang Rui saw a graceful figure soaring from the distance, and judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be her own Peak Master. So what? Do you still wish to plead for mercy from the Peak Master? Zhang Rui scoffed, raising her delicate hand high. However, upon witnessing Wu Chun's next action, her hand froze. Peak Master Yu, do you remember Xiaoyu by Daming Lake? Wu Chun shouted at the top of his lungs, nearly losing his voice. Fearing that the other party had not heard, she repeated herself several times, to the point where her throat felt as if it might shatter. The earnest shall not be forsaken by the heavens. Upon seeing the enchanting figure in the sky suddenly halt, joy radiated from Wu Chun's face. Xiaoyu, oh Xiaoyu, you have not disappointed me. At the very least, this is not unrequited love. How dare you confront the Peak Master? Today, I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Zhang Rui was taken aback by this audacious servant. She never anticipated he would actually face a powerful golden core cultivator head-on, even amidst rain and hail. Senior sister, please do not be angered. Look, Peak Master Yu is approaching, Wu Chun noted, feeling a chill as he observed her poised hand ready to unleash power, and he quickly diverted his gaze. What? Zhang Rui exclaimed in astonishment, raising her head to gaze at the descending figure. Who else could it be but their own Peak Master? She hurriedly adjusted her posture and bowed respectfully. Disciple Zhang Rui pays her respects to the Peak Master. Yu Jing ignored her and strode directly towards the audacious servant disciple who had called her out, her eyes sharp and cold as ice. Not long ago, Qi and Feng had engaged in a fierce battle at Xiaolin Peak, quelled only by the sect leader's formidable intervention. To plead for Qi's sake, Yu Jing had followed along. This dispute could be said to have arisen because of her, and she had undoubtedly faced reprimands from the sect leader. Already in a foul mood, encountering a servant disciple who dared to strike at her soft spot was hardly conducive to a pleasant demeanor. You just mentioned Xiaoyu? Zhang Rui trembled at the icy tone of her peak master. It was over for this audacious servant. A mere thrashing would leave him bedridden for a few days. But if the peak master were to take action, his very life might be at stake. The sect rules forbade infighting among disciples. However, given the vast disparity in status, a fatal confrontation could easily be overlooked. Returning to peak master Yu, the disciple was indeed referring to senior brother Xiaoyu. Faced with the oppressive aura of the golden core cultivator, Wu Chun felt as though he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, where even the act of breathing became a longing. He could only strive to maintain his composure as he responded. Senior brother? You address him as senior brother? What is your relationship with him? Not much of a relationship. I am disciple Wu Chun, a servant disciple guarding the tombs of Mangdang Mountain, daring to come here to convey a message for senior brother Xia. Upon hearing this, Yu Jing's exquisite visage grew even more frigid, causing the air around her to nearly frost over. He has been gone for nearly 2 centuries. What message could you possibly convey? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, this shall be your fate. With that, she flicked her robe, and a massive stone nearby exploded into fragments. The flying debris struck Wu Chun's face, causing him a sharp sting and prompting him to swallow hard. Beside him, Zhang Rui was also greatly frightened, incessantly wiping cold sweat from her brow. It was her first encounter witnessing the peak master in such a furious state. It was over for her. If the peak master believed she had any connection with this audacious servant, would she not suffer the consequences? This was all his fault for mentioning Xiaoyu. Wait, who is this Xiaoyu? I have not heard of such a figure within the sect, and the peak master is furious because of him? Could it be? For a fleeting moment, the curiosity overshadowed the fear within, as eager eyes fixated on Wu Chun, anticipating his next words. Wu Chun gathered his thoughts and stated earnestly, "It is brother Xiaoyu who sent me a dream, instructing me to seek you out." Yu Jing, filled with disdain, coldly laughed, remarking that even a mere servant disciple could utter such absurdities. I am unaware of how you came to know my relationship with Xiaoyu, but if that is the case, you shall not leave here today. Noticing her indifference, Wu Chun continued, "Bitter melon brew. Brother Xiaoyu expressed a desire to taste your brew." Upon hearing this, Yu Jing was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes trembling like a stormy sea. The secret of the bitter melon brew had never been disclosed to anyone. Even her close friends, Qi and Ning, were not privy to it. This indicated that the gravekeeper before her was not merely speaking nonsense. Did you truly dream of brother Xiao? Indeed. Wu Chun nodded earnestly, his gaze sincere. Whether it was the authenticity of his demeanor or her subconscious wish to believe that her brother's heart was tied to her, Yu Jing quivered as she spoke. Did he really wish to drink the bitter melon brew? It was evident to any observer that the bond between Yu Jing and Xiaoyu was extraordinary. Wu Chun was astonished to discover that even after so many years, there remained a devoted woman in Xiaoyu's life. And what was more remarkable was that this woman was a peak master of the Golden Core stage. Truly, comparing oneself to others could invoke envy. Lu Ruyan. Take a look at her. Subsequently, Wu Chun conveyed the deceased's last wishes. In the dream, brother Xiaoyu expressed concern that your bitter melon brew might not be ready yet, and he longed to taste it, despite its bitterness. Yes, it must be so. Brother Xia is indeed like that. He says one thing, but means another. He is still thinking of me. He wishes to drink the bitter melon brew. Tears welled in Yu Jing's beautiful eyes as she suppressed the sting in her nose, waving her flowing garments and whisking Wu Chun away towards Mangdang Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Rui stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. It's over. This lad truly has something significant to discuss with the peak master. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Thankfully, I refrained from intervening. Surely he wouldn't be so petty as to report me to the peak master. However, this is indeed a grand affair. How exhilarating. Chapter 5. Obtaining the Legacy Mangdang Mountain. Once again, the setting sun cast its glow. This time, 2 figures stood before Xiaoyu's gravestone, one in front of the other. Wu Chun gazed at the delicate silhouette, fabricating a tale of dreams. Once the story concluded, Yu Jing chose not to delve deeper. Indeed, A mere servant daring to confront a peak master of the Golden Core stage was absurd. Yet it possessed a semblance of credibility. Furthermore, the secret of the bitter melon brew, tied to events 2 centuries prior, was not something known to outsiders. Yu Jing gently caressed the meticulously cleaned gravestone, murmuring softly, "You have a kind heart. I do not seek to claim merit. I merely wish to pay my respects and do what little I can for my predecessor." Wu Chun replied softly and took his leave, feeling like an unwelcome presence among them. As he departed, he couldn't help but harbor a few resentful thoughts. Look at how anxious you are. Yet you never come to pay respects, not even to visit the grave of senior brother Xiaoyu, where the grass has grown 3 feet high. Wu Chun's thoughts unfairly blamed the maiden. As a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, her lifespan could stretch to 1,000 years, while those at the Foundation Establishment stage, if they practice proper self-care, might live for 500 years. Time for them is both extensive and fleeting, akin to a fleeting shadow. In the duration of a single seclusion, weeds could easily engulf the entire burial site. At this moment, Yu Jing stood alone before the gravestone, no longer suppressing her emotions. All her past feelings poured forth. The first to emerge were 2 streams of clear tears. "It's all your fault being so insincere. I once thought you despised me. Does being a true disciple make one so remarkable? I am now the peak master of the Golden Core stage and can accept true disciples myself. You wish to drink? I shall not oblige. You claim it is bitter. That one tea do. Today, I shall tell you that bitter melon brew is not bitter. It is sweet, truly sweet," sobbing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Xiaoyu's last wish. You have inherited Xiaoyu's decade of arduous cultivation, his talent for talismans, and his profound foundation. In the humble courtyard at the foot of the Wandering Mountains, Wu Chun was elated upon hearing the voice in his mind. Just as he began to delve deeper, vivid scenes flooded his consciousness. 200 years ago, in the Miantian Sect, one was a true disciple of the Talisman Peak, and the other was an inner disciple from the Shaolin Peak. The man was steadfastly straightforward, while the woman possessed a slightly proud disposition. They sensed each other's feelings, but, due to their personalities, never broke through that final barrier. In the end, they, along with their friends, ventured out of the sect in search of spiritual plants and herbs, only to encounter a Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivator by the shores of Daming Lake. The man, aware of their disadvantage, sacrificed himself to provide an opportunity for his beloved and close friend. When the woman returned with the elders of the sect, all that remained was the shattered, cold, and lonely body lying by the lake. A cup of bitter melon brew entwines the lives of 2 souls. After absorbing those chaotic images in his mind, Wu Chun comprehended the relationship between Xiaoyu and Yu Jing, and he felt a pang of sadness. He had not anticipated that completing a last wish would grant him insight into the deceased past. At that moment, an inexplicable surge of true qi roared within him. The previously thin strands of true qi within his limbs and bones transformed into a flowing stream in an instant. As the qi became a stream, he reached the second layer of qi refinement. But it did not end there. The stream widened and surged, evolving into a mighty river. Qi like a river, he attained the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Wu Chun was overjoyed, believing it had reached its peak, yet the outpouring of true qi persisted, converging and rushing toward his dantian. It was as if a porcelain vase had shattered. His dantian opened. The true qi within his meridians, as if discovering its purpose, surged toward the dantian. The true qi gathered increasingly, transforming into a vast expanse of gray-white sea. The sea of qi in the dantian. In a mere quarter of an hour, Wu Chun's cultivation progressed from an initial stage of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Gasping for breath, he was not in pain, but rather overwhelmed with excitement, at a loss for words. His complexion flushed and veins prominently displayed. He felt an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through him, with power that could rival mountains and an aura that overshadowed the world. He unleashed a punch that shattered the stones used to prop up the courtyard walls. Moreover, his mind felt as if it had been enlightened, inundated with knowledge that did not originally belong to him. With the essence of heaven and earth as his talisman, Wu Chun sensed that he could now effortlessly craft symbols, devoid of any awkwardness. Resolute and focused, he gestured towards a bird perched on the eaves. The true qi emanating from his fingers summoned the ambient spiritual energy, revealing intricate patterns as his fingers traced the air. With the essence of heaven and earth as his talisman, he commanded, Behold, at his behest, an ethereal talisman struck the bird with precision. Instantly, the creature froze, as if time had halted, its eyes unblinking. A binding talisman. Wu Chun erupted in laughter. For with such powers, how could he fear a confrontation with Lu Ruyan? Yet within a short span his smile faltered. The bird took flight once more, leaving behind a droppings, as if mocking him. Was this all? A true man, born of heaven and earth, should not indulge in fleeting triumphs. The essence of heaven and earth as a talisman was indeed a profound technique. However, as a mere practitioner at the fourth layer of Qi refinement, the effects of his spells appeared rather ordinary. Furthermore, true disciples undergo a decade of rigorous training, allowing those with superior talent to break through to the seventh layer of Qi refinement. Alas, constrained by his mixed spiritual roots, his progress remained limited. The night slipped by quietly, akin to ants scuttling without a sound. Wu Chun opened his door and beheld a graceful figure descending from the mountain. To conceal his secret, he swiftly cast a concealment spell upon himself. For a golden elixir stage master, this small trick was hardly of significance, as they could perceive through one's essence. Nonetheless, the peak master would not bother to probe a mere servant, especially one who had shown her kindness. Meeting the peak master, Wu Chun approached and bowed respectfully. Yu Jingxiu waved her hand, her demeanor as frigid as ice, yet her tone softened considerably. No need for formalities, speak your mind. What do you wish to request? Suddenly faced with the promise of a golden elixir stage master, Wu Chun felt a surge of ambition. With Yu Jing's backing, what did he have to fear from Lu Ruyan or senior brother Qiao? Even that rotund Zhang from yesterday would not dare to cross him. After careful consideration, he ultimately dismissed the thought. The grievances between himself and Lu Ruyan were too delicate to voice. He did not wish to exploit another's influence. It was not a matter of pride, but rather a confidence born from witnessing the richness of legacy. He was certain he could ultimately stand triumphant over Lu Ruyan. With a personal slam dunk, one is bound to feel more exhilarated. Wu Chun politely declined, stating that as a disciple, she sought nothing, only to guide others and herself. Life is indeed worth living. The phrase to guide others and oneself. Life is worth living resonated within Yu Jing as she murmured it softly, feeling a wave of emotion. This guidance was not only for her senior brother Xia, but also for herself. Yesterday, the knot that had long been constricting her heart unraveled, and she sensed that her mind was now unencumbered, leading to a smooth path in her future cultivation. Of course, regrets would still linger. Without regrets, could life truly be called life? Taking a broader view, the days ahead are plentiful, as she had yet to reach 300 years of age. She had once lamented that her senior brother Xia preferred to send dreams to a gravekeeper disciple rather than to her. Such a straightforward man. Would you accompany me to Xiaolin Peak? Yu Jing, feeling indebted, extended an invitation. The disciple, with a calm disposition, cherished tranquility over chaos, and found contentment in this place. Wu Chun once again declined, explaining that in Mangdang Mountain, apart from the convenience it provided, he was accustomed to interacting with the deceased. The living are often more terrifying than the dead, as exemplified by Lu Ruyan. At Xiaolin Peak, I could ensure you enjoy the provisions of an intersect disciple. Will you not reconsider? Yu Jing thought the little servant might have misunderstood and invited again. Thank you for your kind offer, but the martyrs within the sect require my presence. As he spoke, Wu Chun gazed skyward towards Mangdang Mountain, his eyes shimmering with affection. Yu Jing was quite taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that a servant disciple within the sect would desire nothing more than to accompany the graves. Such a refreshing and unpretentious spirit. She regarded the little servant with newfound admiration and smiled, saying, "If you wish to stay, I shall not insist. I offer you this bottle of fruit wine. When you have the time, please tend to the graves for me. Ha. The disciple will remember this." As she watched her graceful figure depart, Wu Chun's eyes lingered, reflecting the smile that had just graced his face. A light laugh dispelled all frost, and the golden sun poured warmth into his heart. If beauty possessed power, then this woman's allure would surpass that of 10 Lu Ruyans. Wu Chun retracted his gaze and examined the exquisite porcelain bottle in his hand, reluctant to even shake it vigorously. Gently uncorking the bottle, an intoxicating aroma wafted out, filling the courtyard. So fragrant. Surely, this wine has been enhanced with essence. Chapter 6. Revisiting Aspirations. Wu Chun brought the bottle to his nose, and merely inhaling it made him feel slightly tipsy, unsteady on his feet. No, this wine must be diluted. Consuming it as this could lead to a drunken stupor. He promptly retrieved a jar from his room, emptied and cleaned it, and filled it to the brim with well water. Just a small cup of the fruit wine poured and transformed the entire jar's water into a milky hue. This wine likely contained not only essence, but also 3 flower egg milk, an impressive blend of technology and craft. While he verbally expressed disdain, his body was quite honest. He dipped a finger into the jar, then placed it in his mouth to savor. The expression of enjoyment instantly illuminated his face. In addition to the rich and delightful flavor, Wu Chun also sensed the subtle threads of spiritual energy emanating within him, and the morning hunger had vanished. What fine wine! Naturally, Wu Chun was overjoyed by such ethereal liquor, even contemplating consuming it as a meal, particularly as his stock of spiritual rice was dwindling. He procured a bamboo tube, filled it with the diluted fruit brew, secured it at his waist, and then, with a heart brimming with intention, ascended the Mount Mangdang. Today, he sought his next client. Following the principle of proximity, he decided to approach from the bottom to the top. Wu Chun had carefully considered this arrangement. The disciples resting beneath Mount Mangdang were primarily at the Qi refinement stage, such as the one named Xiaoyu. Ascending further, one would encounter those at the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. The higher one climbed, the greater the cultivation and status. It was likely that fulfilling the last wishes of the prominent figures would not be a simple task, so it was best to reserve such opportunities for the disciples below. However, the esteemed patrons need not rush. They could await their turn, as eventually it would be their moment. Wu Chun stood before the neighbor of Xiaoyu, this time without employing a hoe, instead deftly gesturing with his fingers to elegantly inscribe a talisman, the metal talisman of Gong. In an instant, several gleaming blades of light appeared above the grave. The power was modest, sufficient to clear away the weeds and shrubs. He then cast another talisman to cleanse the gravestone, rendering it presentable. Su Luan, male, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Deceased, year 1087 of the founding. Past, perished in battle against the ghostly abyss, leading the charge. Wu Chun slightly bowed, expressing his respect for this heroic figure. A true man. After a fleeting blink, the corners of his mouth twitched. Su Luan's last wish. May there be peace in the world, free from war, allowing for diligent cultivation and leisure to appreciate music. Wu Chun smiled wryly, my brother. This is not a last wish, but rather a grand aspiration. Alas, I am powerless to fulfill it. However, I may indulge in some entertainment on your behalf. Onward to the next. The grave-sweeping process continued, employing the metal talisman and the cleansing talisman in succession. Hu Jingwen, female, 9th layer of Qi refinement. Deceased, year 1024 of the founding. Past, engaged in conflict with the Miantian Sect, refusing to tarnish her sect's reputation. Wu Chun raised an eyebrow, noting the remarkable prowess of this woman, a heroine who did not yield to her male counterparts. He pondered her grand wish. Hu Jingwen's last wish. How I long to bear a child with senior brother Xiaoyu. Regrettably, I cannot assist you. Your honorable departure occurred a year before senior brother Xia. However, you are not far from him. I shall keep this secret from the sect leader, and I hope you may create a beautiful bond in the afterlife. Next, Chun Sun, male, great perfection of Qi refinement. Deceased, year 1001 of the founding. Past, died of natural causes, having reached the end of his lifespan. At last, he encountered a brother who had departed peacefully. Chun Sun's last wish, I desire longevity, to remain ageless, to endure until the end of time. Farewell, dear brother. You too harbor grand aspirations. For several consecutive days, Wu Chun found himself devoid of any business, his countenance reflecting his discontent. Fortunately, his cultivation had advanced, allowing him to peruse the final wishes of 4 individuals daily. His mind felt somewhat clouded, so he decided to examine one last request. After the customary tomb-sweeping rituals, he came across Wu Ziru, a female cultivator of great perfection in Qi refining. She passed away in the year 210 of the establishment of the sect, sacrificing her life in a valiant fight against demonic beasts to protect the peace of her realm. To his surprise, she belonged to his own clan. Her honor shone brightly just 2 years prior, yet it was a pity that she was likely quite young. After murmuring to himself, Wu Chun blinked and gazed again. Alas, why was there no ethereal manifestation of her final wishes? Retracting his gaze, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Could it be that this senior sister Wu had been devoured by a beast, thus earning a ceremonial grave? Nodding slightly, he considered it a possibility. Wu Chun had achieved nothing today, and the days that followed yielded similarly meager results. Among the 20 or so martyrs he encountered, most had grand aspirations, while others had wishes that were nearly impossible to fulfill. There was one relatively straightforward wish involving vengeance against an enemy. But in the vast sea of people, where could he possibly seek out this foe? Moreover, as a mere cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining, he was hardly equipped to assist others in their vendettas. He might as well be delivering himself to doom. Perhaps it was the blessing of being a novice. His first client happened to be the kind-hearted Xiaoyu. Today, the sun was not particularly bright. On the mountain, several new graves had appeared, commemorating a senior uncle who had reached the foundation stage. It was said that he had encountered malevolent practitioners in the outside world, leading to a fierce confrontation with casualties on both sides. As a caretaker at the Martyrs' Cemetery, Chun joined in silent tribute, bidding farewell to the fallen hero. May their spirits endure forever. Ba, countless heavenly lords, amen. He also took a glance at the new owner's final wish. Song Daba's final wish: kill that turtle grandson. Chun responded with a sigh. Fortunately, one of the senior brothers had a wish that was not too difficult to fulfill. King Feng, a male cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining, passed away in the year 10,212 of the establishment of the sect, bravely battling evil practitioners on the Cultivation Mountain. Qingfeng's final wish: I am so sleepy, my eyes can hardly open. It has been many years since I returned home. I wonder if the peach blossoms in front of my house have bloomed. I wish to sleep beneath the peach tree and see the blossoms once a year. Chun couldn't help but sigh in melancholy. A wanderer pursuing the elusive path of immortality leaves home, never to return. Dear brother O, while I cannot bring you back home, I can plant a peach tree for you. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches dusk. No matter how reluctant one may be to part from the magnificent landscape, the curtain must eventually fall. Chapter 7. You do not understand me. I do not blame you. In the dead of night, Chun sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating as usual. Faintly, he discerned the slightest movements emanating from the mountain. It was so subtle that had he not achieved a breakthrough to the 4th level of chi refining, he might not have noticed at all. Chun's brows furrowed as he recalled the admonitions of Gao Yao before his departure. Do not ascend the mountain at night. It is not a clean place. Nevertheless, he felt little trepidation. As a guardian of the Martyrs' Cemetery, he was impervious to spirits and demons. Observing that Gao Yao has guarded the tomb for a decade in relative peace, one might wonder if the new residents, who recently moved in, are hosting a gathering atop the mountain. The spirit of the honored could still linger, for it has not been long since their passing. However, a sudden realization struck Chun. If the spirit remained, there would be no talk of unfulfilled wishes. He had already surveyed the new occupants during the day and found them all burdened with such wishes. This matter seemed suspicious, prompting Chun to venture forth to uncover the truth. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely bit his tongue, allowing a drop of crimson blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. With his fingertip, he smeared the essence of his blood, tracing a sigil upon his palm, a binding talisman. Previously, he had attempted to craft a talisman using the true essence of heaven and earth. Yet it proved ineffective even against a mere bird. However, with the enhancement of his blood, it could immobilize even a practitioner of the same realm for several breaths. Thus, he felt it prudent to carry this talisman during his ascent. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, it would serve as a valuable asset. With careful stealth, Chun made his way up the mountain. Midway, he spotted a figure laboring to renovate the new abode of his irascible master. The individual wielded a hoe with fervent diligence, yet his garb, clad in black and masked, was hardly that of a legitimate craftsman. As if sensing an impending confrontation, the cloaked figure abruptly ceased his work and shouted menacingly, "Who goes there? Gao Shixiao, how could you engage in such nefarious acts?" Clenching his fists, Chun emerged from the shadows, his eyes ablaze with fury. Initially, the figure had appeared familiar, but upon hearing his voice, Chun swiftly recognized him. The nefarious acts he spoke of were, of course, the desecration of graves. Such actions were universally condemned, and to disturb the resting place of one's own sect's martyrs was particularly heinous. Shidi, I warned you not to ascend the mountain after dark. Why did you disregard my counsel? Gao Yao's expression bore a hint of exasperation as he cast aside his hoe and drew a gleaming longsword from his waist. His intent was unmistakable. He aimed to silence Chun permanently. After all, the desolate Mangdang Mountain seldom saw visitors. Should he eradicate Wu, he could easily conceal the body without a trace. Unfazed, Wu Chun responded calmly. So your warning held such malicious intent. I must express my gratitude. You seem quite practiced in this endeavor. I presume you have engaged in some thievery during your decade of vigil. Otherwise, what do you think enabled me to ascend to the fourth layer of chi refinement in merely 10 years with a mixed spiritual root? Unlike you, I refuse to languish here as a mere gravekeeper for eternity. Do you know what became of my predecessor? He lies in the chaotic thicket at the foot of the mountain, a man who spent his life guarding this tomb. Yet in death, he remained a mere servant disciple. It is laughable. Having guarded a grave for a lifetime, he possessed not even the right to rest in Mangdang Mountain. I refuse to accept such a fate. I refuse to live and die in obscurity. Gao Yao hesitated, his eyes flickering with malice as he spoke. Those who have long suppressed their feelings often seize the opportunity to vent. In Gao Yao's eyes, the youth before him had already become a mere ghost. And speaking to a ghost posed no consequence. Wu Chun remained unmoved by Gao Yao's heartfelt declaration, yet before engaging in conflict, he sought to unravel the mysteries that plagued his mind. Upon his arrival, he had the opportunity for a surprise attack, yet he intentionally revealed himself to quell his curiosity. I find it rather intriguing. Cultivators do not possess the same penchant for burial treasures as the nobility of the mundane world. What is it within the tomb that captures your interest? Do you wish to know? A smirk graced Gao Yao's lips as his sword tip drooped downward. Indeed, the physique of a cultivator is honed through years of tempering with true energy. Yet the high-quality spiritual materials used for crafting puppets and zombies lie wasted in their resting places. Why not repurpose them to benefit future generations? How dare you utilize the remains of the ancestors to forge corpses? Wu Chun exclaimed, utterly horrified. The notion of corpse forging, such a nefarious practice, was brazenly spoken of by a disciple of a righteous sect. The inscriptions on the gravestones symbolize honor. Countless heroes of various sects sacrificed their lives to uphold the interests of their factions, battling against malevolent cultivators and demons to achieve glory. Memories of senior sister Wu Zeru's grave surfaced, devoid of expressed wishes, yet still relatively recent. Her remains had most likely fallen victim to Gao Yao's vile hands. This individual had undoubtedly chosen the path of death. What is there to be astonished about? One must look after oneself or face divine retribution. Besides, I never claim to be the one forging corpses. I merely intend to exchange them for the resources necessary for cultivation. Join me, and with my assistance, I believe you too can ascend to the ranks of outer disciples and leave this place. Gao Yao extended his leg, tossing the hoe before Wu Chun, his tone dripping with temptation, contemplating how much easier it would be to plunder corpses with the gravekeeper's cooperation. Wu Chun did not glance at the hoe at his feet. He resolutely shook his head. Such deeds are beyond me, nor will I allow others to perform them before my eyes. I am a gravekeeper. His words were resolute and resonant. However, to Gao Yao, they sounded like a grand jest. Haha, a gravekeeper? You barely scrape by with a meager amount of rice each month. What are you playing at with your life? You do not understand me, and I bear you no ill will. His flippant words struck Gao Yao like a resounding slap, contorting his expression into one of rage as he gestured a thumb up while gritting his teeth. Very well. You are impressive. You are so noble. From their initial encounter, Gao Yao had sought to tempt Wu Chun, but the latter's apparent indifference had prompted him to abandon his efforts. Upon their subsequent meeting, they were caught in the act. Despite Gao Yao's clear enticements, this young man remained unyielding, adopting a posture of unwavering defiance. How could one not be incensed by such obstinacy? Since they could not share the same vessel, he would not hesitate to show his ruthless side. With a swift hand gesture, the sword in his grasp shot forth like a released arrow, poised to claim the youth's life. At that very moment, Wu Chun raised his arm, his palm taut. Freeze! A gentle reprimand interrupted the repose of the spirits in the mountains, causing both Gao Yao and his flying sword to come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 8. Struggling against fate. Who else but me? Both were at the fourth level of chi refinement. Wu Chun had revealed his trump card and would not act recklessly. Although the binding talisman held his opponent in place, its effect would not endure for long. Under Gao Yao's astonished and fearful gaze, Wu Chun seized the suspended sword without a moment's hesitation. The blade sliced through the air, piercing 3 inches deep into the throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the gravestone of the irascible master, as if to offer an apology to the spirits above. With a thud, Gao Yao collapsed, lingering between life and death, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Only his pupils struggled in silent anguish. Wu Chun mused that he must be in considerable pain, having toiled endlessly to ascend to the status of an outer disciple, only to meet his end at the hands of an inconspicuous junior whom he had looked down upon. Yet, there was a peculiar comfort in such a demise. Had the sect discovered his body snatching, his soul would have been forcibly extracted for refinement. Wu Chun had no intention of reporting this incident to the sect, for he could not explain his own secrets and could only manage the situation himself. Senior Brother Gao, he reflected, the path of cultivation involves battling against both heaven and humanity, yet one must discern what actions to take and what to forego. If a person loses their fundamental principles, the higher they soar, the greater the calamity they bring upon themselves. Farewell. With that, the binding talisman lost its efficacy. Gao Yao's hands fell limply, his jaw finally closing, but his wide eyes remained defiantly open, refusing to succumb to eternal slumber. Wu Chun sighed softly and turned, tracing a talisman in the air. The earth talisman. Under its influence, the grave of the irascible master was restored. Another talisman for cleansing was cast, tidying the area and returning it to its original state. As for Gao Yao's corpse, Wu Chun transported it to a secluded corner at the foot of the mountain, employing several earth talismans to bury the body and its belongings deep within the ground. Senior Brother Gao, in gratitude for the rice you once bestowed upon me, I shall lay you to rest beneath Mount Mangdang in the company of these spirits, so you shall not be alone. For the living, he was decisive in his actions. Yet for the deceased, a sense of compassion arose. Perhaps this was his profound love. Initially, Wu Chun held a favorable impression of Gao Yao. He was friendly, affable, and had even cautioned him against ascending the mountain at night, indicating that he harbored no intention to harm him. Had he not stumbled upon his misdeeds, their fates would not have clashed. It was simply a matter of differing paths. He pondered if there were any unfulfilled wishes he could honor. With a blink, a faint luminescent screen materialized on the ground before him. Gao Yao's wish. Why must they strike, scold, and mistreat me, relegating me to the role of a gravekeeper? I harbor such resentment, such injustice. The steps of Misty Peak are so high. I, Gao Yao, shall ascend them one step at a time to reach the pinnacle. Faced with such a wish, Wu Chun remained silent, inexplicably reminded of his own self on the Azure Planet. In his youth, he had been spirited and passionate, yet life had dulled his edges. He returned to his hometown in destitution, securing a meager position at a funeral parlor, merely passing the days. In terms of unwavering conviction, he realized he fell short of Gao Yao. At least Gao Yao, with his meager talent, dared to contend with the grand path, never conceding defeat. However, Wu Chun was no longer the same. Having lived anew, with a system at his side, he was determined to contest fate itself. Who else but him? Senior Brother, I shall take on your wish. I will ascend to the highest peak in my own way and behold the view from Misty Peak. His spirit surged with ambition, resolute and fierce. Yet the need for stability remains paramount. Tomorrow, I shall seek the peach blossoms. Sister Rui, do take a look at the growth of these peach blossoms, won't you? Sister, what occupies your thoughts? At Xiaolin Peak, a pure-hearted maiden, clutching a branch of peach blossoms, joyfully approaches her sister, only to find her sister lost in contemplation, which leaves her perplexed. Huh? Junior Sister Chu, what did you say? Zhang Rui, pulled back to reality, displays a hint of bewilderment upon her lovely visage. Chu Xinling, setting down the branch of peach blossoms, replied earnestly, Sister Rui, what troubles you these days? You seem perpetually distracted. Oh, it's nothing. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am no longer the naive girl of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, for I have now reached the 4th level. Ah, indeed. By the way, what do you intend to do with that branch of peach blossoms? Zhang Rui, wishing to steer clear of the topic, redirected the conversation. I wish to show you the growth of the peach blossoms and to anticipate this year's yield of spirit peaches. As the subject turned to the matter at hand, Chu Xinling's eyes sparkled with excitement, her earlier confusion swiftly forgotten. Zhang Rui, without responding, playfully tapped her on the head with the branch, assuming the authoritative demeanor of an elder sister. I suspect you're simply craving the fruit. Spirit peaches bloom one year and bear fruit the next, maturing only in the 3rd year. There is no harvest of spirit peaches for you this year. Chu Xinling rubbed her head, pouting slightly. If there aren't any, then why hit my head? It only makes me look foolish, and you are not clever to begin with. Zhang Rui chuckled softly. Oomph. The pout on Chu Xinling's lips rose even higher. In the blink of an eye, her rosy lips broke into a wide grin, accompanied by a tinkling laugh. Hee hee, thank you, sister. You are the best. As she spoke, Chu Xinling eagerly accepted the spirit peach handed to her by Zhang Rui, its plump and rosy form tempting her to take a bite. Go on, indulge yourself, you little trickster, coming up with all sorts of antics to obtain what you desire. "Oh, it's delicious," she exclaimed, devouring the peach with delight. With a single bite, only the pit remained in her hand. Chu Xinling, still yearning for more, licked her delicate lips and examined the pit in her palm, letting out a wistful sigh. If only I could plant a peach tree on the mountain, I would have an abundance of peaches every year. Zhang Rui playfully tapped her head once more, cautioning her, the spiritual energy of the earth at Xiaolin Peak is finite. The number of spiritual plants that can be cultivated is predetermined. Do not entertain any misguided notions. I understand. I was merely expressing a thought, Chu Xinling replied, her expression momentarily downcast. However, a flicker of hope ignited within her as she inquired, by the way, sister, what if I were to plant outside of Xiaolin Peak? Planting outside? Before you could reap the harvest, others would have plundered it. Besides, the peaches from other regions lack the same spiritual essence. No. As long as I can have peaches, wouldn't it be fine to plant outside? We could simply have a servant-disciple watch over them, couldn't we? Hee. Chu Xinling's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she shook Zhang Rui's delicate hand in plea, though her cultivation was still modest. Rendering her ineligible for tasks at the inner court, her sister had already achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Surely, assigning a mere servant-disciple wouldn't pose a problem. Zhang Rui had no intention of entertaining her junior sister's absurd thoughts and merely rolled her eyes in response. Even if we were to recruit some errand boy, where would there be space in the sect to plant a peach tree? Surely, we cannot plant it by the roadside. Chu Xinling, undeterred, began to act coyly. The sect is so vast, we could surely find a secluded corner, right? Sister, I beg you, let us just give it a try. Reluctantly, Zhang Rui acquiesced. All right, I'm truly at my wit's end. Let me ponder this. In her contemplation, her thoughts inexplicably drifted to Mangdang Mountain and to that audacious little errand boy. That day, after witnessing her peak master depart with the boy, she felt a wave of unease, fearing that the boy might speak ill of her in front of the master. Days passed without a reprimand from the master, yet the shadow of anxiety lingered in her heart. The fact that no punishment was administered only heightened her worries. This was the source of her recent unease. To stick my neck out or to withdraw, either way, it's a precarious situation. Can one truly stifle their natural urges? Thus resolved, she decided to confront the little errand boy. Chu Xinling, having overheard her muttering, tilted her head in innocent confusion. Sister, are you feeling the urge to relieve yourself? Chapter 9. O Peach Blossoms, where art thou? On a mountain path, Wu Chun trudged along, his spirits dampened. He had set out with high hopes to seek out peach blossoms, yet the entire day had passed without sighting a single delicate petal. He had come across numerous crane spirit trees, and, in a fit of frustration, he chopped down several branches. This was not merely an act of venting. The heartwood of the crane spirit tree could be fashioned into boxes that preserve spiritual essence for an extended period. O peach blossoms, where art thou? Wu Chun sighed, cradling the crane spirit wood heart, gazing skyward in melancholy. Of course, he knew that there would undoubtedly be peach blossoms on Xiaolin Peak. But those were spiritual plants and would not easily be transplanted to a mere errand boy. Moreover, he had already received a bottle of fruit brew from Yujing last time. It would be unbecoming to shamelessly beg again. The sun yawned, preparing to retreat for the night, and at that moment, Wu Chun returned to his small courtyard. Before he could step through the door, a cheerful voice rang out. Hey, you there? Wu Chun, right? Where have you been? We've been waiting for you all day. To Wu Chun's surprise, someone was waiting for him at home. He looked up, astonished to see two young women. One exuded a spirited charm, while the other radiated pure innocence. However, in Wu Chun's eyes, they appeared as a willful troublemaker and a naive little girl. He quickly took a tactical step back. Sister, what do you intend to do? Hey, what else with that expression? I'm not here to fight you this time. Zhang Rui huffed. Then what brings you here? Wu Chun remained on guard, vividly recalling her poised hand from days prior. Had it not been for her peak master's timely arrival, he would surely have needed a wall for support. Now, at merely the 4th level of qi refinement, he still stood no chance against her if it came to blows. Of course, I have something to discuss with you. Just come here. I promise not to hit you today, Zhang Rui declared with conviction, playfully hiding her hands behind her back to appear harmless. Beside her, Chu Xinling was filled with confusion. What was happening? Her senior sister, who usually exuded confidence, appeared somewhat bashful towards a mere servant. Was this truly the same bold and spirited senior she knew? After scrutinizing the young attendant, she noted his striking features, handsome visage and sharp brows. Perhaps he was indeed somewhat charming. She nodded, contemplating the possibility. Wu Chun, though skeptical, stepped into the courtyard, exhaling only after realizing the other party remained motionless. Senior sister, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhang Ri, anxious about Wu Chun potentially reporting her to the sect leader, hesitated to voice her concerns. Her gaze flickered uncertainly as she stammered. I just wanted to ask if that day you had that? Which? Wu Chun was perplexed, bewildered by her cryptic words. He was not alone in his confusion. The younger female disciple beside him tilted her head, gazing at her senior sister. You know that one? I wasn't sure if you truly had important matters that day, which is why I acted against you. Zhang Rui, feeling flustered, bit her lip and stamped her foot. Wu Chun began to comprehend the situation. It seemed this young lady was worried he might report her to their sect leader. Chu Xinling also grasped the implications. This demeanor and these actions confirmed it. Senior sister, so you have a preference for this type. It's not shameful to enjoy tender grass. I wouldn't mock you, The young girl suppressed a laugh, nodding earnestly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I won't say much more. Wu Chun waved his hand, a hint of warning in his tone. However, if you overheard something you shouldn't have, I cannot predict what the future holds. Zhang Rui felt her heart lift upon hearing the initial part of his statement, relieved that the young attendant wasn't vengeful. Yet, upon grasping the entirety of his words, her heart raced once more. This was bad. She had heard something she shouldn't have. The sect leader, Xia Yu, had entrusted someone with a dream about bitter melon brew. It sounded like quite a tale. While it was thrilling to be in the know, if this matter involved the sect leader's secrets, it could spell trouble for her. The thought was too daunting to entertain. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced. Then, shifting her tone, Zhang Rui asked, You are aware of this, yet you're not worried? Why should I be concerned? Your sect leader ought to thank me, Wu Chun replied, pulling a bamboo tube from his waist, removing the stopper, and tilting it back to take a drink. Though it was a diluted brew made from various fruits, the rich aroma still wafted through the air. Fruit brew, the two women exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. As disciples of Xiaolin Peak, how could they be unaware of their sect leader's signature drink? This concoction was crafted from over 100 premium spiritual fruits, taking a decade to perfect. It was usually reserved as a tribute to the sect, with only Golden Core practitioners permitted to indulge in it. Even an ordinary Foundation establishment elder would find it difficult to procure a cup. Yet, here was someone treating the precious brew casually, mixing it with water. Such wastefulness was nothing short of sacrilege. It clearly indicated his close relationship with her sect leader. Zhang Rui swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she asked, Is that matter truly serious? Wu Chunjin nodded gravely, a sense of seriousness enveloping the atmosphere. Zhang Rui, feeling a flutter of anxiety, instinctively voiced her concern. Wu Chun, however, found amusement in the situation, despite his limited interactions with Yu Jing. He sensed she was not a petty person and would not make things difficult for her disciple. His intention to frighten her was merely a playful retaliation for an earlier slight. It was unseemly for a young lady to resort to physical force so readily. Sister, what is the matter? Chu Xinling, unable to decipher the cryptic exchange between the two, noticed her sister's worried expression and inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing. Don't ask too many questions. It will not bode well for you to know, Zhang Rui sighed. The more she insisted on silence, the more Chu Xinling's curiosity piqued. Since her sister was withholding information, she decided to interrogate the little servant instead. Hey, you quickly tell me what has caused my sister to become like this. If you don't, I shall. Humph. Wu Chun observed her adorably perplexed face, her delicate nose scrunched up as she threatened him with her tiny fist. An impulse to laugh bubbling within him. Do you truly wish to know? Yes, but you mustn't tell her. She's still a child, Zhang Rui interjected. A child? Which family raises a child this tall? Wu Chun thought the conversation had spiraled into absurdity. Noticing the sisterly bond between them, he decided against teasing them further and sought to offer some comfort. Although the situation is indeed quite serious, Master Yu has come to terms with it. It is in the past. I believe she is a magnanimous person and will not hold grudges. Is that truly the case? Indeed. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Rui felt her anxiety dissipate, and she looked at the little servant with newfound warmth. However, Wu Chun found himself slightly unnerved by the abrupt shift in her demeanor, wondering if she harbored any strange thoughts about him. Is she perhaps bringing along her sister? Is it that stimulating? No, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Sister, do you have something else to discuss? Wu Chun cautiously inquired. Yes, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you, Zhang Rui replied courteously, no longer perceiving him as a mere servant. It was evident that an ordinary servant would not garner the favor of her master. Discuss? Even with your polite approach, I shall not acquiesce. Wu Chun retreated strategically. Zhang Rui frowned, perplexed by his immediate rejection before she even revealed the matter at hand. Chu Xinling, being youthful and impatient, quickly interjected regarding her own desires. Want to plant peach trees? Absolutely not. Wait, what did you say? I said, we want to plant peach trees that will blossom and bear fruit. Chu Xinling exclaimed, puffing her cheeks and raising her voice. In a flash, Wu Chun darted from the room, returning with 2 stools, his demeanor suddenly hospitable. Please have a seat. I truly apologize for the oversight. Would you like something to drink? I have some fruit wine. Shall I serve you both? The 2 young women tilted their heads in unison, caught off guard by his unexpected hospitality. Chapter 10. Simple and unpretentious, grounded in reality. The Jade Rabbit and the Golden Crow alternate. This evening, the Jade Rabbit appears somewhat hazy, as if under the influence of wine. Wu Chun gazes at the moonlight, letting out a soft sigh. Lowering his gaze, he notices 2 charming silhouettes resting on the stone pedestal. His junior sister, with her delicate pink lips, mumbles in her sleep, good wine. I could still drink more. Wu Chun shakes his head with a wry smile, realizing that he cannot indulge while they are exhausting his limited supply. He picks up the exquisite porcelain bottle on the stone pedestal and gives it a gentle shake. Fortunately, the remaining contents are sufficient to last through the month. The spiritual rice at home has nearly run out, leaving him to rely on wine for sustenance. Thankfully, after his cultivation had improved, his appetite had significantly diminished. The diluted fruit brew he consumes daily leaves him feeling untroubled by hunger. As for the 2 inebriated girls before him, Wu Chun harbors no ill intentions. He is an ordinary man, not one driven by lust. He bends down for a princess Carrie, feeling their softness and the delightful fragrance enveloping him. If it were anyone else, they would surely be mistaken for a corpse, he murmurs softly as he carries his junior sister into the house first, then turns to embrace his senior sister. Even softer and quite a handful, a fleeting wave of emotion stirs within him. Yet it is but a moment. As he takes her inside, allowing the 2 sisters to rest together while he remains seated cross-legged on the stone pedestal in the courtyard, practicing his cultivation. A drunken woman is captivating, and even the tipsy moon is alluring. In the blink of an eye, it rouses the sun from its slumber. The sun rises high in the sky. A surprised exclamation echoes from the room. Shortly after, another, more melodious cry follows. Oh dear, senior sister, how did you end up in my bed? Zhang Rui exclaims, tapping her small head in disbelief. Let us see, where are we? That little servant, Guxinling, rubbing her head and scanning the unfamiliar room, quickly checks her attire. Finding nothing amiss, she breathes a sigh of relief, concluding that he is not the sort to take advantage. Zhang Rui conducts a similar inspection, confirming her innocence and the security of her belongings. Shaking her head to dispel the remnants of her hangover, she remarks, drinking leads to trouble. Chu Xinling shoots her a sidelong glance, snorting in response. You're one to talk. You were the one indulging last night, flaunting the bottle, and thankfully I intervened. The previous evening, upon witnessing Wu Chun produce the undiluted fruit brew, they could no longer contain themselves, their eyes sparkling with desire as they salivated. This was a rare treat, even coveted by foundation-building elders. Initially, they sampled it drop by drop, but soon, intoxicated by the allure, they became competitive over the bottle, nearly coming to blows. Fortunately, a brisk breeze swept through, causing them to collapse under the effects of the alcohol. Otherwise, Wu Chun would have been unable to restrain them. The 2 women emerged together, only to find the courtyard devoid of any figures. Chu Xinling cannot help but inquire, where is everyone? I do not know. Let us search for them, comes the reply. Zhang Rui shook her head and instructed the 2 women to search separately. However, after flying around the small courtyard, they still did not see any sign of him. Sister, are we going to have to wait for him another day? I doubt it. Perhaps he has gone to the mountain. To the mountain? Chu Xinling turned her gaze towards the mounds in the distance, feeling a chill despite her status as a cultivator. What would he be doing up there? He is likely paying respects to the ancestors of our sect, Zhang Rui replied with a serious expression. Earlier, while soaring through the air, she had noticed that the graves at the foot of the mountain had been tended to. The tombstones were clean, free of weeds and shrubs. She mused inwardly that it was commendable for someone to care for a burial ground often overlooked by others, ensuring the ancestors had a well-kept resting place. Perhaps this was the reason the peak master favored him. As Zhang Rui had surmised, Wu Chun was indeed at the cemetery. And today he had made a discovery, a reasonable last wish. Zheng Liang, female, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Passed, the year 10,132 of the sect's establishment. Died, in defense of the spiritual field, fighting fiercely against a beast. Zheng Liang's last wish. What's wrong with being chubby? I don't eat your rice. I want to eat. And I want to eat meat, even in death. Wu Chun nodded in acknowledgement of this straightforward sister. How simple and grounded her words were. What is wrong with eating? Isn't living in this world primarily about sustenance? Greed leads one to desire more. Now that he had come alive, and with a new task secured, Wu Chun felt lighthearted, humming a cheerful tune as he descended the mountain. I am waiting here for your return, waiting for you to bring forth the blooming peach blossoms. On his way down, he fortuitously encountered the two women searching for him. Seeing Wu Chun with a smile on his face, humming a tune and skipping along, they tilted their heads in confusion. Could one truly be so joyful after visiting a cemetery? Good morning. Have you both rested well? Wu Chun greeted warmly, feeling pleased to see them, and thought they appeared even more beautiful than the previous day. Well enough. Were you at the cemetery? Zhang Rui asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, what of it? Why are you so happy after visiting? Joy is contagious. The ancestors lie here in solitude, so it is good to bring them some cheer, he replied earnestly, spouting nonsense that somehow resonated with them. Setting aside everything else, this young man's attitude was indeed well suited for a gravekeeper. Subsequently, the two women followed Wu Chun down the mountain. Indeed, happiness is infectious. After a few steps, Chu Xinling began to skip as well, while Zhang Rui, listening to Wu Chun's cheerful melody, couldn't help but hum along. I am waiting here for your return, waiting for you to bring forth the blooming peach blossoms. They returned to the small courtyard and settled down. Wu Chuanxin, lost in thoughts of peach blossoms, was the first to broach the subject of planting peach trees, recalling their discussion from the previous day. Upon learning that the two young women wished to cultivate peach trees in his care, driven by their desire to savor the fruit, he readily accepted the role of their steward, confidently assuring them, as long as I am here, the trees will thrive. Chu Xinling nodded in agreement, appreciating her senior sister's choice of this charming young man, deeming him a reliable candidate. Zhang Rui also concurred, recognizing Wu Chun's earnestness in caring for the heroic spirits of the mountain, affirming him as a commendable selection. Subsequently, she commenced a brief training session. Supervising the spirit plants was no simple task. It entailed not just watering and fertilizing, but also understanding soil conditions and climate. She elaborated extensively, to the point where Chu Xinling felt herself on the verge of slumber. Yet, Wu Chun listened intently, rushing back to his room to procure paper and pen to take notes. This, after all, was invaluable wisdom from the inner disciples of Xiulin Peak, worthy of preservation. Zhang Rui regarded him with renewed respect, recognizing his potential and considering the prospect of recruiting him to Xiulin Peak. As the training concluded, they transitioned to practical application. However, this segment required the hands of a Xiulin Peak disciple. Zhang Rui deftly retrieved a pouch from her waist, producing over a dozen peach pits and a gourd. The pits hovered in the air as her skilled hands popped them open, shattering their hard shells to reveal the kernels within. With a serious demeanor, she gestured, casting spells upon each kernel, which soon emanated a gentle green glow. In a mere moment, all the kernels sprouted tiny buds the size of mung beans. Now, plant the seeds and water them daily with the sweet spirit due from the gourd at dawn, coupled with the meticulous care I just taught you, she instructed. Though the spiritual energy here is sparse and the ley lines weak, while we may not cultivate spirit peaches, growing delectable peaches is certainly within reach. Wu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment at the skillful method of nurturing spirits. The buds had sprouted in such a short time. What constitutes expertise? This is what true professionalism looks like. Observing his expression, Zhang Rui chuckled gently. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chapter 11. The Second Harvest of Legacy. Just after uttering those words, Zhang Rui felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning how she could have spoken so intimately when they had only met a few times. And their initial encounter had even involved a scuffle. Alcohol muddles the mind, she concluded. It must have been the wine from the previous evening that led her to speak so freely. Indeed, that must be it. Is this something I can learn? Wu Chun inquired, somewhat taken aback, pointing at himself. Cough, you can learn, but you must first join Xiulin Peak, Zhang Rui said. clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment while introducing a hurdle for him. Each peak within the Miantian Sect possessed its own unique specialties, and the arts they practiced varied significantly. One could not simply learn at will. Chu Xinling, who had nearly dozed off during the lesson, perked up at the exchange between the two. This is remarkable. Senior sister is already coaxing him to our peak. With daily interactions, they shall grow fond of one another. Truly, my senior sister is astute. She mentally noted this tactic for future reference. Wu Chun had no intention of pursuing any particular peak, so he refrained from engaging further in conversation. After placing the seeds in the palm of his hand, he shook the gourd and inquired with curiosity, "Will this small jar of sweet spirit dew suffice?" "It will be enough. As long as the spiritual plant surpasses the tender sprout stage, it will no longer require sweet spirit dew. Beyond that, I possess none. The disciples of the agricultural peak are rather stingy, giving us only a little each time." Wu Chun nodded in understanding, then posed another question: "How long until it blooms?" "If all goes well, about 10 months. By this time next year, it will surely flower." "That long? Long?" Zhang Rui retorted with exasperation. "That is already quite fast. Have you ever seen a peach tree that blooms in its first year after planting? If cultivated as a spiritual plant, it would take a decade to flower." Wu Chun chuckled softly, contemplating the notion of planting a peach tree for the fallen heroes on the mountain, envisioning it would bring them a touch of color and festivity. Zhang Rui was immediately filled with respect, not expecting him to always think of the heroes on the mountain. Her tone softened. "If you wish to accelerate its growth, it is possible, but it requires a substantial amount of sweet spirit dew, which only the disciples of the agricultural peak can produce." Feeling somewhat helpless, Wu Chun resigned himself to the slower pace. "Then I shall plant it now." With that, he took the gourd and the seeds to the vacant space outside the small courtyard. Following the precautions Zhang Rui had instructed, he planted more than a dozen seeds in succession and watered them with sweet spirit dew, leaving one seed behind. Wu Chun ran up the mountain to plant it before Feng's gravestone. The seeds, nourished by the sweet spirit dew, slowly broke through the soil, revealing a charming little green sprout. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Feng's last wish. Received legacy. 10 years of arduous cultivation from Feng. 20 years ago, in an obscure little mountain village, one fateful day, several figures resembling immortals descended from the heavens, proclaiming their intent to recruit disciples. Villagers rushed forward, eager to present their children, hoping for their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. After a selection process, only one child caught the eye of the immortal teacher. The child gazed blankly at his tearful parents bidding him farewell, alongside the peach tree blooming at the entrance. A decade later, the child had grown into a youth, returning to his homeland with a wealth of skills. The peach blossoms remained, but the elder couple had long since passed away. A son wishes to care for his parents, yet they're no longer here, he thought, his heart torn asunder beneath the blooming peach flowers. Another decade passed, and he battled formidable foes alongside his fellow disciples, only to be pierced through the heart. The pain was excruciating, and he felt weary. In a daze, he glimpsed that peach tree again, with his parents waiting at the entrance. "Father, mother, your son has returned home." Exhaling deeply after reviewing the memories of Feng's life, Wu Chun released a heavy sigh, wiping the corners of his eyes. It was not that he was overly sentimental. He simply felt a profound empathy. During his time on Blue Star, he too had experienced the sorrow of wanting to care for his parents, only to find them absent. He understood that feeling all too well. As for his own lineage in this life, he was a child born of a concubine. His parents held no trace in his memory, only tales from relatives that they had passed away early. What remained vividly etched in his mind was the bond he shared with Lu Ruyan, who had grown up alongside him, as they joined the sect together hand in hand. Alas, women are fickle, or perhaps she concealed her true nature too deeply. Once she entered the sect, her heart wavered, and she resorted to unscrupulous means to confront her former lover. What a wretched soul! Sooner or later, I shall witness her regret. Subsequently, Wu Chun shifted his thoughts and settled into a meditative posture, meticulously observing the fluctuations within his dantian. This time, the legacy he received was distinct from that of Xiaoyu. Perhaps it was due to the latter's status as a true disciple, which meant the absence of extraordinary techniques. Nonetheless, a decade of arduous cultivation was not in vain. He noticed his dantian's qi expanding rapidly, as if reaching a climax, only to compress swiftly thereafter. This oscillation occurred twice before it returned to stability. If the previous Qi resembled a loosely packed ball of cotton, the current one was akin to a thick quilt, tightly compressed with layers of cotton, offering warmth and a sense of security. However, its color was a dull gray, somewhat disappointing. Alas, a mixed spiritual root yields such a Qi. The sixth level of Qi refining. Ha ha ha. Wu Chun was overwhelmed with joy. This single legacy allowed him to leap across 2 minor tiers. How could one not be elated? It is known that beyond the 4th level of Qi refining, each advancement requires years of arduous practice, not to mention innate talent and the assistance of medicinal resources. His extraordinary life requires no further explanation. Regaining his composure, Wu Chun bowed respectfully before the gravestone of O Qingfeng. Senior brother O, I shall carry your legacy into the world, spreading it far and wide. Rest assured, my after-sale service for clients is top-notch. I guarantee you will witness the bloom of peach blossoms annually. Thereafter, he descended the mountain to entertain the 2 ladies. Having achieved their objective, the 2 exchanged courteous pleasantries before taking their leave. They felt a tinge of embarrassment for having sought assistance and partaken in the spirit wine. Pondering how they might reciprocate in the future, Wu Chun watched the 2 graceful figures depart, navigating away on a sheet of bamboo leaves, then set off to prepare a sumptuous feast for senior sister Zeng. The sect was vast, and wild beasts certainly roamed within. These creatures tended to inhabit secluded nooks, fearful of humans, necessitating a bit of effort to locate. It was unwise to remain unafraid. Navigating the sect on foot was perilous. Armed with a steel fork, Wu Chun plunged into the dense forest surrounding Mangdang Mountain. Yet lacking hunting experience, he merely flitted about the woods. Fortune did not favor him. Like a blind cat failing to catch a dead rat, he encountered no fortunate opportunities like waiting for a hare to pass. After toiling for half the day, he returned empty-handed, without even a trace of wild beast fur. The next day, he ascended the mountain to tend to the grave and care for the spiritual plants. Once the basic tasks were completed, he ventured out once more in search of a morsel of meat for senior sister Zeng. The air felt heavy with disappointment. Mangdang Mountain truly seemed to repel even the mice. On a brighter note, he observed that the seeds he had planted were beginning to sprout tender green shoots. Even though they were small, this sight banished the gloom from Wu Chun's heart, filling him with joy. Perhaps this is the farming instinct etched in his very bones. On the 3rd day, he faced the rising sun. Wu Chun stood at the entrance of the courtyard, wielding a steel fork with unwavering determination. This journey, he declared, would either succeed or end in sacrifice. As night fell, he returned, weary yet resolute. Tomorrow, he vowed, would surely be the day of triumph. On the 4th day, Wu Chun cast aside the steel fork, realizing that the beast must have sensed its formidable aura. This fork had betrayed him. This time, he ventured into the forest unarmed. As he searched tirelessly, he unwittingly crossed beyond the borders of the Mangdang Mountain. Glancing upward, he beheld the Pillar Peak. This peak served as the repository of the sect's archives, containing not only the information of all its disciples, but also a record of numerous events. One could regard this peak as a historical encyclopedia pertinent to the sect. Due to its unique establishment, it held a low profile among the many peaks within the sect, which was perhaps why it was situated beside the Martyrs' Cemetery. Having traversed the Mangdang Mountain without capturing a single creature, Wu Chun lamented the likelihood of being labeled the captain of the Air Force. Suddenly, an unusual sound startled Wu Chun from his reverie. Turning to investigate, he was astonished to find a rabbit adorned with fiery red fur. It was remarkably plump, rivaling the size of a dog. Wu Chun erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming that his perseverance had not gone unrewarded. In an instant, he clenched his fists and charged forward, filled with vigor. By heaven, he exclaimed, expressing his astonishment at the sight before him. To his bewilderment, the seemingly harmless, chubby rabbit burst into flames, its blood-red eyes glaring with an almost sentient defiance. As if to say, foolish human, what do you intend to do? Chapter 12. Reluctance begets reluctance. The flames were intimidating, yet Wu Chun had no intention of retreating. He had finally encountered a potential meal. Who did this creature think it was belittling him? With a flash of indignation, he bit his tongue, drawing forth his own blood to inscribe a talisman. The Gung metal talisman, empowered by his essence, was exponentially more formidable than the charms typically drawn for grave offerings. Furthermore, his cultivation had grown significantly, making this technique formidable even for ordinary disciples. Go, he commanded, thrusting his palm forward as he exhaled softly. In an instant, The blood-red talisman transformed into a transparent blade, hurtling toward the rabbit. Unprepared for such an assault, the rabbit attempted to flee, but the proximity was too close. Even as it turned to escape, the blade grazed its neck. A splash of crimson fell to the ground, extinguishing the flames that had enveloped it. The rabbit flailed momentarily before falling still, paying the price for its arrogance. In the realm of rabbits, one must accept the realities of their existence. What folly to play with fire! Wu Chun winced at the pain in his tongue, muttering a few scathing remarks as plans began to form in his mind regarding the handling of this rabbit. He then grasped its long ears, lifting it carefully while ensuring the battleground was left immaculate. Caution was paramount. This rabbit had clearly exhibited signs of intelligence and could be classified as a demonic beast. Naturally, any demonic beast present within the sect would be a tamed spirit beast. He dared not act recklessly. Should the owner of the rabbit discover that it had perished at his hands, it would spell trouble. After ensuring he left no trace, Wu Chun retraced his steps back to the courtyard. He set a pot of water to boil, first skinning the rabbit, then eviscerating it, before placing it upon the grill. The fur and the blood of the demon beast were preserved, as they constituted excellent materials for crafting talismans. Wu Chun did not wish to find himself in a predicament later, regretting his choices. He knew all too well the pain of such a mistake. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fulfilling Zheng Liang's last wish. He received the legacy, the secret method of sweet dew and experience in cultivating spiritual grains. Before the gravestone lay a golden brown, crispy roasted rabbit, enticing enough to make one want to take a bite. However, Wu Chun's appetite was lacking. Even the faint sounds echoing in his mind did not stir much enthusiasm. It was not that he despised the legacy. Rather, the images that invaded his thoughts filled him with melancholy. In the valley, the rice fields shimmered like gold, waves of yellow rippling with the breeze. A horde of demon beasts lurked, eager to seize control. His companions had declared themselves outmatched and retreated as one. Yet, a stout girl refused to leave. It was her rice that she had cultivated, and she would rather die than allow the beasts to ravage it. The wisdom of preserving the green mountains lest one runs out of firewood was known even to children, but she stood her ground resolutely. With a defiant spirit that tugged at one's heartstrings, the stout girl struck her waist pouch, producing a chicken leg to bite into. Despite the overwhelming odds, she boldly charged forward with her hoe. The stout girl perished, yet her courage rallied her companions to fight against the demon beasts and protect the sacred fields. Wu Chun leaned against the stout girl as gravestone, gazing skyward, overwhelmed with emotion. In the realm of cultivation, some clung to their aspirations, furrowing their brows and stepping back into the shadows. Others were born prodigies, blazing a trail with their extraordinary talents, standing tall amidst the heavens. Regardless, the world was never short of passionate heroes. Perhaps they were a bit foolish, but without them, how could the Miantian Sect have established its millennia-old foundation? If the disciples of the sect were solely self-serving, their brows furrowed in worry, their house would have long since collapsed. Among the many peaks, Miantian Peak, situated at the heart of the sect, was not the tallest. That honor belonged to Mangdang Mountain. That night, Wu Chun found it difficult to enter a meditative state, pouring himself a cup of fruit wine to drown his sorrows. When morning came, life continued. To live poorly would be a disservice to the legacy of the martyrs. As the sun began to rise, Wu Chun, with a gourd containing the sweet dew, ventured into the dense forest. He opened the gourd, seated himself upon the ground, and placed his hands before his chest to perform the hand seals. The secret method of sweet dew. This technique could gather the spiritual energy from a morning dew and refine it, thus creating the sweet dew that nurtures spiritual plants. It was evident that Senior Sister Zheng was an inner disciple of the agricultural peak, although her legacy was 10 years less than that of true disciples. The secret method of sweet dew and experience in cultivating spiritual grains were still immensely beneficial to him. In my humble courtyard, I have planted peach trees, and with the addition of millet, I can now step outside to witness the harmonious blend of peach blossoms and golden rice paddies, a fortunate aspect of life. The sun has fully risen, and Wu Chunkai has withdrawn his hands from their ritualistic gestures, his expression tinged with melancholy. The young lady remarked that the head of the agricultural department was stingy. However, this was far from the truth, as the essence of the sweet spirit dew is indeed arduous to extract. After a long day of labor, I managed to gather only a few drops. Though seemingly insignificant, Over the years, it accumulates to a considerable amount, with persistence being the key. Encouraging myself, I rose to attend to the day's essential tasks, tending to graves and nurturing seedlings. In just a few days, the seedlings have grown to a respectable height, their vitality promising. With ample sweet spirit due in the future, my senior brother, should be able to witness the peach blossom sooner. Wu Chunkai gently caressed the seedlings before the gravestone, revealing a genuine smile. Upon returning to the courtyard, he was not idle. He retrieved the fur and blood from the fire rabbit he had processed the day before. The physique of demonic beasts harbors spiritual energy, aside from utilizing it for grilling. The scraps can also be employed to craft talismans. He scraped off all the fine fur from the skin, extracting the essence to create a talisman brush. The bear skin was cut into uniformly shaped strips, serving as a medium for drawing talismans, while the beast's blood served as ink. Wu Chunkai dipped the brush into the ink, the strokes flowing with grace and skill. Despite having never crafted talismans before, he exhibited no awkwardness. The innate talent for talisman making of a direct disciple from the sacred talisman peak was evidently extraordinary. The talisman was completed, the fire crow talisman. The rabbit that had been grilled exhibited flames, clearly belonging to the lineage of fire spirits. Utilizing its blood and fur to craft the fire crow talisman was most fitting. Naturally, other talismans could also be created, but the benefits of crafting fire-related talismans far outweighed the rest. Wu Chunkai diligently transformed all the prepared skins on the table into talismans, predominantly fire crow talismans, along with a few commonly used ones such as the conceal breath talisman, the swift movement talisman, the wind control talisman, and the water avoidance talisman. After producing over 10 talismans, Wu Chunkai felt somewhat drained. He placed the talismans into a box crafted from crane spirit wood and sipped a restorative brew of mixed fruits diluted with water. It was imperative to store them in the box. Prolonged exposure would lead to a gradual depletion of the spiritual energy within the talismans. Unless one crafted jade talismans, which are a level above regular talismans and require spiritual consciousness to inscribe. Making them is still beyond his current capabilities. Before long, a man dressed in white slowly entered Wu Chuan's courtyard. After surveying the area, his gaze lingered on the inscriptions flanking the door. The strokes danced with grace, penetrating deep into the wood. To save others is to save oneself. Life is indeed worth living, he murmured softly. His brow arched slightly, and he nodded, finding the surroundings rather intriguing. He approached the door and gave a gentle knock. Is anyone there? Wu Chunkai, hearing the sound, instantly opened his eyes. Who could it be? Has there been a new resident on the mountain today? No, that cannot be. The visitor, displaying such courtesy and even knocking at the door, was certainly not the demeanor one would expect from an ordinary disciple of the sect towards a mere gravekeeper. Typically, they would strut about, exuding arrogance, as if eager to kick the door down. Moreover, the esteemed Foundation establishment masters and Golden Core elders above would hardly deign to seek an audience with a lowly servant. Yet, since he had come knocking, it would be impolite to ignore him. Thus, Wu Chun, with a breath of fatigue, took a breath and opened the door. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, with well-defined features and a handsome visage, albeit with a pallid complexion. Clad in a plain white robe, he resembled a long-suffering ghost of illness. There was not a single item on him that indicated his status. Yet Wu Chun felt a twinge of caution. He could not sense the depth of the young man as cultivation, but it was clear he possessed at least a level of chi refinement above 7. Greetings, senior brother. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The pale-faced youth asked politely in return. Indeed, I am Wu Chun. What should I call you, senior brother? Jiju Peak, Shan Yun. After exchanging names, Shan Yun kindly inquired, while you stand guard here, have you encountered a fire rabbit? At the mere mention of the fire rabbit, Wu Chun's heart jolted. Goodness, the troubled soul has arrived so soon. He had meticulously erased all traces. How could they have tracked him down? A tempest brewed within him, yet he maintained an expression of feigned bewilderment. A fire rabbit? What does it look like? It is quite large, with a crimson hue. If you have not seen it, then it is of no consequence. Shan Yun gestured with his pale hand to illustrate. But after a moment's thought, he awkwardly shook his head. This mannerism enhanced Wu Chun's impression of him, revealing the refined and gentle demeanor of a cultured scholar. He subtly probed, senior brother, given that Jiju Peak is some distance away, what leads you to believe the fire rabbit would come here? It is rare to encounter a beast in the Mangdang Mountains. Shan Yun smiled faintly. I deduced it. Deducted it? Wu Chun asked, astonished. Yes, Shan Yun nodded slightly, extending a hand before Wu Chun. His long, slender fingers danced gracefully. Moments later, his fingers stilled, and with a furrowed brow, he murmured, "Indeed. The augury indicates that the fire rabbit has arrived here." Wu Chun's heart tightened. He never would have imagined that the owner of the rabbit possessed such supernatural abilities, even able to calculate its whereabouts. Are the disciples of Zhu Peak truly so formidable? Chapter 13. Sincerity is an unfailing strategy. Wu Chun's reaction was not surprising. Given his limited knowledge, Zhu Peak held a low profile within the sect. Many inner disciples were unaware of its unique specialties. That specialty, however, was the art of Taoist divination. Clearing his throat to mask his unease, Wu Chun said, "Ahem, senior brother, could it be that the fire rabbit merely wandered around and then left?" Shan Yun nodded, considering the possibility. His thoughts were pure, and he had not entertained the notion that the lowly gravekeeper would fabricate a lie. "Forgive the intrusion. I shall continue my search elsewhere." "Senior brother, please feel free," Wu Chun replied. The two bid farewell with a clasp of hands, and as Shan Yun was about to depart, a faint flush of illness rose to his cheeks, accompanied by a fit of intense coughing. "Cough, cough. Are you unwell, senior brother?" Wu Chun inquired with concern. He could not harbor any ill feelings towards such a gentle young man, and felt a twinge of guilt for having taken the life of his pet, all while weaving a web of lies. What a transgression! Shan Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just an old ailment. I usually fare better with my fire rabbit by my side, but I haven't seen it for the past few days, and now this cough has returned." Hearing this, Wu Chun felt even more guilty and asked, "Have you not sought medicinal herbs for treatment, senior brother?" Shan Yun shook his head with a rueful smile. "My constitution is born of bitter cold. Ordinary remedies are of no use. Now let's not dwell on it. If you happen to encounter the fire rabbit, please inform me at the Zhu Peak. You are too polite, senior brother." Indeed, this was a display of courtesy unmatched in the sect. Unlike Zhang Rui from the inner sect, who upon their first meeting had shown her displeasure by resorting to physical confrontation, devoid of any celestial grace. Comparing people is inevitable. The young lady had at least expressed her apologies. As he pondered about Zhang Rui, a thought suddenly flickered in Wu Chun's mind. Surely, drinking could ward off the chill? He called out, "Senior brother Shan, could alcohol help alleviate your cold?" Shan Yun turned back and replied, "It can, indeed, but ordinary spirits are ineffective. You need not trouble yourself on my account. What about the 100 fruits brew? 100 fruits brew? You are familiar with it?" Shan Yun's expression shifted to one of surprise. The brew was renowned, albeit only circulated among the upper echelons of the sect. It was astonishing for a mere servant disciple to mention it. Wu Chun smirked. "Not only do I know of it, but I have also tasted it. Look here." As he spoke, he presented a bamboo tube from his waist. Shan Yun took it with skepticism, uncorking it, and an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, refreshing and delightful. It truly is the 100 fruits brew, though he had never tasted it. He had seen it at grand feasts within the sect. A fine brew, but alas, it seems diluted. Noticing the regret on Shan Yun's face, Wu Chun quickly retrieved a bottle of undiluted 100 fruits brew that had not yet been fully consumed by the two women. "Senior brother, I have some that is unwatered. Shall I pour you a cup?" Shan Yun gazed at the exquisite porcelain bottle in astonishment, so much so that it induced another bout of coughing. "Cough, cough." Wu Chun, fearing he might cough himself into illness, hastily fetched a cup to pour a small measure of the brew. It was not that he was stingy. Even those in the foundational stage dared not indulge excessively in such potent liquor. "Here, senior brother, moisten your throat." Upon seeing such a fine spirit at hand, Shan Yun's heart leapt with joy, especially since it could soothe his cough. He accepted the drink without further hesitation and downed it in one go. What a splendid wine. By the way, how did you come by such a treasure?" "Rest assured, this wine was personally bestowed upon me by the Peak Master. You may drink it without worry." Shan Yun quickly clarified, "Senior brother, you misunderstand me. I am not doubting your integrity. Merely astonished to learn of your connection with the Peak Master." Wu Chun smiled silently. Anyone who saw a mere servant produce such exquisite items would inevitably feel a sense of suspicion. After downing a cup of wine, it wasn't long before a healthy flush returned to Shan Yun's face. Noticing that Wu Chun was about to pour more wine, he hastily declined, saying, "No need for that. This wine is precious, and you should keep it for yourself, junior brother. 1 cup or 2 is of little consequence. Come, let us drink this one, and there shall be another after." Wu Chun's hospitality stemmed not only from a desire to alleviate his own guilt, but also from the prospect of befriending a commendable disciple of their sect. In the future, if he required assistance locating someone within the sect, having a disciple from the Pillar Peak could be of great help, as the Pillar Peak maintained a comprehensive registry of all disciples. After 3 cups of wine, Shan Yun's complexion was now a rosy hue, far more charming than the sickly appearance he had earlier. With a slight sway of his head, he remarked, "I truly cannot drink anymore. Should I do so? It would surely be a source of amusement for you." Wu Chun retracted his portion of the wine and chuckled. "How does senior brother feel now?" "Much better, thank you." "Junior brother, for the fine wine." Shan Yun responded with a polite bow. "No need for thanks. Please do visit more often, though the jar of fruit brew is limited. There are still a few tanks mixed with water that will allow for hearty drinking sessions." "Haha, that sounds splendid." Shan Yun laughed heartily. Although they had not found the elusive fire rabbit, meeting such an intriguing servant brother was indeed a delightful outcome. The art of path deduction at Pillar Peak places great emphasis on one's mental state. Despite Shan Yun's frail and ailing appearance, he possessed a clarity of heart. His willingness to befriend Wu Chun suggested an instinctive recognition of the latter's extraordinary nature. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, when Shan Yun prepared to leave, he courteously invited Wu Chun to visit Pillar Peak. Wu Chun chuckled wryly as he recounted his embarrassing encounter at Xiaolin Peak. Subsequently, Shan Yun presented him with a token, saying, "It was thoughtless of me. Take this token. It should grant you some regard within the sect." The token, neither gold nor jade, was entirely purple, inscribed with the characters for Pillar. Wu Chun had seen the personal tokens of inner and outer disciples before, but this was his first encounter with such a token. He instantly realized that this individual before him was, in fact, a true disciple of Pillar Peak. The status of a true disciple far surpassed that of an ordinary foundational stage uncle. How could he so casually bestow such a valuable item? No, no. This item is far too precious for you to give away so lightly, senior brother. Having enjoyed your wine, let this token serve as a return gift. I trust that you will not use it for nefarious purposes, Wu Chun insisted. As their hands exchanged the token, it resembled a graceful dance of Tai Chi, ultimately resulting in Shan Yun's victory as Wu Chun accepted the token. With this token, he would have access to most areas within the sect, even the stairs of Mission's Peak. Of course, Wu Chun would not be so foolish as to use the token merely for amusement. They bid farewell, and Wu Chun watched as the pure-hearted and gentle true disciple soared away on a tome. He caressed the token in his hand, unable to suppress a sigh. What a good person. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Wu Chun felt a subtle pain in his heart, a sensation born from sincerity. Sincerity is indeed an invincible weapon. Hypocrisy only ensnares one deeper into despair. Chapter 14. How dare you withhold your disciple's monthly allowance? Time is not measured by how much one possesses, but by how one utilizes it. Wu Chun led a fulfilling life after Shan Yun's visit. No one else frequented his humble abode. He thrived in solitude, balancing both productivity and leisure. Each day, upon awakening, he would first draw upon the essence of a sweet spirit to using the Guanin's secret method, followed by tending to the young peach saplings. Additionally, he would spruce up the facade for a few proprietors residing on the mountain. It was not a laborious task, merely a handful of individuals, not out of laziness, but rather the notion that excess can lead to fatigue. Human nature is such that overindulgence in any task can breed weariness. If one were to sweep through hundreds or thousands of graves in a day, perseverance may hold for a second day, but by the 4th or 5th, one might feel a sense of ennui. He did not wish to approach this task as a chore, lamenting like a beast of burden while honoring the fallen heroes. Today, Wu Chun stood joyfully beside the peach tree near the tombstone. It had grown sufficiently to be deemed a tree, now towering above his knees. Having surpassed the seedling phase as described by Zhang Rui, he unclipped the gourd at his waist, allowing a thin stream of water to flow forth. Sinking into the verdant trunk, "Little one, grow swiftly. I have favored you." The peach trees below have no sweet spirit due to drink. As he had mentioned, the essence provided by Zhang Rui had been exhausted days prior, nurturing all the peach trees through their early growth. Daily, the newly refined dew was exclusively used to nourish the tree before the tombstone. Wu Chun's gaze shifted from the peach tree, and his expression dimmed once more. This was due to the wishes he had reviewed over the past days, each akin to scratching a lottery ticket, all yielding a mere thank you for your patronage. His countenance was indeed dark. He was a most unfortunate soul. Descending the mountain, he attempted a calculation, mimicking Shan Yun, nodding to himself as he murmured. The term of the gravekeeper had reached a month. It was time to visit the Internal Affairs Hall. After a month's absence, Wu Chun once again ascended the steps of the Internal Affairs Hall. Unlike his previous visit, he was now prepared. Should Fat Zhang dare to withhold his monthly allowance again, he would ensure the man would regret it. Within the sect, embezzling a disciple's allowance was a grave offense. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out nearby, tinged with youthful exuberance. "Ah, you're here at the Internal Affairs Hall today, as well. What a coincidence." Wu Chun turned to see his adorable junior sister, her face alight with joy as she waved enthusiastically. "What a coincidence indeed," Wu Chun replied with a light chuckle. "Sister Chu, it has been far too long." The term sister was used in the sect to denote hierarchy according to cultivation level. He, being a mere servant disciple, felt no disservice in addressing this delightful young lady as such. "How are my peach trees faring? I haven't had the chance to visit you since I went out to inspect the spiritual garden." Chu Xining floated gracefully before Wu Chun, her eyes nearly taking the shape of peaches as she inquired about the cherished peach she had been nurturing. "It is thriving under my care, so you need not worry," she assured, to which Wu Chun responded with a reassuring glance. "Indeed, I have great faith in you." Chu Xining returned with a look that was both affirming and tinged with something else, a hint of intrigue. Wu Chun, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the girl's mind, would have been taken aback had she known that Chu Xining was imagining herself entwined with Zhang Rui by a red string of fate. The memory of that encounter on Xiaolin Peak, where Zhang Rui wielded vines like whips, had left Wu Chun quite flustered. "What brings you to the inner hall?" Chu Xining asked with curiosity. "I have come to collect my monthly provisions. The fruit brew is nearly finished, and I would rather not go hungry," Wu Chun replied. Chu Xining offered a sheepish smile, playfully sticking out her tongue, recalling how they had nearly depleted the spirit wine during their last visit, leaving her with a twinge of guilt. "Let us go together to collect your provisions, and then I shall accompany you a bit further. I also wish to check on the growth of the peaches." Gratefully, Wu Chun accepted the kind offer. The journey back to Mangdang Mountain was not short, and they would encounter numerous disciples along the way, making it inconvenient to exert their abilities to hasten their travel. Thus, a bit of company was indeed welcome. Together, they entered the inner hall, where Wu Chun encountered a familiar visage, squinting eyes that suggested slumber unless scrutinized closely. "Brother Zhang, I have come to collect the monthly provisions for the gravekeeper of Mangdang Mountain," she announced. Zhang, the portly figure, cast a sidelong glance at her, his face revealing mild surprise upon recognizing her. Previously, he had intentionally withheld a month's worth of spirit rice, assuming she would be left to subsist on wild vegetables and fruits. Yet here she stood, seemingly unscathed and even more vibrant than before. His beady eyes then shifted to Chu Xining, a mischievous smirk crossing his lips. "Ah, I see you have found a source of sustenance. However, this girl is rather lacking in perspective compared to Sister Lu, who has secured a true disciple-esque favor. Young lady, you are quite fortunate. No wonder you are living so comfortably," he chuckled. Wu Chun, with her accumulated wisdom from 2 lifetimes, easily discerned the implications in Zhang's words and felt a disdain for his character, all the while worrying for Chu Xining's dignity. Nevertheless, turning away with a sigh, she lamented internally, "What a pure-hearted girl, yet her neck is askew again." She had no desire to embroil Chu Xining in her own grievances and spoke curtly. "I am unaware of what you are insinuating. Kindly provide my monthly provisions. Surely we are all sensible individuals here. Why feign ignorance? If you wish to emulate Sister Lu, you ought to find a stronger patron," Zhang retorted, tossing a bag toward her. It appeared bulging, yet when Wu Chun grasped it, it felt light and the texture was unmistakably wrong. This was certainly not spirit rice. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained only husks of grain. "What is the meaning of this?" Wu Chun demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at the bag. "Nothing much. This is simply your monthly provision. Why does a gravekeeper require such fine fare? Besides, there's a bit of spirit grain mixed in. It should suffice for a month," Zhang jeered. At this moment, Chu Xining realized something was amiss. Leaning closer, she discerned the contents of the bag were mere husks. Even with her innocent heart, she understood and questioned sharply. "How dare you withhold the monthly provisions from the disciples?" Zhang, the rotund figure, shrugged off her accusation nonchalantly. "Sister, please refrain from making baseless claims. This is merely a distribution based on need. You are not a disciple of the Internal Affairs Hall and are unaware of the true circumstances. It would be wise not to meddle." "What do you mean, unaware of the true circumstances?" "No matter the case, one cannot distribute husks as if they were spiritual rice to the disciples. Just wait, I shall expose you." Chu Xinling, filled with righteous indignation, puffed her cheeks and clenched her small fists as she marched deeper into the internal affairs hall. Zhang, exhibiting an air of indifference, remarked, "Go ahead. What do you think will pay you any attention?" His brazen confidence stemmed from the protection afforded by senior brother Qiao, a true disciple, in comparison to a mere servant. Even if the senior uncles of the internal affairs hall were to hear, they would only offer a few perfunctory words. The status quo would remain unchanged. Wu Chun hurriedly caught up with Chu Xinling, his demeanor remarkably calm, unlike that of a person under duress. "Sister Chu, let us depart," he said softly. "He may bully you, but I am here to assist." Xinling pouted, visibly displeased. Yet, Wu Chun simply shook his head, maintaining his composure as he urged her. "Let's go." His tranquility only served to frustrate Chu Xinling further, prompting her to stamp her foot in annoyance. This little puppy of sister, while endearing in every way, was simply too weak. "No, when we return, I must ensure sister is properly trained and take my frustrations out. The disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall are intolerable." Eventually, after Wu Chun made repeated requests, they exited the Internal Affairs Hall, only to hear Zhang's mocking voice behind them. "What a joke, trying to find support like Lu's sister. With such a lack of discernment, you deserve to guard graves for a lifetime." Standing outside on the steps, Wu Chun clutched the bag too tightly, his knuckles turning pale, revealing that his earlier calmness had dissipated. Nevertheless, his voice remained steady. "Sister Chu, do you know the way to Silla Peak?" Chu Xinling, still simmering with anger, turned her head defiantly and huffed. "I don't know." Wu Chun managed a wry smile. "Then I shall find my way alone. Do as you wish." Seeing him about to leave, Chu Xinling quickly twisted her head back, waving her hands. Hey, where are you going to Silla Peak?" "Naturally, I'm going to settle the score with that fat man. If I don't express my anger, they will truly think of me as a mere kitten." Right now, Wu Chun's fury was palpable. Chapter 15. Deeply concealed skills. Last month, Wu Chun had reluctantly endured, aware that within the sect, one could not readily resort to violence or expose one's secrets. Silla Peak, where he intended to go, held a position akin to the military gendarmerie within the sect. It was said that disciples chosen by Silla Peak were held to the highest standards of character, displaying integrity and impartiality. Upon reflection, it was evident that if Silla Peak were to engage in favoritism, the Miantian Sect would have long since crumbled, and the countless martyrs resting upon Mangdang Mountain would not have been worthy of remembrance. As a bamboo leaf fell at the foot of Silla Peak, Chu Xinling reached out, and the sizable leaf swiftly transformed into a 3-inch emerald green piece, resting delicately in her palm. She cast a glance at the nearby little servant, devoid of any lingering resentment, yet faintly sensing an approaching storm. "Do you truly not require my company?" "No, please return, senior sister." Wu Chun shook his head. Since he did not wish to involve her in his personal grievances, he would not allow her to accompany him. "You are merely a servant disciple. Under the jurisdiction of the Internal Affairs Hall, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak will largely disregard you," Chu Xinling remarked with a gentle tone. "Rest assured, I have my methods." Wu Chun patted the object in his arms and replied with a confident smile. Previously, as Chu Xinling had stated, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak would not deign to acknowledge him. However, now that he possessed the true transmission token for Shangyun, he would surely command some respect. During his time in the Internal Affairs Hall, he refrained from displaying the token, as he had lost trust in its people, and he also sought to teach that arrogant fatso a severe lesson. With determined strides, Wu Chun approached the gates of the Law Enforcement Peak. Xinling, worried about Wu Chun facing setbacks, lingered outside the mountain gate. From a distance, she observed Wu Chun produce an object to present to the disciple guarding the gate and engage in a brief conversation. Before long, she witnessed a decree from the Law Enforcement Peak soaring forth, accompanied by Wu Chun as they flew towards the Internal Affairs Hall. Xinling mut felagap. She had not anticipated that her junior would have connections with the Law Enforcement Peak. Yet, upon further reflection, she found the situation perplexing. How could a mere servant disciple have any ties with the disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak? They typically wore stern expressions, scrutinizing everyone, even avoiding her and her senior sister. Unable to fathom the circumstances, one thing became certain. This little servant concealed depths of capability. No wonder her senior sister had taken a liking to him. In the Internal Affairs Hall, upon seeing Wu Chun return, the rotund Zhang believed the lad sought to plead for mercy, his demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant. "What brings you back, boy? Has your little senior sister forsaken you? If you grovel before me, Perhaps I might pity you with a few morsels." Before he could finish his taunt, he noticed Wu Chun turning to reveal two figures behind him. Instantly, Zhang's squinty eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Disciples of the law enforcement peak." Having welcomed and sent off many from the Internal Affairs Hall, he certainly recognized the individuals from the law enforcement peak. It was merely astonishing that this lad possessed the ability to summon them for support. "Are you Brother Zhang, responsible for distributing the monthly allowances to the servant disciples?" One of the law enforcement peak disciples stepped forward, coldly inquiring. Zhang, wiping cold sweat from his brow, appeared utterly flustered. "Why, yes. No. I dare not presume to be called brother. I am Zhang Ji. You may call me Xiao Ji." Nearby, Wu Chun couldn't help but snicker. "What happened to your arrogance? Now you resemble a frightened chick. You've caused a ruckus. Come with us." The disciple from the law enforcement peak maintained a stern countenance. What ruckus?" Zhang stammered, his teeth chattering, his squinting eyes darting nervously towards Wu Chun. If Wu Chun's matter were to be addressed within the hall, with Brother Qiao from the two peaks interceding, such a trivial affair could easily be overlooked. However, Si Lufeng would not be swayed by Brother Qiao's influence. Even if a true disciple committed a transgression, these coal-headed individuals dared to apprehend them. The disciples of Si Lufeng, seeing that Fatty Zhang still exhibited some resistance, did not show favoritism due to Wu Chun's possession of the true disciple token. They remained impartial, presenting evidence on the spot, with that sack of husks serving as proof. At this moment, Chu Xinling also arrived and took on the role of a witness, with both witnesses and material evidence at hand. The charge against Fatty Zhang for embezzling the monthly supply was undeniable, leaving him with no recourse, and the others from the Internal Affairs Hall found it unwise to intervene. Perhaps they were simply too intimidated to interfere in Si Lufeng's dealings when the evidence was so compelling. The monthly supply for a mere servant disciple amounted to little. Yet the charge of withholding it was grave, especially considering that Wu Chun had come forward with a true disciple token, indicating a significant connection to the Pillar Peak that could not be treated lightly. Thus, it was certain that Si Lufeng's disciples would impose a severe punishment to serve as a deterrent. The commotion of the apprehension attracted a considerable number of onlookers, and an elder from the Internal Affairs Hall came to inquire about the situation. Fatty Zhang seemed to latch onto this elder as if grasping a lifeline, calling out for help repeatedly. However, such a lifeline is often frail. The elder merely gathered the facts before departing, leaving behind a righteous proclamation. "Well done. Eliminate the bad apples." In that moment, Fatty Zhang felt utterly despondent. Yet possessing a certain cunning, he refrained from implicating Brother Qiao, for doing so would only bring misfortune upon himself from both sides. Suddenly, a chain formed from a spell rose up and bound Fatty Zhang. The onlooking disciples, witnessing this, quickly parted to clear a path for Si Lufeng's disciples. This demonstrated the considerable fear that the coal-faced disciples invoked within the crowd. With this matter concluded, the bamboo leaf sword once more, as Chu Xinling carried Wu Chun towards Mangdang Mountain. Along the way, her round, sparkling eyes occasionally glanced at Wu Chun, filled with admiration. She had contemplated what it would be like to be in Wu Chun's position, and she knew she would not remain as composed as he. She would never have sought out Si Lufeng's people for justice. To be frank, even standing at the gates of Si Lufeng made her uneasy, fearing that the senior brothers within might summon her for tea. This man, indeed, was deserving of her admiration. She pointed at the 3 bags in Wu Chun's hand and inquired curiously, "How come you have 3 bags?" Wu Chun chuckled lightly and patiently explained his experiences from the previous month in the Internal Affairs Hall, of course omitting any details regarding his grievances with Lu Ruyan. To settle the previous month's supply, 2 bags were necessary, while the additional bag was the husks gifted by Fatty Zhang, which the Internal Affairs Hall had not reclaimed. Wu Chun did not hesitate to accept it, although it primarily contained husks. A quick inspection revealed some spiritual grains within. Perfectly. He could use these spiritual grains as seeds to cultivate the land at the foot of Mangdang Mountain, ensuring self-sufficiency. He had no desire to return to the Internal Affairs Hall, although this endeavor was gratifying. Exposing Fatty Zhang had already drawn the ire of those within the Internal Affairs Hall. Why endure the scrutiny of others when he could lead a life of self-sufficiency? How did you manage to persuade the disciples of Silly Peak? Chu Xinling blinked her eyes and asked once more. To speak frankly, Silly Peak's senior brother is quite amiable. Wu Chun was reluctant to flaunt his true token, and his association with Shan Yun was merely cordial. Today, utilizing his token was an act of necessity. Is Silly Peak's charcoal-faced disciple truly so approachable? Do not deceive me. Chu Xinling's expression was one of skepticism. How could I deceive you? My dear senior sister, you are so charming, so beautiful, and so warm-hearted. Deceiving you would be akin to wronging a little puppy. Very well. I too believe you would not deceive me. However, my senior sister often tricks me, treating me like a mere child. Wu Chun silently exhaled. She truly was child. And he felt guilty for misleading even someone so young. What a transgression. As their conversation progressed, their bond deepened. After witnessing the flourishing peach trees, Kuxinling joyfully beat Fawed. Upon returning to Xiulin Peak, Chu Xinling promptly sought out her sister, eagerly sharing the details of her day. You mean to say Wu Chun went to Silly Peak and even persuaded their disciples to seek justice? Zhang Rui exclaimed, her phoenix-like eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. Kuxinling a certitude, leur sincérité évident. Zhang Rui did not doubt her junior sister. Rather, it revealed that she had underestimated Wu Chun. She could hardly believe that Silly Peak's senior brother was genuinely amiable, for if that were true, the disciples would not avoid him like the plague. At this moment, Chu Xinling, with a serious demeanor, urged, Sister, you must act swiftly. We must secure his arrival at our peak soon. Huh? Who says he must come to our peak? Zhang Rui was utterly confused. Oh dear, I can be so open about these matters, yet you remain shy? Chu Xinling wore an expression of exasperation. Zhang Rui momentarily found herself at a loss regarding the intricacies of romantic matters, her confusion deepening. What exactly are you implying? Silly girl, young ladies often have delicate sensibilities. I shan't expose you further, but henceforth. Sister, how painful! Kuxinling exclaimed. Chapter 16, The Pillar Peak. Another splendid spring day dawned. Wu Chun found his daily tasks had multiplied, now including farming. The previous day, he had sifted through the husks to extract a substantial bowl of spiritual grains. He carefully soaked each grain in freshly extracted Gonlin dew, then wrapped them in damp cloths, placing them in a cool, ventilated area to await germination. Wu Chun, initially unfamiliar with such practices, benefited from the legacy of Zheng Liang, acquiring experience in cultivating spiritual grains. The prospect of witnessing golden rice fields on Mangdang Mountain filled him with immense joy. The farming instinct was surging forth. May fortune favor him today. With renewed hope, Wu Chun ascended the mountain once more to pay his respects, embarking on today's endeavor akin to a scratch-off lottery. With a flurry of talismans, Gongjin, and dust removal, he unleashed a powerful combination, sweeping away all obstacles. Alas, a sigh escaped him, one after another, each longer than the last. An observer might mistake it for a heavy lamentation. Finally, he sighed once more. Once again, it is a day shrouded in misfortune. As Wu Chun descended the mountain, his gaze inadvertently swept over a peculiar mound of grass, which appeared to be unnatural, resembling a burial mound. Lacking a headstone, he had instinctively overlooked it. Was it possible that they could not bear to erect a monument at the time of burial? Wu Chun halted, fixating on the raised patch of grass. His mind filled with doubt, yet he dismissed the thought. After all, this was a martyr. Even if the sect did not place great emphasis on the martyr's cemetery, they would hardly be so parsimonious. His thoughts wrestled back and forth, and he eventually nodded resolutely, reminiscent of a persistent lottery player unwilling to concede defeat. Although this lottery ticket might be a mere illusion, devoid of any gratitude. Standing before the mound of tangled grass, he unleashed a barrage of inquiries. It indeed resembled a burial site. With an increasing certainty, he fought against the dizziness clouding his mind and blinked. Liang Yu's last wish, 3 years. And then another 3 years. I wonder how my foolish brother is faring. He must still harbor resentment towards me. I long to see him once more. 3 years, and then another 3? A covert operation. Oh, senior brother. It appears this senior brother's unique status warranted the absence of a headstone. Paying homage to an unsung hero, Wu Chun's expression turned solemn. There are heroes who shine brightly in the limelight, and there are those who selflessly toil in the shadows. They are all the most admirable of individuals. The challenge of fulfilling this martyr's final wish seemed manageable, if he could uncover his identity. The whereabouts of his brother would surely follow. It appeared a visit to the Pillar Peak was in order, hoping that his brother still walked the earthly realm. With that thought, he inscribed a talisman of swift movement and affixed it to his leg. With a whoosh, his feet propelled him forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he raced towards Pillar Peak. At the entrance of Pillar Peak, Wu Chun gazed at the imposing mountain before him. his heart fluttering with trepidation. Having slain someone's pet and appropriated their token, it felt somewhat like taking advantage of the innocent. What is destined to be a blessing may also be a curse. One must confront it with composure. Resolving in his heart, he straightened his posture, exuding confidence as he boldly approached. A disciple stationed at the mountain gate observed him and inquired with politeness, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" His demeanor was courteous, devoid of any arrogance. Wu Chun nodded in appreciation, recognizing the admirable upbringing of Pillar Peak, which even denied him the opportunity for ostentation. He then produced the genuine disciple token from Shan Yun, presenting it. "Senior brother, I have come to meet Senior brother Shan. I kindly ask you to notify him." The disciple guarding the mountain was taken aback, but after verifying the authenticity, his expression turned serious. "Junior brother, please follow me. Is that all?" He had expected a more formal announcement. The disciples of Pillar Peak seemed remarkably laid back, whether they were esteemed disciples or humble guardians. Was the essence of their demeanor one of relaxation? Wu Chun felt a bit bewildered, yet did not lag behind, trailing the mountain guardian as they ascended Pillar Peak. Aside from Mangdang Mountain, this was his first venture onto the sect's peak, and he could not help but take in the sights. Enveloped in swirling mists, the mountain appeared dreamlike, with lush trees lining the path, interspersed with exotic flowers and rare herbs. Occasionally, cranes would soar overhead, emitting their melodious calls. Wu Chun could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, a mountain presided over by a formidable golden core cultivator was extraordinary. His own Mangdang Mountain was far less remarkable. The stone steps beneath his feet had come to an end, leading him to a vast cavern ahead. Upon entering, his vision widened dramatically. The interior of the mountain had been hollowed out. Wu Chun, like a country bumpkin encountering the wonders of the world for the first time, was struck by the novelty of it all, his neck twisting in astonishment. Ultimately, a disciple stationed at the mountain guided him to a stone door. "Junior brother, Senior brother Dan is inside. Thank you for your guidance, Senior brother." As Wu Chun approached the stone door, he raised his hand to knock, only to be greeted by a voice from within. "Please enter." The voice was gentle, belonging to Dan Yun. Wu Chun was taken aback, without prior announcement. How could this thick stone door reveal his presence? Could it be that his arrival was somehow foreseen? With a sense of curiosity, he pushed the door open, and the first sight that met his eyes was the figure clad in white. His complexion remained pale, tinged with a subtle sorrow. "Senior brother Dan, I apologize for the intrusion." Dan Yun nodded lightly, his sadness restrained, yet he smiled and remarked, "So many talented individuals have come see me. I thought you might be too timid to visit." At these words, Wu Chun's face flushed with discomfort. It seemed that Dan Yun had indeed deduced something. As he had suspected, Dan Yun had indeed divined the situation. After their parting, he had cast another divination, revealing that the fire rabbit had already met its fate. Based on his previous inquiries, it was not difficult to ascertain who was responsible. Dan Yun's heart was pure, yet he was not naive. "I have come to seek your forgiveness, Senior brother. On that day, I deceived you. The fire rabbit has perished by my hand. Should there be any punishment, I shall accept it willingly," Wu Chun said earnestly. Dan Yun continued to smile, seemingly devoid of any desire for reprimand. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. The fire rabbit was destined to face its calamity. You merely happened to be the one who fulfilled that fate. Moreover, I have also benefited from your actions." Having tasted the exquisite spirit wine, 100 Fruits Brew, Wu Chun admired Dan Yun's character, thinking to himself, "What a truly good person." Curiosity overcame him, and he inquired, "Did Senior brother foresee my visit today?" "Not at all. I merely had a fleeting sense earlier, but I did not expect it would be you who came calling." Dan Yun replied candidly, perhaps unaware that the concept of lying was absent from his vocabulary. Then, with a furrowed brow, he added, "Speaking of divination, I was curious and had cast a lot for you, Junior brother. Oddly enough, nothing manifested." Chapter 17, A Subtle Sorrow. Wu Chun instantly felt a wave of unease wash over him. He was somewhat apprehensive about the divination concerning Zhizhu Peak. Even though Dan Yun claimed to have seen nothing, it is better to be cautious than to be sorry. His own secrets must not be exposed. If outsiders were to learn of them, what fate would await him? Tentatively, he asked, "Senior brother, is it good or bad that nothing could be divined?" Shan Yun shook his head, elucidating that one cannot merely judge by the dichotomy of good and bad. It is more accurate to say that your destiny is peculiar, shrouded by celestial mysteries that render it indecipherable. Of course, it may also be due to my limited cultivation, resulting in an imprecise calculation. Wu Chun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a matter of destiny. Perhaps his own birth chart was sufficiently resilient, rendering the scheming of that little finger ineffective. By the way, junior brother, I have another request during my visit. Speak freely. Shan Yun assumed he sought some cultivation resources. Offering a few would pose no inconvenience, as he did not place much value on material possessions. I wish for you to help me locate an individual named Liang Yu, a disciple of the sect who has already passed away. Locate someone? Or rather, a deceased person? Shan Yun was taken aback, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Is it the hero from Mangdang Mountain? Indeed, this hero visited me in a dream, expressing a lingering regret, and I wish to fulfill that regret on their behalf. For the sake of convenience, Wu Chun employed the dream as a pretext, as this tactic had proven effective in the past. Shan Yun could not help but adopt a serious demeanor, responding with earnestness, regardless of the veracity of the dream. The request was not for personal gain, but rather for the sake of the sect's valiant predecessors, making this sentiment exceedingly commendable. Moreover, he was merely a servant disciple, which rendered him even more respectable. Naturally, Shan Yun would not refuse such a request. He closed his eyes and extended his delicate, elongated fingers, beginning to gesture. Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly a matter that requires finger calculations? Is your finger omnipotent? Upon seeing Shan Yun open his eyes, Wu Chun curiously asked, Senior brother, shouldn't we consult the sect's records? There is no need. I have practiced the art of grand documentation. I have perused the names of the disciples across 5 millennia of our sect, and with a mere exertion of will, I can ascertain the information. Hiss, that is astonishing. You are practically a human calculator. Considering the records of 5 millennia, even if each individual were documented on a single thin sheet, it would still accumulate to a mountain of papers. In response to Wu Chun's astonishment, Shan Yun appeared unfazed, instead donning an expression of difficulty. Junior brother, it is not that I am unwilling to be forthright. Rather, the information regarding this esteemed Liang Yu is classified as top secret. It is known only that he was a true disciple of Sitswang Peak. Could it possibly be a case of a name shared by another? It is not. Within the 5,000 years of our sect, there exists only one disciple named Liang Yu. Wu Chun believed that the other party would not deceive him and could not help but let out a despondent sigh. Upon reflection, it made sense. Liang Yu did not even receive a steal after his passing, so his information would indeed be sensitive. With only the information of a true disciple of Sitswang Peak, devoid of a date or place of origin, it would be challenging to locate his brother. Given that it is classified as top secret, it would be inappropriate to directly inquire at Sitswang Peak. Oh, what is this Sitswang Peak? I have never heard of it. Senior brother, what is this Sitswang Peak? It is quite normal that you have not heard of it. The disciples of this peak operate covertly, seldom revealing themselves in public. Shan Yun patiently explained further. Let me put it this way. Silly Peak serves as the sword of order within the sect, while Sitswang Peak is the concealed dagger lurking in the shadows. Wu Chun nodded in comprehension, reflecting on the 3 years that have passed. This dagger may serve not only to eradicate pests within, but also to become a formidable weapon against external threats. Disappointed by the fruitlessness of this journey, Wu Chun felt no inclination for further conversation and decided to take his leave. At that moment, Dan Yun inexplicably interjected, Junior brother Wu, in the coming days, a number of disciples will be laid to rest. I thought it best to inform you so that you may be prepared. Really? How can this be foreseen? Are you prophetic? Wu Chun was taken aback once again, his curiosity piqued regarding the methods of divination at Jiju Peak. Shenxing Vei Chun as thoughts, Dun Yun clarified. This is not a matter of divination. Rather, it concerns the extinguishing of a life lamp belonging to an elder at the Golden Core stage. As he spoke, he gestured to the ceiling, indicating for Wu Chun to look up. In this space, a multitude of bronze lamps floated above, numbering over 100. These bronze lamps emitted small, greenish-blue flames, casting a verdant hue across the dome, reminiscent of grass thriving after spring rain, radiating vibrant vitality. Yet, one of the bronze lamps had gone dark, its glow extinguished. The extinguishing of a life lamp signifies the departure of the soul from this world. This revelation sparked numerous questions in Wu Chun's mind. How could an esteemed elder at the Golden Core stage simply pass away? And why were so many disciples to be buried? What was the situation? Subsequently, Wu Chun voiced his concerns, and Dan Yun provided thorough explanations. He began with the matter of the Golden Core cultivators. In their sect, each peak is represented by a Golden Core elder. Should any disciple within a peak ascend to the Golden Core stage, one will be promoted to the rank of Outer Elder. This title is distinct from that of the nascent soul elders within the sect. The extinguished life lamp belonged to an Outer Elder stationed at the Hong-Lu Immortal Workshop under the Sect S banner. Naturally, the workshop is not home to only one Outer Elder. There are also numerous foundation-building masters and chi-refining disciples. With the strongest combatant now lost, it is evident that the remaining disciples may face dire fates. This realization rendered Wu Chun's heart heavy. Upon entering, he had noticed the pale sorrow etched upon Dan Yun's face, and now a similar melancholy settled upon his own. The daily ritual of tending to the graves of fallen sect members had deepened his sense of belonging to the Miantian Sect. With their sect suffering external setbacks and the loss of so many disciples, how could one not feel sorrow? Carrying this weight of grief, Wu Chun descended the mountain alone. Dan Yun had pressing matters to attend to and did not accompany him, instead sending his new pet to see him off. The creature was a brilliantly red-furred firefox, a spirit beast Dan Yun had recently acquired from the Beast Peak. The firefox, wary and cautious, fixed its small eyes on Wu Chun, seemingly fearful that this human might suddenly strike. Wu Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if Dan Yun had recounted his glorious exploits to his new companion. On the journey back to Mangdang Mountain, Wu Chun gazed skyward, noticing the gathering clouds, and murmured softly, "It seems it will rain." In accordance with this statement, in the ensuing days, it seemed as though the skies of the Miantian Sect had wept. With the relentless downpour, news of the fall of the Hong-Lu Immortal Workshop spread throughout the sect. The somber atmosphere even permeated the Mangdang Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Chun wielded his hoe, preparing the land for the cultivation of spiritual grains. Alongside him, numerous disciples from the Shinfu Peak were diligently toiling, clearing the land to construct new residences for the martyrs. The presence of so many disciples from Shinfu Peak was attributable to the esteemed Outer Elder hailing from their ranks. Moreover, the disciples stationed at the Hong-Lu Immortal Workshop were predominantly those in the foundational stage from Shinfu Peak. Over 100 shadowy abodes had been prepared, awaiting the arrival of the martyrs' remains. A cluster of disciples from Shinfu Peak gathered, their faces etched with indignation. This grievance would undoubtedly be avenged with the blood of the Yuming Valley. Indeed, we shall not rest until the Yuming is shattered. Let us petition the Peak Master. Shinfu Peak shall take the vanguard, and I shall lead the charge for Shinfu Peak. Chapter 18, Liangzhua. 1,000 miles from the Miantian Sect. In an unremarkable hollow of the mountains, a fleeting shadow drifted by, so elusive that even with intent to observe, it was nearly imperceptible. The figure came to a halt, revealing a middle-aged man of utterly ordinary appearance, dressed plainly, easily overlooked in a crowd. This man was Feng Bushi, the master of the Ziwang Peak of the Miantian Sect. Suddenly, not far from Feng Bushi, a figure emerged from the ground. This figure appeared gaunt and disheveled, a sight most terrifying, especially with a pendant fashioned from a child's skull hanging from its neck. Senior Brother Li, Feng Bushi initiated the dialogue, his tone cold and lifeless. Li Zhu clutched the skull pendant tightly, his expression twisted with rage, as if he longed to devour someone. With gritted teeth, he seethed. "Are you aware that you have nurtured a ghost at home? How can you claim to be the master of Ziwang Peak? Have you grown so accustomed to comfort that your mind has flipped upside down? With the fall of the Hong-Lu Immortal Workshop, ask yourself, do you truly honor the fallen brethren?" Each accusation rendered the esteemed master of the peak, a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, as vulnerable as a mere child in training. Yet, Feng Bushi's face remained impassive, akin to a mere paper figure, as he countered, "Senior Brother, why has no word emerged from the Yuming Valley during your sojourn there?" No word? At this inquiry, Li Zhu's pupils dilated, and he pointed at his own nose. "Luging manyakedi? I can't distinguish anymore. Ha! Junior Brother, I genuinely cannot tell. Ziwang, I am Li Zhu, but I'm also Li Huoge. Within the Yuming Valley, I can only be Li Huoge. At times, I cannot even discern who I am. How could I possibly relay any messages?" Witnessing his senior brother in such a state, a flicker of human emotion finally graced Feng Bushi's paper-like visage, his trembling pupils betraying a hint of compassion. He then produced a delicate bell, shaking it lightly. A sharp, piercing sound resonated throughout the hollow, pulling Li Zhu from his madness. "Senior Brother, your Ziwang has gone astray. It is time to return." Li Zhu offered a sorrowful smile. "There is no going back. Li Huoge's hands are stained with too much blood, burdened with sin. Even if I were to return, I could never attain the Tao of a nascent soul. The wind howled as Feng Bushi furrowed his brow deeply. It is difficult for you to continue lurking in the Abyss Valley. I am worried about you. Li Zhu interrupted with a wave of his hand, speaking with venomous disdain. If you are so concerned about me, it will be better for you to expel the ghosts lurking in your home. I want him dead. I want his soul shattered. Indeed, Feng Bushi replied solemnly. For one who holds the position of the master of a peak would not be indecisive. This is the defensive arrangement of Huangfeng AO, the personnel allocation, and the method to break the formation. The Abyss Valley has presented us with a grand gift. Failing to reciprocate would be a grave disrespect. As he spoke, Li Zhu produced a jade slip and tossed it. Wang Fingao, the largest spiritual mine of the Abyss Valley. Feng Bushi grasped the jade slip, his grip tightening involuntarily. Furthermore, send another batch of disciples. The previous ones have all perished. All, compared to the jade slip in his hand. This revelation left Feng Bushi utterly shocked, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, all of them. The last one to die was killed by my own hand to prevent the exposure of information. He left this world with ease. Is there any remains of that disciple? Feng Bushi inquired with a hint of hope. Li Zhu exaggeratedly bared his teeth, revealing yellow fangs, and patted his belly, saying, I consumed him. The relentless rain that had plagued the Mangdang Mountain for several days finally ceased. The sun broke through the clouds, casting rays of light that seemed to take shape, warming both time and memory. Yet it could not warm the hearts of those standing upon Mangdang Mountain at that moment. This was Wu Chun's first encounter with such a gathering of disciples, and especially his first sight of so many living souls on Mangdang Mountain. There were disciples from the divine Symbol Peak, as well as close friends of the martyrs from the Honglu Immortal Workshop. Today, they had come to pay their final respects to the heroes. Wu Chun stood at the foot of the mountain, watching as hundreds of coffins were lowered into the ground, forming mounds of earth, his heart heavy with sorrow. He joined those on the mountain in a moment of silence to mourn. Amiba, Wuyang Tianzilin, Amen. In recent days, Wu Chun had heard much from the disciples of Mangdang Mountain. The 7 great sects of the eastern region were embroiled in a bitter rivalry. The Miantian Sect and the Abyss Valley were sworn enemies, not merely due to the distinction of righteousness and evil, but also because of their proximity, leading to generations of resource competition and incessant bloodshed. The battle at Honglu Immortal Workshop erupted from within. The protective formation was destroyed at the first instant. Otherwise, with a golden core stage cultivator stationed there, the might of the formation could have held out until reinforcements arrived. By the time the reinforcements reached, they found only the remnants of a massacre left by the Abyss Valley, with corpses strewn across the ground and shattered walls. This time, the Miantian Sect had suffered a grave loss and would not let it go unpunished. A great battle was undoubtedly on the horizon. As the funeral concluded, the disciples began to depart the mountain, their faces set in somber resolution, indicating they had mentally prepared for the impending conflict. At that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed not far from Wu Chun. You, how dare you show your face here? Wu Chun turned to see a disciple from the divine Symbol Peak addressing another, who, upon closer inspection, was also a disciple of the same peak. The individual, beset by inquiries, did not retaliate with anger. Instead, his countenance darkened as he continued to tread up Mount Mangdang. Suddenly, a paper talisman transformed into a radiant beam of light, immobilizing him. Wu Chun, unwilling to involve himself in the disputes among disciples of the sect, turned to depart. Yet, mere steps away, a sharp rebuke halted his progress. Liang Zhua, you cowardly wretch, you lack the merit to pay homage to the heroes. Wu Chun swiftly pivoted, his gaze fixed intently on the ensnared figure. Liang Zhua? Liang Yu? Such a coincidental name. Could this man be the brother of the esteemed disciple Liang Yu from Ziwang Peak? Disciples from the sacred Talisman Peak, coming to pay their respects to the fallen heroes, passed by Liang Zhua, each adorned with expressions of indignation. Hypocritical pretender. If you truly cared, you would stand with your comrade from Honglu Immortal Workshop through thick and thin, rather than masquerade as a martyr after fleeing like a coward. They questioned why he was even accepted into the sacred Talisman Peak, suggesting that with his mixed spiritual roots, he was only worthy of menial tasks within the sect. Despite the sect's generous treatment, he disregarded the lives of his fellow disciples. How can you dare to show your face here? Each insult struck at Liang Zhui's core, immobilized and unable to articulate his feelings. The slight quiver at the corners of his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. As others had pointed out, during the battle at Honglu Immortal Workshop, he had indeed fled, abandoning his comrades to save his own skin. Such behavior warranted scorn. Even his superiors at Levang could justifiably impose punishment upon him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the living departed from Mount Mangdang, leaving Liang Zhuo alone. The night air grew chill, a mountain breeze sweeping through, mingled with a soft exhalation. With no one to impede him, Liang Zhuo freed himself from the binding talisman and ascended once more, passing row upon row of tombstones until he stood before a particularly distinguished grave. The honored hero entombed here was none other than the elder of the sacred talisman peak, who had reached the golden core stage and was buried today. With a thud, Liang Zhuo knelt, gripping his knees tightly, his head bowed, unable to confront the gravestone before him. Tears cascaded from his chin as he spoke, his voice thick with emotion. Elder Zhou, I am deeply remorseful for failing to honor your kindness and for betraying my fellow disciples of the sacred talisman peak. Yet, I truly do not wish to die. I am not afraid of death. I harbor deep-seated grievances, and I seek to slay that man. Once my vengeance is fulfilled, I shall serve the sacred talisman peak in death and honor the sect. Chapter 19. The Sealing Spirit Technique in Zhuang Dao. The night wind intensified, rustling Liang Zhui's garments with a sharp whistle. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward him, illuminating the graveyard and snapping Liang Zhuo from his sorrowful reverie. He swiftly dodged the fireball, only to realize its power was minimal. It extinguished upon nearing him. Turning abruptly, he glimpsed a figure flickering in the distance, vanishing after a few fleeting movements. Who could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhuo cast a wind talisman upon himself and set off in pursuit. Pursuing an inconspicuous earthen mound, Liang Zhuo once again beheld the shadowy figure, cloaked in black and obscured by a mask, rendering their identity unrecognizable. Just as he was about to inquire, the figure produced a talisman. With a deafening roar, the talisman transformed into 9 fire crows, each several feet in size, exuding an aura of ferocity as they launched a collective assault. The fire crow talisman. Astonishingly, there were 9 of them. Could this talisman have been conjured by some esteemed uncle within the peak? Liang Zhuo narrowed his eyes. With no time for further contemplation, he swiftly elevated his form, narrowly evading the onslaught of fire crows. Simultaneously, he drew several sheets of talisman paper, readying himself for battle. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted. As Liang Zhuo glanced back, he was astonished to see the fire crows he had just evaded spontaneously detonating, transforming into 9 massive fireballs in midair. This bewildered him. As a disciple of the divine talisman peak, he was well aware of the efficacy of the fire crow talisman. The fire crows birthed from this talisman would relentlessly pursue their target as long as they had not been depleted. But they would not explode in such a manner unless the wielder had chosen to detonate them. With a sense of perplexity, Liang Zhuo turned his gaze back to the earthen mound, but in the brief moment that had passed, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. He remained vigilant as he approached the mound, scanning the surroundings, yet found no signs of the individual. This person's cultivation level was on par with his own. They bore no ill intent towards him and seemed disinclined to engage in conversation. Who could they be, and what were their intentions? In a moment of indecision, as he prepared to depart, he caught a glimpse of a talisman left atop the mound. Picking it up, he discovered it was indeed a fire crow talisman. The exquisite craftsmanship of this talisman was unmistakable, definitely the handiwork of a certain uncle. However, the materials used in its creation were somewhat lacking in quality. He carefully stored the fire crow talisman, intending to delve deeper into its origins later. Casting a final glance at the mound, he surmised it was likely a burial site, and, harboring thoughts of disturbing the spirits, he offered a slight bow to the mound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Liang Yu's final wish. Awarded legacy: Liang Yu's decade of arduous cultivation, spirit sealing secret art, and the path of sitting in forgetfulness. At the foot of the mountain, in a modest courtyard, Chun, who had just returned from the mountain, still clad in his nocturnal garb, suddenly heard several crisp chimes in his mind. Liang Zhuo and Liang Yu, what a revelation! He had not anticipated them to be brothers. Those 2 fire crow talismans had proven invaluable. Chun's expression brightened. He then recalled the vivid images that had surged into his consciousness. The Liang family, a cultivation clan under the aegis of the Miantian Sect, was currently hosting a grand banquet in celebration of the clan leader's youngest son's 10th birthday. The atmosphere was festive, adorned with colorful decorations and laughter filling the air. It was on this fateful night that the moon appeared to be stained with blood. The clan leader's eldest son stood outside the clan gates, illuminated by the moonlight, flanked by several shadowy figures. Master, could you perhaps show mercy? The Liang family had already succumbed to dark forces, their sins irredeemable. My younger brother is merely 10 years old and knows nothing. I beseech you, spare his life. Yet, having received a promise, the elder brother transformed into a harbinger of death, personally partaking in the slaughter of kin corrupted by their desires. At last, he seized his sleeping brother and brought him to the mountain of corpses. My foolish brother, hate me, remember to live like a pest. I await your vengeance. From that moment onward, the elder brother took on the alias of Weasel and ventured into the abyssal valley. The younger sibling encountered a venerable old man with a white beard and arrived at the mysterious Sky Sect. Ah, the bond between these brothers is ineffable. Wu Chun sighed with nostalgia, and based on previously gathered fragments of information, he deduced even more. The absence of a monument after Liang Yu's death was likely due to his special identity, as well as a desire to shield his brother from the truth and prevent him from harboring hatred towards the sect. Furthermore, Liang's was direct acceptance into the divine symbol peak, despite possessing a mixed spirit root, was probably due to his brother's support. Once he collected his thoughts, Wu Chun focused his mind and turned inward to examine his dantian. Within the dantian, the originally grayish aura sea began to whirl, as if compressing and purifying the energy, coalescing into droplets of liquid true qi. The transformation of true qi into liquid, now gathering in a liquid state, indicated he had reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Although the transition from the 6th to the 7th level is akin to crossing a threshold, it seemed that the decade of arduous cultivation by the true disciples had only allowed for a single level of advancement. It appeared that, apart from the constraints of his spirit root, the techniques employed were also a factor. Wu Chun felt a pang of frustration. The technique he was currently practicing was merely a mundane method for sustenance, intended for servant disciples. The supreme scripture of the mysterious Sky Sect, known as the Mysterious Cave Profound Classic, was not lightly imparted. To study it, one must at least become an inner sect disciple and receive the talisman at Mysterious Sky Peak, where teachings are imparted. Wu Chun, wishing to keep his secrets hidden, naturally would not choose this path. Initially, he had hoped to attain the Mysterious Cave Profound Classic through the legacy, but even after fulfilling several wishes, it remained elusive. Perhaps he had been too greedy. Progressing from the 1st to the 7th level in just over a month was already a meteoric rise. What more could he desire? He consoled himself and delved deeper into Liang Yu's legacy. The sealing spirit secret technique. By employing this method, one can selectively seal their own cultivation, rendering it imperceptible to others even if they attempt to investigate. The method of sitting and forgetting. This allows one to forget the past and create entirely new memories. Such a technique is perilous. With a moment's negligence, you may cease to be yourself. Be warned. How terrifying. These two divine abilities are essential for navigating the shadows. No wonder sitting and forgetting peak is referred to as the concealed dagger. The methods of cultivators are diverse, encompassing spirit probing and soul searching, making defense nearly impossible. With these two divine abilities, one could survive not only for 3 years, but for 9 years and beyond. Wu Chun marveled at the power of these secret techniques. Filled with excitement, he began to experiment with the sealing spirit secret technique. He simultaneously formed hand seals with both hands, his fingers dancing in a flurry. Moments latte. He uttered a soft hum seal. Upon examining his own cultivation, he found himself to be merely at the 1st level of qi refinement, akin to his brother. This sealing spirit secret technique was far more formidable than the breath-holding talisman. However, there lies a predicament. To unleash his abilities, he must first unshackle himself, for otherwise, he can only exhibit the prowess of a mere first-layer qi cultivator. As for the path of forgetting oneself, Wu Chun hesitated to venture forth. If one were to obliterate their past or alter their memories, would they still remain themselves? It is akin to erasing all memories of a life before their transcendence, undoubtedly birthing an entirely new persona. Of course, mastering the path of forgetting oneself may allow one to reclaim their true essence, provided they activate a preordained alert spirit. The alert spirit, akin to a bell of awareness, serves as a seed nestled deep within the sea of consciousness. This alert spirit can manifest as a person, an event, a sound, or even an inconspicuous trinket. Indeed, everything in existence can be designated as an alert spirit. When the alert spirit is triggered, it can cause the seed within the depths of one's consciousness to sprout, enabling the retrieval of the self. This path of forgetting is profoundly enigmatic. One can only hope to never require it. Wu Chun nodded in deep agreement. Chapter 20. The Stalwart Man. Before the sun had risen, the stars still glittered in the firmament. Engaging in the same routine daily, Wu Chun found joy in the repetition. Rising early, he ventured to the dense woods surrounding Mangdang Mountain, commencing his daily refinement of the sweet spirit dew. With a gesture from his chest, in an instant, the dew within a radius of several dozen paces began to quiver, resembling the essence overflowing after a climax. With his cultivation advancing, the results of today exceeded previous efforts by more than double. Transitioning from a 6th to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation felt akin to crossing a watershed. It was no wonder that many disciples of mediocre talent found themselves stranded at the 6th layer. Wu Chun shook the gourd containing the sweet spirit dew, a smile illuminating his face. He then fastened the gourd to his waist and stepped out of the forest, prepared to attend to other matters of the day. As he emerged from the thicket, he encountered a figure approaching him. To his surprise, it was Liang Zhuo, the very person he had lured the previous day. Wu Chun halted, his expression tightening. Was he seeking me? Had he discerned some clue from yesterday? Before the situation was clarified, Wu Chun remained motionless, adopting an unchanging demeanor while secretly activating the sealing technique, transforming himself into a seemingly weak first-layer Qi cultivator. Greetings, senior brother. Wu Chun stepped forward, initiating the conversation. Are you the gravekeeper of Mangdang Mountain? Liang Zhuo replied with a cold, unapproachable countenance. Wu Chun did not take offense. After all, anyone burdened with the grudge of a destroyed clan, especially against a beloved brother, would find it difficult to wear a smile. I am Wu Chun, and I have been guarding the grave here for over a month. May I inquire if senior brother has any guidance? Besides you, are there any others stationed here at Mangdang Mountain, or any suspicious individuals lingering about? No, apart from myself. Only disciples come here to pay their respects. Wu Chun replied truthfully, simultaneously releasing a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed this foolish brother did not suspect him. Liang Zhuo indeed had not entertained the notion that the humble gravekeeper before him could be the shadowy figure from the night prior. With his current cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi, he was capable of discerning that the black-clad individual from last night possessed strength equal to his own. A mere gravekeeper would hardly be content to languish at Mangdang Mountain with such prowess. The two individuals briefly encountered each other before parting ways. Wu Chun observed Liang Zhuo making his way into the depths of the dense forest, a sense of unease stirring within him. What could this man possibly be doing in the thicket? There were no beasts lurking within. Could it be that he intended to hunt birds? Nevertheless, Wu Chun chose not to dwell on it, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, especially considering the intricate ties between the Liang brothers, which were beyond his comprehension at present. One must harbor love for the deceased, yet circumstances must be taken into account. Facilitating a meeting between the two brothers last night had already been his utmost effort. Wu Chun arrived at the fields he had cultivated. The sprouting spiritual grains had been sown, flourishing splendidly, their tender green already reaching a finger's height. In a few days, it would be time for transplanting. The bounty was a reward for his toil, and the joy of farming lay in the process itself. Gently brushing the seedlings, he chuckled softly, "Little ones, you consume the earth, while I consume you. Thus I too partake in the soil. Who knows, one day I might meet my end, and the earth shall consume me in turn. I must first reclaim my investment." He then retrieved a gourd from his waist, pouring a portion of sweet spirit liquid into his palm. Rubbing his hands together, he transformed the liquid into a mist with his vital energy. Sparkling like starlight under the morning sun, resplendent and radiant, the starry droplets fell evenly, causing the tender shoots to tremble as if experiencing a surge of vitality. Next on his agenda was to ascend the mountain for a bit of luck. The weather was fine today. Surely fortune would favor him. With determination in his heart, Wu Chun strode confidently toward Mangdang Mountain. The previous day, over 100 new proprietors had settled on the mountain, raising concerns that someone might unexpectedly visit to pay their respects, especially since Liang Zhuo might still be lingering there. Thus, Wu Chun, exercising caution, opted not to employ any talismanic methods. Armed only with a hoe, he approached the grave with a humble and eco-friendly demeanor. Yun Lian Hue, female, mastery in Qi refinement at its peak. Deceased, year 10-045 of the establishment of the sect. Passed away, engaged in combat with disciples of the Sword Ruins. Refusing to tarnish the sect's reputation, a sense of reverence welled up within Wu Chun. Sister, what admirable spirit you possess, daring to contest the disciples of the Sword Ruins. I salute your bravery. Among the 7 major sects of the Eastern Extreme Domain, the Miantian Sect, Miantian Sect, and Sword Ruins are regarded as the 3 righteous sections. The disciples of Sword Ruins are renowned for their unparalleled swordsmanship, and the sect is notorious for its stringent selection based solely on talent. It can be said that each disciple of Sword Ruins is a prodigy, capable of becoming a true disciple in the Miantian Sect. This esteemed Sister Chun dared to draw her sword against the disciples of Sword Ruins, truly a valiant encounter, and regardless of the outcome, her courage deserves commendation. Subsequently, Wu Chun's gaze flickered to the epitaph of Sister Chun Lianhua's final wish. Approaching 40 without having savored the pleasures of a man. It is a bit cold. Please grant me a robust man, even if just for a hug. Coughing, he nearly choked on his own saliva upon reading her last wish. He had not anticipated such a dramatic turn in her life, to risk her life in battle, yet in her final moments, she yearned for a man's embrace. What an eye-opener for this junior disciple. Sister Chun, it seems you are quite the character. I must admit, I find it intriguing. Wu Chun chuckled softly, realizing that fortune smiled upon him today as he was the first to receive a reward. Moreover, this particular wish was the least challenging he had ever encountered. After all, it merely required an embrace. For the sake of the heroic spirits, what did it matter to sacrifice a little dignity? Senior sister, let us share a loving hug. Wu Chun tenderly wrapped his arms around the gravestone, even rubbing his cheek against its cold surface to express his affection for the deceased. However, after a quarter of an hour, the system notification still hadn't chimed in his mind. Senior sister, how long must we embrace? Wu Chun furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing a rather serious issue. He took a moment to scrutinize his own physique. It seemed he was not particularly robust. Hey, senior sister, that's a bit harsh. Don't let my slender appearance fool you. There's muscle beneath these bones, I assure you. Wu Chun's gaze was filled with profound melancholy. The subsequent grave visit yielded no further surprises. Perhaps his luck had run dry. Sighing, he lamented the need to persuade someone to embrace him, which was quite the brain-teaser. With a heavy heart, Wu Chun descended the mountain. Before he could return to his small courtyard, he was taken aback. He saw, not far from his home, a pile of massive logs, each thick enough to weigh over 1,000 pounds. Wu Chun immediately recalled his foolish younger brother who ventured into the thicket early that morning. But what was he planning to do with these logs? Pondering this, Wu Chun looked up and spotted Liang Zhua emerging from the dense forest. He was shouldering 2 enormous logs, one on each side, resembling a pair of chopsticks holding a sprout. As he walked, his muscles strained against his clothing, presenting a classic example of someone who appeared slim in clothes but muscular without them. Wu Chun's eyes sparkled with inspiration. With such a fine physique, he was undoubtedly the epitome of a robust man. Senior sister would surely take a liking to him. Resolute in his thoughts, Wu Chun quickened his pace to offer assistance. Senior brother, allow me to help you. No need, Liang Zhua replied coolly, unloading the logs himself and retrieving 2 talismans from his pocket. One, a soil talisman, was summoned to establish a foundation on the ground. The other, a metal talisman, was used to split several logs into planks. Wu Chun observed this spectacle with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Was he planning to settle in Mangdang Mountain and become my neighbor? Chapter 21, perhaps it was forgotten, or perhaps everyone was preoccupied. The warmth of human existence is most comforting to the hearts of mortals. Today, as Wu Chun prepared a meal, he intentionally made an extra portion because Liang Zhua had indeed constructed a wooden house and settled at the foot of Mangdang Mountain. Wu Chun could surmise the reasoning behind the situation. Liang Zhua, having fled from the battlefield, would undoubtedly face exclusion should he return to the Spirit Talisman Peak. Thus, taking refuge in the secluded Mangdang Mountain was a wise choice. Senior brother Liang, I've just cooked a simple meal. I hope you won't find it lacking. Wu Chun carried the still warm rice to his new neighbor's door. Liang Zhua emerged, brushing the dust from his clothes, still embodying an air of arrogance. You need not feign familiarity. Maintaining distance serves you better, Wu Chun chuckled lightly. Brother, you misunderstand. In the desolate expanse of Mangdang Mountain, I am but the sole living soul. The presence of another neighbor brings me joy. Moreover, it is only fitting to celebrate your recent relocation. I still have a jar of wine left. Allow me to fetch it. Disregarding Liang Zhua's reaction, Wu Chun set aside his bowl and chopsticks, returning with his last remaining stock. Even if it were merely diluted fruit brew, it was still considered a fine treat for the lower-tier disciples. As the jar was opened, a fragrant aroma of wine filled the air. Upon catching a whiff, Liang's expression shifted. Such exquisite wine. How could a mere gravekeeper possess such a treasure? He inquired. Wu Chun replied with a light laugh. Ah, brother, you may find it hard to believe, but this wine was gifted to me by the Peak Master of Xiaolin Peak. Though now only a diluted jar remains. The Peak Master of Xiaolin, Liang Zhua exclaimed, hastily asking, does the Peak Master often visit Mangdang Mountain? Not at all. The last time the Peak Master graced this place was over a month ago, during which I received a bottle of fruit brew, Wu Chun explained, briefly recounting the message delivered by Xia Yu in a dream, omitting any confidential matters concerning Jing and Xia Yu. I see. Liang Zhua nodded, somewhat dejected. Moments ago, he had entertained the notion that the Peak Master might have been the mysterious figure from last night, but upon reflection, he found that thought absurd. A distinguished cultivator at the Golden Core stage would hardly find amusement in toying with a disgraced coward like him. In truth, Liang Zhua remained at Mangdang Mountain, partly to evade outside disturbances, and partly to uncover the identity of the cloaked figure from the previous night. He believed that this mysterious individual must have had a purpose, possibly connected to that man. That man hailed from the Miantian Sect, although Elder Zhou had informed him of the man's defection. Traces of his presence may still linger within the sect. As time passed, under the influence of Wu Chun's hospitality, Liang Zhua maintained a stoic demeanor, though the coldness that once characterized him began to thaw. The two shared a meal in a modest new dwelling, with wine but no side dishes. Fortunately, the spirit rice prepared was soft and fragrant, rendering the experience far from tedious. They raised their cups in a toast and drank together. Wu Shidi, it would be wise for you to maintain some distance from me. Outsiders might draw connections that could jeopardize you, Liang Zhua cautioned. Fear not. I am but a humble servant, content to live a self-sufficient life on Mangdang Mountain. What harm can they inflict upon me? Wu Chun waved dismissively. Even so, do you not fear the inner affairs hall will make things difficult for you? Liang Zhua pressed. Not at all. I have no desire to approach the inner affairs hall. That plot of land near the dense forest shall be my sustenance in the future. Ha. It was Liang Zhua's first encounter with someone so open-minded, willing to befriend a man burdened by disgrace. How refreshing and extraordinary. Influenced by Wu Chun's demeanor, the gloom that had clouded Liang Zhua's heart began to dissipate, prompting him to refill their cups. Come, let's drink another toast. Indeed, cheers. After this cup, we shall have another. Today, we drink to our heart's content. The meal concluded. The wine jar lay empty. Under the persuasion of Wu Chun, a considerable amount of alcohol found its way into Liang Zhua's stomach. However, this robust man exhibited no signs of inebriation, leaving Wu Chun with a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that incapacitating him with drink to bring him closer to senior sister Chun would be an unattainable goal. Although the feast did not fulfill its intended purpose, it did serve to foster a closer bond between the two. When they encountered each other the following day, they greeted one another with familiarity. Wu Shidi, what brings you to the mountains with a hoe? Liang Zhua inquired, perplexed. There are numerous graves atop Mangdang Mountain that have remained unvisited for many years. I intend to pay my respects to these heroic souls, Wu Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhua felt a renewed respect for this diligent disciple of the lower ranks. One might ponder how many disciples within the sect truly hold the fallen heroes of Mangdang Mountain in their hearts. Liang Zhua believed he could not claim such a connection. Aside from the late Elder Zhou, he had not considered honoring anyone else. Inspired by Wu Chun's sentiment, he too began to contemplate contributing in his own modest way. Wait, I shall accompany you. The two traversed the narrow mountain path, where lush greenery was absent, replaced instead by tangled weeds and shrubs, alongside countless neglected graves. Wu Chun gestured towards a particular area, his words flowing like those of an elderly man reminiscing. Brother, observe this cemetery, home to heroes of nearly a millennium. Even if we consider only the past century, many graves have been unattended for years. Perhaps they have been forgotten, or perhaps everyone is simply too preoccupied, engaged in cultivation, immersed in sect duties, or competing in the pursuit of the great Tao. Being busy is preferable. At least it means they are living well, carrying forth the legacy of the fallen. Though his words were simple, Liang Zhua felt a profound sorrow woven within them, and could not help but sigh softly. It is indeed imperative to live well. Otherwise, we would be unworthy of the legacy left by the heroes. Yet Wu Chun interjected, his expression turning earnest. I have also heard of your brother's deeds, and I believe that sacrificing one's life for righteousness is a mark of great courage. Merely surviving does not necessarily make one a villain. Having a clear conscience is what matters. Liang Zhua, shaken from his reverie, silently shook his head. Deep within, he He felt a pang of guilt. Yet, after a moment's reflection, his gaze grew resolute. Once I have avenged myself, I shall ensure that I live without regret. Upon hearing the word revenge, Wu Chun recognized the profound animosity that lay buried within Liang Zhuo, instilled by his brother. It was indeed true. Liang Yu had covertly conspired with his master, unjustly placing the blame of a clan's annihilation upon himself, all while relishing the grim spectacle of his brother's suffering. It was said that he was a foolish sibling, yet he persisted in his pursuit of sanctity through pressure, unaware that he risked crushing his brother beneath the weight of his expectations. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Liang Yu's vision was indeed far-reaching. If his foolish brother had not lived burdened by hatred, he would have achieved glory in the battle at Honglu Immortal Workshop. Nodding in silent approval, Liang Zhuo offered Liang Yu an internal thumbs-up, truly worthy of the teachings from Ziwang Peak. They commenced their task of grave sweeping. Wu Chun wielded the hoe vigorously, while Liang Zhuo remained diligent, summoning a golden talisman to aid in clearing the weeds and underbrush from the cemetery. Wu Chun, puzzled, remarked, "Brother Liang, would it not be extravagant to utilize talismans directly? I have heard that the Talisman Peak possesses the art of crafting talismans from the true spirits of heaven and earth. Why do you not employ those? The Divine Symbol Peak indeed possesses remarkable skills. However, my proficiency in their application remains somewhat lacking. It is still more convenient to utilize talisman paper," Liang Zhuo remarked with an awkward expression. "Is this technique particularly difficult?" Wu Chun inquired further. Liang Zhuo nodded seriously. "It is not merely challenging. One must possess a profound understanding of the art of talismans. Many senior brothers within the peak have yet to grasp it." Wu Chun secretly rolled his eyes, having received the legacy of Xiaoyu, inheriting the innate talent and foundation for talisman crafting. To him, drawing a talisman in midair felt like a trivial endeavor. This was not mere bravado. He simply did not perceive it as being as arduous as Liang's was suggested. It only indicated that the current disciples of the Divine Symbol Peak were lacking in capability. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. If one were to judge solely by talent for talismans, he could very well become a true disciple of the Divine Symbol Peak. Chapter 22. Jun, your sister Jun would not hold it against you. Sigh. It was yet another day of misfortune. With a heavy heart, Wu Chun concluded his visit to the gravesite. He did not hasten to descend the mountain, but instead cast a glance at Liang Yu, who was diligently tending to another grave, and began to concoct a mischievous plan. He changed direction and approached the gravestone of Junior Sister Jun, stealthily inscribing an earth talisman beneath it, causing the gravestone to tilt askew. "Junior Sister Jun, please do not take offense. I am merely facilitating a closer encounter with a strong man. Forgive me a little." Wu Chun clasped his hands in front of the gravestone, bowing in apology. He then raised his voice to Liang Zhuo, calling out, "Brother Liang, there appears to be a gravestone askew here. Could you lend a hand? My strength is insufficient." Upon hearing the call, Liang Zhuo swiftly flew over, examining the gravestone before him with a puzzled expression. How could this gravestone be tilted? Wu Chun coughed lightly to mask his unease. Perhaps it is due to soil erosion, or maybe it was not properly secured when it was erected. Liang Zhuo nodded, considering this possibility. He placed his hands on either side of the gravestone, exerting all his strength to right it. The bulging muscles were so impressive that Wu Chun felt an urge to touch them. Seizing the moment while Liang Zhuo was focused, Wu Chun feigned surprise and bumped against Liang Zhuo's backside. Caught off guard, Liang Zhuo lost his balance and stumbled forward, not only embracing the gravestone, but also planting a heavy kiss upon it. Wu Chun behind him heard a loud smooch and could not help but stifle a laugh. "Junior Sister Jun, I trust you are now satisfied." Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Jun Lianhua's final wish. Acquired legacy: Jun Lianhua's decade of arduous cultivation, the heavenly sword technique, and the phantom sword dance. Every 30 years, the three-sect assembly convenes, gathering hundreds of prodigies from the three righteous sects, the Miantian Sect, the Miantian Sect, and the Sword Ruins. This assembly serves not only as a meeting, but also as a contest of prestige. The young woman, sword in hand, stands resolutely, her body adorned with scars from countless battles, her garments stained with blood. Before her stands the foremost disciple of the Sword Ruins. In the same realm, losing to this contemporary sword master is not disgraceful, nor would the sect hold it against her. However, the young woman refuses to concede. It is said that the swords of Sword Ruins are the sharpest, yet my heavenly sword is not inferior. With her declaration, the young woman executed her final strike, dazzlingly radiant, akin to a proud snow lotus standing alone in defiance. After the dance, the swords severed lives, and the esteemed swordsman lost an arm as well. Junior brother Wu, are you all right? Liangzhu nudged the dazed Wu Chun. Oh, I'm fine, just got some sand in my eyes, Wu Chun responded, masking his emotions with a feigned excuse, raising his hand to wipe his reddened eyes. Clearly, the tragic final strike of senior sister Chun stirred tumult within his heart. Are you truly unscathed? Liangzhu sensed Wu Chun's sudden melancholy and inquired further. I'm fine. Wu Chun repeatedly waved his hand, attempting to redirect the conversation, apologizing for accidentally bumping into his senior brother after twisting his ankle. Upon hearing Wu Chun's apology, Liangzhu cast a resentful glance before turning slightly to bow before senior sister Chun's tombstone. Please do not take offense, senior sister. It was entirely unintentional. Wu Chun secretly chuckled, knowing that senior sister Chun would not hold a grudge against him. She might even wish for more affection in return. With such a fine physique and pleasing countenance, surely she adored him dearly. Though Wu Chun did not receive any new assignments during today's tomb sweeping, he was nonetheless delighted to inherit the legacy of senior sister Chun. After a decade of arduous cultivation, Wu Chun's prowess escalated from the 7th to the 8th level of qi refinement, with his true energy within the dantian almost transforming into a liquid state. This time, however, he did not acquire the Celestial Cave's supreme scriptures, yet obtaining the heavenly sword technique was a worthy compensation. This technique, the foremost sword art of the Miantian Sect, could only be practiced by disciples of the Yiqian Peak. Furthermore, it contained a lethal move, the Phantom Sword Dance, which could only be comprehended through genuine transmission. Thus, it was evident that Chun Lianhua was indeed a true disciple of Yiqian Peak. Liangzhu also felt deeply moved during today's tomb-sweeping excursion, particularly in terms of his mindset, experiencing a sense of relief. He even sensed a subtle opportunity for breakthrough. Consequently, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Wu Chun. Had it not been for this gravekeeper, he might still be ensnared in the shadows of his past as a deserter, unable to extricate himself. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a 10-day period elapsed. During this time, the bond between Wu Chun and Liangzhu grew increasingly harmonious. One treated the other to meals, while the latter presented nourishing pills, epitomizing neighborly camaraderie. Despite Liangzhu maintaining a perpetually stoic expression, Wu Chun could not shake off a slight discomfort, sensing a semblance of arrogance in him. Today, it was time to transplant the spiritual rice seedlings. In the waterlogged fields, Wu Chun rolled up his sleeves and carefully uprooted the seedlings, then, facing the earth and turning his back to the sky, skillfully planted them in neat rows. The arrangement was precise, with uniform spacing. Liangzhu assisted in the field, albeit with clumsy movements, clearly inexperienced in agricultural labor. Frustrated, he scratched his head, forgetting that his hands were caked with mud, presenting an unseemly sight. Junior brother Wu, why go through all this trouble? A simple array talisman would suffice. It's not that I distrust you, senior brother. The seedlings are delicate, and the power of the talisman might harm them. Moreover, enjoying the grounded experience of farming is, in itself, a form of cultivation. As he spoke, Wu Chun straightened, holding the seedlings while slightly closing his eyes, savoring the refreshing caress of the breeze against his face. Liangzhu pondered this notion, finding it not entirely without merit. He has cultivated the art of talisman crafting, where innate talent plays a role. Yet it is the enjoyment of the talisman-making process and the appreciation of every nuance and intricate pattern that constitutes a form of cultivation in itself. The pursuit of a goal is a form of training, and reveling in the journey is likewise a form of cultivation. Thank you, junior brother. I have learned much. As Liangzhu broke into a hearty laugh, his previously pretentious demeanor faded away. Wu Chun sincerely found him quite handsome, with a striking face and a robust physique. It was uncertain which lady might benefit from his charms in the future. The two sturdy laborers quickly finished planting seedlings in a modestly sized spiritual field. Despite the thin spiritual energy and weak geological forces of Mangdang Mountain, the land still benefited from the sect's spiritual veins, allowing for a harvest of several loads of spiritual grains from a mere acre. Woohoo! Time to wrap up. Brother Liang, once the harvest is in, let us use the surplus spiritual grains to brew some wine. We must enjoy a good drink together, Wu Chun said, hands on his hips, gazing proudly at the fruits of their labor. Liangzhu chuckled heartily, having begun to relish the farming experience himself, fulfilling and therapeutic. He approached Wu Chun, producing a dust-clearing talisman that washed away the mud and grime from their bodies. Junior brother Wu, I find myself with few talismans left and wish to venture out of the sect. Would you care to join me? Venture out of the sect? Does the divine talisman peak not provide materials for crafting talismans? Wu Chun inquired, puzzled, but soon realized the redundancy of his question. Liang Zhua had faced exclusion from the disciples of the divine talisman peak. Not only was it a challenge to receive crafting materials, but merely returning to the peak was fraught with difficulty. They may distribute materials within the peak, but as a person burdened with guilt, I cannot return. Perhaps a visit to the immortal workshop is in order, Liang Zhua replied, his tone heavy with regret. Very well, I shall accompany you, senior brother. Since joining the sect, I have yet to step beyond its gates. Chapter 23. Qinji Peak, Fengbai. Liang was summoned a wind talisman, and they soared into the air. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, the two landed gracefully and presented their identity tokens to the gatekeeper disciples, indicating their intent. You are Liang Zhua? The gatekeeper disciple asked, eyeing him with disdain. Indeed, Liang Zhua replied, his expression unyielding, as if anticipating this very situation. The gatekeeper tossed the identity token back carelessly, sneering, someone like you, a coward, is only fit to associate with the menial workers. With a tightening of his jaw, Liang Zhua did not linger, stepping resolutely toward the exit of the mountain gate. Wu Chun chose not to argue. Some matters only become more chaotic with contention. It is a fact that fleeing from enemies is a reality. Yet who can judge another's faults without having endured their struggles? In the face of an inevitable demise, how many can truly guarantee their bravery? The truth remains, sacrificial courage is a grand virtue, yet surviving is not necessarily the mark of a villain. To silence others, one must possess overwhelming strength, a strength that neither Wu Chun nor Liang Zhua currently held. Thus, it was better to handle the situation with composure. As they passed through the mountain gate, Liang Zhua retrieved another wind talisman, preparing to activate it when a voice called out, Junior brother Liang, I too wish to visit the Lioli Immortal Workshop. Would you allow me to accompany you? Wu Chun turned to see a man emerging from behind the gatekeeper disciple. This individual, appearing to be in his 30s, bore an unremarkable visage, yet the jade token at his waist signified his status as an inner sect disciple. A perplexed expression welled in Liang's eyes. He felt akin to a street mouse, astonished that someone would willingly seek his company. May I inquire your name, senior brother? He asked. I am Fengbai from Qinji Peak. After Fengbai introduced himself, he did not wait for a response from the two, instead summoning a small wooden bird that appeared remarkably lifelike. Upon touching the ground, it swiftly transformed into a creature several yards in size, capable of accommodating multiple passengers with ease. My two junior brothers, please board my swift puppet bird. It will surely be far more convenient. And there is no need for formalities. Faced with such goodwill, Liang Zhua politely declined, saying, I am grateful for your kind offer, senior brother, but we can make our way independently. It is no trouble. The journey to Lioli Xianfang is merely 200 or 300 miles. If we were to use the wind talisman for the entire trip, it would be quite costly. Unyielding, Fengbai persisted in his invitation, and upon noticing Liang Zhua's continued reluctance, he presented another rationale. In truth, I seek to exchange for a wind talisman. Soaring alone through the skies is far more delightful than riding a wooden contraption. Might you be willing to oblige, junior brother Liang? Liang Zhua, not one to disregard the nuances of social interaction, acquiesced after repeated invitations and the prospect of a mutually beneficial exchange. He then handed over his wind talisman and, together with Wu Chun, climbed aboard the puppet bird. Up! With a deft gesture, Fengbai commanded the puppet's swift bird to ascend smoothly into the sky, soaring towards the azure expanse. As Wu Chun gazed into the distance from above, his thoughts began to stir. He sensed that this individual was not merely deigning to lower himself for the sake of a wind talisman. One must always be cautious of the human heart, he reminded himself, turning back to glance at the diminishing outline of the sect's entrance. He could not help but reminisce about the moment he and Lu Ruyan had united to pay their respects. At this thought, he rubbed his hands vigorously. His luck with scratch-off tickets had been dismal of late, undoubtedly the fault of that wretched Lu Ruyan. By midday, the three arrived above Lioli Xianfang. The marketplace stretched for several miles, reminiscent of a city in the mortal realm, with towering walls and buildings standing in intricate succession. As sunlight bathed the scene, it reflected a magnificent spectacle akin to shimmering glass. Wu Chun observed the myriad cultivators coming and going, each an intriguing sight, and could not help but stare in fascination. Noticing this, Feng Bai chuckled lightly and explained, in the realm of cultivation, conflict and theft are commonplace. However, our sect's marketplace bears a golden reputation, offering a fair exchange for cultivators within 1,000 miles. Thank you for your clarification, Senior Brother Feng, Wu Chun replied with a respectful bow. No need for formalities. Feng Bai continued, I perceive that you possess a fortunate countenance. As a mere servant disciple, you exhibit an extraordinary demeanor. You are destined for greatness. Feng Bai adopted a demeanor that extolled Wu Chun's virtues. Senior brother, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely a humble gravekeeper with no grand ambitions, Wu Chun replied, his expression tranquil, dismissing the flattery entirely. Ah, why must you belittle yourself, Junior Brother Wu? Having entered the immortal gate, one should strive for the celestial path. Remember, to conform is mortal, while to rebel is divine. You must be encouraged to pursue progress, Feng Bai said with a gentle smile, placing a hand on Wu Chun's shoulder, embodying the image of a benevolent senior brother. However, beneath Wu Chun's calm facade, tumultuous waves churned within him, rising as high as 3 or 4 stories. It is because Gao Yao once uttered the same words to him, and the tone was strikingly similar. This individual may indeed be connected to Gao Yao. To avoid alarming the snake, Wu Chun feigned encouragement, expressing gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I shall strive to improve. Indeed, the child is teachable. Feng Bu nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, the three entered the Liuli Immortal Workshop together. Feng Bu excused himself to leave first. On the spacious avenue, Wu Chun crossed his arms, resting his chin in contemplation, attempting to connect Gao Yao and Feng Bu. Back then, Gao Yao spoke of trading corpses for the necessities of cultivation. But with whom would he trade? Surely, he wouldn't bring them to the workshop for sale. After all, this workshop was operated by the sect, and selling the remains of the sect's martyrs would be akin to courting disaster. If there were any ties to Feng Bu, it was perplexing, for he was an inner sect disciple, lacking for cultivation resources. Why would he need a corpse? Lost in this dead-end thought, he found himself unable to escape. Junior Brother Wu, what are you pondering? Liangzhua inquired upon noticing Wu Chun standing in a daze. Oh, it's nothing. I just saw many people flying with swords and felt a pang of envy, wondering when I might acquire such a skill. Wu Chun replied, hastily conjuring an excuse. Liangzhua thought little of it and led Wu Chun to procure the necessary materials for talisman crafting. As they approached the shop, Wu Chun hesitated slightly. Liangzhua glanced over and remarked, the 100 Fruits Garden. Junior brother, would you like to sample some spirit fruits? I have some spirit stones left. I can purchase a few for you. Wu Chun chuckled lightly, shaking his head. No, it's just that I spotted an acquaintance. What a coincidence. An acquaintance? The 100 Fruits Garden is managed by Xiaolin Peak. Do you know a disciple from Xiaolin Peak? Yes, look, they're coming over. Just as he spoke, a pure and delightful figure bounded towards Wu Chun, accompanied by a graceful and spirited companion. Wu Chun, why are you out of the sect? The senior sister exclaimed, quick, it's Wu Chun. Don't let him escape. Escape? Why would I run? Wu Chun was taken aback. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? If you say that again, I will knock your head off. Zhang Rui approached, shaking her fist in a show of intimidation. Wu Chun, unsure of the commotion between the two, first offered a respectful greeting. Greetings, senior sister Zhang, senior sister Chu. It's been a while. Why are you out of the sect? The gravekeeper shouldn't be assigning out-of-sect missions, right? Zhang Rui inquired, her expression slightly uneasy after a light cough. I came with senior brother Liang to buy some spirit materials. By the way, senior brother Liang is my neighbor now, Wu Chun explained as he stepped aside to introduce. Upon hearing Wu Chun's clarification and noticing Liang's attire as a disciple of the Divine Talisman Peak, Zhang Rui couldn't help but frown slightly. Liangzhua from the Divine Talisman Peak? A brief silence enveloped the air. Wu Chun inwardly sighed, realizing that good news seldom travels far, while gossip flourishes, as Liang's exploits had evidently spread among the sect disciples. To ease the tension, Wu Chun placed a hand on Liang's shoulder and smiled lightly at the two women. Indeed, senior brother Liang is quite amiable. We share a deep camaraderie. Moved by this gesture, Liangzhua felt a surge of emotion. Aware of his notorious reputation, he chose to leave first, so as not to place Wu Chun in an awkward position, agreeing to meet at the entrance of the alley. Chu Xinling cast a glance at the departing Liangzhua, tugging at Wu Chun's sleeve, and whispered, do you know he is a deserter from the Honglu Immortal Workshop? I know, Wu Chun replied. Then why do you associate with him? Aren't you concerned about the repercussions? Kuxinding pobed. Those who understand me will not malign me. Those who do not, I shall not bother with. Will my two senior sisters resent me for befriending Brother Liang? Wu Chun retorted meaningfully. Well, that won't happen. My sister and I both think you are quite amiable. It would be even better if you come to Shulin Peak more often, Chu Xinling said, but then, turning to her sister, she added, Hey, why are you hitting me? Chu Xinling pouted, rubbing her head while looking at her sister with a wronged expression. Zhang Rui retracted her delicate hand, huffing in annoyance. I told you not to speak carelessly. When we return, you'll be punished with seclusion. Wu Chun couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. What was going on with these two sisters? To understand the current situation, one must revisit the recent dispute at the Internal Affairs Hall. During that incident, Chu Xinling, having witnessed Wu Chun's involvement, informed Zhang Rui of the matter while subtly revealing her own intentions. Zhang Rui, however, was not inclined to comply. Under her sister's persuasion, Chu Xinling eventually divulged her hidden thoughts. Upon learning this, Zhang Rui felt both anger and embarrassment. Her friendship with Wu Chun was quite unexpected. The misunderstanding between them had merely been resolved, and they regarded each other as friends, devoid of any romantic feelings. This girl was brazenly hinting at a romantic connection. She deserved a proper scolding. Yet, such matters were too embarrassing to discuss in front of Wu Chun. Nevertheless, Chu Xinling remained steadfast in her belief that her sister, being a girl, was simply too shy to admit her feelings. After some light banter, Zhang Rui invited Wu Chun to sit in the 100 Fruits Garden to repay the favor from their earlier drinking session. Wu Chun, not wanting to keep Liang's while waiting, politely declined. Shortly after leaving, a crumpled piece of paper flew out of nowhere, rolling to Wu Chun's feet. Wu Chun picked it up and opened it, her eyes widening in shock, her heart pounding. The note read, 10 miles west of the alley, meet at the stone forest. Lu Ruyan. With a swift motion, Wu Chun clenched her fist, crushing the note into fragments. Lu Ruyan. Was she finally about to take action? No, wait. Today's visit to the Lioli Immortal Workshop was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How could Lu Ruyan know my whereabouts? Or was someone using her name to lure me? With this thought in mind, Wu Chun recalled the deliberately coincidental encounter with Fengbai. If it truly was Fengbai, then she must meet him to ascertain whether he was the one orchestrating Gao Yao's corpse theft. If so, the security of the Martyr Cemetery would be in grave danger. Resolving her thoughts, Wu Chun decided to return to the 100 Fruits Garden to borrow a flying sword from Zhang Rui for added protection. Hey, be careful. That flying sword took me a year of saving spirit stones to purchase. Chu Xinling shouted after Wu Chun's retreating figure. Well, it seems you're rather stingy. Back then, you savored the exquisite fruit brew, not just a handful of flying swords, Zhang Rui consoled. True enough, but why is he in such a frantic rush? Surely, there must be something of great importance. Zhang Rui pondered with a furrowed brow. Upon exiting the Immortal Workshop, Wu Chun unsealed the spirit-binding secret technique, fully unleashing his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement. With the divine abilities acquired from the legacy, he was confident enough to protect himself against any opponent below the Foundation establishment stage. He remained cautious, choosing to walk discreetly, as a 10-mile journey was merely a trifling effort for him. As he stepped into the forest of peculiar stones, an eerie, sinister laughter echoed. Hee Wu Chun, it seems that woman has wounded you deeply, coming here all alone. As the words fell, a figure clad in black and masked emerged from behind a stone, approaching leisurely. Entirely dismissive of Wu Chun. You summoned me under the guise of Lu Ruyan, yet you come alone, fearing I might not dare to reveal myself. Wu Chun halted, drawing his sword and fixing his gaze intently on the cloaked figure. Indeed, this was not a scheme orchestrated by Lu Ruyan, but rather a banquet of treachery set by Fengbai. If Lu Ruyan sought his demise, she would have acted without such preamble. Fengbai, however, was different. If he truly was the one who instructed Gao Yao to steal corpses, and with Gao Yao now missing, he would undoubtedly be in search of a new candidate for the task, someone like Wu Chun, the gravekeeper of Mangdang Mountain. This man likely remained unaware that Gao Yao had met his end at Wu Chun's hands, which is why he resorted to such trickery. Otherwise, he would not easily expose himself. A glint of sharpness flickered in the black-clad man's eyes, a faint malice surfacing. It appears you possess not only audacity, but also a keen intellect. Have you deduced my identity? Whether I have or not, is there a reward? Wu Chun smirked. The black-clad man erupted in boisterous laughter. Huh, how amusing. Pray enlighten me. Wu Chun, emboldened, replied, you are aware of my grievances with Lu Ruyan. You must have visited the Internal Affairs Hall to gather information. To scheme against me, a mere gravekeeper, while remaining hidden, suggests you intend to engage in some nefarious dealings. This must pertain to the heroic remains of Mangdang Mountain. Am I correct, Brother Phone? With the conversation reaching such a pivotal point, the black-clad man ceased his pretense. Tearing off his disguise, it was indeed Phone. You have deduced so clearly, mentioning the heroic remains. It appears Gao Yao sought you out. Is his disappearance linked to you? If you wish to know, I shall send you to meet him now. With that, Wu Chun formed a sword seal. His elegant long sword emitting a roar akin to a tiger as it lunged towards Phone. His decisive action stemmed from his identity as a gravekeeper. Dare to pilfer my corpse, and I shall render you a fool. Chapter 25. Come, let's take you home. Phone, taken aback by the ferocity of the flying sword, was utterly astonished, never anticipating that this young man possessed such prowess. He hastily retreated while simultaneously slapping a pouch at his waist, summoning forth two puppet beasts, one resembling a tiger, the other a scorpion. The tiger-shaped puppet obstructed the flying sword, yet did not completely shield it. Astonishingly, the sword pierced through the puppet. However, this act also diluted the sword's potency, allowing Phone to evade. It was the Etienne sword technique. How could you possess such a divine ability? In your cultivation level, how could it possibly be at the 8th layer of Qi refinement? Once you meet your demise, I shall reveal to you that I hold a profound affection for the deceased. As he spoke, Wu Chun changed his finger's sword technique, and the single flying sword transformed into 9, intertwining in the air like a blossoming snow lotus. This was the lethal move of the Etienne sword technique, the Phantom Sword Dance. At the juncture of life and death, Wu Chun dared not hold back. Had he not been in a rush today and failed to bring along any talismans, he would have unleashed a volley of firepower with a Fire Crow talisman. This was Phone first encounter with such methods. He had heard that only true disciples could comprehend the lethal moves of the Etienne sword technique, and he could not help but feel a surge of terror, though his cultivation level was higher than Wu Chun's by 1 tier. To grasp such lethal techniques indicated a capability to confront opponents of higher realms. Therefore, he dared not underestimate the situation, repeatedly summoning 2 puppets to buy himself time. He had no intention of fleeing. Having failed to recruit Wu Chun and with his misdeeds exposed, there was no retreat left for him. Suddenly, Phone exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, and before long, he astonishingly expelled a human head. Following this, with a convulsive motion, a person emerged from his mouth. Repeating this twice, 3 figures surrounded Phone, shielding him in the center. Wu Chun, I truly underestimated you. I thought I had thoroughly investigated you. Yet you concealed yourself so deeply. I am in awe. However, today, you must perish. Phone sneered, wiping the remnants of disgusting saliva from his lips. Not long ago, Gao Yao had vanished without a trace. Having lost his accomplices in grave robbing and unwilling to undertake the task himself, he sought to seize this opportunity. Originally, with Gao Yao's disappearance, he intended to lay low for a while. However, having recently interred a formidable golden core cultivator, the properly refined corpse was indeed enticing enough to rival foundational cultivators. Fortune favors the bold. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. The Phantom Sword Dance had already annihilated the 2 puppets. Wu Chun drove the sword forward in a thrust, only to be repelled by the figure expelled from Phone mouth. The sound of metal clashing resonated. So solid. Could it be? Wu Chun retracted his flying sword, filled with astonishment. Phone grinned maliciously. Indeed, these are zombies crafted from the remains of the martyrs of Mangdang Mountain. Each one possesses the strength of a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Now, let the martyrs escort you on your final journey. Wu Chun's gaze was fixed intensely upon the 3 manipulated zombies, a burning hatred igniting within him. To use the remains of the fallen heroes to create corpses. This man was 100 or 1,000 times more detestable than Gao Yao. I am the guardian of the tomb, and shall return the martyrs home. With a steely resolve, Wu Chun tore open his shirt and drove the sword tip into his left chest. This act of self-harm was intended to draw forth the vital blood from his heart. The flying sword in his hand was merely a low-grade magical artifact. The zombies, as hard as iron, could not be breached. Thus, it is imperative to bestow enhancements upon the flying sword. A droplet, imbued with genuine essence, coalesced like a sphere in Wu Chun's palm, with the sword as the parchment, his finger as the quill, and blood as the ink. he inscribed with the true spirit of heaven and earth. The talisman was formed, the divine thunder talisman. In an instant, the flying sword in his grasp erupted, unleashing a torrent of lightning. The power of thunder is the most effective against lecherous specters. With the superior enhancement, the 3 zombies had already encroached within 3 feet. A sweeping arc of the sword was sufficient to repel the trio, the thunderous force eliciting their terrified cries. The sound was grating, reminiscent of countless cat claws scraping a blackboard, raising the hairs on one's neck. You can actually wield the abilities of the talisman peak. Feng Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, yet the scene before him compelled him to accept the truth. Each peak of the Miantian Sect possessed distinct doctrines and magical arts. Even true disciples could only cultivate the arts of their respective peaks. Furthermore, adhering to the wisdom that one cannot master everything, disciples rarely delve into the skills of other peaks. However, this individual not only excelled in the exquisite techniques of the Etian peak, but also demonstrated familiarity with the talismans of the talisman peak. What extraordinary talent! What enigmatic background! Why would such a person be guarding the desolate graveyard of the Mangdang Mountain? Who exactly is he? Could he be the illegitimate offspring of some powerful figure from the Miantian peak? With a fierce shout from Wu Chun, the flying sword, infused with the might of thunder and carrying the formidable essence of the Etian sword technique, transformed into a streak of lightning in the air. The speed was so astonishing that Feng Bai scarcely had time to gasp in astonishment. By the time he attempted to speak, he found himself utterly voiceless, his vision spinning uncontrollably. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the 4 headless corpses. He recognized 3 of them, having forged them with his own hands. But who was the 4th headless body? This was the last thought lingering in Feng Bai's mind. Panting heavily, Wu Chun knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, his complexion ashen. Clearly, he had suffered greatly from the combination technique he had just unleashed. He summoned the flying sword back, only to discover it had sustained 3 significant cracks. Wu Chun let out a wry smile. It would be difficult to explain to his dear sister Ming. He certainly couldn't admit to borrowing the sword to slay zombies. After a brief respite, Wu Chun mustered his waning strength and approached Feng Bai's corpse, yanking away the small pouch from his waist. This pouch, known as a storage bag, was intended for storage purposes and was typically reserved for inner disciples. Upon opening the storage bag, Wu Chun found it contained a fair amount of items, still leaving some space. After glancing at the 3 headless zombies, he deemed it sufficient. Let us depart. I shall take you home. As for Feng Bai's remains, Wu Chun was less accommodating. He intended to erase all traces, scattering even the ashes. He cast a blazing fire talisman. With a resounding boom, flames erupted upon the corpse. While waiting for the remains to be incinerated, Wu Chun habitually blinked. The heart of great love stirred once more. Cursed legacy, Zhou-like, may you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall ensure you meet a most tragic end. In an instant, a flurry of doubts surged through Wu Chun's mind. Is this person not Feng Bai? And who is Zhou-like? Could he also be affiliated with the Miantian Sect? At that moment, Wu Chun noticed something unusual about the burning corpse. The charred skin began to contort, ultimately revealing the visage of another individual. Good heavens! As if the masked figure in black were not enough, there was also the skill of disguise, truly insidious. Wu Chun gasped in astonishment. However, this matter was not something he could report to the sect, much like the situation with Gao Yao in the past. He found himself unable to explain his own circumstances. Surely, he could not confess and expect leniency. If one believed such words, serving a lengthy sentence would be a light punishment. The preservation of one's very soul would hang in the balance. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Wu Chun detected a silhouette approaching from afar, his heart racing with alarm. There was no time to thoroughly cleanse the battlefield, nor could he afford to wait until the ashes settled. To avoid exposure, he quickly summoned his flying sword and departed the site. Before long, the figure that had approached settled amidst the rocky forest. It was none other than Zhang Rui. Her unexpected arrival suggested she came out of concern for their friendship, wishing to offer assistance. Wu Chun, bearing a grave expression and wielding his sword, understood that circumstances were far from ordinary. After surveying the area, without locating Wu Chun, she noticed flickering flames within the rocky glade and came to investigate. Who was the person that had just left? How dare they commit such a crime in the vicinity of the Lioli Immortal Workshop? Standing beside the charred corpse, Zhang Rui cast a serious glance into the depths of the strange stone forest. Rather than pursuing further, she elegantly gestured. causing the surrounding wild grasses to coalesce into a large palm fan, extinguishing the fierce flames engulfing the body. The remains were so severely burned that they were unrecognizable, especially the eyes, which appeared on the verge of bursting. Holding back her disgust, Zhang Rui rummaged through the remains and unexpectedly discovered an inner sect token. What audacity! To dare to slay a disciple of the sect here. This was a matter of utmost gravity. She must promptly report to the sect. Chapter 26. High Expectations. At most is cuckoo. Lily Immortal Workshop. At the city gate, Liang Zhua had been waiting for some time. Observing Wu Shun's prolonged absence. He felt compelled to search for him. Just as he was about to set off, a weak voice called out from outside the city. Senior brother Liang, I am here. Liang Zhua quickly approached upon seeing Wu Chun's pale complexion and inquired with concern, Junior brother, what has happened to you? It's nothing serious. Just borrowed a flying sword to practice outside the city and ended up injuring myself. Senior brother need not worry. Wu Chun replied awkwardly as he fiddled with the exquisite sword at his waist. Upon hearing this explanation, Liang Zhua relieved his worries, also finding it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had seen a cultivator injure themselves while practicing swordplay. I don't know a common technique for sword control. I can teach you when we return. However, given your current cultivation level, it may be difficult to master flying on a sword. Wu Chun chuckled and responded. It's no trouble. Even with lower cultivation, I can start learning. Watching others fly on their swords fills me with envy. Oh, and about my injury, please do not speak of it to others. It is rather embarrassing. Very well, I shall keep it to myself. Let us return and tend to your wounds. Liang Zhua possessed a rather high sense of humor, often reduced to mere chuckles. Witnessing Wu Chun's successful deception, he felt a considerable relief within. Confronting the three zombies, which are notoriously difficult for Feng Bai to control, appeared deceptively simple. One swift strike could sever their heads, but in reality, it had compelled him to unleash his utmost secret weapon. The Divine Sky Thunder Talisman was no ordinary charm. It could be regarded as the ultimate technique from the peak of the Divine Talisman. Given his current cultivation level, merely biting his tongue would prove futile. He needed to utilize his vital blood to craft the talisman. With one talisman and one sword, he expended a significant portion of his vital energy. He could not afford to hold back. Each of those three zombies was comparable to a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, their bodies remarkably resilient, leaving no trace even when struck by a flying sword. As the two departed on the winds, Zhang Rui returned with the charred corpse. Within a quarter of an hour, the Lioli Immortal Workshop issued an order for lockdown. All disciples within the workshop were mobilized to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area, intent on uncovering the perpetrator. To dare commit such an atrocity in the vicinity of the workshop, claiming the life of an inner sect disciple no less, was an affront that could not go unchecked. Given that the Lioli Immortal Workshop lay merely 200 to 300 miles from the sect, failure to investigate this matter seriously would tarnish the sect's reputation. Naturally, Wu Chun remained oblivious to these developments. Upon returning to Mangdang Mountain, Liang Zhua retreated to his quarters to craft the talisman, while Wu Chun, enduring his injuries, stealthily made his way to the rear of Mangdang Mountain. This area served as the final resting place for the martyrs of the sect from 5,000 years past. A location seldom visited by sect members, resulting in dense foliage enveloping the graves. Without diligent search, one could hardly find a single intact gravestone. As for the remains of the martyrs interred here, having endured the passage of millennia, it was likely that their bones had long since merged with the earth. Thus Wu Chun had never previously sought out any last wishes in this vicinity. He retrieved 3 zombies from his storage bag. Forgive-me, estimed Seigneur. I truly fear your reanimation may frighten me, and should that happen, I would have no choice but to perform another rite for you. However, should it alarm the other residents of the mountain, it would be most undesirable, so I ask for your understanding. Amit Ba, limitless heavenly sovereign, amen. After offering a prayer, he ignited the flames for cremation. The 3 pyres blazed until darkness fell. Battling the overwhelming stench of decay, Wu Chun meticulously prepared the bones for burial beneath the earth. It was unfathomable that someone would conceal such a putrid corpse within their own body. It was utterly revolting. The mere thought of Feng Bai expelling zombies from his mouth made Wu Chun feel nauseous. Yet, he also experienced a sense of intrigue. While he had heard of concealing objects within one's body, this was a matter of 3 zombies of considerable size. Could it be that his belly possessed a spatial capacity akin to that of storage bag? At the Silly Peak, a ghostly figure slipped into the Silly Hall. The peak's master, Yang Yang, wore a grim visage, expressing his dissatisfaction with a huff. Feng Bushi, having lingered in the shadows for too long, do not render yourself ghostly. As his words fell, Feng Bushi, the master of the Zhuang Peak, emerged from the shadows, his face as expressionless as death itself, inquiring, "What summons me?" Yang, direct and forthright as the master of Silly Peak, broached the subject without preamble. "Are you aware of the events at the Liuli Immortal Workshop today?" "Indeed. I have heard that the body has been transferred to your Silly Peak," came the response. Yang wafed his hen dramatically, producing a charred headless corpse alongside numerous remnants of puppets. From the tokens left at the scene, it was evident that this individual was a disciple of Qinji Peak, known as Fengbai. At that moment, a disciple fortuitously passed by, and the murderer only seized the storage bag, neglecting to clean up the rest. Feng Bushi remained silent, his face as expressionless as that of a corpse. Annoyed by the lifeless visage of his companion, Yang felt his own charcoal-black face grow even darker. "Do you believe this is merely an ordinary case of murder and theft?" Upon hearing this, Feng Bushi finally regarded the charred corpse with seriousness, realizing that Yang did not jest, indicating the gravity of the situation. He promptly extended his spiritual awareness, thoroughly probing the corpse but uncovering no clues. Frowning slightly, he proceeded to examine the body directly, halting only when he sensed something unusual within the abdominal cavity of the charred remains. "What is this?" A hypothesis formed in Feng Bushi's mind, and to validate it, he decisively tore open the abdomen of the corpse, undeterred by the grotesqueness, and extracted the stomach. With a squeeze, a loud pop ensued, scattering various objects across the ground. A quick glance revealed an array of malevolent artifacts, including several bodies that had not fully transformed into zombies. Indeed, it was the stomach absorption secret technique. To his astonishment, the source of the malevolence originated from the Ghost King Sect. The Ghost King Sect. Yang recognized the anomaly of the charred corpse, surmising that this individual was likely not Fengbai, which is why he had summoned Feng Bushi for investigation. The outcome, however, was even more surprising. The enmity between the Miantian Sect and the Yuming Valley stemmed largely from their geographical proximity. Yet the Ghost King Sect was situated hundreds of thousands of miles away, making it difficult to fathom that the infiltrating malevolence came from them. Observing that Yang seemed unfamiliar with the Ghost King Sect, Feng Bushi elaborated. The stomach absorption secret technique is a unique art of the Ghost King Sect, allowing one to refine the stomach into a storage bag for objects, making it exceedingly difficult to detect even with spiritual probing. Furthermore, they possess the ability to mimic the cultivation energy of others, rendering them undetectable even upon physical inspection, and are well-versed in transformation techniques. Yang noted in realization. No wonder we failed to detect this ghost. We are familiar with the capabilities of the Yuming Valley, which cannot penetrate with their dark schemes. I had not anticipated that they had summoned someone from the Ghost King Sect. Feng Bushi remained silent, continuing to crouch and sift through every item on the ground. Yang frowned, expressing his displeasure. "You should return to your Zhuang Peak. Look at the mess they've made of our law enforcement hall." Feng Bushi, however, said nothing, only rising after thoroughly inspecting the area, his tone icy. "This ghost is merely at the Qi refinement stage, at best a minor specter. Although it concealed itself within Qinji Peak, it could not possibly disrupt the protective array of the Honlu Immortal Workshop with its meager abilities." Yang's eyes lit up, picking up the conversation. "Thus, there must be more than one ghost within the sect, perhaps even a major specter." "Precisely." Feng Bushi's expression remained as impassive as ever, yet a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he gathered the charred corpse and the scattered items, striding towards the exit with urgency. The ghost had revealed its true nature, and he was eager to return to the peak to make arrangements. As he approached the grand hall's entrance, his footsteps faltered, and he turned back to say, "Master Yang, I owe you one." Yang gazed at the figure that had already vanished into the night, a slight smile gracing his lips. This solitary remark still bore a semblance of humanity. Chapter 27. The Sword and Book Lake. The sun hung high in the sky, and birds chirped merrily. Today, Wu Chun had succumbed to laziness, emerging from his quarters only when the sun was well past its zenith. It was not a deliberate desire to indulge in sloth, but rather the result of yesterday's battle, which had sapped his vitality, leaving him weak and unable to recover swiftly. In the future, he vowed to refrain from recklessly employing his hidden strengths, for they exacted a toll on his body. Wu Chun absently touched the scar on his chest, a remnant of self-inflicted harm, his pallid face shaking in dismay. Perhaps hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Liang's Wu came to check on him. Junior brother Wu, your complexion remains quite poor. Would you not consider visiting Danding Peak for a healing elixir? Wu Chun shook his head with a light-hearted chuckle. No, no. It was merely a few tumbles while wielding my flying sword. I'm not so fragile. Besides, I missed our appointment today. We had planned to ascend the mountain together to pay respects at the grave. He felt a flicker of gratitude for Liang's was concern. The prospect of an elixir to hasten his recovery was enticing. However, the chaos following the slaying of Feng Bai had left his hands unclean, and he feared that a trip to Danding Peak might expose his injuries. If someone connected him to the act of murder, it would spell trouble. There's no rush. We can visit the grave together once you have recuperated, Liang's Wu reassured him, concluding that Wu Chun's condition was merely one of fatigue and not grave. He then suggested they hunt some game to help restore Wu Chun's strength. Wu Chun pondered for a moment and nodded. That sounds good. Thank you, senior brother. And remember to bring a steel fork. The beasts in the forest are quite cunning, and a steel fork is necessary. Very well, I shall head out now. With that, Liang's Wu seized the steel fork from the courtyard and made his way into the dense woods. Senior brother Liang, I hope you do not return empty-handed. Wu Chun called after him, a faint smile adorning his face. He had intentionally diverted Liang's Wu's attention, for there was another matter he needed to address. The flying sword borrowed from senior sister Meng bore 3 distinct gashes, easily recognizable to any discerning eye as signs of fierce combat. Such evidence on a mere servant disciple like him was decidedly unreasonable. Subsequently, Wu Chun retrieved his elegant flying sword from his room and made his way towards the outskirts of Mangdang Mountain. The Sword and Book Lake, originally known as Shujian Lake, was intended by the sect as a serene venue for disciples to exchange insights on cultivation, embodying elegance and refinement. However, the disciples, fueled by excess hormones, transformed verbal exchanges into physical confrontations. Over time, Shujian Lake was colloquially renamed Sword and Book Lake, epitomizing the adage that actions speak louder than words. Of course, exchanges still occurred, such as setting up stalls, but that was the essence of Sword and Book Lake. Liang's Wu was not mistaken. This indeed was a favored locale for the disciples to vent their youthful exuberance. As Wu Chun arrived at the lake, his weary body momentarily rejuvenated by the vibrant scene before him. The expanse of Sword and Book Lake stretched nearly 1,000 zhang, bustling with life. Stalls were set up, merchants hawked their wares, and groups of friends reveled in each other's company, while curious onlookers were ever present. Above the lake's surface lay the gathering place for the disciples, where the sounds of their spirited exchanges resonated with fervor. For instance, one might declare, I am Wang XX of XX Peak. Does Li XX of XX Peak dare to engage in battle on the lake? Others would boast, the techniques of XX Peak are trivial. It is my prowess from XX Peak that truly prevails. Some were more direct, challenging, whoever dares, come to the lake, and I shall show you no mercy. At this moment, Wu Chun's gaze was fixed upon the 2 brawling disciples on the lake, as he made his way toward a nearby stall. While he was intrigued by the spectacle, he remained mindful of his own purpose. Upon reaching the stall, he found a vibrant red furnace surrounded by various minerals. Lacking expertise in artifact refinement, he was oblivious to the intricacies involved. The stall is set up, yet where is the vendor? Wu Chun mused. Just then, the skirmish on the lake reached a pause, with a robust, red-haired giant emerging victorious, bare-chested and wielding a dark iron hammer. The triumphant figure did not linger on the water-s surface. Instead, he proudly returned to his stall, exclaiming, What a thrill! What a thrill indeed! Noticing a servant disciple standing before his stall, the giant inquired, What do you want, kid? Wu Chun observed the imposing figure before him, feeling a palpable sense of intimidation. He thought to himself that, were this man transported to the Blue Star, even a bodybuilding champion would seem diminutive in comparison. Subsequently, he handed over his exquisite flying sword and explained, Senior brother, I am here on behalf of my senior sister to have this sword repaired. The red-haired giant accepted the sword, gripping the hilt with 2 fingers. After inspecting it, he replied, It's quite damaged, but that's manageable. It's merely an inferior flying sword. Provide me with 3 spirit stones, and you may return in 2 hours. Wu Chun nodded in agreement. 3 spirit stones were a fair price, indicating that the man was honest and not attempting to exploit him as a servant disciple. He then retrieved 3 spirit stones from his pocket and handed them over. Remarkably, these spirit stones had been acquired from Feng Bai. Without them, he would lack the means to repair the sword. Just as the red-haired giant was about to commence his work, a taunt echoed from the lake. "Zhu, do you think there's no one from the two-break peak? Come, face my blade." Upon hearing the mention of the two-break peak, Wu Chun instinctively glanced toward the lake's center, where a tall, slender disciple stood upon the water, brandishing a sword aimed directly at the stall. Wu Chun did not perceive the challenge as directed at him. It was evidently aimed at the red-haired giant at the stall. "I have business to attend to and no time for games," the giant replied brusquely, focusing on stoking the flames of the furnace. The tall disciple's lips twitched at the dismissive remark, feeling slighted and unable to maintain his composure. Therefore, he boldly proclaimed the giant's full name, "Zhu Miao Miao, prepare for battle." Zhu Miao Miao. In a moment of confusion, Wu Chun could not immediately associate such a delicate name with the burly figure before him. However, upon witnessing the flames erupting from the red-haired giant's eyes, fiercer than the fire in the forge, realization dawned upon him. A wave of discomfort washed over him. He felt an urge to laugh, yet he refrained, fearing that a single blow from the giant would lead to his demise. The man known as Zhu Miao Miao seized his formidable black iron hammer, boldly facing the center of the lake, gritting his teeth as he declared, "If you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With a sudden leap, he caused the stalls around him to tremble, a clear testament to his seething anger. With a series of resounding sounds, bang, crack, clink, and boom, Zhu Miao Miao returned to his stall, his triumphant aura casting a glance at Wu Chun as he inquired, "Did you hear anything just now? Was someone speaking?" Wu Chun, with an earnest expression, replied, "I heard nothing, only the magnificent and imposing presence of Brother Zhu. Truly impressive." Zhu Miao Miao nodded, approvingly acknowledging Wu Chun's discerning eye. "You have good taste. Consider this a reward of 2 spirit stones." Chapter 28. Exorcising Ghosts. 2 hours slipped away swiftly. Zhu Miao Miao tossed the repaired, flying sword to Wu Chun, accompanied by a spirit stone. "Brother Zhu, this," Wu Chun began. But Zhu Miao Miao interrupted with a wave of his hand, asserting, "If I say 2 stones, then 2 stones it is. Keep the excess, no need for chatter." Understanding the man's fiery temperament, Wu Chun accepted graciously, bowing in gratitude. As he departed from the stall, Wu Chun's attention was suddenly captured by a figure cloaked in black robes. It was not uncommon to see disciples of peculiar attire within the sect, but this individual stood out, bearing a white mask, a hallmark of the disciples from Zhuowang Peak. Having previously glimpsed the visual records of the esteemed Liang Yusheng from Zhuowang Peak, he knew that his disciples rarely revealed themselves to the public and, when they did, often concealed their appearances. The white mask was unmistakably a symbol of their lineage. After a moment, Wu Chun shifted his gaze from the Zhuowang Peak disciple and began scanning the surroundings of the Shujian Lake with heightened scrutiny. Soon, a frown creased his brow. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. At that moment, several masked figures began to converge around Shujian Lake, and he could only speculate on how many more lurked in the shadows. A gentleman does not stand upon a perilous wall. I must leave at once. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the nearby disciple from Zhuowang Peak sprang into action, charging towards Shujian Lake. His target was an unremarkable outer sect disciple, one who would not attract a second glance in a crowd. Yet, the Zhuowang Peak disciple unleashed a deadly strike, a flurry of flying needles raining down, encircling the target with deadly precision, each needle shimmering with an eerie blue light, signifying they were enhanced. Simultaneously, similar assaults erupted from various directions around Shujian Lake, all instigated by masked individuals. The spectacle left many disciples present in a state of shock. What is happening? Shouldn't fights be taken to the lake? This is against the rules. Run. Spread the word, shouted the besieged ghost, fully aware that his identity had been compromised. However, this time, the action at Zhuowang Peak was clearly well prepared, leaving no room for the ghost to escape easily. On Wu Chun's side, he observed as the ghost enveloped by the flying needles was shrouded in thick, black smoke, with the needles piercing through the mist as if they were sinking into cotton, producing not a single sound. Subsequently, the smoke expanded rapidly, and faintly, the chilling wails of the ghost could be heard. After merely a moment of listening, Wu Chun felt a throbbing in his head. The intensity of this presence indicated that the individual was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Without further contemplation, Wu Chun swiftly drew his flying sword for protection. Just as he was about to take action, a figure resembling an iron tower stood before him. With a hand as large as a fan, the figure grasped and hurled him out of the battle circle. The burly man wielded a dark gold hammer and charged boldly into the encroaching black mist raising his hammer to strike. Evil spirits, take this blow. The hammer collided with the mist, producing a resounding boom. The black mist was partially dispersed, yet the man was sent flying backward like a cannonball, landing with a spout of blood. The ghost within the mist had no intention of lingering. In an instant, it split the mist into multiple parts, scattering in all directions. This ghost exhibited considerable prowess, yet Ziwang Peak had its own contingencies. The previously engaged figure wearing a white mask was merely a Qi refinement stage disciple, intended to identify valuable targets. At this moment, the ghosts surrounding Shujian Lake had been assessed, revealing that aside from this one with Foundation establishment strength, the others were merely minor ghosts at the Qi refinement stage. It was time for the Foundation establishment elder of Ziwang Peak to intervene. Above Shujian Lake, 3 figures appeared, all cloaked in black robes with white masks obscuring their faces. The 3, with 6 hands, simultaneously performed hand seals, conjuring a vast net that shimmered with ethereal light, ensnaring the scattered black mist and leaving no avenue for escape. As the net retracted, the mist dissipated, revealing only a corpse with rolled-back eyes. What a clever scheme. You nearly deceived me as well. Positioned at the periphery of Shujian Lake, Wu Chun turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, noticing yet another figure high above. This person, clad in Ziwang Peak's black robe, yet lacking a mask, possessed a deathly visage that fixed its gaze intently upon the tranquil lake below. Wu Chun's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that Feng Bushi, the peak master of Ziwang Peak, would personally take the field. His recognition of Feng Bushi stemmed from the fact that this man was the master of the deceased Liang Yu. Suddenly, Feng Bushi plunged into the placid lake, creating a thunderous splash that sent water soaring to heights reaching 10 stories. Wu Chun could not fathom what transpired beneath the surface, but shortly after, 2 figures burst forth from the water, engaging in a fierce aerial duel, the cacophony of their clash surpassing the din of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. Wu Chun watched, his mouth slightly agape, astonished that this ghost could contend evenly with a peak master. Even golden core stage cultivators were willing to act as undercover agents. The tumultuous battle in the air was reminiscent of the earlier clash between the peak masters at Xiaolin Peak, and before long, several streaks of rainbow light flickered into view. A radiant glow descended, and a voice called out, "The face of a corpse. You dare to fight without summoning me? Step aside and allow me to confront this demon spawn." Feng Bushi's eyes twitched. Was this truly a matter of combat? Yet, the situation had already been determined. Even if the sect leader and elders refrained from intervening to preserve their dignity, the convergence of several Golden Core Peak Masters ensured this specter could not escape. With a resounding clash, the 2 combatants separated, hovering in opposition. The reputation of the Zongyuan sects sitting for Get Peak was indeed well-deserved. I am curious. How did you uncover this? Zhou, the master of the Wuying Hall of the Ghost King sect, held a token that was familiar to him. Feng Bushi's corpse-like visage remained unchanged as he casually tossed a token, obtained from the charred remains of a corpse, toward Zhou. Understanding dawned upon Zhou. The subordinates had revealed their flaws, and a single misstep had led to their downfall. Why waste words with a corpse face? If you want to fight, I shall, he declared. Hey, demon spawn, I am the Fire Qilin of the Furnace Peak. Fire Qilin of Furnace Peak? Never heard of it, came the derisive reply. As the master of a peak, the Fire Qilin was incensed by such mockery, flames surging 3 meters high atop his head. I shall battle you for 300 rounds. 300 rounds. Seeing the Fire Qilin charging forward, Feng Bushi quickly interjected, alive, please. Surrounded, Zhou understood that he was doomed. Having operated as an undercover agent for years, he had anticipated this day and was reluctant to resist any longer. With a resigned smile, he thrust his hand into his abdomen. With a squeeze, an eruption of icy blue flames poured forth, engulfing his entire being. That is abyssal ghost fire. Peak Master, do not be rash, Feng Bushi warned. I have never feared fire, the Fire Qilin retorted, but this flame is so frigid. As he drew near the icy blue flames, the Fire Qilin shuddered violently, his 3-meter flames dwindling to mere embers, prompting him to retreat hastily. Standing beside Feng Bushi, he regarded the blazing abyssal ghost fire with trepidation. He had considered the possibility of Zhou self-destructing or making a desperate last stand, but he had not anticipated such a method of self-termination. After all, a self-detonation might leave behind a residual soul, which could be captured for soul-searching through secret techniques. However, This fire was too peculiar. Merely approaching it sent chills through one's entire being, freezing even the soul. In such a blaze, the possibility of soul preservation was non-existent. Unable to contain himself, the fire Qilin turned to Feng Bushi and asked, "Is this how all of you who work undercover operate?" The corpse-like face rolled its eyes in response. Chapter 29, Handsome. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the great wish of Tsushu. Acquired inheritance, stomach absorption secret method, unveiling technique. Wu Chun gazed at the blazing icy blue flames in the sky, a sudden pang of realization striking him. This self-immolating individual was none other than Zhou-like. After the execution of the imposter Feng Bai, I instinctively checked the other's last wishes. Initially, I held little hope, treating it as a mere token of gratitude. Yet unexpectedly, fulfilling these wishes required not an ounce of effort. It seems that virtuous deeds indeed yield benevolent rewards. Subsequently, Wu Chun collected his thoughts and began to examine the life of Chu Juxing. In the Ghost King Sect, within the Shadowless Hall, a piercing cry of a newborn echoed. A man, filled with paternal joy, cradled his child tenderly while affectionately caressing his beloved wife. On that very day, Zhou-like made a sudden appearance, his tone brooking no dissent. "Eliminate them." "No, master, they're my cherished wife and child." The man protested desperately. "We do not need emotions. It is through ruthlessness that we can survive longer. If you do not kill them, you will perish alongside them." The man, cornered, was forced to take the lives of his wife and child with his own hands. Zhou-like stated coldly, "Live with this hatred. I await your vengeance. Should you manage to kill me, you shall become the next hall master." Such cruelty! After viewing the deceased's life, Wu Chun could not help but curse. He was profoundly struck by the bloodthirsty methods of those in the demonic sect, showing such mercilessness even towards their own. At this moment, the battle surrounding Shujian Lake was drawing to a close. Due to meticulous planning, the sect's disciples suffered minimal casualties. While the few obstinate little demons had been subdued, regardless of their fate, they were all taken away by the disciples of Sitting Forgetting Peak. With their impending fate all too predictable, even the dead would be made to die once more. The situation had been settled. Wu Chun approached the burly man with concern. "Brother Zhu, how are your injuries?" "Nothing serious, just sustained from drinking deer blood this morning. Cough, cough." Saying this, Zhu Miao Miao coughed up more deer blood. Wu Chun found the prideful brother both amusing and admirable, truly endearing. The two had crossed paths fortuitously. Had it not been for his timely intervention against the black mist, it would have been him lying on the ground, spitting blood profusely. "Brother Zhu, please refrain from speaking. I shall take you to Danding Peak for treatment." Wu Chun, worried for his wounds, supported the towering figure of Zhu Miao Miao, but after a few steps, several disciples from Furnace Peak arrived and took over the care of the man. Before they departed, Zhu Miao Miao turned his head and asked, "How was my earlier strike?" Wu Chun was taken aback, then grinned, revealing a dazzling smile as he sincerely gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." The sun hung low in the sky, teetering on the edge of descent. On the path leading to Mangdang Mountain, Wu Chun leisurely tossed pebbles for amusement. He tossed a thumb-sized stone into the air, watching it fall. "Oh, he exclaimed as he swallowed it whole. Next, he produced a stone the size of an egg, tossing it up, then swallowing it with another awoo. Following, there was a stone the size of a light bulb. "Oh," he struggled, unable to swallow it. Wu Chun wore a distressed expression, rubbing his sore teeth, muttering to himself, "This stomach-enlarging secret method is indeed effective, but the items I must consume are too large. My mouth simply cannot accommodate them." One cannot help but wonder about the training methods of the Ghost King Sect, capable of swallowing a person whole. This thought sent a shiver down my spine. Conjuring images of the counterfeit Feng Bai expelling zombies. Such feats are not easily learned. In the future, it would suffice to conceal small, precious items within one's abdomen. Subsequently, Wu Chun reminisced about another secret technique he had acquired today, the skin peeling technique. This art allows one to shed another's skin, seamlessly adhering it to oneself, thereby transforming into the likeness of another. Even advanced practitioners would find it difficult to discern the ruse through divine perception. It is no wonder that the sect harbors so many ghosts, only now coming to this realization. It seems that the recent large-scale ghost capture at the Sitting Forgetting Peak may be connected to the counterfeit Feng Bai. Given that he had not disposed of the corpse properly, it was highly likely that the sect had obtained it. That body must contain numerous clues. With the capabilities of the Sitting Forgetting Peak, it should not be difficult to trace the matter, though he wondered if it would lead back to him. Wu Chun's concerns were not unfounded. The world of cultivation is rife with arcane techniques, and until today, he had never encountered skills such as hiding items within one's body or skin shifting for disguise. Better to be cautious than to regret. If it truly led back to him, he would have to resort to that hidden card. Wu Chun nodded solemnly and, with his hands forming a seal before his chest, focused intently on the Mangdang Mountain. From a distance, the mountain resembled a grave, and upon closer inspection, it was surrounded by many graves. Every detail was meticulously absorbed into his consciousness, layered, wrapped, and compressed into a seed. To invoke the sitting forgetting technique, one must first set a warning spirit, and the spirit he chose was none other than Mangdang Mountain itself. By taking precautions in advance, he ensured that even if he never needed to employ the sitting forgetting technique, he would remain unperturbed, as this secret art was exceedingly sinister. Should that day ever come, he would not be caught off guard. Just as Wu Chun released his hands from the seal, a voice called out from the distant forest. "Junior Brother Wu, why aren't you resting at home? What brings you here?" Turning to the source of the voice, he recognized Liang Zhua, whom he had persuaded to go hunting. Noticing Liang's empty hands, it seemed the steel fork's aura was indeed formidable. "I was feeling cooped up at home, so I decided to take a stroll. Brother Liang, how was your haul today?" Liang Zhua leaped before Wu Chun, awkwardly admitting, I'm not very experienced in hunting, so... "No worries. Returning empty-handed is quite normal. In truth, I am in good health. Whether I supplement or not is of little consequence," Wu Chun reassured him. Liang Zhua scratched his head. "Empty-handed? You mean returning with nothing? But I did have some success. Look." As he spoke, Liang Zhua turned to reveal the prey hanging from his steel fork, a small fox with strikingly vibrant red fur. Wu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. "What the—" Mangdang Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, in a small courtyard, Wu Chun and Liang Zhua sat opposite one another around a stone pedestal, exchanging glances. On the pedestal lay the small fox, a new pet of the true heir of the Jizhu Peak, Shan. Wu Chun was filled with trepidation. "Brother Liang, it's not dead, is it?" Liang Zhua was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I truly do not know. This little fox is incredibly swift. I used several Qingquan talismans before I managed to catch it." Wu Chun, with wide eyes, responded, "Several Qingquan talismans. This is disastrous. We must prepare ourselves and go to the Jizhu Peak to plead for forgiveness." Liang Zhua straightened his expression and patted his chest, declaring, "One must bear the consequences of their actions. If Jizhu Peak truly seeks to blame us, I shall take full responsibility. Do not say such things. If it weren't for me, you would not have ventured into the dense forest to hunt. It is merely a clash between my territory and Brother Shan's pet." Wu Chun consoled him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Suddenly, a sound caught their attention, and both looked down. The little fox on the stone pedestal slowly opened its eyes, appearing slightly dazed. It shook its head and, upon glancing up, was met with the sight of 4 bulbous eyes staring back at it. Eek! The little fox leaped in fright, darting away in a panic, but in its confusion, it ran in the wrong direction, cornering itself against the wall. Terrified, it turned to see the 2 humans closing in, their shadows looming over it. "Squeak! Do not be afraid, little fox. Do you remember me? You brought me a gift before. I know your master," Wu Chun said, trying to exude a kind demeanor, flashing a broad, white smile. Yet, to the little fox, his expression appeared quite menacing. "Oh no, this human is baring his teeth." Chapter 30. Liang Yu has passed away. "Junior Brother Wu, I have come to chat." Outside the small courtyard, Shan Yun alighted gracefully, having flown in on a book. Upon landing, he called out, but received no reply. Instead, a cacophony of chaotic voices and the sound of clattering echoed from within the room. "Do not fear, little fox. We are not bad people." "Hey, that is my food. Do not touch it. My bed. How dare you urinate here? Once I catch you, I shall deal with you properly." Hearing this commotion, Shan Yun smiled gently. "It seems my spirit pet and Junior Brother Wu are truly fated." He then strolled into the small courtyard. At that moment, the little fox dashed out of the room, instantly spotting its master. It leaped into Shan Yun's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, nuzzling against him and whimpering continuously, as if expressing endless grievances. All right, Junior Brother Wu is not a bad person," Shan Yun soothed, gently stroking the fox's vibrant red fur. Wu Chun and Liang Yu emerged from the room, both momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shan Yun. Wu Chun stepped forward first, awkwardly scratching the back of his head and mustering his courage. "Senior Brother Shan, you have arrived. We were just playing with the little fox. By the way, it ran to my home on its own." Shan Yun merely smiled and remained silent. All right, to speak frankly, I was the one who knocked the little fox out and brought it back. I beg your understanding, senior brother. Before Wu Chun could finish, Liang Zhuo interjected. I have met you, senior brother. It was I who injured the little fox. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. Shan Yun waved his hand gently, offering reassurance. It is of no matter. The little rascal merely needs to learn a lesson. It is better for her to endure a little hardship than to run amok. Squeak. The little fox seemed somewhat dissatisfied, its voice taking on a melodious, almost coquettish tone. Wu Chun and Liang Zhuo observed that Shan Yun displayed no signs of anger, and they both exhaled slowly. Junior brother Wu, you have a guest. So I shall take my leave, Liang Zhuo remarked, lifting his leg to depart. Wu Chun grasped his arm, saying, It matters not. You are also my guest. Let us sit together and engage in pleasant conversation. Oh, do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Senior brother Shan is not one to be swayed by unfounded biases. As Wu Chun suggested, Shan Yun's temperament was indeed serene, and he would not be troubled by Liang's earlier remarks. Under Wu Chun's persuasion, the three of them gathered in the courtyard. To enrich their tea gathering, Shan Yun produced fruits and beverages. As expected of senior brother Shan, I have little of worth to offer, as I've already exhausted my stock of various fruit wines, Wu Chun admitted. No matter. I came here with a sentiment to share, Shan Yun replied. A sentiment? I thought you had calculated that the little fox was here with me, Wu Chun quipped, casting a surprised glance at him, and then at the little fox. The fox, sensing the gaze upon it, embraced a spiritual fruit and scampered back into its master's embrace, giving a huffy sound in Wu Chun's direction. Shan Yun chuckled softly, patting the mischievous little fox, and explained, on this trip to the Pillar Peak, I indeed came to seek the little fox, but I also wish to visit you. That is splendid. Senior brother Shan, you're always welcome here. Wu Chun replied with a grin. Liang Zhuo, observing their light-hearted banter, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Though Wu Chun occupied a humble position, he enjoyed a close camaraderie with a true disciple of the peak. In contrast, Liang Zhuo reflected on his own situation. Once under the protection of Elder Zhou, he could converse with others, but now he was regarded as a pariah. Junior brother Wu, I find myself lacking, Liang Zhuo lamented, suddenly struck by a thought. He straightened his posture and beseeched Shan Yun. Senior brother Shan, I have heard much about the divination skills of Pillar Peak, and I humbly request a reading. Oh, what matter do you wish to divine? Shan Yun inquired. I seek information about a person's whereabouts. Who? Liang Yu. Upon hearing this name, Shan Yun turned to Wu Chun, who responded with a raised eyebrow and a subtle shake of his head. Shan Yun, unaware of the bond between Liang Zhuo and Liang Yu, found it peculiar that Wu Chun had previously inquired about Liang Yu during his visit to Pillar Peak. Had junior brother Wu not informed him that Liang Yu had passed away? Senior brother, am I putting you in a difficult position? Liang Zhuo asked, sensing the delay in Shan Yun's response. Not at all, but no buts. Let us raise our glasses first. Liang brother, the atmosphere has grown so somber. Let us drink and celebrate life. Wu Chun interjected, knowing that Shan Yun was sincere and would not engage in deceit. Thus, he sought to divert the conversation. However, Liang Zhuo was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. The memory of his brother's demise loomed over him like a sharp blade, urging and tormenting him, leaving no room for complacency until he could confront the one responsible. I implore you, senior brother. Liang Zhuo stood up and bowed deeply to Shan Yun. Shan Yun extended his hand to assist him in rising. You are Liang Zhuo, and you must have ties to Liang Yu. To be frank, I have previously examined information regarding Liang Yu. Upon hearing these words, Liang Zhuo's spirits soared, and his voice grew a few decibels louder. I earnestly hope that senior brother Dan will enlighten me. Liang Yu has passed away. These words, uttered by Dan Yun, floated lightly into the air, yet struck Liang Zhuo's ears like a thunderous explosion. For a moment, he struggled to accept the news of that man's demise. He is dead? He is truly gone. How could he possibly die? No, senior brother Dan, you must be deceiving me, right? Dan Yun shook his head in silence. Wu Chun, concerned for Liang Zhuo's state, urged, Senior brother Liang, please calm down. Let us sit and discuss this matter. However, Liang Zhuo was far from able to sit still. He grew increasingly frantic, alternating between laughter and tears. He is dead. He has actually died. He is my brother. How can he be dead? If anyone is to die, it should be at my hands. Ah! This torrent of emotion erupted into a long howl, causing the spirit fruit in the little fox's mouth to fall, as it burrowed frantically into its owner's embrace. This human is terrifying. Wu Chun attempted further persuasion, But Liang Zhuo was beyond hearing. After repeatedly confirming with Dan Yun, he wildly waved his arms and dashed out of the courtyard, disappearing in an instant. Sigh. Wu Chun could only let out a helpless sigh. Junior brother Wu, it seems you were aware of the connection between junior brother Liang and Liang Yu. Why did you not disclose the truth? Dan Yun inquired. This question left Wu Chun at a loss. He had no intention of concealing the truth. He simply found it difficult to articulate. Ultimately, he could only express his helplessness with another sigh. Sensing his unspoken struggles, Dan Yun refrained from pressing further, and the two fell into silence. They raised their cups and drank. The bond of camaraderie among men requires no excessive words. It is all contained within the wine. They continued to drink until the moon hung high in the branches, pausing only when the little fox yawned. Junior brother Wu, it is getting late. You should rest. Wu Chun rose to see his senior brother off, offering polite farewells. No need for excessive courtesy. In truth, I came to discuss another matter with you today. Oh, Wu Chun replied, puzzled. Why would a distinguished true disciple seek out a mere servant disciple for a matter? Do you still recall the bitter cold meridian I mentioned previously? Of course, I remember. I even brewed a tonic for you with 100 fruits to dispel the cold. What of it, senior brother? Is my bitter cold meridian somehow related to you? Indeed. Dan Yun nodded solemnly. Wu Chun tilted his head in confusion. Chapter 31. Convening to discuss matters. Wu Chun could hardly fathom how he might be connected to the bitter cold meridian. Previously, he had heard from Dan Yun that even the finest elixirs from the Danding Peak were ineffective against the bitter cold meridian, and he had no miraculous healing skills to speak of. Could it be that his physique had caught someone's attention? Senior brother, could it be that my constitution can cure the bitter cold meridian? Wu Chun speculated wildly. Dan Yun gently shook his head and began to recount. From a young age, I was frail and weak until by chance my master took notice of me and brought me back to the Pillar Peak. My master said I was a person of clear Dao heart. Initially, I did not understand the significance of having a clear Dao heart, but eventually, I came to comprehend it. A clear Dao heart? Wu Chun, hearing this term for the first time, curiously inquired, Senior brother Dan, what does a clear Dao heart mean? In simple terms, it means one possesses a keen sense of perception. A keen sense of perception? Indeed, there are moments when I sense someone approaching me. Upon opening the door, I find that my intuition was correct. Similarly, I may feel that I am destined to stumble today, only to indeed fall. Wu Chun nodded in realization, understanding that a senior brother believed my plight was intertwined with the bitter and cold pulse of my existence. Indeed, he affirmed, my master has spoken of my affliction as being difficult to remedy. Even if I were to establish a foundation, I would not survive beyond the age of 40. It is a calamity in my fate. I had resigned myself to this fate, yet today, I suddenly felt that you, my junior brother, might be the one to aid me in overcoming this tribulation. Me? Assist you in transcending your tribulation? Wu Chun exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. With a light chuckle, Dan Yun gently lowered Wu Chun's hand from his face. There is no need for such surprise. The way of the Tao follows the natural order. Let it unfold as it should. Very well, since you possess such keen insights, I shall accept the role of your tribulation bearer, Wu Chun replied. Suddenly, he too felt an instinctive urge and inquired eagerly, Senior brother, when do you foresee my fortune arriving? I do not sense anything, Dan Yun replied. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars align and disperse. 3 days had passed since the incident at Shujian Lake, and this matter had become a topic of casual discussion among the disciples of the sect. Some praised the actions at Ziwang Peak for effectively rooting out the ghosts within the sect. Others criticized Ziwang Peak for negligence, claiming that the specters had been lurking within the sect for quite some time before finally being exposed. The fall of Xianfang was suspected to be due to leaked intelligence or perhaps a direct involvement of the ghosts in the battle at Xianfang. In any case, within the sect, there are arguments supporting each perspective. Some, impatient to settle their disputes, directly proposed a meeting at Shujian Lake. At that moment, a resounding bell tolled from Miantian Peak, its sound rippling through the sect like gentle waves. Upon hearing the bell, the masters of various peaks responded, transforming into radiant arcs as they soared towards the heavens. Disciples near Miantian Peak looked up to witness a convergence of splendid rainbow lights, a breathtaking spectacle. Atop Miantian Peak, within the grand hall of Miantian, hundreds of peak masters gathered. Those with amicable relations engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing old stories and exchanging pleasantries in hushed tones. The atmosphere was serene until a shadowy figure materialized above the high platform in the hall, at which point the assembly stood in unison. Bowing in reverence, we humbly welcome the Dharma form of our sect leader. The Dharma form exuded solemnity, its ethereal light shimmering. With a mere lift of its hand, the numerous golden core peak masters arose. Today, I have summoned you to discuss two significant matters that have recently transpired within the sect. In truth, these two issues may be interrelated. Feng Bushi, you shall present the details first. Yes, Feng Bushi complied, stepping forward. The first matter pertains to the fall of Honglu Xianfang. Elder Zhou, stationed at the Xianfang, has perished alongside 13 foundational disciples, resulting in the loss of 168 disciples. Additionally, various resources have been lost, leading to a decline in the sect's geopolitical influence. The primary culprit behind this incident is our arch-nemesis, Yuming Valley. The fall of Honglu Xianfang occurred because the protective formation was compromised before facing the enemy, leading us to suspect that the formation's diagram was leaked. As he spoke, a figure emerged from the ranks. It is inconceivable that the intricate formations within our sect are meticulously safeguarded by Qinji Peak, hence no information could have been leaked. Feng Bushi cast a glance at the individual before him, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he remarked, "Chief Liu, since I have made such a statement, I naturally possess substantial grounds. Should you wish to refute my claim, it would be prudent to wait until I have concluded my exposition." Lu Xiang, the esteemed leader of Qinji Peak, raised a brow and glared with indignation, declaring, "Very well, I shall permit you to finish. However, should your assertions lack foundation, I shall see to it that we engage in a contest." Ignoring the threat posed by his counterpart, Feng Bushi proceeded to elaborate on his second point. 3 days prior, I, along with disciples from the Ziwang Peak, apprehended an infiltrator within our sect at Shujian Lake, comprising 1 at the Golden Core stage and 8 at the Qi refinement stage. These infiltrators did not originate from the Netherworld Valley, but rather from the Ghost King sect. Given that no Foundation establishment cultivators were dispatched for this covert operation, I suspect that the Ghost King sect as patriarch, Zhou Lika, acted independently, possibly without the knowledge of his sect. At this juncture, a voice arose from the assembly, inquiring, "Ahem, Chief Feng, how can you ascertain that the Ghost King sect is not the orchestrator behind this?" Feng Bushi replied, "While it is true that righteousness and malevolence are distinct, the Ghost King sect lies tens of thousands of miles away from us. Logically and emotionally, it would be unwise for them to send Golden Core experts to infiltrate our sect when their true adversary is the Miantian Sect." Additionally, the captured infiltrators revealed that they had received assistance from the Netherworld Valley prior to their infiltration, indicating that it is more plausible that a transaction occurred between the Netherworld Valley and Zhou Lika rather than a direct order from the Ghost King sect. This response garnered considerable assent, with many nodding in agreement within the Grand Hall. However, Lu Xiang from Qinji Peak still appeared visibly enraged. "Your reasoning is indeed sound, but how does this pertain to the breach of our Qinji Peak?" Feng Bushi remained unfazed by the elder's outburst, responding with calmness, in addition to the aforementioned. "I have obtained another vital piece of information from the infiltrators. Elder Su of Qinji Peak has met with misfortune. Zhou Lika, who has already perished in self-immolation, was one of the assailants who besieged Elder Su." "What did you say?" Lu Xiang, upon hearing of the demise of his fellow elder, became increasingly agitated. "If my disciple, Su, has perished, why is his life lamp still intact?" Feng Bushi provided an explanation. "It is because Elder Su's soul was ensnared by someone using a secret technique and remains tethered to this world. As long as the soul endures, the life lamp shall not extinguish. Such methods are not lacking in the Netherworld Valley." At a loss for words, Lu Xiang momentarily faltered. A year ago, his disciple Su had ventured out for exploration and had yet to return. He had dismissed the matter lightly, believing the duration to be too brief. If Su had indeed fallen into the clutches of malevolence, it would elucidate the leakage of the arrayed diagrams from the Honglu Xianfang for the study of formations. Su surpassed him in expertise. With this realization, Lu Xiang hastily turned to the esteemed figure above and implored, "Sect Master, should my disciple, Su, have indeed fallen into the hands of the demonic faction, we must fortify the formations throughout our domain to avert a recurrence of the calamity faced by Honglu Xianfang." The esteemed figure nodded slightly in acknowledgement, agreed. Having received the sect master's consent, Lu Xiang returned to his position in the ranks, but then, as if struck by a thought, he posed another question to Feng Bushi. "If the nefarious individuals from the demonic sect have already captured my disciple Su, why would they risk continuing to infiltrate our sect?" To this inquiry, Feng Bushi did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved a jade tablet and activated it. In an instant, a dense array of characters emerged from the jade tablet, chronicling the detailed information of the sect's outstanding disciples over the past decade. From their appearances and habits to the techniques they practiced and their methods of confronting adversaries, as well as their interpersonal relationships and preferences, the meticulousness of these records was astounding. "For where did you obtain this jade tablet?" Lu Xiong inquired after scanning the text, but immediately regretted the question. It was evident that such an item could only have come from the machinations of the Dark Sect. One could easily surmise that if this jade tablet fell into the hands of the Dark Sect, it would spell disaster for the disciples of the sect. Or perhaps they intended to undermine the sect by targeting the new generation. No wonder the ghosts congregated at the Shujian Lake when the incident occurred at Ziwang Peak. How sinister. The Dark Sect is plotting a ruthless scheme. Sect leader, let's go to war. Chapter 32, he said you were kind. Once more, the sound of a bell resonated, followed by nearly 100 rays of rainbow light dispersing from the peak of Miantian, each returning to their respective peaks. In the aftermath of the assembly at the Grand Hall of Miantian, Feng Bushi remained alone, seeking forgiveness from the divine form of the sect leader above. Sect leader, the infiltration of the Dark Sect within our ranks has caused such great destruction. I bear significant responsibility and humbly request that you relieve me of my duties as Peak Master and summon Senior Brotherly back to assume leadership of Ziwang Peak. Upon hearing these words, the solemn divine form above gradually coalesced into a middle-aged man with a long beard, who descended from the high platform and placed a reassuring hand on Feng Bushi's shoulder, speaking kindly. When you're on the verge of breaking through to the dance stage, Li Zhu came to seek my approval to transfer the Peak Master position to you. At that time, I refused, but upon hearing his insistence, I ultimately acquiesced. It was evident that Feng Bushi was hearing this for the first time, and his expression revealed a hint of discomfort as his pupils trembled with the question. What did Senior Brotherly say at that time? The sect leader let his hand fall from Feng Bushi's shoulder and pointed to his heart, stating, he said you were kind. Amidst the vast expanse of Mangdang Mountain, gravestones stood like a forest. Wu Chun dragged the mud-like Liang Zhua to the elder's gravestone at Shinfu Peak, sternly admonishing him. Senior Brother Liang, look at what you have become. A lump of mud. Can you truly honor the heroes of Honglu Immortal Workshop by living like this? You once spoke of Elder Zhou's kindness towards you, yet now you show him this disgraceful self. I can only imagine that even in spirit, Elder Zhou would give you a reprimand. After taking a breath, Wu Chun continued to guide this lump of mud. Others in the sect may call you a coward and a deserter, but I do not care. I understand that those who do not know the suffering of others should not speak of their virtues, which is why I chose to befriend you. And now, you are nothing but a living embodiment of a coward, too afraid to face reality. Look upon the heroes of Mangdang Mountain. We live under their legacy. And to be unambitious is a shame, while sinking into depravity is utterly disgraceful. Perhaps exhausted from his tirade, Wu Chun took a few swigs from a bamboo tube at his waist, glancing sideways to see a flicker of light in Liang Zhua's eyes before finally exhaling. Ever since learning of Liang Yu's demise, Liang Zhua had seemed like a soulless wretch, a mere shell of a man. Initially, Wu Chun attempted to counsel with gentle words. However, as the other party remained impervious, he resorted to more stringent measures on Mount Mangdang. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared that these drastic measures bore some fruit. Brother Liang, reflect upon your actions here. I shall descend the mountain first. Having spoken, Wu Chun turned to depart, yet the moment he lifted his foot, he found himself frozen in place. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black, bearing a visage reminiscent of death itself. It was none other than the master of Ziwang Peak, Feng Bushi. At that moment, Wu Chun's heart raced, akin to the cacophony of drums and firecrackers. What a calamity! Why has this esteemed figure come here? It seems he is specifically seeking me. What slip have I made that has drawn his attention? Surely, he does not intend to capture me as an informant and pry into my soul? No. Wu Chun, you must remain composed. The more critical the situation, the calmer you must be. Indeed, composure is key. I have yet to reveal my trump card. If one were to inquire who Wu Chun least wished to encounter within the Miantian Sect, the disciples of Ziwang Peak would undoubtedly rank among them. And now he must confront the Peak's master. In truth, Feng Bushi's sudden presence was due to a connection with Elder Zhou, as he had come to pay his respects. Previously, during the interment of Elder Zhou and the disciples, he felt guilt for not having attended, believing his negligence had contributed to the elder's demise. Now that the hidden threats within the sect have been eliminated, he felt he could finally honor the deceased. It was fortuitous that he happened upon the scene where Wu Chun was reprimanding Liang Zhuo. Feng Bushi was not unfamiliar with Liang Zhuo, being the younger brother of his own disciple, whom he had placed under Elder Zhou's care to facilitate his own pupilless progress. You appear to recognize me? Feng Bushi's keen eyes, sharp as an eagle's, scrutinized the young attendant before him. The flicker of panic that had briefly crossed Wu Chun's countenance seemed to suggest something more. By instinct, he inquired. Wu Chun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master Feng. Just a few days prior, I had the honor of witnessing your valor in eradicating evil at Shujian Lake. Upon hearing this plausible explanation, Feng Bushi momentarily set aside his suspicions and strode to stand alongside Liang Zhuo before Elder Zhou's gravestone. Liang Zhuo, indifferent to the outside world and bearing a pallid expression, glanced at the golden core stage master beside him, forgoing any formal greeting before lowering his head once more. Feng Bushi broke the silence. How did Elder Zhou treat you? Liang Zhuo replied. His kindness was as profound as a mountain. Do you harbor resentment towards the sect? Liang Zhuo hesitated, uncertain why the master would pose such a question. In truth, perhaps resentment might arise when facing the scorn of fellow disciples. Yet, during his time spent with Wu Chun, that bitterness had long dissipated. Thus, he answered sincerely. I do not resent. Do you still resent Liang Yu? Liang Zhuo's head shot up in utter surprise. Senior, do you know this person? Feng Bushi nodded. I am his master. Upon hearing this revelation, Liang Zhuo could scarcely believe it. His pupils dilated, and his mind momentarily faltered. Wu Chun, not far from the two, was equally astonished, having never anticipated that Feng Bushi would reveal such explosive information. At that moment, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, desperate to vacate the premises. Yet, he dared not act rashly, fearing that any misstep could result in him being seized and subjected to soul-searching. He could not afford to be careless. It was time to employ that card. After preparing himself mentally, Wu Chun slowly closed his eyes and silently chanted, Zhuo Wang. On that fateful day, when Liang Yu exterminated his kin, I was also present. Feng Bushi continued to drop bombshells, leaving Liang Zhuo utterly devastated. You are also the murderer of my Liang family. Liang Zhuo, now teetering on the brink of collapse, no longer cared for distinctions of rank or power disparity, pointing an accusatory finger at a formidable golden core cultivator. Fortunately, Feng Bushi remained unfazed, his lifeless visage betraying no emotion. He then began to recount the intricate web of events concerning the Liang family. The Liang family, a small clan that had enjoyed the protection of the Miantian Sect for many years, had even seen the clan leader's eldest son enter its ranks. However, disciples of Zhuoang Peak were required to conceal their identities, and the Liang family was unaware that Liang Yu was a true disciple of Zhuoang Peak. Unfortunately, blinded by self-interest, the Liang family had clandestinely engaged with the Netherworld Valley, gradually descending into darkness, ultimately aligning themselves with it and becoming a thorn in the side of the Miantian Sect. When their misdeeds were exposed, the sect had no choice but to uproot this thorn, and Liang Yu, as a true disciple of Zhuoang Peak, resolved to enact justice upon his own kin, sacrificing his future for his brother's life. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhuo collapsed onto the ground, his face contorting with an array of emotions, trembling with disbelief. In the next moment, he erupted with a furious outcry. You are deceiving me. You are all liars. Elder Zhou claimed that Liang Yu had betrayed the sect. Yet you say Liang Yu is your disciple. But Elder Zhou is dead, and Liang Yu is also dead. Right or wrong, it is for you to claim. You're all deceivers. How do you know Liang Yu is dead? A glimmer of insight flashed in Feng Bushi's eyes. Liang Zhuo, oblivious to the question posed, merely repeated in a daze, You are all deceiving me. You are all liars. It could be imagined that anyone in such a predicament would find little solace. For the very enemies they perceived were, in fact, their benefactors, and the sect that raised and trained them had turned into adversaries. Where could one seek justice in such a twisted fate? Feng Bushi lacked the patience to empathize with Liang Zhuo's turmoil. His inquiry went unanswered, and facing Liang Zhuo, he commanded with a firm voice, Look at me. This command seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling Liang Zhuo to raise his head, their gazes locking. At that moment, a purple ripple flickered in Feng Bushi's eyes, resembling a pair of violet hands pulling one into an endless abyss. After a while, Feng Bushi furrowed his brow, the purple ripples in his eyes undiminished, as he turned his attention to the cemetery attendant behind him. Chapter 33. Life is inherently concealed within moments of parting. Just moments ago, Feng Bushi had utilized his sorcery to ensnare Liang's will, extracting the desired information from him. With his profound thoughts, he sensed that the matter was far from simple. The most complex factor was this minor attendant. Gaining the favor of the peak master of Shaolin and enjoying a close rapport with the true disciple of the peak of Ji. It is particularly intriguing that this young man willingly chose to remain in solitude at Mangdang Mountain, keeping company with the graves. To him, the unusual was synonymous with the supernatural. With a mere wave of his hand, Feng Bushi summoned Wu Chun, who instantly soared to his side. Their gazes locked, and in a fleeting moment, a flash of purple light enveloped them. In an instant, Wu Chun appeared to lose his soul, his expression vacant and his head tilted, as if a slideshow of his past experiences was being projected within his mind. The illegitimate son, abandoned by his peers after having joined the sect alongside his childhood companion, encountered the peak master of Shaolin due to a bizarre dream, and subsequently befriended the true disciple of Ji through a cup of fruit wine. The memories unfurled until the present, and only when the purple ripples in Feng Bushi's eyes subsided did he discern no abnormalities. It could only be concluded that this humble servant possessed a serene disposition and a streak of good fortune. With the matter at hand, Feng Bushi chose not to delve deeper, attributing Liang's awareness of his brother's demise to mere coincidence. He then led Liang's to a grave devoid of a headstone. This was Liang Yu's resting place. Before his death, he had requested no monument, hoping instead that his brother would thrive within the sect. How did he meet his end? He perished from severe injuries sustained while safeguarding a critical secret during his return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Liang's stared blankly at the barren mound, his eyes reddening as he gradually confronted the reality before him, uncertain whether to feel reverence or resentment. How could he harbor hatred? Hatred for a brother who sacrificed everything to protect him? Who then should he blame? The avarice of their family? The mercilessness of the sect? It was a convoluted and indecipherable ledger. If he were to harbor animosity, it could only be directed towards the valley of Yumming. Beside him, Feng Bushi regarded the small earth mound with a similar expression. The face of the deceased rarely bore emotions, yet faintly. He saw the Liang brothers reflected in his bond with his own master. Both had willingly sacrificed for their younger brothers. Li Zhu was correct. He indeed possessed a benevolent heart, so much so that he concealed it behind a mask of death. Had he not been kind-hearted, Liangzhua would not have survived the annihilation of the Liang clan, nor would he have revealed the truth to Liangzhua during his despondency, urging him to rise. As for Liangzhua's choices upon learning the truth, Feng Bushi trusted his disciple's decisions. A chill wind swept across Mangdang Mountain. Wu Chun, momentarily lost in thought, shivered as the breeze brushed against him, glancing around to find himself surrounded by tombstones and graves, a sudden chill creeping down his spine. He hastened down the mountain and encountered Liangzhua, who was lost in contemplation before the grave. Curiously, he inquired, "Brother Liang, what are you doing here? Are you staring at a mound of earth?" Liangzhua shook his head, his gaze unwavering from the grave before him. "This is not merely a mound. It is Liang Yu's grave." Liang Yu's grave? Wu Chun exclaimed in astonishment, stepping closer to stand beside Liangzhua. He reflected briefly, previously, when I visited the graves, I mistook this mound for an ordinary burial site. I had no idea that it housed the Liang Yu. Did Master Feng inform you? Liangzhua nodded slightly. Choosing not to elaborate further, Wu Chun found himself in a state of self-amusement and decided to abandon Liangzhua, descending the mountain alone. Along the way, he observed numerous graves that had been meticulously tended to, causing his brows to furrow in confusion. How peculiar it is that I should find solace in visiting graves. Struggling to comprehend this sentiment, Wu Chun shook his head and returned to the small courtyard at the mountain's foot. He grasped a hoe and made his way toward the fields beside the dense forest. The seedlings in the field had taken root and required more water to flourish, prompting Wu Chun to dig a trench to divert water into the crops. After completing this task, he stretched languidly, but suddenly froze in realization. When did I become knowledgeable about cultivating spiritual rice? A faint voice echoed within his mind. If you find yourself perplexed, gaze upon Mangdang Mountain. More gazing at Mangdang Mountain? What is there to behold? From a distance, it resembles a grave, and up close, it is surrounded by many graves. Wu Chun mumbled in bewilderment, but eventually lifted his gaze toward Mangdang Mountain. The moment he looked, he found himself entranced. His pupils trembled as Mangdang Mountain reflected in his vision, resembling an ominously poised volcano, ready to erupt. Boom! The volcano erupted. Or rather, The seed buried deep within Wu Chun's consciousness exploded, unleashing a torrent of memories like billowing smoke, intertwining and merging with his current awareness. Plop! Wu Chun collapsed to the ground, his face pale, cold sweat cascading down to his chin. Gasping, he thought, how utterly disorienting it is to experience such a state of oblivion. Once Wu Chun emerged from this state, he breathed heavily, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Fortunately, this episode of oblivion was brief. Had it lasted longer, he might have risked the emergence of another persona within his mind, a phenomenon known as dissociative identity disorder. Completely drained, Wu Chun chose to lie on the grass, gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, gradually regaining his composure. After a considerable time, the sky darkened, and the slanting rays of the sun cast their glow. Wu Chun sensed someone blocking the sunlight and slowly opened his eyes. Brother Liang, you have descended the mountain. Indeed. At that moment, Liang Zhua appeared devoid of any trace of despair. His eyes sparkled with vitality, standing firm with an air of determination, though his face bore the pallor of a corpse. Junior Brother Wu, I have come to bid farewell. Farewell? Where are you going? To Ziwang Peak. At the foot of Mangdang Mountain, only one figure remained busy amidst two houses. Liang Zhua departed, accompanied by Wu Chun. That day, the two measured the path down the mountain with their feet. Wu Chun inquired why Liang Zhua chose to ascend to Ziwang Peak. Liang Zhua replied that he wished to explore the path taken by that man. Wu Chun understood and refrained from further questions. He recalled how the slanting sun elongated Liang Zhua's shadow, transforming his once arrogant countenance into that of a lifeless being. The last words of the lifeless visage lingered. Junior Brother Wu, when I return, I shall teach you the art of sword flying. Ku. The waters ever flow, and the blossoms shall inevitably wither. Encounters are fleeting, yet life itself is woven through the threads of parting. Therefore, do not allow the sorrows of yesterday to overshadow the beauty of today. What is beauty? It is the seedlings that grow 3 inches taller, the peach trees that have reached waist height, and the thrill of winning a scratch-off lottery ticket. Yuan Junping, a man of remarkable cultivation in the realm of qi refinement, passed away in the year 10008 of the establishment of the sect, sacrificing himself in the face of enemy forces. Yuan Junping's final wish, to slay one vile disciple of the demonic sect, is merely to break even. To eliminate 2 would be profit. Alas, I have made a loss in this venture, and it fills me with regret. Wu Chun reached out to pat the gravestone, akin to a gentle touch upon an old friend's shoulder, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Senior brother, I shall see to this matter for you. Is it not just 1 or 2 malevolent cultivators? I shall deal with them. Chapter 34, Lu Ruyan. The flowers of the malin bloomed on the 21st day. 285, 286, 289, 31. Descending from Mangdang Mountain, Wu Chun, having received a mission, was elated, skipping along and humming a cheerful tune as he returned to the small courtyard. However, upon entering, his melody abruptly ceased, for there, in the courtyard, stood a woman who occupied his thoughts and affections. Lu Ruyan. Wu Chun, it has been quite a while. You seem so happy just now. Have you become unhappy upon seeing me? Lu Ruyan spoke first, her lips curling into a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely coy, her eyes sparkling like the first blossoms of spring. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, adorned in a resplendent, multicolored gown that accentuated her curves. One could not deny that, in terms of beauty, she was indeed striking. Yet, Wu Chun would no longer be deceived by her allure. After a moment of astonishment, he decisively retreated into the house, retrieving his elegant flying sword, and shouted, Lu Ruyan, Wu Chun, oh Wu Chun, after all that you have endured, you remain just as endearing, she chuckled lightly. Lu Ruyan seemed to dismiss Wu Chun's hostility entirely, covering her mouth as she stifled laughter. Although her gaze darted several times toward the flying sword in his hand, contemplating her next move. Previously, she had heard from the Inner Affairs Hall that Wu Chun had gained the protection of his senior sister from Xiaolin Peak, allowing him not only a comfortable existence, but also the backing of disciples from Silu Peak, even managing to send one of the Inner Affairs disciples away. At that time, she was engrossed in her own seclusion and breakthrough. Only now, having found a moment of respite, did she come to visit her former love. As for whether Wu Chun would strike, she had no concerns. She had received support from senior brother Qiao and had already reached the 4th level of qi refinement, rendering her opponent no match for her. In truth, Wu Chun had no real intention of attacking. unless he wished to leave the sect. His earlier retreat to fetch the sword was merely an impulsive reaction driven by his feelings of resentment. He had not even dispelled the sealing secret technique, leaving him with only the strength of a first-level chi refiner. Lu Rian, what brings you here? Why do you appear so fierce? I came to see how you are faring, senior brother, she replied, maintaining her infuriating demeanor. Senior sister? Huh, you, with your sordid nature, are unworthy of such a title. Oh, how bold you are now that you have a senior sister from Xiaolin Peak backing you. It is a pity that she is so stingy, only gifting you a low-grade magical artifact. As she spoke, Lu Rian gracefully flicked her sleeve, revealing a finely crafted curved blade, approximately a foot long, which danced around her enchanting figure. The aura emanating from the blade indicated it was an artifact of moderate quality. Observing this, Wu Chun let out a silent scoff, realizing she had come merely to show off. If her intention was to flaunt her presence, she could leave at once. He found the company of unsavory individuals undesirable, even if it were offered freely. Lu Rian's brows furrowed slightly, and despite her deep-seated composure, she felt a surge of irritation from the continuous insults. She haughtily retorted, Wu Chun, we are both equally flawed. My choice today is not mistaken. If I continue to associate with you, can I achieve my current cultivation level of the 4th layer of chi refinement? Can I possess a moderate quality artifact? Can I access abundant resources for cultivation? Look at you. Even with the support of senior sister Xiaolin, you remain stagnant as a gravekeeper on Mangdang Mountain, with no visible progress in your cultivation. The only notable possession you have is the flying sword in your hand. Wu Chun sneered. Such grandiloquent words. What do you have to say about the Internal Affairs Hall, withholding my monthly stipend? Surely you cannot claim ignorance. A hint of grievance crossed Lu Rian's face. If it brings you any solace, let me clarify that the withholding of your stipend was ordered by Brother Qiao and has nothing to do with me. Wu Chun had lost faith in her words. He had extended too much trust in the past, and now that trust lay in ruins, irreparable. Have you finished? If so, be on your way. Lu Rian found herself momentarily speechless, astonished at Wu Chun's steadfastness. In the past, a mere display of affection from her would have led him to go to great lengths for her. Given the circumstances, she decided to shift her strategy, aiming for a pragmatic approach. Wu Chun, we are adults and must confront reality. I acknowledge my past missteps, yet we remain fellow disciples. Cooperation benefits us both, while discord leads to mutual detriment. Would it not be wiser to resolve our past grievances amicably? Oh, so you can turn conflict into harmony? Are you concerned that senior sister Xiaolin might cause you trouble? Lu Rian, taken aback by his retort, found herself at a loss for words. As Wu Chun pointed out, she indeed feared that senior sister Xiaolin might secretly create complications for her. Although Brother Qiao from the 2-section peak offered her protection, their relationship was not one of romantic partners. It was merely a matter of convenience. Thus, she wished to avoid any pitfalls that could jeopardize her future. Just as she prepared to persuade him further, a graceful figure descended into the courtyard. The figure, clad in a snug green outfit, exuded confidence, her ample bosom accentuating her stature, surpassing Lu Rian's by a significant margin. Her 3,000 strands of hair were neatly tied back, framing her lovely visage. With arched brows and captivating phoenix eyes, it was none other than Zhang Rui. Wu Chun clapped his thigh in delight, recognizing how fortuitous her arrival was. He hurried forward to greet her. Sister Zhang, welcome. A warm welcome indeed. Zhang Rui tilted her head slightly. I merely came for a visit. Is such excitement truly necessary? Meanwhile, Lu Rian scrutinized the striking figure of this formidable senior sister and could not help but sigh at Wu Chun's remarkable luck with women. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Rui's confident demeanor, instinctively straightening her shoulders. Junior brother Wu, I didn't realize you were entertaining guests. Should I come back later? Zhang Rui glanced at the courtyard, her intuition as a woman informing her that Wu Chun shared an unusual bond with this unfamiliar junior sister, prompting her to consider retreating for the time being. However, Wu Chun was not one to let her leave so easily. No, you can't go. If anyone should leave, it should be her. I might just have to draw my sword. Lu Rian, aware that lingering would only lead to her own embarrassment, shot Wu Chun a fierce glare and swiftly took flight with her exquisite curved blade. Junior brother Wu, who is she? My ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend. You mean a former romantic partner? Indeed, a former romantic partner. The gossiping spirit within Zhang Rui ignited instantly. Do tell, what is the story? Will you share it or not? If you refuse, I shall draw my sword. No, no, Wu Chun replied. Chapter 35. The Sect's Order, Mission Classified. Clang. The flying sword returned to its sheath. After satisfying her curiosity, Zhang Rui looked at Wu Chun with a hint of sympathy. So, you were sent to guard the tomb at Mangdang Mountain because of her mischief? Wu Chun nodded, noticing the sword had returned to its sheath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This girl was truly daring to threaten with a sword just to hear gossip. This matter is easy to resolve. I shall visit the Internal Affairs Hall shortly and arrange for your transfer to Xiaolin Peak, where the spiritual energy is more abundant than at Liangguan Peak, and occasionally we bestow spiritual fruits to aid your cultivation. Zhang Rui, displaying her camaraderie, patted her broad chest. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhang, for your kind offer, but I am quite content here and do not wish to relocate. Wu Chun politely declined. He had previously refused Yu Jing's invitation to Xiaolin Peak and was even less inclined to accept this time. Subsequently, Wu Chun shifted the topic, asking, "What brings you here today, Senior Sister? By the way, where is Senior Sister Chu? I still wish to return her flying sword." Zhang Rui sighed, placing her hand on her forehead. "Allow me to collect the flying sword on her behalf. That girl has gotten into trouble and has been sent by our master to tend to the spiritual plants." "Oh, very well." Cuckoo. Observing Wu Chun struggling to suppress laughter, Zhang Rui could not help but chuckle a few times. However, as laughter faded, her expression grew solemn, and she spoke slowly in a couple of days. "I must leave the sect, and perhaps I shall not return. I came today to repay you for the 100-fruit brew you previously shared, and I wish to give you this sword." With that, Zhang Rui tossed the flying sword, a mid-grade magical artifact, to Wu Chun. Wu Chun's mind was filled with questions. What did she mean by not returning? Why was she presenting him with a flying sword before her departure, making it seem like a final farewell? He intended to inquire further, but Zhang Rui seemed to anticipate his intent and raised her hand to halt him. "The sect has issued a directive. The mission is classified." Wu Chun swallowed his questions and returned the flying sword, saying, "Senior Sister, you have a mission to undertake. You should keep this sword." "No need. I have something better." With a light laugh, Zhang Rui produced another flying sword, this one an upper-grade magical artifact. In terms of value, 10 mid-grade artifacts could not compare to a single upper-grade one. "Did you buy this yourself? Or is it a gift from above?" Wu Chun felt no jealousy. The resources seized from the counterfeit Feng Bai were of a value no less than that of high-quality magical artifacts. He merely inquired out of curiosity. Zhang Rui replied, "These were distributed by the sect. Now, I have other matters to attend to before our departure, so I must take my leave." "All right, sister, do attend to your business. Please convey my regards to Sister Chu. Farewell." With a respectful gesture and a bright smile, Zhang Rui stepped onto her flying sword and departed. Wu Chun gazed at her receding silhouette, his fingers lightly caressing the sword's hilt, still warm from its previous owner. A mission that might not see his return, coupled with the sect's recent enhancement of equipment, led him to ponder. Is war imminent? His speculation was not unfounded. The sect was indeed preparing for battle. During the last assembly at Miantian Peak, the upper echelons of the sect had resolved to retaliate against the Nether Valley. It would be impolite not to respond. The sect had lost a celestial workshop, and nearly 200 disciples had perished honorably. What was more despicable was that the Nether Valley had extended its malevolent grasp toward the new generation of the sect. This was not merely an affair involving one or two individuals, but an entire generation. It could be described as a devastating blow. Should this generation of disciples falter, the sect's strength might face a significant decline for the next 1 or 2 centuries. Thus, in recent days, there were many disciples like Zhang Rui within the sect, reminiscing with acquaintances or seeking financial assistance. When questioned about the reason, they would simply respond with the phrase, "The sect has issued a decree. The mission is classified." On Miantian Peak, the stronghold of the sect's combat forces, 6 figures were seated above the sword pool. The foremost was a woman with disheveled hair. Although she appeared to be over 50 years of age, she bore no signs of aging, exuding an unyielding demeanor. Her flowing tresses resembled a multitude of poised flying swords. 3,000 strands of hair, 3,000 swords. She was Bai Ju, the master of Miantian Peak. To her side were 5 others: Zhang Yi from Shinfu Peak, Lu Xiang from Qinji Peak, Hu Qilin from Ronglu Peak, Feng Bu from Liangguan Peak, and Yu Jing from Xiaolin Peak. As the host, Bai Ju initiated the discussion. "Esteemed friends, this battle is of utmost importance. The sect has appointed me to oversee the overall strategy. Do any of you have objections?" Everyone shook their heads. Even the typically fiery Huaqilan adopted a demeanor of a well-behaved junior. This was due to Baiju's seniority and superior cultivation level. Even Lu Xiang, with his snow-white hair, respectfully addressed her as senior sister. Baiju surveyed the group and nodded. The designated time for departure is the day after tomorrow at the hour of Chun. Are all the disciples from each peak adequately prepared? The reports followed. Shinfu Peak would send 8 disciples in the Foundation Establishment stage and 81 in the Qi Refinement stage. Qinji Peak would dispatch 11 in the Foundation Establishment stage and 130 in the Qi Refinement stage. Ronlu Peak would contribute 15 in the Foundation Establishment stage and 192 in the Qi Refinement stage. The disparity in numbers illustrated the varying strengths among the peaks, particularly as Shunfu Peak had suffered heavy losses during the previous battle at Honglu Xianfang, resulting in the fewest participants this time. However, in this battle, Zhang Yi of Shinfu Peak was the most eager to volunteer. Had he failed to secure this spot, he would undoubtedly face the ire of his fellow disciples upon returning to the peak. After tallying the participating disciples, Baiju produced a jade slip and activated it, explaining, "This is the intelligence obtained by Ziwang Peak regarding the defensive arrangements and personnel configuration at Huangfeng Ditch, as well as the methods to breach their formations. Here lies our target for this campaign, Huangfeng Ditch." The crowd gasped in astonishment. For many years, the Miantian Sect had been embroiled in conflict with the Yuming Valley, and the peak masters were well aware of the significance of Huangfeng Ditch. This location was the largest source of spiritual or for Yuming Valley. Even if it could not be relocated, destroying it would severely diminish their strength. How formidable indeed. Ziwang Peak is truly remarkable for acquiring such intelligence, exclaimed the fiery Qilin, momentarily swept up in excitement at the prospect of attacking Huangfeng Ditch, only to be met with a sharp glare from Baiju, causing him to retract his enthusiasm and fall silent. Baiju spoke sternly, "Everyone, please remain composed. From our assessment of the personnel on both sides, our combat strength exceeds theirs by more than double. However, the demonic faction enjoys the advantage of terrain, and we will be operating deep within enemy territory. Thus, we must strike swiftly and decisively, avoiding prolonged engagements." Indeed, the peak masters echoed in unison. Baiju nodded in satisfaction. "Now, I would like you all to familiarize yourselves with the information in the Jade Slip. We have one day to ensure we leave no gaps in our preparations." As her words fell, the other peak masters began to immerse their consciousness into the Jade Slip. After a considerable time, Lu Xiang from Qinji Peak was the first to withdraw his consciousness and addressed by Ju, "Sister Bai, the terrain of Huangfeng Ditch is quite suitable for the layout of the Qingyuan Shaling Grand Formation, which could also aid the disciples of Shilin Peak. However, the deployment of the Qingyuan Shaling Grand Formation is extensive, and we lack the manpower. Might we request a batch of outer disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall to assist? Are outer disciples capable of shouldering such a responsibility?" Baiju inquired with a furrowed brow. Liu Jianye affirmed. "The Qingyuan Shaling Grand Formation requires not only the main formation, but also 72 auxiliary formations, each controlled by an inner disciple with 4 outer disciples assisting." At the end of the gathering, Yu Jing interjected, "Sister Bai, I believe it is reasonable to mobilize some outer disciples. Once the battle commences, there will inevitably be casualties, and the outer disciples can also assist with logistics and care for the wounded." Fengbu quickly concurred, Yes, Yu Jing's suggestion is sound." With 3 of the 6 present in agreement, Baiju waved her hand decisively. "Very well. Tomorrow we shall draw 300 disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall to accompany us into battle." Chapter 36, A Matter of Choice. Stolen moments of leisure. Wu Chun reclined on a grassy slope beside a rice paddy, legs crossed, with a blade of long grass clutched in his mouth, humming a cherished tune. He was at ease and carefree. Of course, he had not entirely set aside his duties. He was merely grappling with a new assignment he had received yesterday, unsure of how to proceed. Hunting down 2 wicked cultivators seemed simple at first glance, yet it was, in truth, quite troublesome. The Miantian Sect spanned 1,000 miles. Where would he find such nefarious individuals? He doubted anyone would dare to raise a black smoke in this territory. Moreover, even if there are practitioners of dark arts, they would surely present themselves in a manner more righteous than those of the orthodox path. Furthermore, they would only be at the Qi refinement stage. Alas, this is quite perplexing. It seems that Brother Yuan's endeavors must be postponed. Just as I was beginning to enjoy a leisurely moment, a summons interrupted my tranquility. "Where are the guardians of Mangdang Mountain?" Following the sound, Wu Chun noticed an outer sect disciple approaching on a sword. He found it peculiar that one would come to Mangdang Mountain not to pay homage to the ancestors, but to seek out a mere servant. He decided to observe the situation. "Brother Wu, I am unaware of why you are seeking me," Wu Chun remarked. The outer sect disciple landed before him, scrutinizing him before verifying his identification token. Once confirmed, he spoke. "The Internal Affairs Hall has urgently summoned you. Please accompany me." An urgent summons? This was Wu Chun's first encounter with such a matter. After fruitless inquiries, he had no choice but to follow. He harbored an inkling that this might somehow involve Lu Ruyan. The previous day, that wretched woman had visited, and now, trouble seemed to arise. He needed to proceed with caution. If Lu Ruyan could hear his thoughts, she would undoubtedly commend him, saying, "Wu Chun, you truly understand me." The day before, Lu Ruyan had left Mangdang Mountain in a huff, encountering an Internal Affairs Hall steward along the way. Though this steward was at the Foundation establishment stage, he yearned to shed his outer sect title. Thus, he looked down upon forging connections below his station, hoping to sway Lu Ruyan to advocate for him at the two-section peak, aiming to secure a transfer there. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing his request, offered a sweet smile. She neither outright accepted nor directly declined, skillfully playing the ambiguous game while subtly expressing her disdain for Wu Chun, hoping the steward would handle the matter appropriately. The steward understood instantly, casting a reassuring glance. At the Internal Affairs Hall, Wu Chun was led to a side chamber. Within, there was another individual clad in the garb of an Internal Affairs Hall steward. Wu Chun recognized him. This was the rotund Zhang, who had previously withheld his monthly stipend and had inquired about the details when he was apprehended. Afterward, he had remarked that it was good to eliminate the vermin. "Master Uncle, may I inquire why I have been summoned?" Wu Chun asked first. Guan Ximing regarded Wu Chun with admiration. "So you are Wu Chun. I remember you well. Last time, you assisted the Silu Peak in expelling pests from our hall. You performed admirably, young man. You exhibit responsibility and a sense of duty." Wu Chun found these empty platitudes rather tiresome. If there was to be a reward, he preferred something tangible rather than idle chatter. Moreover, the matter of the withheld stipend was long past. Was it truly worthwhile to bring it up again? Noticing Wu Chun's indifference, Guan Ximing frowned slightly. "The reason I have summoned you here is to offer you a commendable position. You need not remain at Mangdang Mountain any longer. Would you be willing?" Wu Chun resolutely declined. "I do not wish to." Guan Ximing scoffed. "Wu Chun, do you not desire advancement?" "I do not." Seeing that this young man was impervious to persuasion, Guan Ximing slammed his palm on the table, producing a resonant sound. "Wu Chun, the sect is in need of personnel at this critical juncture. You must acquiesce, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, I shall expel you from the sect." Wu Chun secretly scoffed. "Master Uncle, I have committed no wrong. How can you expel me from the sect? Is the judicial peak merely a decoration?" The mention of the judicial peak diminished Guan Ximing's arrogance slightly. His eyes darted around before he sighed and replied, "It is not my intention to leverage my position against you, but the hall is indeed short-staffed at present. We received an edict yesterday requiring us to mobilize 300 outer disciples within a day. The task is urgent, and it is difficult to gather enough personnel promptly. Hence, I must call upon you to fill the ranks. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly. Once the task is complete, I shall promote you to an outer disciple, relieving you from your duties at Mangdang Mountain." Wu Chun's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "What task necessitates such a large number of disciples?" Guan Ximing shook his head. "The sect has decreed that the task is top secret." Once again, those 8 words. Wu Chun silently concluded that his previous suspicions were likely correct. The sect was preparing for war. Otherwise, they would not be gathering so many disciples. At this moment, he faced a dilemma. A. Go to battle, for youth demands passionate pursuits. B. Frown, retreat, and wait until he is invincible before emerging. As long as he desired to bide his time, Guan Ximing's coercion to enlist would be laughable. He could simply brandish the token of the true transmission from Shan Yun to assert his authority. However, after spending considerable time alongside the heroes of Mangdang Mountain, he could not bear to remain a passive observer. After much deliberation, Wu Chun made his choice. The answer was B. "Master Uncle, do not constrain me. Within the Internal Affairs Hall, there are at least 8,000 outer disciples. How could they not spare 300, requiring me, a mere errand boy, to step in?" Wu Chun firmly rejected with reasoned arguments. Once again faced with refusal, Guan Ximing's patience wore thin. He exuded the oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment stage and sneered. "Kid, you refuse to drink the wine of goodwill, insisting on the bitter cup of punishment. Do you truly believe I would not dare to act against you merely out of respect for the judicial peak? The master's fury was palpable, causing Wu Chun to feel a slight warmth. He fanned himself for relief. Under the weight of pressure, Wu Chun struggled to maintain his composure, as if an outsider, producing a token to use as a fan. The true transmission token. Upon seeing the deep purple token, neither gold nor jade, Guan Xinming was visibly taken aback. To ascertain its authenticity, he swiftly snatched it for inspection. Upon confirming its legitimacy, he looked up with a scrutinizing gaze. Wu Chun, where did you acquire this token? Oh, a friend gifted it to me. We were just drinking together a few days ago. Wu Chun replied nonchalantly. A friend? You claim to befriend a true disciple of the peak? Guan Ximing retorted. If you doubt my word, you may send someone to Jizhu Peak to verify. Observing Wu Chun's unwavering confidence, Guan Ximing felt convinced to a large extent, though his expression shifted rapidly, reflecting a tumultuous blend of white and black akin to the changing faces in Sichuan opera. A true disciple of the peak is a prodigy nurtured for the golden core stage, deserving of respect even from foundation establishment disciples of the inner sect, especially as he was merely a steward of the internal affairs hall. The situation was indeed precarious. He recalled how he had assisted Lu Ruyan, and now held but a single opportunity at the two broken peaks. Offending a true disciple of the peak would jeopardize his standing within the sect. Thus, this transaction was not worth the risk. After Guan Ximing clarified his intentions, he gently patted Wu Chun on the shoulder and returned the true transmission token. Little Wu, I could tell at a glance that you are truly exceptional. I merely raised my voice a tad. There were no ulterior motives. Please do not misunderstand. Uncle Master, you jest. How could I misinterpret your words? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave from Mangdang Mountain. Why would you speak of returning to that desolate place? I will arrange a more favorable task for you. Please, that desolate place suits me just fine. I fear becoming ensnared in filth. Chapter 37. Fearless is indeed fearless. Abe, at the foot of Mangdang Mountain. Wu Chun gazed at the barren wildflowers in his hand, pouting slightly. Hey, that does not count. Let me try again. He plucked another wildflower, methodically removing its petals while murmuring A-B until the final petal was discarded, leaving him with A. With a touch of frustration, he scratched his head, sighed, and plopped down onto the grass, resting his chin on his hand as he stared blankly at the distant Mangdang Mountain. In that moment, the images of the valiant heroes from the past appeared before his eyes. There was Xia Yu, who disregarded life and death to protect his fellow disciples, Zheng Liying, who resolutely defended the spirit field with a chicken leg in her mouth, and Jun Lianhua, who stood firm in preserving the sect's reputation. Should he go or not? The battlefield was fraught with uncertainty, and it was evident that Guan Xinming had dubious intentions. Yet if he chose not to go, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something vital. Lying back on the ground, he rested his head against the grass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, clearing his mind as he re-evaluated the situation. Guan Ximing's sudden summons of a mere errand boy like him was likely orchestrated by Lu Ruyan behind the scenes. However, on the other hand, it offered him an opportunity to participate in the battle. From what he understood about the Miantian Sect, they would not sacrifice outer disciples as cannon fodder. As long as he was not placed on the front lines, discreetly eliminating a couple of demonic foes would not prove difficult. This way, he could fulfill Brother Yuan's mission and gain rewards. Just as Wu Chun was lost in his thoughts, Chu Xinling landed gracefully on a patch of bamboo leaves. Upon spotting Wu Chun reclining on the grassy slope, she hurriedly approached and pulled him to his feet. Wait, Sister Chu, where are you taking me? Wu Chun asked, perplexed by his adorable senior sister, whose large eyes appeared slightly reddened, as if she had been crying not long ago. Chu Xinling did not release her grip on his hand and huffed. Wu Chun, are you foolish? My sister came to find you yesterday. How could you not notice such an obvious thing? Notice what? Wu Chun was even more bewildered. My sister likes you. Chu Xinling's cheeks puffed up in frustration, her expression one of exasperation. Wu Chun's mind momentarily short-circuited. What do you mean, Come with me to confess your feelings. Are you waiting for a girl to express her feelings first? My sister is shy. Can't you take the initiative? If you don't say something now, you may never get the chance. Wait, this makes no sense at all. Sister Chu, could you please clarify the situation? Subsequently, Chu Xinling expressed her inner thoughts. In her view, the romantic connection she hinted at was merely a matter of her sister's reluctance to acknowledge it. If her sister did not harbor feelings for Wu Chun, why would she regard this minor servant with such special attention, even gifting him a peach tree and her personal sword? Upon hearing her words, Wu Chun recalled how the previous day, the young lady had nearly drawn her sword upon witnessing his meeting with Lu Ruyan. Was she perhaps envious? He chuckled quietly, shaking his head. Their relationship, while amicable, was far from what Chu Xinling suggested. At most, they were merely friends. This imaginative sister truly had a vivid imagination. In another world, she would undoubtedly be a character in a romantic drama. What are you still pondering? If you miss this opportunity, you shall lose true love. Xinling, seeing Wu Chun dawdling, stomped her little feet in impatience. Why do you say that? It's normal for you not to understand. Even my sister keeps things from me. But I am no longer a child. How could I be oblivious? This is obviously a battle, yet they insist on deceiving me and not letting me participate, and instead, I am punished with menial tasks. As Chu Xinling spoke, her voice grew increasingly pitiful, her lips pouting, and tears glistening in her bright eyes. Wu Chun consoled her, gently stroking the little girl's head, and softly asked, "A battle can be deadly. Aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid. Why not? I just am not." Chu Xinling proudly raised her head, wiping away her tears, her youthful face displaying determination. Wu Chun exhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable clarity wash over him. He now understood the emptiness he had felt earlier. What was it that felt empty? It was the courage to forge ahead. In his 2 lifetimes, having been sheltered under the national flag, his mother had protected him well. Although life had not been ideal, he had never had to confront the trials of life and death. This life was no different. As a servant under the vast shade of the Miantian Sect, there was no need for violence. Therefore, one cannot cultivate great courage in a greenhouse. Of course, possessing a system could ensure survival. However, lacking conviction and relying on the legacies of the valiant, especially after witnessing the heroic deeds of the past, filled him with a sense of unworthiness. Life is not merely a matter of gains and losses, nor is it about utilitarian considerations. He was not a merchant. If one's spirit lacked a certain vigor, living would become unbearably dull. After sorting through his thoughts, Wu Chun looked up, his gaze drifting towards the towering gravestones on Mangdang Mountain, and smiled faintly. "Sister Chu, I still choose not to accompany you." "Why not?" "Because I too wish to engage in battle." With this declaration, Wu Chun's expression became resolute. Youth should not be squandered. It is better to channel it towards noble pursuits. After all, what was it but a matter of entering the battlefield to vanquish a couple of demons? In service of Brother Yuan? Within the Internal Affairs Hall, Wu Chun returned within a day. He strode confidently towards the main hall, where 300 outer disciples had already gathered. At this moment, Guan Ximing was also present in the hall and immediately spotted Wu Chun, hastening over to inquire. Little Wu, why have you returned?" Wu Chun displayed a demeanor of righteous resolve. "Uncle Master, I believe that contributing even a modest effort to the sect is the duty of a disciple. I must trouble you to provide me with a position." Guan Ximing was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had exerted considerable effort to summon you, and now you insist on returning to offer your services? Is there some difficulty you face? No, he replied. It is truly commendable that little Wu is so devoted to the sect. I shall arrange this for you right away. With that, Guan Ximing produced a disciple's token and attire prepared in advance, handing them over to Wu Chun. He then casually pointed to a disciple. "You there, step forward. You are no longer needed. Return." After changing into his new garments, Wu Chun joined the ranks, with Guan Ximing leading this task. A foundational stage cultivator was directing 300 Qi refining disciples, a stark contrast to the other peaks. As the disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall were generally of mediocre talent, with few breaking through to the foundational stage and not a single golden core cultivator among them. Nearby, a rotund individual nudged Wu Chun, and, upon turning, he observed that the man had a round face, large eyes, and a jovial disposition. "I'm Su Fuxing. You seem unfamiliar. May I ask your name?" The portly man greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Wu Chun," he replied politely with a nod. "Ah, junior brother Wu. You seem to have made quite an impression. Uncle Master Guan has personally brought you into the fold. I possess insider information regarding this mission. Are you interested?" "Oh, what insider information?" "Well, haha." Su Fuxing wore a shrewd smile, his fingers lightly rubbing together. Wu Chun understood and discreetly coughed into his hand, retrieving a spirit stone from his spatial pouch. "Haha, junior brother, you are generous. I only share this due to our fateful meeting. But do not speak of it carelessly, lest you face punishment." Su Fuxing tucked the spirit stone into his robes and, glancing around, leaned in to whisper, "We are going to war." Wu Chun rolled his eyes, having expected something more substantial from this portly fellow. Su Fuxing, noticing Wu Chun's skepticism, hastily explained, "This is true. I previously served at Shuiyu Peak, which you know, is renowned for its beauty. Recently, many senior brothers have been flocking there to express their affections. I overheard some senior brothers discussing a confrontation with the Nether Valley, thus deducing that the hall's urgent summons is for battle." Wu Chun continued to respond with eye rolls. Considering the Grand Assembly, it could only be for warfare. He then placed a hand on the portly man's shoulder. "Brother, I possess a method for survival on the battlefield. Would you care to know?" Su Fuxing's eyes widened, nodding eagerly. "Yes, yes. Please tell me." Feigning hesitation, Wu Chun replied, "I find myself a bit short on spirit stones. Could you lend me a few?" Upon hearing those words, Su Fuxing's lips twitched slightly. This lad was truly cunning, earning a single spirit stone only to find himself at a loss. Yet he had no choice but to reluctantly part with it for the sake of survival on the battlefield. "You've taken my spirit stone. Now do tell me." Su Fuxing Uget, "I have already informed you," Wu Chun replied, his expression earnest. "What did you tell me?" Su Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of reflection, he slapped his forehead, hastily abandoning Wu Chun to borrow money from familiar disciples within the hall. Chapter 38. Embarking. It was a clear morning, the cooing of doves mingling with the sound of the wake-up call. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 300 disciples who had spent the night in the Internal Affairs Hall gathered solemnly in the open space before the hall. Why has it suddenly grown dark? Is it going to rain? One disciple, noticing himself enveloped in shadow, murmured, and upon looking up, could not help but exclaim loudly, "Good heavens! What a massive ship!" Wu Chun also sensed the unusual atmosphere and looked up, equally astonished. It was a vessel of astonishing proportions, over 1,000 feet long and 300 feet wide, easily capable of accommodating thousands within. The material from which it was constructed remained a mystery, but its surface shimmered with a hue of black and gold, exuding an air of extraordinary sturdiness and an overwhelming sense of security. Surely, this is akin to a space aircraft carrier. The sect truly spares no expense. Wu Chun marveled sincerely. The colossal ship gently touched down, and a hatch on the port side opened, accompanied by command. Disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall, embark. Inside the ship's cabin, hundreds of individuals gathered without feeling cramped. The mission was announced by an elder from the Thousand Machines Peak, who heralded the task ahead. "Ha! This is our moment to achieve great deeds. Let us strive, and the foundation will be within reach. The fiends of the Nether Valley, your grandfather has arrived. Prepare yourselves." The realization that they were heading into battle surged through the cabin. "No, I'm still a virgin." Various emotions erupted amongst the disciples. Some anxious individuals steadied themselves in the rising tide of martial fervor, and there were no signs of retreating out of fear. Of course, there was no option to withdraw. Once the war machine was set in motion, personal desires would be of little consequence, dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Su Fuxing draped his arm over Wu Chun's shoulder, grinning with satisfaction. "Brother Wu, I was right, wasn't I?" Wu Chun harbored no ill will towards this affable outer disciple and playfully patted his round belly, noting that he had likely borrowed quite a sum of spirit stones. "Brother, knowing we were heading to battle, do you not fear for your honor?" Su Fuxing scoffed. "What is there to fear? Life and death are in the hands of fate. As long as we return alive, the rewards of cultivation resources will surely be abundant. Besides, if trouble arises, the sect will not leave us as mere cannon fodder." Indeed, as he had stated, the sect did not intend for these outer disciples to engage directly in combat, but rather to assist the disciples of Thousand Machines Peak in setting up formations. Subsequently, over 70 disciples of Qianjifeng gathered in the cabin to select individuals, with each person taking away 4, leaving the remaining space in the cabin remarkably vacant. Guan Xinming approached Wu Chun, gently patting his shoulder as he offered words of comfort. "Little Wu, your cultivation is still in its infancy, so stay close to me. Fear not. Although the battlefield is unpredictable, I will ensure your safety." "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your consideration." "Haha, no need for such formality. When we return to the sect, perhaps you could find a moment to introduce me to your friend," Guan Xinming expressed with anticipation. "Master Uncle, having established your foundation, why do you insist on serving in the inner sect, taking orders from others? Would it not be preferable to issue commands from the Inner Affairs Hall?" Wu Chun replied, hesitant to fully agree. This individual was duplicitous, regardless of whether he was deemed worthy by others. Wu Chun certainly held no regard for him. Unaware of Wu Chun's true thoughts, Guan Xinming continued to lament his situation. "Little Wu, you may not realize that a title such as deacon appears glamorous, but in reality, it merely entails menial tasks. Daily handling numerous chores leaves little room for focused cultivation. Without diligent advancement, how can one expect to progress? Master Uncle, you are truly ambitious. Even aspiring to break the mirror and condense the Dan, Wu Chun remarked casually. Guan Ximing sensed the dismissive tone in Wu Chun's words, causing his heart to sink. What was this boy's intent? He had offered him a place in the ranks, promised to safeguard him, and yet received no acknowledgement in return. Guan Ximing's voice turned harsh. Do you think having a genuine disciple as a backing means you can disregard your master uncle? Not all. It's just that senior brother Zhizhu Peak is naturally aloof and disinclined towards social interactions. I fear that my involvement might hinder your efforts, master uncle. Wu Chun explained, intending to deflect the conversation. However, Guan Ximing perceived this as a blatant refusal, feeling mocked, which ignited his anger. Just as he was about to respond sharply, a melodic voice pierced the air. Wu Chun, what are you doing here? Wu Chun turned to see Zhang Rui. Greetings, senior sister Zhang. I believe I have been summoned for service, he said with a light smile. The Inner Affairs Hall has gathered external disciples as well. What business do you have here as a mere gravekeeper? She scolded, frustration evident. To combat the demons is an unassailable duty, he replied, noticing Wu Chun's seemingly indifferent demeanor. Zhang Rui felt a knot tighten in her chest, unable to express her feelings. Yesterday, Chu Xinling had approached her, speaking of the uncertainties of the battlefield and urging her to confess her feelings to avoid future regrets. At the time, she had laughed in anger, asserting that she felt nothing for Wu Chun. Yet, Chu Xinling remained unconvinced, insisting on visiting Wu Chun at Mangdang Mountain. With her imminent departure and pressing tasks, she had neglected that, only to unexpectedly encounter this little gravekeeper aboard the expedition vessel. Disregarding the curious glances from others, Zhang Rui pulled Wu Chun into a corner, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she demanded, Wu Chun, tell me honestly, did that girl Chu Xinling come see you? Yes, Sister Chu did seek me out. What did she say? Not much, really. She simply had some grievances to share. Did she truly say nothing else? Indeed, nothing at all. Wu Chun, with a fierce loyalty, took it upon himself to shield Chu Xinling, who had stealthily come to deliver a message. It would be unthinkable to betray her immediately. Zhang Rui let out a slow breath of relief before continuing her inquiry. How did you end up on the warship, dressed in the garb of an Outer Sect disciple? Yesterday, the Internal Affairs Hall urgently summoned me, stating that they could not gather 300 Outer Sect disciples in time, thus promoting me to an Outer Sect disciple. I then joined the main force aboard the ship, Wu Chun explained, carefully selecting words that would assure her, mindful not to draw excessive attention as he sought opportunities to discreetly eliminate a few malevolent cultivators. Are you foolish? Nothing falls from the sky without a price. This battle is fraught with peril. Do you think your cultivation level can guarantee your safety? Zhang Rui, both exasperated and irritated, treated Wu Chun as if he were Chu Xinling, delivering a sharp blow to his head. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, she noticed Wu Chun nursing his head, his expression one of melancholy, and felt a mix of frustration and amusement. I have been assigned to oversee battlefield rescue efforts during this conflict. I have come to enlist the assistance of the disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall. From now on, you will follow me. Do not seek glory. Your foremost task is to preserve your life and return to the sect. Do you understand? Yes, I shall heed your instructions, senior sister, Wu Chun replied. Seeing that he was somewhat obedient, Zhang Rui's mood improved. She then spoke briefly with Guan Ximing before leading the remaining Outer Sect disciples away from the cabin. Guan Ximing cast a cold gaze in the direction Wu Chun had departed, his fists clenched tightly. Little Wu, if you deny me an opportunity, I shall have no choice but to align myself with Lu Ruyan. This time, you brought this upon yourself, even if you perish on the battlefield. The Zhizhu Peak's true inheritance cannot say much, he sneered. Chapter 39, Pa, you ravenous mouth. The grand ship surged forward, slicing through the clouds. At the bow, a man and a woman stood side by side, the fierce winds unable to disturb their garments in the slightest. As time passed, the once young girl had become the master of a peak, aging gracefully. One cannot resist the passage of time. How could Brother Zhang grow old? Even two of Yu Jing cannot compare to a single talisman from him. Zhang Yi, the peak master of the divine talisman peak, sighed with a hint of melancholy. Yu Jing, standing beside him, responded with utmost respect. Does the young lady not have a bit of sincerity in her compliments? At least remove the perhaps from your words. Yet, your tongue remains as sweet as ever, he chuckled. As memories surfaced, the smile on Zhang Ye's face faded. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, I would be enjoying my twilight years, allowing the burden to rest on the shoulders of the youth. Yu Jing gently shook her head. In my humble opinion, brother, you should not be so despondent. By age, senior sister surpasses you by a generation. By cultivation, you have reached the late stage of the golden core, and attaining the nascent soul is not a mere fantasy. Upon hearing such ambitious words, Zhang Yu was taken aback, acknowledging her seriousness. Has your sister truly moved on? Not entirely moved on, merely found peace. To continue living with the legacy left by senior brother Xia is the best way to honor his sacrifice, Yu Jing replied, softly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before turning to Zhang Yi with a gentle smile. In truth, it was thanks to a humble errand boy that I was able to break through my mental barriers. Oh, how so? Zhang Yi's interest was piqued. Yu Jing did not conceal the matter, revealing to Xia Yu her dream. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's neatly trimmed mustache quivered with irritation. That brat, only thinking of a confidant, yet fails to extend a dream to his master. Wu Chun, are you truly not here for any ulterior motives in joining the fray? On the deck of the colossal ship, Zhang Rui led Wu Chun at a leisurely pace, lowering her voice in contemplation as she inquired. Wu Chun feigned a stoic demeanor, absent-mindedly touching his nose and responding, what else could it be for if not to ascend to the ranks of outer disciples? Zhang Rui scrutinized the seemingly indifferent attendant beside her, sensing that his nature was not driven by ambition, but rather a willingness to risk life and limb. Earlier, upon spotting Wu Chun in the cabin, her initial thought was that the girl Chu Xinling must have said something embarrassing to him, prompting him to enlist in a fit of impulsiveness. However, after Wu Chun's repeated denials, she felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. After walking for a while, the two entered a small cabin, where around 10 outer disciples gradually gathered. Zhang Rui, her expression stern, surveyed the room and announced their mission, instructing on various matters related to rescue and distributing an array of medicinal pills necessary for their tasks, both for internal and external use, a veritable treasure trove. The disciples gazed at the numerous vials in their hands, their faces alight with joy. The life-saving pills were of considerable value. Previously, acquiring even a single one felt like a painful sacrifice, and if they could retain any of these, it would be a remarkable gain. Being associated with their senior sister was indeed advantageous, akin to a lucrative opportunity. In an instant, the cabin was filled with expressions of profound respect directed towards their elder sister, pledging their willingness to serve her. Zhang Rui nodded in satisfaction, imparted a few more instructions, and then departed, leaving the cabin to the junior disciples. Su Fuxing was the first to approach Wu Chun, his round face beaming like a full moon. Wu, you are fortunate. Do share, what is your relationship with senior sister Zhang? This inquiry piqued not only Su Fuxing's curiosity, but also that of the other disciples, who leaned in with eager ears. Wu Chun cleared his throat and casually replied, There's nothing much. Senior sister Zhang is quite amiable. Nothing much. Su Fuxing pressed. Why would she take you aside for private whispers? Don't take my word for it. Just look at everyone's expressions. Wu Chun, with a resigned shrug, retorted, Believe what you will. If you're so curious, why not ask senior sister Zhang directly? With the conversation winding down, the disciples, eager for gossip, refrained from further probing to avoid irking Wu Chun. However, one individual was the exception. Su Fuxing, not only portly but also thick-skinned, persistently expressed his desire to befriend Wu Chun, much to the latter's chagrin. The journey aboard the colossal ship lasted several days. By now, the vessel, carrying over 1,000 souls, was nearing the periphery of the sect's influence. To obscure their movements, the ship sailed by night and rested by day. Upon entering the domain of the Netherworld Valley, they would need to choose desolate areas with sparse spiritual energy for their passage. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The evening breeze surged like a tide, causing the maiden's garments to flutter gracefully. Zhang Rui leaned against the railing, her chin resting on her hand, gazing at the waning moon above, lost in contemplation, her enchanting phoenix eyes flickering with a mysterious light. Senior sister Zhang, do you miss home? Wu Chun approached slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. Tomorrow we shall enter the territory of the Yumming Valley, where war may erupt at any moment. Why are you out here instead of resting? Zhang Rui did not respond, but countered with a question of her own. Wu Chun sighed in resignation. I was being pestered by a rather rotund fellow and sought a quiet place, only to unexpectedly encounter you. He then recounted Su Fuxing's clingy demeanor with vivid detail, which amused Zhang Rui, who rarely indulged in gossip. She could not help but stifle a laugh. As her laughter faded, Zhang Rui again looked up at the moon, asking, "Wu Chun, do you long for home?" Wu Chun shrugged. "Without parents, what home is there for me?" Zhang Rui expressed her regrets, saying, "I was thoughtless. I didn't realize your background." Wu Chun chuckled softly and waved his hand. "It's really nothing. If we must speak of home, then Mount Mangdang is my home. Perhaps one day, if I achieve glory, it could be considered a return." Pa, you jinx. Zhang Rui chided playfully before answering Wu Chun's earlier inquiry. "I haven't returned home in ages. I can barely recall the last time. After this battle, if I survive, I wish to visit home." Pa, you jinx. Wu Chun mimicked her tone, adding, "What do you mean if? You will definitely survive. Long life awaits you, perhaps even a millennium." Zhang Rui's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she replied, "Then I shall borrow your auspicious words and aim for 1,000 years. Who knows? I might even become a peak master." Wu Chun feigned seriousness. "Such blasphemous words. Be careful, I don't inform peak master you." Zhang Rui, clearly not taking it to heart, laughed like silver bells. "If you dare to tell, I shall stab you with my sword." Wu Chun's expression turned comically pained, while Zhang Rui continued to laugh uncontrollably, her robust demeanor captivating. Wu Chun coughed lightly to mask his distraction, diverting his gaze and producing a few talismans to offer. "Senior sister, Brother Liang left some talismans for me. Take them for protection." Zhang Rui declined, saying, "You're already weak. What will you use if you give them to me? I have better ones." Wu Chun chuckled, patting his abdomen. "Rest assured, I have more." Chapter 40. The Night Before War. Laughter and joy have their fleeting moments. After much persuasion, Zhang Rui accepted the talismans, and after exchanging a few more words, they each returned to their quarters. The act of gifting talismans was not indicative of any ulterior motives. Their relationship had not yet blossomed into romantic affection. It was merely a matter of wanting to maintain a friendship in a sect where interactions were scarce. Providing a small measure of support for a friend felt rather nice. "Wait a moment, you rascal." Wu Chun was called out by a hearty voice and turned to find a towering figure before him, with fiery red hair and a beard, clad in the attire of a disciple from the Ronlu Peak. To his surprise, it was Zhu Miao, who had once come to his aid. "Greetings, Brother Zhu. I did not expect to encounter you here. How has your injury improved since we last met?" "What injury? They say you just overindulged in deer blood. Your memory is truly lacking." Zhu Miao retorted, narrowing his eyes and giving Wu Chun a playful slap on the back, nearly knocking the breath out of him. "All right. I wonder what you wish to discuss, brother. I noticed you were chatting quite amiably with that lady from Xiulin Peak, and thought I might learn a thing or two," Zhu Miao replied, fidgeting with his nose and scratching his beard, displaying a bashful demeanor. Wu Chun found it amusing but dared not laugh, as that hand was significantly larger than his head and could easily inflict harm. "What is it that you wish to learn, brother? Do you have feelings for Sister Zhang?" "Not quite. While she is indeed pleasant to behold, she is rather petite, not to my taste." Wu Chun's lips twitched slightly. "Is Sister Zhang still too young? Do you wish for someone with a more ample figure?" "Ahem. Could you help me compose a love letter?" Zhu Miao gazed at the moon, producing paper and pen from his robes, subtly revealing his intentions. "Of course. What style do you prefer? Romantic, sweet, or perhaps something more melodious?" Wu Chun agreed with a smile, finding the imposing figure increasingly endearing. Zhu Miao scratched his head and said, "I am but a rough man and know not the nuances of style. You may write as you see fit." "Very well, brother. Please observe." Wu Chun took up the paper and pen, leaning against the railing as he began to write. After a flourishing composition, Zhu Miao eagerly snatched it to read aloud softly. "The maiden will rejoice upon receiving this letter. The moon above is the moon in the sky, and the person in the letter is the one who dwells in my heart. I am but a simple man, devoid of intricate words, wishing only to express my feelings about you and what liking truly means to me. I have read few books, yet in some parts, I find sentiments that resonate with my own, and thus I noted them down. The book states that while one cannot claim to love but a single maiden throughout one's life, one can certainly not love two simultaneously. Should I not see you again, every beautiful thing I encounter shall remind me of you, and in those moments, nothing appears as lovely." Upon finishing the reading, Zhu Miao broke into a broad, silly grin, and in his excitement, that fan-like hand struck Wu Chun's back once more, nearly sending him tumbling over the railing. "Ahem, Brother Zhu, are you satisfied or not? If you hit me again, I might fall apart." Wu Chun's expression was one of exaggerated sorrow. Zhu Miao, apologetic, chuckled forgive my exuberance. I am truly pleased with this letter, exceedingly so. You are quite the talent, junior brother. Carefully folding the letter, Zhu Miao Miao was about to tuck it away when he looked back at Wu Chun with a warm smile. Wu Chun took a slight step back. Zhu Miao Miao grinned, please. Junior brother, help me deliver this letter. Wu Chun stepped back again, apprehensive. Will I be punished for it? Zhu Miao Miao hesitated. As Wu Chun turned to flee, a large hand seized him, lifting his feet off the ground. Not long after, Zhu Miao Miao brought Wu Chun to the other side of the ship, where many disciples of the Furnace Peak were stationed. Zhu Miao Miao set Wu Chun down and pointed ahead. Do you see that tall figure? That's her. If this matter succeeds, I will owe you a favor. Wu Chun did not take this favor to heart. After all, he had yet to express his gratitude for her previous assistance. If anything, he felt he was merely repaying a kindness. He looked at the towering figure Zhu Miao Miao indicated, steeled himself, accepted the letter, and strode forward with a demeanor reminiscent of a lone warrior facing the icy waters of the Yishui River. Approaching the back of the towering figure, Wu Chun mustered his courage and greeted her. Greetings, senior sister. I have a matter to discuss. What is it? The giantess turned around, and Wu Chun swallowed hard, taking a step back, inwardly lamenting Zhu Shixiang's peculiar taste. The woman had an ordinary face, yet her voice was gratingly sweet, leaving a lasting impression with her formidable physique. Robust like that of Zhu Miao Miao, with muscles bulging, particularly her impressively developed pectorals, which were indeed as large as watermelons. No wonder it was said that Zhang Rui was rather petite. Senior sister, this is a letter from Zhu Shixiang, he said, handing over the letter. Without waiting for a response, Wu Chun took off running, genuinely fearing that this towering sister might stop him and deliver a beating. The giantess stared in astonishment at the letter in her hand, her face flushing with embarrassment. Before she could react, the surrounding disciples of the Furnace Peak erupted in cheers, creating a jubilant atmosphere that dissipated the tension of the impending battle. Just then, Zhang Rui, passing by, caught the commotion and curiously peered over. She saw Wu Chun running away and heard the ruckus about love letters, piquing her interest. When she caught sight of the giantess, she quietly marveled. So this was Wu Chun's type? Wow, she was indeed impressive. She shrugged slightly, glancing down. Above the colossal vessel, the sails billowed like curtains, and the mast stood tall like pillars. The fire Qilin, observing his disciples' fervor, laughed heartily. "Ah, old Lu, what do you think of my little cubs?" Beside him, Lu Ziong, the master of the 1,000 Mechanisms Peak, focused on steering the massive ship, ignoring the boisterous man beside him. The fire Qilin, unfazed, answered his own question. Unfazed in the face of danger, their morale is soaring. Just look at your 1,000 Mechanisms Peak disciples, utterly silent. Old Lu, why not encourage them a bit? Lu Ziong raised an eyebrow, his white brows twitching, and replied curtly, merely the bravado of a brute. With the battle imminent, it is crucial to conserve energy. Do not engage in idle discussions. The fire Qilin scoffed. You always wear that stern face, as if someone owes you money. Your disciples are following your lead, appearing all dreary and lacking youthful vigor. Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the Sitting Forget Peaks book and provide each disciple with a mask. Lu Ziong stroked his long eyebrows thoughtfully, conceding that the brutish man's words held some merit, thus softening his tone. Then what would be the best way to rectify this? The fire Qilin chuckled heartily, producing a gourd of wine. He took a swig for himself before offering it to Lu Ziong. There's no need for strict discipline. Merely loosen the reins on your disciples. Come, have a sip, and allow yourself a moment of relaxation as the peak leader. Lu Ziong hesitated, gazing at the gourd in his hands. He had always been stringent with himself, never partaking in alcohol, and had approached even the minutiae of life with utmost seriousness. Over time, his disciples had mirrored his demeanor, displaying a restrained vitality that seemed prematurely aged. Perhaps a slight departure from his usual comportment would not be amiss. With this thought, Lu Ziong raised the gourd and tilted it back. "Uft!" exclaimed the fire Qilin. "I must have a duel with you." The fire Qilin, already a distance away, clutched his aching teeth and muttered, "I never claimed it was wine. Is that my fault?" Chapter 41. The Azure Yuan Evil Spirit Array. Activate the formation. Gonlin, once again on patrol. I refuse to believe anyone dares to wreak havoc in Yellow Wind Gap. Relax, relax. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to our warm beds. This time, the disciples from the Harmony Sect are particularly alluring. In the dense forest, a pair of patrolling figures ambled along. One had a face resembling that of a horse, while the other sported a nose akin to that of an ox. Their attire revealed them to be disciples from the Netherworld Valley. The ox-nosed man scoffed, "With such meager capabilities, you'll inevitably fall prey to a woman's whims. Is the Harmony Sect's lair so easily accessible?" The horse-faced man rolled his eyes and retort, "Those flirtatious minxes wouldn't dare. What I give them is theirs. If they dare to take more, I'll crush them." Just as the ox-nosed man was about to respond, his keen eyes spotted a spirit stone on the path ahead. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, stepping on it, and then nonchalantly whistled. "What are you doing? Hurry up. I need to return early," urged the horse-faced man. "You go ahead. I need to ponder something for a moment. I'll be right there." "You're insane." The horse-faced man dismissed the ox-nosed man's explanation and continued on his way. After a few steps, he suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Who dropped a spirit stone? Another spirit stone? Where? Where?" The ox-nosed man picked up the spirit stone beneath his foot and, upon hearing the horse-faced man's words, rushed over. He soon discovered that along the path ahead, spirit stones were scattered at intervals, as if someone had inadvertently spilled them. "Ha! Fortune smiles upon us, brother. Here, you take one, I'll take one, I'll have another, and you take another." The two gleefully divided the spirit stones and followed the trail of their scattered bounty until they found themselves at the end of the stones. Unbeknownst to them, a foolish individual had also dropped a talisman. "What talisman? Let me take a look." The ox-nosed man, still reveling in his unexpected windfall, approached curiously. Suddenly, the talisman erupted with a dazzling ice-blue light, and before either could react, they were instantly encased in ice. Shortly after, another talisman flew from the thicket, causing the icy figures to slowly sink into the ground. In just a few breaths, the area returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. From within the bushes, several concealed disciples from the divine talisman peak whispered to one another. It is indeed the thoughtful consideration of the senior brother, effortlessly subduing the minions of the demonic sect without shedding blood. Remain vigilant. These are merely the outer disciples of the Netherworld Valley, mere foot soldiers. Their disappearance will undoubtedly prompt an investigation, so do not let your guard down. The leading senior brother nodded, casting a glance at the sky, his expression grave as he remarked, "In half an hour, the grand formation at Chinji Peak will be fully deployed, marking the onset of our full-scale assault." Such scenes are not unique in this forest. The patrolling disciples of the Netherworld Valley have been silently eliminated throughout the area. Of course, the lurking minions of the demonic sect have not been overlooked. The precision of our strikes owes much to the detailed defensive arrangements provided by Ziwang Peak. The topography of Huangfeng AO is indeed distinctive. One might initially assume the name suggests a valley engulfed in yellow sands, but this is not the case. One side features a sheer vertical rock face, while the opposite side is adorned with lush, verdant forests. At the juncture where the rock face meets the woods lies a concave area, scattered with vibrantly colored open spirit mines, the most abundant being the brilliant yellow crystals. At the very center of this depression is a gaping chasm, from which gusts of yellow wind occasionally surge forth, reminiscent of the tumultuous sands of a desert. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the emanating substance is not sand, but rather countless tiny yellow crystals. With such high-quality spirit mines on the surface, one can only imagine the wealth of resources that lie beneath that opening. On the other side of the forest, Wu Chun stood behind Zhang Rui, gazing into the depths of the woods. He observed the master of Chinji Peak centrally commanding the deployment of a formidable array, nearing completion, with auxiliary formations extending outward like the wings of a majestic eagle. We are the final force to engage in the fray, tasked with rescuing our injured comrades. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not linger in battle. Remember, the priority is to return home alive. Zhang Rui scanned the surroundings, delivering her final exhortations to the more than 10 outer disciples. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Wu Chun. "Yes, we shall heed the senior sister's decree." The disciples responded in unison. This proclamation left Zhang Rui feeling somewhat bashful. After all, she was merely a disciple and not one to bear the weight of such a decree. Yet, witnessing her concern for her junior brothers, the disciples developed a sense of respect, hence referring to her words as a decree. The corners of Zhang Rui's serious countenance involuntarily curved upward as she continued with her instructions. "All right, do not be too tense. Everyone, double-check the elixirs in your satchels and ensure that there are no mix-ups." Upon receiving her directive, the disciples hurriedly unfastened their satchels, meticulously inspecting their contents. Su Fuxing, seated beside Wu Chun, plopped down on the ground and, while checking his elixirs, chattered incessantly. This is a blood-condensing pill, used for treating external injuries. A bottle contains 10, each worth 4 spiritual stones. And this is a cooling pill, for internal injuries, each valued at 10 spiritual stones. Wu Chun playfully smacked Su's round belly, teasingly scolding, "I say, fatty foo, with your incessant chatter about spiritual stones. Do you intend to pilfer some? Do not speak carelessly. I shall accuse you of slander," Su Fuxing retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Instantly becoming agitated, Wu Chun, unfazed, calmly began to organize the various vials in Su Fuxing's satchel and spoke with a serene demeanor. "Fatty foo. There are some profits worth pursuing, while others are best left untouched. Earning them may offer momentary satisfaction, yet breeds a lingering affliction within one's heart, a malady difficult to remedy, accompanying you throughout your life. If a fellow disciple were gravely injured on the battlefield and I hesitated to offer my elixir for aid, I fear I would carry the weight of guilt forever." Su Fuxing slowly bowed his head, as if coming to an understanding, quietly retrieving a vial of elixir from his bosom and placing it into his satchel. Suddenly, he raised his head, his face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "I am Su Fuxing, not Fatty Fu." Wu Chun smiled faintly. "Very well, Fatty Fu. You go too far," he protested. "Indeed, Fatty Fu, I have declared, I am not fat, merely well-rounded. One who cannot see their own little member while urinating is considered fat." Su Fuxing, This pre-battle interlude elicited amusement from those present, prompting several like-minded individuals to discreetly retrieve their concealed elixirs, resolutely placing them into their satchels. From her vantage point above, Zhang Rui observed this scene, stifling a giggle, her eyes reflecting a figure that seemed to loom larger. A resonant rumble echoed through the mountainous forest, akin to the sound of a colossal vessel setting sail, followed by a subtle tremor beneath Wu Chun's feet. The vibrations intensified, as if he were standing upon a ground where myriad horses galloped. He glanced up to behold the primary formation at Qianji peak emanating waves of verdant light, while auxiliary formations on either side began to activate sequentially, like neon lights programmed to illuminate from the center outward. The Qingyuan Evil Spirit Great Formation. Activate the formation. At that moment, the Great Array was unleashed, heralding the commencement of battle. Chapter 42, Chaotic Battle. The immense commotion alerted those within Huangfeng Hollow. In an instant, 3 beams of light shot forth from the hollow, their gazes fixated upon the distant forest, their astonishment unmistakable. One individual stood bare, draped only in the hide of a demon beast around his lower body, cursing loudly. "Damn it, who dares to stir trouble here? Just now, I nearly had my true essence siphoned away by that lewd woman from Miantian Sect." A nearby man, revealing his fangs, scoffed. "Even earthworms tremble?" The bear man, eyes ablaze with fury, prepared to retaliate. But the man in black robes standing before them raised a hand, halting him with a stern command. "In the face of grave danger, you still find time for foolishness? Who else but the Miantian Sect would dare act recklessly within my Yumming Valley? Dispatch orders to prepare for battle." Yes, the two, upon receiving the command, dared not delay and responded in unison. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 1,000 individuals had assembled outside Huangfeng Hollow. Judging by their attire, most were disciples of Yumming Valley, while a portion adorned themselves in a colorful array, likely subordinates of the great power that was Yumming Valley. Kill! At the sound of command, over 1,000 individuals surged into the forest under the leadership of 2 formidable golden core cultivators, leaving only a small contingent in reserve, led by a cloaked man stationed at the rear. The vanguard had barely penetrated the woodland when they were met with a fierce assault. The once lifeless trees seemed to awaken, transforming into countless colossal serpents that constricted and crushed the advancing demons. Moreover, within the vibrant jungle, talismans occasionally soared through the air, and a moment's carelessness could result in a severed head. Some, filled with trepidation, cried out in alarm, but as their words fell silent, one such individual found his head wrenched from his shoulders. For those who sought to retreat, there was no mercy. A man with sharp fangs crushed a skull in his grasp, and the gruesome scene sent a shiver down the spines of all present. He then proclaimed, "For each disciple of the Miantian Sect slain, a reward of 100 spirit stones. For each foundation establishment cultivator taken down, a spirit weapon as a prize." Upon hearing this, the gathered demons were invigorated. For those at the chi refinement stage, accumulating 100 spirit stones could take years. And a foundation establishment cultivator without connections might never possess a spirit weapon in their lifetime. Thus, driven by the promise of riches, the throng of demons charged deeper into the forest. The Miantian Sect had anticipated such a scenario. A commanding voice echoed from the rear of the forest. Disciples of Shinshua Peak, retreat. With discipline, the disciples swiftly withdrew, none lingering to fight. As they exited the fray, towering trees twisted and coalesced, forming massive azure dragons. A total of 72, the dragons roared and surged towards the demon horde, inflicting devastating losses, and cries of anguish filled the air. The man with fangs observed this scene, his eyes burning with fury. He tore a skull from around his neck, and with a revolting, sticky tongue, licked it. The skull, as if roused by a great force, erupted in a brilliant crimson light, swelling from the size of a fist to that of a watermelon, then to a grinding stone, and finally to the dimensions of a house, towering 10 or even 100 jong. The colossal skull opened its abyssal maw and lunged forward, snapping the bodies of the azure dragons in half, the grinding of its teeth resonating like a war drum, bolstering the morale of its allies. Meanwhile, a man clad in animal skins was not idle. He crouched like a tiger, and after a brief moment, an enormous shadow of a fearsome black tiger emerged. Stretching 100 jong in size, the black tiger let out a piercing roar that reverberated across the battlefield. It was a clash of arms, a confrontation of generals. Now it was time for the golden core cultivators of the Miantian Sect to enter the fray. With a command, a talisman descended from the heavens. It radiated a golden, profound light, pressing the black tiger's head downward, stifling its struggles. Following this, several purple jade talismans encircled the black tiger. With a resounding command, the talismans detonated, unleashing a blinding flash of lightning. The Shenshao Thunder Talisman. In the beginning, the divine talisman of thunder, meticulously crafted by Wu Chun with his vital essence, now pales in comparison to the brilliance of the moon against mere starlight. Sister Yu, allow me to lend you my strength. Liu Jiange, stationed at the heart of the grand formation, proclaimed loudly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jing soared to the head of an azure dragon. Her stunning visage taut with concentration. She spread her delicate hands wide, then clapped them together at her chest with a sharp sound, her fingers interlocking as she cried out, "Unite!" This command resonated like a rallying call, drawing forth over a dozen azure dragons that coiled and intertwined, swiftly coalescing into a colossal dragon several hundred jong in size. Viewed from above, it resembled a towering emerald staff amidst the forest, with a spherical skull ahead of it. The staff swung down with a tremendous crash against the skull, sending it hurtling backward like a ball. It tumbled into the abyss of Huangfeng Ao, as if sinking into a hole. Two useless fools, the man cloaked in black, stationed at the rear, cast a disdainful glance at the blood-red skull before noticing the immobilized black tiger in the distance, cursing under his breath. Just as he was about to join the fray, a fierce exclamation erupted from behind. By my grandmother's wrath, it is finally time for me to take the stage. The fire Qilin of the Miantian Sect is here. You little demons, prepare to pay with your lives. The black-robed man turned to see two figures emerging from the vertical cliff face. One figure was crowned with flames reaching 3 jong. His bare torso revealing skin like flowing lava, with fists that resonated like thunder upon collision. The other, broad-necked and formidable, wielded a 9-foot-long golden blade, its aura radiating with overwhelming power. Following their emergence were hundreds of figures, each ready to seize their moment of glory. This is bad. The black-robed man instinctively gasped upon realizing the Miantian Sect had reinforcements. Judging by the earlier skirmish in the forest, it seemed they had deployed 3 formidable golden core cultivators. With a 3-against-3 matchup, victory was not out of reach. However, with the addition of these two, it became 5-against-3, making defense exceedingly difficult. Moreover, his own disciples were largely engaged in the melee within the forest, leaving him with barely 200 men to defend. A single charge from the enemy could scatter his forces. Decisively, he ordered a retreat, disregarding the chaos in the forest. He planned to rely on the defensive formation of Huangfeng Ao, intending to stall for a day or two until reinforcements arrived from the sect, at which point the tide of battle would surely turn. The demonic forces engaged in the melee were oblivious to the shifting dynamics, and upon hearing the sudden order to retreat, confusion spread among them, causing momentary disarray. The disciples of Shunfu Peak and Shiolin Peak would not let the opportunity to strike a fallen foe slip by. They unleashed a barrage of spells and talismans. Under immense pressure, the forces of Yuming Valley began to withdraw, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake on the path back to Huangfeng Ao. The Fire Qilin and Fengbu also led their teams down from the cliff, but the anticipated clash halted just outside Huangfeng Ao. By my grandmother's wrath. Before I even take action, you all shrink back. How infuriating. Chapter 43, Greater Than You. The enraged Fire Qilin snorted sparks from its nostrils, glaring at the protective formation before it, and raised its fists to strike. However, the formidable blows fell upon the array without a sound, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Save your strength. Wait for the people from Qianji Peak to break the formation. Feng glanced over. The Fire Qilin, brimming with fury, shot back defiantly. I love smashing things. Who are you, Feng Big Head, to dictate to me? Upon hearing himself referred to as Big Head, Feng's neck bulged with veins, and he retorted angrily, Fire Qilin, do you want to practice a bit? If practicing is what you want, then bring it on. I'm not afraid of your fire. The Fire Qilin struck its fists together, producing a sound like metal clashing. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Yu Jing arrived, intervening to stop the two from their foolery, accompanied by 10 disciples from Qianji Peak, all at the Foundation establishment stage. Without needing instructions, these disciples promptly produced formation plates and distributed them around Huangfeng Ao. The Fire Qilin approached one of them and inquired, how long until the formation is broken? Return to the Fire Peak Master. We are well versed in this formation and have practiced it numerous times. We will break it in no more than an hour. Can you do it any faster? My fists are itching for action. The Fire Qilin struck its fists together once more. The disciple smirked slightly at the question, but chose to remain silent, turning back to focus on dismantling the formation. The impatient Fire Qilin attempted to persist, only to be immobilized by a binding talisman. Hey, old Zhang, why are you binding me? Hurry and release me. Zhang Yi stroked his neatly trimmed mustache, chuckling lightly. I can release you, but first, I'll go find Sister Bai to praise your heroic deeds. At the mention of Sister Bai, the flames on the Fire Qilin's had diminished significantly, calming its temper. The initial battle had yielded success. Although they had not slain the golden core cultivator from the ghostly Nether Valley, the corpses strewn about revealed that their combat capacity had been reduced by more than half. Ugh. Zhang Rui arrived at the battlefield with a group of medics and several junior brothers, experiencing the brutality of war for the first time, could not help but vomit. Wu Chun's expression was equally grim. Before him lay a twisted figure, a corrupt cultivator, entangled and disemboweled, with brains scattered across the ground. Teams of 2 spread out. Upon encountering fellow disciples, they were to offer assistance, and those severely injured would be brought back to the rear formation. Understood. At Zhang Rui's command, the disciples dispersed to search for the wounded on the battlefield. Su Fuxing had initially intended to team up with Wu Chun, but upon noticing Wu closely trailing Zhang Rui, he dismissed the thought and spat in disdain. What a guy who forgets his friends for the sake of appearances. Su Fuxing est amatiscode, fatifu. Don't be jealous with your build. You couldn't even land a soft meal. Su Fuxing was about to retort when his keen eyes caught sight of a corpse ahead, identifiable by its attire as a disciple from the ghostly Nether Valley at the Foundation establishment stage. He immediately rubbed his hands together with anticipation, rushing over to loot the body, but before he could touch it, a large foot swiftly kicked him away. Are you out of your mind? Why kick me? Su Fuxing exclaimed as he rose, clutching his rear. The disciple offered no reply. Instead, he picked up a stone and hurled it at the lifeless body. In an instant, the corpse erupted in a cloud of black smoke, shattering into pieces. Su Fuxing, drenched in cold sweat, expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you for what? If you're dead, who will reimburse me? Remember, the interest has doubled. Meanwhile, Wu Chun trailed behind Zhang Rui, and upon noticing a disciple from Shunfu Peak lying in a pool of blood, they rushed over to assess the situation. Wu Chun inquired as Zhang Rui examined the injured man. How is this senior brother's condition? With a heavy heart, Zhang Rui replied. His dantian is destroyed, his meridians shattered beyond repair. He is merely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Wu Chun quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from his satchel. Zhang Rui shook his head, saying, It's futile. Even if he were healed, he would be a mere shell of himself. Better to die a glorious death than suffer in agony. Wu Chun paused, his hand clutching the pill in the air, wrestling with his thoughts, before finally nodding reluctantly. For those on the path of cultivation, losing their abilities is a fate worse than death. If he were in the same predicament, he too would refuse to endure a life of misery. Farewell, brother. Zhang Rui gently placed his hand on the chest of the disciple from Shinfu Peak, who seemed to understand and nodded slightly with closed eyes. With a gentle pressure, Zhang Rui ended the last flicker of life. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he turned to Wu Chun and said, "If I ever find myself in such a situation, do not hesitate." Wu Chun rolled his eyes, retorting, "Don't die before me. I have no desire to touch your chest." Zhang Rui felt a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Yet the implication of Wu Chun's words, that he would willingly sacrifice himself for her on the battlefield, warmed her heart. However, this warmth quickly dissipated as she pondered. What does he mean by not wanting to touch my chest? Does he find me lacking? Does he prefer something larger? Memories of that night flashed through her mind when Wu Chun had delivered a message to a female disciple from Ronglu Peak, and she instinctively shrugged. "Help, help!" Wu Chun heard a cry for aid from a corner and hurried over to investigate. His eyes fell upon a seductive woman, impaled by a branch, her blood staining her cool attire. As she noticed his arrival, her instinct for survival kicked in, and she displayed her allure, the sheer fabric of her garments slipping away, revealing her figure. "Oh, dear brother, save me. I am yours, your little pet." Wu Chun grinned, ready to intervene, when suddenly a flying sword shot past him, whisking the woman away. "Wu Chun, do you find the enchantress appealing?" Zhang Rui retrieved her sword, her tone laced with mockery. Wu Chun, resigned, grimaced, thinking he should have acted sooner. "I truly am a fool," he muttered under his breath. After this incident, Zhang Rui maintained a stern expression, while Wu Chun remained silent, wearing a long face. Having missed that opportunity, he lamented to himself, "I truly am a fool." However, their group did not return empty-handed. They successfully rescued several severely injured disciples, including a senior uncle at the Foundation establishment stage. At this moment, all the scattered medical personnel had regrouped and set up a small camp in the clearing before the Qingyuan Shaling Great Array, accommodating over 20 injured members of the sect. Su Fuxing tugged at Wu Chun's sleeve, gesturing discreetly toward Zhang Rui, and quietly inquired, "What is wrong with senior sister Zhang? She seems as if she has consumed gunpowder." Wu Chun shrugged her shoulders, replying, "How would I know? Women have their days each month, after all." With a chuckle, she added, "Could it be that you've offended senior sister Zhang?" Wu Chun rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just then, Zhang Rui happened to approach, and Wu Chun's eye roll aligned perfectly with Zhang Rui's arrival. With a piercing gaze from her enchanting phoenix eyes, Zhang Rui taunted, "Wu Chun, do you find that which attractive?" Wu Chun, utterly exasperated, retorted without hesitation, "She is older than you." Chapter 44. The Netherworld Great Millstone. Within the Huangfeng Ditch. Oh no! The Miantian Sect is currently deciphering the protective array. The man in the black robe, seated at the heart of the formation, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of terror. Cough, cough. This array was personally laid down by our ancestor. How could they easily break it? The beast-skinned man, who had returned heavily injured, displayed disbelief as he viewed the ancestor as an invincible entity. Beside him, the tusked man also expressed skepticism, saying, even if they are numerous, it would take them several days of relentless effort to forcefully breach the array. The black-robed man, filled with fury, retorted, "You two imbeciles. Do you think I am unaware of this array's might? Why deceive you at a time like this? They are gradually eroding the foundation of the array. In half an hour, it will be breached. How is that possible? How could the Miantian Sect possess the means to break the formation?" The two men, insulted as imbeciles, were too terrified to feel anger, their eyes wide with fear. Once the array fell, the entire Huangfeng Ditch would become a trap, and they would be like turtles caught in a jar. The black-robed man glared at their faces and growled, "There is only one possibility, a traitor among us." The beast-skinned man quickly defended himself. "Senior brother, you know me well. Although I may have a weakness for women, my lips are sealed. I would rather die than reveal a single word about our secrets." The other man chimed in, "Senior brother, you understand my loyalty. I would only betray if the Miantian Sect were entirely annihilated and my family fell to their hands." The black-robed man disregarded their self-justifications, smirking ominously at this point. Such discussions are futile. The priority is to prevent the Miantian Sect from entering the Huangfeng Ditch, so I must ask my two junior brothers to exert themselves once more. The two gulped nervously and asked, "Senior brother, what do you require of us?" Without answering, the black-robed man produced a massive millstone. The millstone radiated a purple, ghostly light. its brilliance profound enough to induce a chilling sensation and dizziness upon mere gaze. The netherworld great millstone, both men exclaimed in astonishment. Even as formidable cultivators at the golden core stage, they now felt a chilling dread coursing down their spines, cold sweat pouring forth as they anxiously pleaded, "Senior brother, must we resort to this method?" The man in the black robe retorted with a sardonic smile, "If you desire to preserve your dignity, I can certainly assist you." The two trembled, exchanging glances that revealed both fear and a flicker of hope amidst despair. "Let's act." They charged simultaneously towards a man in black, intent on tearing him apart. "Useless, utterly useless. Even in death, you fail to provide me with peace of mind," the man in black scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals to channel the power of the formation, suppressing the two with ease. He unleashed another spell upon the nether grinding plate. In an instant, two enormous violet hands emerged from the plate, dragging the two into its depths to be ground alive. "No!" was their last, anguished cry, steeped in despair. Outside Huangfeng Hollow, the onlookers could distinctly sense a tremor within the formation ahead. Zhang Yu was the first to inquire, "What is happening?" A member of the Qiankong Peak, his face alight with joy, responded, "For reasons unknown, the power of this formation is rapidly waning. In less than 15 minutes, we shall breach it." "Excellent. By the heavens! Old Zhang, hasten to free us." The fire Qilin urged, his voice booming. "Release." Zhang Yi waved his hand and commanded, "Disciples of the Miantian Sect, prepare for battle." "Yes." The response echoed like a roaring tide, intent on crushing the forces of evil. At this moment, the medics, having tended to the wounded, arrived under the leadership of Zhang Rui. Wu Chun brought up the rear, his head bowed, while Su Fuxing beside him was chuckling incessantly. "Fatai, if you laugh one more time, do you dare to challenge me? Ha! Good heavens, how many times must I say it? I'm not disfigured. Is it truly that amusing? I believe Sister Zhang deserves another punch. It would bring symmetry, ha ha." Wu Chun abruptly turned, his dark circles prominent, glaring fiercely. "From this moment forth, if you dare to laugh again, we shall sever ties." Upon hearing this, Su Fuxing immediately straightened his expression. 3 seconds later, ha ha, Wu Chun facepalmed, shaking his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore the rotund figure. He glanced ahead at the graceful silhouette, murmuring softly, "Is it truly necessary?" I merely remarked that the enchantress droops significantly, unlike your firmness. Earlier, he had retorted something that seemed to have triggered Zhang Rui's ire, resulting in a swift punch to his face. This single blow had left Fatai in continuous fits of laughter. Regaining his composure, Wu Chun focused on the formidable protective formation ahead, his expression somber. He had not ventured into battle for the sake of Zhang Rui, but to fulfill the mission assigned by Brother Yuan. Slaying 2 evil cultivators was not excessive, yet his current tally still stood at 0. Should this battle conclude without him claiming a single head, all his efforts would be in vain. It seems that an opportunity for covert action must be seized shortly. A fleeting quarter of an hour has passed. The disciples of the Miantian Sect, stationed outside Huangfeng Diao, have witnessed the protective formation shatter, and they eagerly surged into the hollow, clamoring loudly. Among them, the disciples of the Furnace Peak, led by the Fire Qilin, were the most exuberant and charged forward with great haste, anxious not to lose their chance for glory. However, upon reaching the entrance of the cavern within the hollow, they all halted. The entrance, a vast cavity of 100 zhang, was obstructed by a rich, swirling purple, ghostly light, as if something below was perpetually stirring it. With his brash nature, the Fire Qilin disregarded caution and, without a second thought, struck the ground with his fists to test the depths. Yet, he was once again halted. "Old Zhang, will you ever cease?" The Fire Qilin huffed in irritation. Zhang Yi, with a grave expression, pointed towards the purple light below and stated, "That is the underworld grinding disc. Even a cultivator at the golden core stage would suffer grievously from a mere touch of that ghostly light. Their flesh could rot and their soul be damaged. If it's severe, not only their body, but their very soul could be obliterated. You must not bring your disciples to their doom. Stay prudent." Upon hearing this, the Fire Qilin indeed became more subdued, recalling vividly the last time he faced defeat at Sword and Book Lake. Those sinister entities often threatened the annihilation of one's soul, which was truly frightening. Yu Jing stepped forward and asked, "Senior Brother Zhang, the intelligence did not mention the underworld grinding disc. What shall we do now?" "Zhang Yisikit. I currently lack a good plan. It is said that activating the underworld grinding disc requires the sacrifice of a cultivator's flesh and soul. And the higher the cultivation of the sacrificed, the greater the power. Judging by this disc, at least 2 golden core cultivators must have been sacrificed. Even if we attempt a frontal assault, we cannot breach it in the short term. Fengbu pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and suggested, in this battle, we have already achieved something by suppressing the demonic sect's momentum. Since we cannot break through for now, shall we retreat and deliberate our next course of action? At this, the Fire Qilin was the first to voice his dissent. Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? We are so close to the goal, and you suggest retreat? Is your head filled with nonsense? Feng Bu's face turned a deep shade of crimson from the rebuke, and he retorted, do you have a better idea, you fool? If we linger here, once the reinforcements from the Underworld Valley arrive, escape will be nearly impossible. No, we still have a method, Zhang Yi declared, raising his hand with conviction. Chapter 45, Heroic Sacrifice. The Fire Qilin, hearing there was a solution, was overjoyed and urged, it's you, old Zhang. Quickly, tell us your plan. Zhang Ye's expression momentarily reflected deep conflict as he glanced at his disciples, struggling to articulate. The Divine Mist Thunder Talisman is particularly effective against malevolent spirits. We can use it to blast a passage through. Then the 4 of us can work together to shatter the grinding disc below. Noticing her senior brother's hesitation, the perceptive Yu Jing sensed that there must be some difficulty in executing this plan and gently inquired, Senior Brother Zhang, does this method present any challenges? Zhang Yi nodded gravely, stating, this violet glow, once approached, obstructs the divine consciousness. Even if I were to summon the Divine Sky Thunder Talisman, it would prove futile. We require someone to wield the talisman and enter its realm, activating the inscription. Upon hearing this, the other 3 peak masters fell silent. Zhang Ye's proposition implied that a disciple would have to risk their life to carve a path forward. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Master, I am willing to go. This declaration spread among the disciples of the divine symbol peak like a row of dominoes. Master, I am willing to go. Master, I am willing to go. The chorus of pleas brought a slight reddening to Zhang Ye's eyes. If it were possible, he would be the first to step forward. However, with Elder Zhou having passed, he stood as the sole golden core cultivator of the divine symbol peak. Should he fall, the peak would inevitably decline. Without a golden core master to safeguard it, the disciples would walk with their heads bowed within the sect. The reality was starkly naked. Among the disciples of the divine symbol peak, an elder stepped forth, clad merely in disciple robes. He first bowed respectfully to the senior members of the sect, then turned to address the gathering. Aside from the uncles within the peak, I trust all of you juniors recognize this old man. May I have a moment to speak? The elder clearly held considerable respect among the disciples, and silence enveloped the area. He nodded, his expression solemn, and declared, I joined the sect at the tender age of 12, and now at 72. I have claimed the heads of 19 rogues from the Devil's Sect. Presently, my vitality wanes, and I see no hope of foundation building or attaining the great Tao, nor can I elevate our peak. Thus, it is you who embody the future of the divine symbol peak. After a brief pause, the elder's voice resonated with authority. Disciples of the divine symbol peak, those with limited lifespans, stepped forward. Instantly, 10 disciples emerged, gathering around the elder before bowing in unison to Zhang Yi, proclaiming, Master, we are willing to go. Zhang Yi's small mustache twitched as he suppressed the emotion rising in his throat and managed to utter a single word. Good. This scene did not escape the eyes of the gathered members of the Miantian Sect, who were filled with admiration. The divine symbol peak was commendable, even from a distance. Wu Chun was no exception. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, already planning to arrange accommodations for these brave souls upon his return to Mangdang Mountain. Beside him, the avaricious Su Fuxing appeared utterly undone, not only shedding tears but also allowing his nose to run. The sight of such valiant sacrifice resonated deeply within. Sensing Wu Chun's gaze, Su Fuxing wiped his nose and grumbled, What are you staring at? Is it wrong to catch a cold? Wu Chun patted his round belly and replied, It's nothing. I merely have sand in my eyes. At that moment, sounds erupted from the cave entrance. Li Should of the divine symbol peak, I have no regrets in joining this path. Following this declaration was a thunderous roar, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning. Divine symbol peak, from the depths of the Nether Valley, I curse your progenitor. Boom! Guoman of the divine symbol peak, Mother, I am unfilial. Boom! With each thunderous roar, yet another hero's story draws to a close. Beside the cave entrance, Zhang Yi could no longer restrain his curiosity. However, the moment the thunder talisman detonated, his body quivered slightly. Beside him, Yu Jing's eyes flickered with trepidation as she murmured, "If all the disciples are thus, how dare the demonic scoundrels act?" The fire Qilin cried out anxiously, its heart filled with urgency and distress, pacing back and forth. Feng Bu, gripping a golden blade firmly in the ground, shook his head and sighed in quiet contemplation. As the final disciple leaped forth, the four peak masters hastened to observe. Yet, the last disciple, before he could even summon the divine thunder talisman, was consumed by a violet, ethereal light, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in alarm. This is not good. The deeper they ventured, the more the Qi refinement disciples found their souls unable to withstand the pressure, instantly extinguished. Su Zhiliang of the divine talisman, Peak implored Xiang Lian, requesting the peak master to bestow the divine thunder talisman. Aware of the dire situation, he knew that any delay would cause the previously blasted passage to slowly close, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, two figures emerged behind Zhang Yi. From their attire, they were revealed to be two foundation-building elders. A pang of sorrow pierced Zhang Yi's heart. You two, the pair exchanged a knowing smile. Having been favored, we have lived nearly 4 centuries. The hope of breaking through to the elixir phase is but a distant dream. To live and die together in the same grave is a fine fate as well. We hope the Peak Master will grant us this. Very well. Zhang Ye's voice trembled with emotion. With permission granted, the elderly couple shared a smile and, upon receiving the divine thunder talisman, embraced one another and leaped into the passage forged by the sacrifices of their disciples. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed from within the passage, louder than any before. Zhang Yi looked up to see the cave entrance suffused with a violet ethereal light, revealing a passage 3 zhang wide extending deep inside, where a colossal grinding stone gently spun below. 3 of you, follow me as we shatter this damned grinding stone. With that, Zhang Yi charged boldly into the passage. The 3 peak masters in close pursuit. Without holding back, the 4 golden core grandmasters unleashed their full might, obliterating the grinding stone. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had struck. The violet ethereal light enveloping the cave entrance shattered like layered mirrors, cascading downwards until the entrance was completely unobstructed. At this moment, the disciples of the Miantian Sect unleashed their overwhelming battle intent. Demonic scoundrels, we shall avenge our ancestors. For the sect, kill. Within mere breaths, the disciples of the Miantian Sect surged into the cavern, leaving only a squad of medics led by Zhang Rui behind. Infected by the fervor of battle, several disciples eagerly approached Zhang Rui, exclaiming, "Sister, let us join the fray. Indeed, staying here is too cowardly. Even in death, let's take a few down with us." "Sister Zhang, I, Su Fuxing, volunteer to fight." Zhang Rui surveyed the faces of her comrades, her own expression radiating determination. Though she was a woman, she embodied the strength of a warrior. To battle. With her declaration, she led her group of disciples into the depths of the cavern. Just as they were about to plunge into the fray, she turned back to Wu Chun, offering a word of caution. "Your cultivation is feeble. It would be wise not to venture further." Wu Chun would naturally not refuse, as he eagerly sought a reasonable justification to part ways with them. He clasped his hands together and remarked, "I wish my esteemed senior sister and brothers a triumphant return." Chapter 46. A Bean and 2 Grains of Rice. The Huangfeng Jiao spirit mine is rich in resources, having endured over a millennium of extraction from the Abyssal Valley. Consequently, the underground of Huangfeng Jiao is riddled with numerous tunnels, resembling a labyrinthine city beneath the earth. Wu Chun cautiously entered the cavern, his hands discreetly clutching several talismans. Ever prepared to confront unforeseen circumstances, he possessed confidence. As long as he did not face a foundational stage evil cultivator alone, he could always escape, if not defeat them. As he descended, corpses were scattered everywhere. The remnants of shattered magical artifacts and the broken bodies presented a scene reminiscent of purgatory. Judging by their attire, all the deceased were from the Abyssal Valley, indicating a one-sided massacre. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Wu Chun conducted a thorough search, hoping to salvage something substantial. Alas, the preceding individuals had executed their tasks too efficiently, leaving no survivors. Just 2 heads, he mused to himself, would not be too much to ask. He casually picked up a chipped flying sword from the ground for self-defense. After a while, he gazed at the multitude of branching paths before him and invoked his unique dragon-seeking incantation. "A bean and 2 grains of rice. That path is the one for you." Nodding, he proceeded towards the indicated route. This path sloped gently downward, devoid of signs or notable features, and its destination remained unknown. The cave walls were embedded with luminous stones for illumination. Utilizing the faint light, Wu Chun continued to delve deeper. Curiously, why was there not a single corpse along this passage? Had the people of the abyssal valley hidden themselves deep within the mine? The further he ventured, the more perplexed he became, until he finally beheld an iron gate ahead, his eyes gleaming with interest. Upon approaching, he found the enclosure shrouded in darkness, a repugnant odor wafting forth that threatened to induce nausea. To ascertain the truth, Wu Chun swiftly drew a lighting talisman, illuminating the other side of the gate. Was this a prison? Before him were ordinary individuals, resembling mere shells of their former selves, disheveled and devoid of spirit. When illuminated, they recoiled timidly into the shadows. Wu Chun severed the chains binding the gate with a swift strike of his sword and declared to those inside, "You are free." With that, he departed hastily. However, after a considerable time had passed, not a single person emerged from the prison, and the gate he had opened was inexplicably closed from within. Testing the waters had revealed an unexpected ruse. Wu Chun, who had been observing from the shadows, let out a cold laugh. He surmised that those who had charged in earlier had been deceived, using ordinary people as a facade, while willingly remaining ensconced in that loathsome prison. The demons within displayed a certain cunning. Subsequently, Wu Chun drew forth a fire crow talisman, flicking it with 2 fingers. Upon activation, the talisman transformed into 9 soaring fire crows. One of the fire crows charged at the prison, instantly shattering the gate into shards, flames erupting in all directions. The hidden rogue, aware of his exposure, dared not linger within the confines of his prison and decisively burst forth. Yet, he clutched 2 individuals as human shields. Wu Chun stepped forward, surrounded by 8 fiery crows, and mockingly declared, "My dear brother, do you believe that holding 2 ordinary souls will deter me?" The rogue sneered, "You of the Miantian Sect pride yourselves on being paragons of righteousness. Surely, you cannot remain indifferent?" There was some merit to his words, but Wu Chun's expression, once relaxed, suddenly stiffened. He brought his fingers together at his chest and spoke sharply. Accompanying his voice was a binding talisman that floated behind the rogue. "When did you?" The rogue's expression shifted to one of horror, and, rendered immobile, he gasped as if a wild stallion were galloping upon his bed. With a swift motion, a chipped flying sword sliced through the air. Thud! The head fell to the ground. Wu Chun summoned the flying sword back and addressed the headless corpse. "That was when I opened the prison door. I had no intention of revealing it, but alas, overwhelmed by my benevolence. Earlier, while inspecting the cage, he had sensed something amiss, prompting him to leave a binding talisman in place. This trial had indeed borne fruit. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor." The rescued captives knelt in gratitude, and those remaining in the cage also rushed out, kneeling in unison to express their thanks. Wu Chun, irritated by such displays, adopted a stern countenance and commanded, "Silence. One of you come forth to speak with me." One individual rose respectfully and approached Wu Chun, saying, "I am their village chief. I should be able to speak on their behalf." Wu Chun inquired, "Why were you brought here?" The village chief, on the verge of tears, lamented, "We do not know. We were gathered in our village, enjoying a hot pot and singing, when suddenly we were captured and brought here to toil as miners." "Are you familiar with the terrain of this place?" Wu Chun asked. "Not thoroughly, but I know the path we take to work each day," the chief replied. Wu Chun nodded. Even a slight familiarity was preferable to his own ignorance. He instructed, "Leave one person to guide me. The rest may depart through the exit. Fear not, there will be no one to obstruct you." "Yes, thank you, benefactor." Another round of bows followed. The village chief stayed behind. Observing his frailty, Wu Chun tossed him a pill to restore his vitality. "Share with me everything you know about this place, in detail." The chief, rejuvenated by the pill, felt his decision to stay was fortuitous. The pill he had swallowed felt as if it could empower a bull. With newfound vigor, he explained, "Honored benefactor, please observe, this passage descends directly into a mining area, where we are forced to labor at least 1,000 feet below. There's also a prison below, but those held captive are not ordinary souls. They are individuals capable of soaring to the heavens." Wu Chun's lips twitched. The old man's description of the cultivators was indeed apartment. As for the individuals imprisoned below, whether righteous or wicked, he would deal with them as necessary. The old man, "Lead the way. Take me to witness those who can ascend to the heavens with a mere whoosh." Deep within a mine, there exists a chamber for the confinement of the miners. Unlike the batch that Wu Chun rescued, These minors are held separately, enjoying the luxury of single rooms. One particular room is exceptionally clean, furnished neatly, and permeated with an enchanting fragrance. This is no mere cell. It is more opulent than a hotel. At this moment, within this cell that resembles a luxurious suite, two women reside. One is unadorned, dressed in plain attire, while the other is clad in ostentatious swimwear, if one could call it that. The latter is barely covered by scraps of cloth, draped with a nearly transparent veil. Master, why must you be so obstinate? The missions have already infiltrated. If you do not surrender now, do you intend to take the sect's legacy to the grave? The coolie dressed in Lin spoke earnestly, hoping to sway the woman before her. Yet, the woman remained unmoved, preoccupied with her embroidery, revealing iron chains around her wrists and ankles with every gesture. Nidin, acutely aware of the dire situation, grew increasingly frustrated after repeated pleas met with silence. In a fit of indignation, she swept aside the embroidery the woman was working on and exclaimed, "Wenjini, you have forfeited your golden core. Cease this pretense of authority as the sect leader. For the sake of our shared past, do not force my hand." Wenjini sighed, tenderly collecting the embroidery from the floor, brushing off the dust as if it were a rare treasure. Slowly, she raised her gaze to her former disciple. "Since the missions have breached our defenses and there is no hope for survival, what purpose does the legacy of the Miantian Sect serve you now? This is not a concern for you. I possess my own means of escape," and Lin replied confidently, straightening her posture. Her eyes glinted mischievously as she added, "If the sect leader were to relinquish the legacy, I could facilitate your exit as well." Wenjini retorted with self-deprecation, "I was destined for death. Otherwise, I would not be coerced by the Yumming Valley." Upon hearing this, Lin erupted into laughter, the esteemed leader of the Miantian Sect. "Reduced to such despair for a man, huh? You do not understand me, and I do not blame you." Wenjini responded lightly, returning to her embroidery. Witnessing the disregard, Lin, feeling insulted, brandished a small spiked mace, intent on destroying the irritating embroidery. However, Wenjini would not acquiesce, shielding the embroidery against her chest, clasping her hands together, and using the iron chains on her wrists as a shield to fend off the mace's assault. A crisp sound reverberated through the air as Wenjini was sent flying, blood gushing from her mouth, staining the embroidery crimson. "It seems you have grown weak. You cannot even withstand a casual strike from the foundation stage. Even now, you feign superiority before me. Do you truly think I would hesitate to end you?" Lin taunted, a twisted pleasure gleaming in her eyes as she regarded the disheveled sect leader. Wenjini did not meet her gaze, her heart heavy for the stained embroidery, murmuring softly, "Such a pity, it has been sullied." Just as Lin was about to press further, a few noises from outside the cell made her hesitate to act rashly. Outside the prison, Chun, guided by the old village chief, approached this area. "Old man, with all these twists and turns, I'm almost dizzy. Can you remember the way?" "Rest assured, Master Xian. Despite my age, my mind is still sharp. I still remember how I once peeped at Widow Wang bathing as a child, and to this day, I can recall how many moles she had on her behind." The corners of Wu Chun's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the old man's back, compelled to praise him. What a talent. He couldn't help but reflect that without a guide, one could easily get lost in this place. "Master Xian, look, we are almost there," the old village chief pointed ahead. Wu Chun observed that the entrance before them was much more spacious and well-lit. He patted the old man's shoulder and said, "You go ahead. If a fight breaks out later, I want to be able to look after you." Yes, Master Xian, you must teach that despicable group a lesson. They are truly vile, having done no wrong, yet they are attacked just for enjoying some hot pot and singing. All right, enough chatter, or I might lose my temper." Wu Chun pretended to glare fiercely, urging the buzzing old man to leave. He then stepped out of the passage, revealing dozens of cells, all wide open and empty. "Huh. The people of the Underworld Valley are quite decisive. They have released everyone. It seems the plan to capture heads here has failed," Wu Chun mused bitterly, feeling a pang of disappointment after his plan fell through. Now, he only needed one more head to fulfill Brother Yuan's task, and he needed to act quickly to finish up and avoid prolonged troubles. "Young hero, save me, please save me." A faint cry emerged from one of the cells. "Is there still someone here?" Confused, Wu Chun cautiously approached, on high alert. Arriving at the cell, he saw a young woman lying helplessly on the ground. She had little to cover herself, with only a few tattered pieces of cloth shielding her modesty, leaving large swathes of her fair skin exposed and strikingly noticeable. Who are you? Wu Chun demanded. The girl, tears welling in her eyes, sobbed intermittently. I am named Ni Lin, a daughter of a good family. One day, evil men came and kidnapped me, and then they... Upon hearing her heartfelt response, Wu Chun's expression softened with compassion. He quickly removed his outer robe and approached her, gently draping it over her shoulders while soothingly saying, "Do not be afraid, Miss Ni. The villains have been driven away. With me here, no one will bully you again." "Thank you, young hero. You are truly kind," Ni Lin said, her head slightly bowed, her large eyes glistening with tears, casting shy glances at the man before her, perfectly embodying the modesty of a young woman. However, in her heart, she felt a sense of triumph. What righteous sect disciples? They are no different when it comes to temptation. This lad is rather handsome. Once I borrow his identity to escape, I can enjoy myself for a few days. Wu Chun, with great care, helped her delicate frame to her feet and produced a medicinal pill. "Miss Ni, I observe that your complexion appears rather pallid. Here, take this elixir for restoring your vitality. The more petty a person is, the more they fret over the cunning of others." Thus, Ni Lin hesitated to swallow the remedy, gazing at Wu Chun with a hint of grievance. "I have not consumed anything for an entire day. My mouth is parched, and this pill is quite large. I fear I may struggle to swallow it." Wu Chun smacked his forehead, chagrined. "I neglected to consider that." With that, he bit off half of the pill and swallowed it before offering the remaining portion to her lips. Seeing this, Ni Lin felt somewhat reassured. She opened her delicate mouth and swallowed the pill, her lips lingering momentarily on his fingers, as the elixir began to dissolve in her mouth. Confirming Wu Chun's assertion that it was merely a common remedy for vitality, she fully lowered her defenses and became bolder in her actions. "Young hero, are you injured? I seem to sense your heart racing." Ni Lin placed her hand on Wu Chun's chest, her face filled with concern. Wu Chun shook his head repeatedly, his expression tense, akin to a bashful youth experiencing love for the first time. "Oh no, I merely find Miss Ni's beauty akin to that of a celestial being, and my heart is filled with joy." "Oh, young hero, do not jest with me," Ni Lin replied, her head bowed shyly. Wu Chun, with sincerity, grasped her delicate hand. "No, you are truly beautiful, more so than any woman I have ever seen." Ni Lin's gaze fell further, her chin nearly touching the unadorned snow peak, softly murmuring, "But I am a wilting flower, and I fear you may disdain me." "No, no, I would never disdain you, I swear," Wu Chun declared, discarding his flying sword and raising 3 fingers solemnly. Ni Lin looked up in surprise. "Really? More genuine than gold. You saved me from peril and do not mind my fallen state. Should we escape this place, I vow to repay you handsomely. Do not speak of repayment so distantly. Moreover, I shall not permit you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Wu Chun held her hand tightly, his gaze filled with tenderness. Ni Lin felt she had successfully ensnared this young man, her heart brimming with delight, even more so than her countenance revealed. Her original intent had been to employ some cunning to seduce a disciple of the Miantian Sect and escape Huangfeng Diao, but she had achieved her goal effortlessly. "By the way, what shall I call you, young hero?" "I am called Shimen. Ni Lin exclaimed joyfully, "What a lovely name, Brother Shimen. Will you treat me kindly in the future?" To demonstrate his sincerity, Wu Chun again raised 3 fingers, his expression grave. "I, Shimen, swear that should I ever betray Miss Ni, may the heavens strike me down." Before he could utter the final word, a slender finger pressed against his lips. "Brother Shimen, do not say such things. I believe you." Perhaps due to her previous grand gesture, the robe draped over Ni Lin's shoulders slipped down, revealing her beauty before Wu Chun's eyes. His breath quickened, and the gap between them was ample enough for his 3 fingers to comfortably fit. Ni Lin, noticing his gaze, remained unperturbed and even arched her back, enhancing her allure. Then, she leaned forward, her eyes slightly closed in a dreamy haze, her crimson lips curling as she murmured, "Brother Shimen." Wu Chun naturally understood the implication, leaning in closer, his lips pouting. Just as their lips were about to meet, Wu Chun suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a gleaming flying sword from within. The sword pierced through her ruby lips, exiting at the back of her head. Ni Lin had perished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Yuan Haiping's last wish. Acquired legacy, Yuan Haiping's decade of arduous cultivation, the profound formation of the Linglong illusory slaughter array. Chapter 48, When Genie. Goodness, she turned out to be a foundation establishment stage practitioner. I nearly made a grave mistake. Wu Chun, overwhelmed with trepidation, gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. He never expected that a Foundation establishment stage enchantress would attempt to seduce him. The moment he unleashed the flying sword, she had erupted with the might of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Unfortunately, they were too close, and Wu Chun's sudden attack caught Lin unprepared, leading to her untimely demise. "You just employed the secret art of gastric absorption, didn't you?" A voice echoed from the shadows of the cell, startling Wu Chun into a backward leap. "Is there another expert?" The voice continued from the darkness. "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm." Wu Chun scoffed. "Just because you claim to harbor no malice. Does that make it true? Just a moment ago, I was about to kiss the person on the ground. If you doubt me, feel free to come and look. I can scarcely rise." "How amusing. You say to come over as if I have no pride." The figure in the shadows momentarily faltered in speech, while Wu Chun's gaze shifted to the spatial pouch that had fallen from the corpse. He hesitated to flee immediately, reluctant to part with the possessions of this Foundation establishment stage enchantress. Of course, the figure in the shadows might not necessarily be a Foundation establishment practitioner. If they were, they would have acted by now instead of engaging in this banter. As for Golden Core stage practitioners, Wu Chun did not even consider them. As the two remained at an impasse, the voice from the shadows rang out again. "Guewang Sect, Wuying Hall." Upon hearing these 6 words, Wu Chun's eyes widened in surprise. "Who are you?" "I am acquainted with your hall master." At this, Wu Chun cautiously stepped forward, his expression tense as he continued to inquire. "Reveal your identity." "Head of the Hahuan Sect, Wenjini." Wu Chun halted in his tracks, his heart pounding like a drum. Fireworks exploding within. There was no longer a need to retreat. Even if she were the leader of a minor sect, she was still a formidable Golden Core stage practitioner. With his meager skills, he could scarcely hope to escape if she chose to pursue him. Yet, he never anticipated that a Golden Core stage practitioner would be imprisoned in this place. However, judging by her words, it seemed she considered herself a member of the Guewang Sect. He would first observe the situation. Wu Chun approached, and in the dim corner lay a woman, unadorned and clad in simple garments, her hands and feet bound by iron chains. At the sight of her, his heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful." When Genie's lips curled into a slight smile. "You are willing to deal with the beauty that came knocking at your door, yet you still care about mere physical allure?" Wu Chun shook his head, offering a sincere explanation. "The aura of the woman lying on the ground is far too heavy, and any embellishment upon you would be a desecration. Beauty is simply beauty." When Genie chuckled lightly. "How amusing you are, unlike those he brought along." "He? Our guild leader?" Wu Chun retorted. When Genie nodded, "Yes, is he well?" Wu Chun fell silent. On that day at Shujian Lake, he had witnessed Zhou Like's demise with his own eyes. However, it seemed the news had not spread, or perhaps this person had not received the information at all. Noticing his prolonged silence, when Genie self-deprecatingly remarked, "Indeed, such questions should not be asked. For those who work in the shadows, confidentiality is always paramount." Wu Chun, curious, inquired, "May I ask what your relationship with our guild leader is?" Instead of answering directly, when Genie extended her delicate hand, signaling for Wu Chun to assist her in standing. Wu Chun frowned slightly, puzzled. Is she attempting to employ seduction? Though she was beautiful, he believed himself resilient to such temptations. When he remained still, when Genie raised her eyes slightly, playfully chiding, "Just lend a hand." At that moment, Wu Chun felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity, his entire being shuddering. What is the pinnacle of charm? This is it. No need for revealing skin. A single glance, a mere tone of voice, could make a good man falter. Thus, he bent down and helped Genie to her feet. She was as soft as water, her fragrance intoxicating. He nearly lost his composure. After standing, when Genie turned her back, gently loosening her garments. In a short while, her simple attire slipped away, revealing skin as fair as snow. Wu Chun was entranced, feeling a slight itch in his nose. When Genie asked, "Did you see?" Wu Chun nodded, somewhat dazed. When Genie sensed something amiss and turned her head to find Wu Chun displaying an expression rather foolish, with 2 crimson streams trickling from his nose. Embarrassed, she playfully scolded, "I meant for you to observe the mark on my back, not to gawk." "Oh." Wu Chun snapped back to reality, following her cue and noticing a mark on her scapula that vaguely resembled the characters for Ghost Shadow. He had perused the life stories of the members of Wangtang and recognized this mark as unique to their sect, indicating that the one who bore it held a significant status. Thus, it could be concluded that this woman was undoubtedly linked to Zhou Like. Changing his demeanor, Wu Chun expressed with utmost respect. Since you are acquainted with our guild leader and have pointed out my identity, might I inquire what you require of me? When Genie adjusted her collar and turned to him, indeed, there's a matter I need your assistance with. I hope you could deliver a message for me. What message? Tell him, when Genie is dead, he must escape the coercion of the ghostly abyss. Upon hearing this, Wu Chun felt as though he had just received shocking news. The implications were staggering. It seemed Zhou had infiltrated the mission song under duress. The agreement that those in the shadows need not become emotionally entangled was being blatantly contradicted by their guild leader's actions. Initially, the phrase "a dark pawn does not require emotion" was uttered by Zhou Liko, who had once compelled his subordinate to personally strangle his wife and child. Now, it seems you have followed in your subordinate's footsteps, meeting a fate devoid of intact remains. Such is the law of cause and effect, the cycle of karmic retribution that unfolds without fail. Moreover, when Genie paused, her gaze evasive, wrestling with her thoughts for a considerable time before stating, "Let him seek out her child." Wu Chun was once again struck with astonishment. "You have even managed to conceive a child. Remarkable indeed." Observing her expression, it appears Zhou Liko remains oblivious to his newfound progeny. What a tragedy. Esteemed elder, could you be more specific about where to search? When Genie shook her head in anguish, "I do not know. When the ghostly abyss intended to imprison me, I entrusted a confidant with the child, and since then, they have vanished without a trace." "Very well. I shall convey your message to the master." Wu Chun responded nonchalantly. When Genie handed over a blood-stained handkerchief, "Take this to him as well. The child bears a mark identical to the embroidery on this handkerchief." Wu Chun accepted the handkerchief and continued to inquire, "Does the esteemed elder have any further instructions?" "None." One Genie smiled with relief, then placed her hands over her chest, preparing to end her own life. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly added, "The child's name is Bu Wei." With those final words, Wen Genie exerted force with her palms, severing her own heart vein. Thus the world lost a breathtaking beauty. Had Wu Chun harbored any doubts about this unfamiliar enchantress moments earlier, he now stood before a lifeless body, devoid of any suspicion. What is love? That it compels one to exchange life for death. Sigh, Wu Chun lamented. Subsequently, he blinked and began to examine the final wishes left by this golden core cultivator. When Genie's last will, "Child, I am sorry, but this is the only course of action I could take. I hope you may grow up safe, joyful, and healthy. Oh, how I long to see the day you flourish." Chapter 49, Guan Shiming arrives. Wu Chun howled in agony, clutching his head as he collapsed to the ground. Having just read Wen Genie's last will, his mind felt as though it were exploding, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. After a lengthy moment, Wu Chun regained his composure, gasping for breath, his face ashen. It appears that one must not casually peruse the last wishes of a golden core cultivator. Should I endure this again, I might not only become a fool, but my very soul may also suffer irreparable harm. Now that Brother Yuan's task is complete, it is time to tidy up and depart from this place. Wu Chun lifted his neck, inserting the flying sword into his mouth, storing it within his stomach. This very sword was a gift from Zhang Rui, which he had kept hidden until now, utilizing it as an unexpected trump card. Judging by its recent performance, the returns are indeed promising. In a direct confrontation, he would have simply delivered his head to N.I. Lin. He then gathered the spatial pouch that N.I. Lin had dropped and drew 2 fiery talismans, incinerating the 2 corpses within the cell. Beautiful one, though we share no kinship and even stand on opposing sides of righteousness and evil, I hold a profound compassion for the deceased. If fortune permits me to encounter your child, I shall certainly assist in their care. You may set forth on your journey with peace of mind. Amen. After concluding his prayer, Wu Chun bowed slightly towards the body of Wen Genie, which was being cremated, and retraced his steps. As he traversed the narrow corridor, Wu Chun silently reflected upon the myriad images that invaded his mind, memories of the deceased Yuan Haiping. The youth had harbored a profound disdain for studying. To him, the letters danced like countless formidable demons encircling him. Yet, he was bound to a master, an archaic scholar whose rigidity was as unyielding as steel. His master pressed down on his head, compelling him to engage in fierce battles against those myriad demons, all while imparting grand philosophies. He preached that a gentleman must be strict with himself, should not stand before perilous walls, and must not intervene in others' predicaments. The youth found these admonitions irksome, yet was powerless to resist. As time passed, he began to discern that his master's teachings were not entirely sound. Do the valiant comrades who sacrifice themselves not understand these doctrines? If a gentleman refrains from rescue, then he shall renounce the title of gentleman. On that fateful day, witnessing his brethren ensnared by the formation and facing imminent peril, he devised the final formation. To break the formation with his life was his resolve. If anyone were to claim that the Chinji Peak had retreated in cowardice, I would be the first to object. The roles in battle differ, and thus cannot be judged uniformly. If a campaign necessitates that artillerymen engage in close combat, how tragic would be the outcome? As Wu Chun reminisced about Yuan Haiping's life, a wave of melancholy washed over him, revealing Yuan Haiping's true identity as a direct disciple of Chinji Peak. Moreover, Wu Chun inherited the fruits of this man's decade of arduous cultivation, along with the profound understanding of the celestial formation and the exquisite illusion-killing array. For the time being, Wu Chun could not delve into the intricacies of the formation or the illusion-killing array, as establishing a formation requires an abundance of spiritual materials. He then immersed his consciousness into his dantian, the once nearly liquefied true qi, infused with Yuan Haiping's decade of relentless effort, had fully transformed into a swirling vortex. Further purifying his true qi, he had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. A step further would lead to the great completion of qi refinement, where the true qi would gradually thicken, even solidifying into a foundation for the great Tao, marking the onset of foundation establishment. Naturally, this process is exceedingly protracted for an ordinary disciple, often taking a lifetime to accomplish. However, a life adorned with extraordinary fortunes cannot be measured by the standards of the commonplace. Wu Chun savored the exhilarating sensations brought forth by his advancement, his countenance radiant with joy, and his steps quickened. Upon rounding a corner, his pace abruptly halted, elation evaporating, replaced by gravity. "Ah, little Wu, you've made it quite a challenge to locate you." Guan Xinming, observing the youth ahead, exerted force upon his hands, snapping the neck of the elder who had been guiding him. Ever since the station was activated, Guan Xinming had been covertly monitoring Wu Chun's movements. Yet, he had not seized the opportunity to strike, wary of making a misstep. Only after Wu Chun found himself alone did he dare to follow into the cavern. Alas, the myriad paths within the mine led to a momentary loss of his target. It was indeed a stroke of fate that he encountered the departing old village chief, who revealed to him the whereabouts of Wu Chun. Merely an ordinary individual, and yet you resort to such lethal measures? Wu Chun gazed at the old man on the ground, feeling a pang of compassion. What wrong had he committed? Save for a simple desire to enjoy a hot pot and sing a song? Guan Xinming scoffed, declaring, "No man is worthy without ruth. Blame it on your guidance." Wu Chun retorted with venom, "Ah, a fine saying indeed, but let me add, the most venomous is a woman's heart. You are well aware now, without you, Lu Ruyin will flourish, and I shall have my chance to ascend to the Twin Peaks. Thus, dear Wu, you may depart in peace." As he spoke, Guan Xinming drew forth a flying sword, his gaze fixed on his prey with unyielding determination. He had little faith that Wu Chun, who had just reached the qi refinement stage, could evade his grasp. Naturally, Wu Chun would not surrender easily. He brandished his own chipped flying sword and fled. He was not foolish enough to confront a Foundation establishment practitioner head-on. The slaying of Ni Lin had been mere happenstance. He would not be so arrogant as to engage in a duel with a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. However, given the fortuitous circumstances of timing, location, and allies, he believed he might still have a chance. Guan Xinming waved his hand, effortlessly severing Wu Chun's flying sword with a single strike. This lad has concealed his strength. That last blow hinted at a qi refinement level of at least the 9th layer. No wonder Lu Ruyin regards him as a formidable foe, intent on his elimination. Yet, the chasm between qi refinement and Foundation establishment is as vast as that between the mortal and the celestial. Today, let this boy comprehend the might of the Foundation establishment. With a malicious grin, he soared down the passage in pursuit, soon spotting Wu Chun fleeing in disarray ahead. "Behold my talisman!" Wu Chun exclaimed, turning to hurl an object. Guan Xinming instinctively prepared to counter, but upon closer inspection, he realized that what had been thrown was merely a tattered piece of cloth. "Even in your final moments, you attempt tricks? I shall relish in your demise." Enraged by the mockery, Guan Xinming quickened his pace. Just as he rounded a corner, he heard a warning, "Master, beware. A talisman above." This time, you would not be fooled. He charged forward recklessly. At that moment, as he passed beneath, 2 bursts of flame erupted overhead, instantly transforming into 18 fiery crows. His eyes widened in alarm as he hastily summoned his flying sword to strike, the sword's shadow clashing with the fire crows, resembling a blade slicing through fruit. With a swish, the fiery crows were extinguished. Though Guan Ximing suffered no grave injuries, several inches of his garments were singed, and the acrid scent of burnt hair wafted from his head. Boy, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. Guan Ximing seethed in fury. Meanwhile, Wu Chun continued his desperate escape, rifling through his belongings for anything useful. Bone-scraping smoke? What on earth is that? Regardless, the ominous name suggested it was no benign substance. He decided to use it without further contemplation. Wu Chun retrieved a small pink vial from Ni Lin's storage bag, inscribed with the words bone-scraping smoke. With no time to ponder, he shattered the vial in one swift motion. In an instant, a captivating and intoxicating pink mist enveloped the passage. Wu Chun merely inhaled a hint of it, and an overwhelming heat surged through his body, compelling him to seek refuge in a cooler space. Goodness, is this an aphrodisiac? The women of the Miantian Sect are so insatiable that they carry such potions with them. I wonder if my master behind me can withstand it? Alcohol is a poison that seeps through the veins. Desire is a blade that cuts to the bone. Indeed, this mist aptly bears its name. Chapter 50, Master. Come catch me. Guan Ximing gazed ahead at the pink haze and quickly extended his consciousness. After probing, he determined that it was not a toxic smoke. So he held his breath and summoned his true essence to form a protective barrier around himself. However, during his passage through the mist, a considerable amount of pink particles settled on him, and even without inhalation, the essence gradually permeated his skin. Before long, an intense desire surged within Guan Ximing, rekindling the sensations of youth. His complexion flushed, and his breath became heavy. A glance downward revealed a notable excitement. This is outrageous. Guan Ximing was so enraged that he could hardly articulate a coherent thought. Now, even without Lu Ruyan's signal, he felt compelled to eliminate Wu Chun. It seemed the effect of the aphrodisiac had not lingered for long. He needed to set up a formation in a suitable place. Wu Chun sensed movement behind him and, with a shift in thought, arrived at a previously traversed fork in the path. This junction had as many as 7 openings, each leading to various chambers. Wu Chun retrieved the remnants of the inheritance acquired from the counterfeit Feng Bai, as well as newly acquired materials, gathering them to establish a formation. Time was of the essence, so he could only lay out a small formation. He did not seek to achieve great feats. Merely weakening Guan Ximing's combat prowess would suffice. Fortunately, having benefited from Yuan Haiping's legacy, the arrangement was effortless and devoid of any clumsiness. By the time Guan Ximing caught up, the formation was complete. Activate the formation, Wu Chun declared, his fingers poised before his chest. What do you think you're running? Guan Ximing charged forward, his excitement evident. With a thrust of his sword, he pierced through Wu Chun's form in an instant. Feeling a rush of exhilaration, he approached to confirm his strike, only to discover that he had merely pierced an illusion. Master, come catch me. If you do, I promise to reward you. Guan Ximing abruptly turned, and there stood Wu Chun again at another opening, swinging his sword in pursuit, only to encounter yet another phantom. Master, come catch me. If you do, I promise to reward you. Master, come catch me. If you do, I promise to reward you. The repeated calls echoed from several passageways, revealing multiple illusions of Wu Chun, all shamelessly inciting animosity. You actually comprehend the art of formations? What is your connection to Qianji Peak? At this moment, Guan Ximing realized he was ensnared within a formation, his heart racing with astonishment. How had this youth acquired such knowledge? Yet, the only response remained, Master, come catch me. If you do, I promise to reward you. Oh, how infuriating. In a fit of rage, Guan Ximing was on the brink of losing his sanity, wildly swinging his sword in a frenzy. Simultaneously, he projected his consciousness, seeking to uncover the intricacies of the formation and dismantle it. However, as a practitioner in the early stages of foundation building, the exertion of his spiritual awareness was immensely taxing, and he would not normally resort to such measures lightly. After a considerable duration of time, Guan Ximing finally discerned the critical point of the formation and shattered it in one decisive blow. As the formation crumbled, several phantoms dissipated like smoke, followed closely by 3 talismans. Boom! A swarm of fiery crows took to the sky. Just as Guan Ximing exhaled in relief, he encountered yet another dilemma, and had no choice but to defend himself with all his might. Sword energy surged forth, and the crows exploded chaotically. Once the flames subsided, Guan Ximing's hair resembled a tangled mess, his garments marred with patches of black and white, and his face bore the marks of soot. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the esteemed disciple of the Internal Affairs Hall. Rather, he appeared more akin to a rogue of the demonic sect. Guan Ximing began to lose his mind. Having suffered repeatedly at the hands of a mere errand boy, and driven by indignation, his blood surged with fury, threatening to burst forth. In that moment, he was prepared to tear apart Wu Chun, even at the cost of his position as an elder in the Internal Affairs Hall. This, ironically, was precisely what Wu Chun desired. Observing from a distance as Guan Ximing succumbed to madness, he couldn't help but sneer internally. Once a lofty uncle, now humiliated by a lowly disciple, he must surely be feeling the weight of his disgrace. Kill or be killed. May you come to that realization. With that, he turned and fled. Guan Ximing pursued him relentlessly. Thus, the two engaged in a frantic chase deeper into the mine. Faint sounds of combat echoed ahead, and Wu Chun's eyes narrowed. There was no time to ponder. He pressed forward. Upon bursting out of the cave, Wu Chun's vision expanded into a vast hall. Presumably the Yellow Wind Hall for discussions, spacious and illuminated. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with only a handful of Demon Sect members offering stubborn resistance against the 100 or so disciples led by the fire Chun of the Furnace Peak. Guan Ximing, in hot pursuit of Wu Chun, charged into the hall, shrieking madly, his appearance more reminiscent of a demon than that of a disciple. The fire Chun, overseeing the battle from above, caught sight of the commotion and glanced sideways. What a menace. There's even a loose, foundational brat. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Guan Ximing, struck by a single blow, was sent hurtling back, his body shattered beyond recognition, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Wu Chun was astonished. He had never anticipated such an outcome. A distinguished foundation-building elder, tragically meeting his end at the hands of a Golden Core Peak master. Regaining his composure, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Fire Master, for your timely intervention. No time for pleasantries. Hurry and check on my disciples. The fire Chun, noticing Wu Chun clad in the garb of an outer disciple, pointed toward the far side of the battlefield, where over a dozen injured disciples lay. Understood. Wu Chun promptly assumed the role of a medic, rushing to assist the wounded members. The medicinal pills were hastily extracted from the satchel, administered both internally and externally, invigorating the limbs. As he approached the final two individuals, his hands trembled slightly, and he softly called out, "Brother Zhu?" Zhu Miao Miao, whose body was covered in repulsive, festering sores, slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing a familiar face, she broke into a gentle smile, saying, "Junior brother, do not mind me. It is simply a case of excessive heat causing blisters." Wu Chun, however, was far from indifferent. He quickly retrieved an antidote pill. Zhu Miao Miao did not consume it herself, but instead handed it to the towering senior sister beside her. Judging by her injuries, it was clear that the senior sister had suffered a more severe poisoning, her face nearly unrecognizable, marred entirely by toxic sores. "Brother Zhu, what exactly transpired?" Wu Chun inquired, continuing to dispense antidote pills. "Alas, I was careless and did not dodge," Zhu Miao Miao sighed, then turned to the towering senior sister to explain further. A demonic spawn exhaled a plume of toxic smoke just before its demise, and while she was charging forward, I was a moment too slow to pull her back, resulting in her current condition. Wu Chun silently took note of this. Understanding the capricious and treacherous nature of demonic forces, in future encounters, he must remain vigilant, not allowing himself to be caught off guard. Indeed, he contemplated, one must remain on high alert until the adversary is utterly vanquished. Before long, the battle at this location reached its conclusion. The demonic intruders were eradicated nearly to the last, and the injured comrades began to recover under Wu Chun's care. Those with lighter wounds were already able to rise, while the severely injured were carried on makeshift stretchers by their fellow disciples. 20 individuals were designated to escort the wounded and the remains back to the surface, while the rest were instructed to continue the search without sparing a single foe. "Proceed," commanded the fire Chun. "Yes." With the division of labor, the grand hall quickly became desolate. Wu Chun followed the injured into the passage leading towards the surface. As they traversed, they passed by a shattered corpse, and Wu Chun instinctively reached out to touch it. Zhu Miao Miao, lying on the stretcher, quickly cautioned, "Junior brother, be careful. One must not recklessly touch the bodies of the demonic thieves." Wu Chun chuckled lightly. "Fear not. I am protected, but you are correct. I shall refrain from further contact. Ah, Uncle Master, I shall graciously accept your possessions, he mused as he continued upward, the signs of battle evident all around. As they ascended, they encountered another group also transporting the injured and the deceased back to the surface. Wu Chun immediately spotted Su Fuxing among them. His large stature made him easily recognizable. Fatty Fu, you are still alive. Wu Chun jested. Unlike most, Su Fuxing took no offense at the banter. Instead, he nodded with a somber expression and inquired, "What brings you into the depths?" Seeing your accomplishments, I could not resist descending myself. What the others? Su Fuxing's round cheeks twitched as he spoke in a heavy nasal tone. As for the others, Sister Zhang. Wu Chun hurriedly rushed over, grasping Su Fuxing's arm. What happened to Sister Zhang? You must see for yourself, Su Fuxing replied, a hint of despair in his voice. Su Fuxing wiped away his tears and snot with one hand while gesturing behind him with the other. Wu Chun dashed to the rear of the line. Two medics were carrying a stretcher, upon which lay Zhang Rui. Aware of the close bond between Wu Chun and Zhang Rui, the two men momentarily withdrew, allowing them some privacy. Wu Chun examined Zhang Rui's injuries. Her chest had been pierced by some sharp object. The external bleeding had ceased, but there was a possibility of a ruptured heart or lungs, and blood continued to pour from her mouth and nose. He gently patted her beautiful face and urged, "Sister Zhang, Zhang Rui, dear girl." The repeated calls caused Zhang Rui to slightly open her eyes, just as she was about to speak. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. Wu Chun quickly said, "Don't speak yet. Let me think of a way to save you." Zhang Rui shook her head lightly, fully aware of her dire condition, realizing she was on the brink of death. She looked at Wu Chun and, with great difficulty, raised a hand to point at her chest, her meaning clear. She hoped he would see her off on her final journey. Wu Chun scolded in frustration. "What are you pointing at? I have no intention of touching your chest." A faint smile crept to the corners of Zhang Rui's lips as she struggled to utter, "Cough. Cough. Do you find me lacking?" Wu Chun shook his head repeatedly. No, you are not lacking at all." Zhang Rui's smile widened slightly as she formed a gap between her thumb and index finger. "Wu Chun, do you have even a smidgen of affection for me?" Wu Chun expanded the distance between the two fingers. Zhang Rui countered, "Is that all?" Wu Chun opened his hand fully, pressing his cool palm against her cheek. He felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. He remained silent, only able to stifle a sob. Zhang Rui nodded, a look of relief spreading across her face as her eyes fluttered closed again, murmuring, "This much is enough. Hey, dear girl, don't sleep. Sister Chu is waiting for you to return." As Wu Chun choked on his words, calling out for her, a fleeting figure caught his eye, igniting a glimmer of hope. He hurriedly chased after it, calling out loudly, "Master you." Yu Jing halted in her tracks, turning to see none other than that little errand boy from Mangdang Mountain. She landed gracefully beside Wu Chun, puzzled. "Wu Chun, why are you here instead of guarding the tomb at Mangdang Mountain?" Wu Chun recounted his earlier words to Zhang Rui and then, with a serious expression, said, "Master you, I once conveyed a message to you in a dream, and now I dare to ask for a personal favor. May I? Asking for a favor from me? You are indeed bold," Yu Jing remarked with a light huff, initially expecting this little errand boy to make grand demands. After all, she had previously gifted him a bottle of fruit brew. However, she did not outright refuse but inquired, "What is it you seek?" "I wish for you to save my friend," Wu Chun implored. "Oh," Yu Jing replied, her surprise evident. Following Wu Chun's gaze, she realized the person he sought to rescue was indeed one of her disciples from Xiaolin Peak. With a subtle lift of her brows, Yu Jing inquired, "Are you truly friends?" "Indeed," Wu Chun replied earnestly. "I possess a singular elixir that could save her. However, this elixir is exceptionally rare. I have but one. To put it differently, its worth could elevate you to the foundational stage. Would you still desire it?" Yu Jing fixed her gaze intently upon Wu Chun's eyes, presenting a choice laden with complexity. Ascending to the foundational stage not only signifies an enhancement in strength and status, but also grants an extended lifespan of several hundred years. Such an option, if one is not foolish, would be an obvious choice. Yet, Wu Chun was willing to be that fool. "I am willing." Yu Jing pressed further. "Are you truly willing?" Wu Chun nodded with conviction. "Willing is willing. There is no truth or falsehood in it. I earnestly request you, Master Yu, to bestow upon me the elixir." At this, Yu Jing smiled knowingly, retrieving a delicate brocade box and placing it in Wu Chun's hands. "Remember, you owe me a favor." Wu Chun quickly expressed his gratitude, Thank you, Master Yu. I shall remember this. With that, he hurried back to Zhang Rui's side, carefully opening the brocade box to reveal a pearl-white elixir, shimmering gently with a faint luminescence. Although he did not know the name of the elixir, the fragrance alone elevated his entire being. All weariness dissipated, and his spirits soared. Without hesitation, he pressed the elixir against Zhang Rui's pale lips, administering it to her. From a distance, Yu Jing observed the scene, a newfound appreciation for this humble servant blossoming within her. Fresh and unpretentious, he was also deeply loyal. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for giving away the life-saving elixir gifted to her by Senior Brother Qi. With a flick of her sleeve, she let out a soft huff. Friends? Who would believe that? She then delved deeper into the cavern to eliminate the marauding demons. Along the way, she encountered Zhang Yi, who, noticing her unusual expression, asked, "Junior Sister Yu, what troubles you?" "It's nothing, I just used the elixir bestowed by Senior Brother Qi." "You used it?" "That was the miraculous elixir capable of resurrecting the dead." "Junior Sister, are you injured?" Yu Jing shook her head. "No. I gave the elixir to that humble servant to repay a favor." Zhang Yi stroked his small beard, pondering aloud. "That is quite a significant favor. He is the one who assisted you in overcoming your mental barriers, correct?" "Indeed," Yu Jing replied with a slight nod. Then her expression turned serious as she asked, "Have we found any trace of the last gold core demon?" "Not yet. However, as long as he remains within the cavern, it is merely a matter of time before we uncover him. This man must die." Both wore expressions of indignation, and after confirming their search direction, they pressed onward into the depths of the cavern. Meanwhile, Wu Chun observed Zhang Rui's complexion returning to normal, even more vibrant than before. A great weight lifted from his heart. To say he was inclined to save Zhang Rui was not due to romantic affection. If one were to speak of affection, it was minimal. Conversely, he did not find her unlikable either. Their bond could only be described as one of friendship. In the vast expanse of the Miantian Sect, the number of those one could truly call friends could be counted on one hand. He harbored a deep reluctance to witness the demise of a friend before him, rendered powerless to intervene. Sensing the subtle increase in the breath of Zhang Rui beneath him, Wu Chun could not help but smirk. Ah, this little vixen feigns slumber. Subsequently, he raised his hand, gesturing above her robust chest, murmuring to himself, "Where shall I strike?" The right side, perhaps, being closer to the wound, or the left, which could shatter the heart's meridian with a single blow, ensuring a painless departure. Just as he feigned to press down, a petite fist swiftly struck his face, eliciting a pained exclamation from him. Zhang Rui sat up, clutching her chest, and spat fiercely at Wu Chun, her face blooming like a peach blossom in spring. Chapter 52. The Golden Core Demon Thief. "Oh, Sister Zhang, such a wonderful sister, how could this be?" Su Fuxing lamented, tears streaming down his face. The two attendants nearby shared in his sorrow, their expressions heavy with grief. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Su Fuxing, what are you crying about?" Su Fuxing, wiping his tears, sniffled, "What concern is it of yours? Do you think you are my sister Zhang?" Upon uttering this, he froze, turning his head in disbelief. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Rui herself, looking even more radiant, her cheeks flushed. "Sister Zhang, you are alive?" Su Fuxing exclaimed, jumping in astonishment, his corpulent frame jiggling. "Fatty Fuxing, from your tone, it seems you wish for my demise?" Zhang Rui retorted with a light scoff, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Su Fuxing hastily shook his head like a rattle. "And no, my respect for you, sister, is as enduring as the sun and moon. I could only wish you health and longevity." Zhang Rui was amused by the sight of his wobbling figure, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, and led a few individuals to rejoin the main group. Su Fuxing appeared still in disbelief at Zhang Rui's miraculous return, his expression dazed. Noticing Wu Chun with his head bowed, he approached and inquired, "Wu Shidi, what is the matter with Sister Zhang?" Wu Chun mumbled, "Don't ask me. I don't know, and I don't wish to speak. If you have nothing to say, then so be it. Such a petty attitude. And why do you keep your head down? Get lost." Su Fuxing bent down to peek, only to burst into laughter. "Fatty, I am at odds with you." As the sun set behind the distant hills, the Huangfeng ditch lay scattered with hundreds of bodies draped in white cloth. Some had perished valiantly in the woods, while others had met their end honorably within the cave. The Miantian Sect boasted a significant advantage in this battle. However, the losses were still considerable, a testament to the brutality of war. Nevertheless, the outcome was undeniably remarkable, marking what could be considered a resounding victory in nearly a millennium. The entire Huangfeng ditch spiritual mine had been seized. Aside from the leader, the golden core demon thief, all others had been vanquished. Even the little demonic insects that had burrowed underground were unearthed and dismembered. Currently, the survivors remained tirelessly engaged in their endeavors. For peak masters of the golden core stage led all the Foundation establishment disciples, tirelessly searching within the mine. Meanwhile, the disciples busily transported various resources, reminiscent of ants bustling with activity. These are not ordinary boxes, but rather knob boxes, each measuring 3 feet on each side and capable of containing tens of thousands of pounds of goods. One can only imagine the immense value of the mountain of knob boxes and spiritual stones. Wu Chun, are you still in pain? Zhang Rui approached with an apologetic demeanor. But upon seeing Wu Chun with a panda eye, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The bruise from the punch she had landed earlier had not fully faded, making him resemble a living national treasure. Wu Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you still asking if it hurts? What do you think? Zhang Rui pouted slightly, as if in playful protest. Who told you to gesture on my chest? It was instinctive. All right, my fault. Just don't talk to me in that tone. I can't quite handle it, Wu Chun replied, taking a step back. What's wrong with my tone? Clarify it for me. Do I really have to say? You must. Honestly, I find your rebellious demeanor more appealing. You're asking for a beating. Ouch. Zhang Rui tugged at Wu Chun's collar and playfully flicked his forehead. Seeing his pained expression, her delicate hand gently massaged the spot she had just struck. Wu Chun did not reject her affectionate gesture, mindful of her pride. Ah, how difficult it is to endure the kindness of a beautiful woman. Zhang Rui's eyes shimmered as she said, Wu Chun, thank you for saving me. Wu Chun scratched at his eye crust. If you're thanking me, why did you hit me? Can we move on from this? Absolutely not. I'll draw my sword and stab you. Help! Someone else trying to kill me. In this manner, their playful banter diluted the underlying tension. Suddenly, as they approached the woods, Wu Chun halted abruptly. Zhang Rui, following suit, haughtily declared, Are you begging for mercy now? Too late. I'm not talking to you. Wu Chun retorted, gesturing toward a figure ahead. He called out, Senior brother, wait. You seem unwell. I have pills that can help. The slightly hunched figure turned slowly, chuckling softly. Thank you, junior brother, but I can find a place to meditate and recuperate. No need for the expensive pills. Expense? They're all from the public stock. What else there to waste? Wu Chun found this peculiar and felt an eerie aura emanating from the person, further piquing his curiosity. He took a cautious step back and inquired, Brother of the Twin Peaks, upon returning to the sect, what do you plan to inscribe on the heroic monument to honor the spirits? How about inscribing your name? What the? Zhang Shiji retreat, immediately following Wu Chun's words. Several fire crow talismans erupted forth as he swiftly retreated. There was no heroic monument in the Miantian Sect. He had merely intended to probe. The other party, realizing they might have been exposed, decisively took action. Wu Chun had already made ample preparations and reacted swiftly, yet the opponent was even quicker. A massive black palm print surged through the flock of fire crows, hurtling straight towards Wu Chun. Just 3 feet away from him, the ground suddenly erupted with numerous vines that entwined the handprint. The great handprint was ensnared, its speed considerably diminished. However, the layers of vines seemed to corrode rapidly as if struck by a potent acid, continuously sloughing off until they transformed into wisps of black smoke before hitting the ground. The power displayed indicated that this individual was indeed the elusive golden core demon thief. As Wu Chun beheld the looming black palm print, he could no longer conceal his intentions. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth wide and expelled a flying sword. The sword plunged directly into the heart of the black palm, producing a resounding clash of metal. Wu Chun shouted, gripping the hilt with all his might, summoning every ounce of his strength to resist. Alas, the disparity between a golden core and a chi refinement practitioner was akin to that of an ant against a towering tree. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered, and Wu Chun was propelled like a cannonball. Wu Chun, Zhang Rui exclaimed in alarm, hastily abandoning her hand seals to leap forward and catch him. Gulf, I'm Fine. The golden core is not all that formidable. Wu Chun coughed out a mouthful of blood, retrieving a pill and tossing it into his mouth. His gaze fiercely fixed on the figure ahead. The individual, showing no inclination for prolonged combat, swiftly retreated into the forest after their initial strike failed to yield results. The commotion had already drawn the attention of nearby disciples due to the explosive sounds of the fire crows. As the figure departed, several disciples soared into the air. Brothers and sisters, quickly! That golden core demon thief has disguised himself as Brother Liangduan and has fled into the forest. He must be injured and considerably weakened. Upon hearing Wu Chun's account, the disciples instantly became alert. Don't you dare steal my glory. This is my chance. Damn it, with my knife in hand. Follow me to slay the demon. Hurry and send a signal to the cave master. The golden core demon thief has appeared, and I will take the lead. What the hell? Why aren't you going to notify anyone? In a matter of breaths, numerous disciples charged into the forest, leaving only Zhang Rui by Wu Chun's side. Wu Chun, are you truly all right? Zhang Rui inquired with concern. I'm perfectly fine. That person is significantly injured. Otherwise, how could we have survived against a golden core cultivator? Wu Chun replied with a light chuckle. Zhang Rui exhaled slowly. She had felt her heart race when she saw Wu Chun being flung out. However, although you are fine now, I fear you might be in trouble later. Wu Chun pondered aloud. Zhang Rui's heart skipped a beat. Are you injured internally? Wu Chun shook his head. I fear you might strike me later. Strike you? Zhang Rui was momentarily perplexed. But once she comprehended that Wu Chun's head had rested on her bosom, her face flushed crimson. With a huff, she cast him aside and turned away. How cold-hearted. Can't you be more gentle? After all, I am still an injured party. Wu Chun grumbled as he lay on the ground. You brought this upon yourself. Zhang Rui did not glance back. Her face was ablaze with heat. As she watched the graceful figure fade into the distance, Wu Chun clutched his chest, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, and bitterly chuckled to himself. Even a wounded golden core is still a golden core. That strike was indeed formidable. Fortunately, the young woman had been so engrossed in her incantations that she had failed to notice his peculiar condition. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Once he regained his composure, Wu Chun picked up the broken sword, contemplating how to smooth over this incident. In the forest, hundreds of disciples embarked on a meticulous search in the direction the golden core demon had fled. Unlike caves, the forest required disciples to hover in the air, directing and coordinating the search, making it not difficult to pick up traces of the fugitive. Sure enough, within a quarter of an hour, a collision was reported from a specific location. The other disciples, alerted by the commotion, swiftly converged towards it. At that moment, the golden core demon, observing the increasing number of encircling disciples, smirked with malice. Truly, a tiger fallen on the plains is bullied by dogs. Today you shall learn why the golden core is revered as such. The demon opened his mouth wide, expelling a soul, within which a swirling golden core could be faintly discerned. Everyone be cautious. This fiend is adept in soul techniques. Do not underestimate him. Were we afraid of? He has clearly undergone possession, and now he has forsaken his physical form. This is the perfect moment to strike a drowning rat. Follow me. Although opinions among the disciples were divided, it did not hinder their resolve to vanquish the demon. The bold rushed forward, while the more prudent hurled talismans and various magical artifacts from a distance without restraint. Yet, all these attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the demon. The soul carrying the golden core manifested a massive, pitch-black hand that formed a fist, shielding the demon at its center, rendering ordinary spells and artifacts utterly ineffective against him. The giant hand descended with the intent to crush the multitude of disciples below. In this dire moment, a dragon of verdant would emerge from the ground, rising to meet the onslaught of the dark hand. Disciples of various peaks fall back, commanded a voice from the rear of the forest. Despite the reluctance of some undaunted disciples, they complied with the order. The hand and the dragon engaged in a fierce struggle, and before long, the sizable green dragon was reduced to its shavings, cascading to the ground like snowflakes. What a formidable wood spirit array! Today, I shall shatter your formation. With a furious roar, the dark hand surged towards the rear of the forest. However, as it charged forward, it faced an unending barrage of green dragons obstructing its path. Lu Ziyang, seated at the center of the array, furrowed his brow. Even if this individual had reached the pinnacle of golden core cultivation, attempting to defy the might of the entire formation alone, especially whilst gravely wounded, was a reckless gamble for survival. Reality confirmed Lu Ziyang's suspicions. The hand charged forward as if heedless of its own life, only to be met by the relentless green dragons, gradually dissipating its might. When the hand finally approached the formation, it was nearly extinguished. Ultimately, it was consumed by a single green dragon. Lu Ziyang, with his inherently meticulous nature, sensed that the situation was far from simple and promptly issued a new command. The disciples of each faction stood vigilant, wary of the demonic thief's escape from the formation. His concerns were far from unfounded. The Qingyuan Shaoling Grand Formation harnessed the power of the wood spirit for offensive endeavors, distinct from confinement and defense formations. While it excelled in assault, its defensive capabilities were lacking. Nevertheless, the command had come too late. Some disciples within the auxiliary formations, witnessing the Azure Dragon consume the demon, relaxed their guard, unwittingly granting the fiend an opportunity. In an instant, a momentarily slack auxiliary formation was breached, and the demon fled at remarkable speed into the distance. Lu Zong, observing this, felt a surge of resentment but refrained from pursuing. He stroked his white brows and gazed in the direction of the demon's escape. Did it truly believe I was the final bastion? The demon, elated to have escaped the encirclement, was filled with both joy and a simmering hatred. Miantian Sect, upon my return to the mountain gate, I shall bring forth a force to annihilate you all. How dare you wreak havoc in my Yumming Valley, sending forth 5 golden core cultivators? If they were to fall here, it would surely be a bitter loss, it cackled. Just as its arrogant laughter subsided, a sharp sword descended from the heavens, piercing through its soul and shattering its golden core. A pained wail echoed through the skies. The gradually dissipating soul looked up to see a disheveled woman standing in midair, her eyes sharp as blades, piercing into the hearts of those who beheld her. It was not 5, but 6. Miantian Sect, you truly gamble extravagantly. The demon, now both astonished and terrified, blurted out, Etienne Peak, Baiju. How rare it was for someone from Yumming Valley to remember me. Bijun scoffed. If the foremost individual beneath the nascent soul were to forget you, then you deserve death. The demon had resigned itself, devoid of any desire for survival. Baiju would not soften her resolve due to a mere flattery. Her eyes remained sharp as she directed her sword, ready to extinguish the demon's very essence. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss, halting her movements and turning to gaze at another part of the sky. The evening's fiery clouds seemed to quiver. That was. Baiju's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, the demon was elated, nearly exhausting its final remnants of soul power to shout, Ancestor, save me. In response to this plea, a towering phantom slowly manifested. This ethereal figure, adorned with the blazing clouds of dusk and crowned by the setting sun, bore a face reminiscent of a fierce demon, with ringed eyes and tusks. Encircled by 9 azure-eyed venomous dragons, bearing its chest and standing barefoot upon the beast hide. Its presence was majestic, shaking the heavens. Baiju faced the ancestral manifestation without flinching, her voice stern. Wanyan Ancestor, are you about to breach the rules? The law avatar laughed heartily. Rules? You, a mere junior, dare speak of rules to me? With that, Baiju declared, then I shall be rude. Pausing briefly, she commanded her disciples below, Etienne Peak disciples, heed my command. Form the Etienne sword array. Yes, came the resolute response, untainted by any hint of fear. From the onset of the Great War, the Etienne Peak has served as the primary reserve force, tasked with preventing the escape of demonic thieves and blocking formidable foes. Thus, they have yet to engage in battle. Should a conflict arise, it will be a bloodbath. I, Baiju, accompanied by 218 warriors of Etienne Peak, challenged the venerable Wanyan to a duel. Chapter 54, The Inscription. As the words fell from her lips, Baiju's hair stood on end, each strand resembling a sharp sword piercing through her scalp. 3,000 locks, 3,000 blades, draw the sword. With that, every single hair detached from her head, transforming the woman into a bald figure. Though her appearance was far from appealing, the aura she exuded instilled fear in the hearts of the onlooking minor demons. Can beauty nourish one? Can it slay foes? Practicality reigned supreme. Very well. I shall accept your sword strike, the Dharma avatar exclaimed, uttering 3 words of approval, demonstrating his admiration for Baiju. This admiration transcended allegiances, purely acknowledging her prowess and courage. In the blink of an eye, under Baiju's leadership, the might of the Etienne sword array was unleashed. It was a sword of Etienne, cleaving the clouds and rending the sky, invincible in its path. With a decisive strike, it aimed directly at the old demon Dharma avatar. At that moment, it seemed as though sound had lost its medium, and all fell silent. At the point of their collision, a singularity was born. This singularity expanded, resembling a half-moon shockwave radiating outward. Wherever it passed, mountains and earth shattered, flora and fauna were obliterated, and living beings were reduced to ashes in an instant. Even far away at Huangfengdiao, this strike sent ripples of disturbance. The lush forests appeared as though a tempest had swept through, bowing to one side. The disciples of the Miantian Sect scrambled for cover. Yet, some brave souls, yearning to witness the spectacle, took to the air, only to be hurled away by the terrifying aftershock, vanishing from sight. Hiding beneath a massive stone, Chun murmured, "Such terror. Is this not akin to nuclear annihilation?" After a lengthy pause, the aftershock subsided. The Etienne sword shattered before the Dharma avatar, while 3 of the 9 venomous dragons dissipated. At that moment, as if a command had descended from the heavens, a voice echoed, "Stabilize." As if spoken into existence, a talisman flickered above the Dharma avatar's head. This talisman was inscribed with countless runes, gradually revealing the character for stabilize. Channeling the might of a god, the Dharma avatar raised both hands, tearing apart the talisman alongside the 6 venomous dragons. "Lin Zhubiai, are you seeking a fight?" "Very well. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat. Today, as you, Wanyan the old demon, have violated the rules, I too shall cast aside all decorum." With these words, another Dharma avatar manifested before the venomous dragon avatar. This form resembled a celestial being, adorned in purple golden robes, crowned with an 8-cloud diadem, one hand wielding a divine talisman, the other clutching a celestial brush, emanating overwhelming divine authority with every motion. The 2 Dharma avatars stood opposed, even the slanting sun dimmed in their presence. "Lin Zhubiai, it was your young disciple who sought a duel. I offered my guidance, yet received no gratitude, and now you accuse me of breaching the rules." The terrifying visage of the malevolent Wanyan old demon loomed, his formidable fangs dancing ominously as he seized the initiative. Lin Zhubiai retorted sharply, "If you adhere to the rules, then what brings you here?" Wanyan old demon, with a fierce demeanor, responded, "How can I remain indifferent when you seek to undermine the foundation of my Jiangsu tribe?" Lin Zhubiai countered, "My Honglu immortal workshop lies in ruins. Should I remain indifferent? The destruction of your Honglu immortal workshop was wrought by the Feima tribe. So what concern is it of my Jiangsu tribe? We are all the same, a den of filth." Wanyan old demon, infuriated, pointed a finger accusingly. "Lin Zhubiai, does your Miantian Sect intend to declare full-scale war?" Unfazed, Lin Zhubiai replied resolutely, "If you of the Yuming Valley seek war, then today marks the commencement of a great battle." Although Wanyan old demon had prepared for conflict, it seemed he received some form of instruction, causing his hostility to diminish abruptly, leaving him to utter a menacing remark. "Lin Zhubiai, this debt will be remembered by my Jiangsu tribe. You shall repay it to the Miantian Sect in due time." With that, his spectral form gradually began to fade from the realm. Before departing, he attempted to take with him the remaining soul of the golden core demon thief, yet with a mere stroke of Lin Zhubiai's divine brush, that remnant soul was instantly transformed into nothingness. "We have each struck a blow, consider it even." Though Wanyan old demon felt a pang of resentment, he could only swallow his bitterness. With the tension dissipated, Lin Zhubiai saw no reason to linger. His spectral form slowly receded, leaving behind a final remark. "Xiaojue, this battle was commendable." Baiju, sporting a bald head, twitched his cheeks unnaturally. "Farewell, Elder Lin." Meanwhile, all remaining members of the Miantian Sect, who could still stand bowed in reverence to the spectral figure. Wu Chun observed the magnificent apparition vanishing into the sky, astonished. "Is this the true power of a nascent soul, Ancestor? If even an elder is so formidable, how extraordinary must the sect leader be? I aspire to attain the status of an ancestor myself." As the sun set, only a sliver of crescent moon remained. "Activate the Qingyuan killing formation, attack." With that command, Lu Zong, stationed at the heart of the formation, summoned all its power, directing the azure dragons towards Huangfeng Ao. The spiritual or cannot be taken. It must not be left for the Yuming Valley. The once expansive entrance, measuring 100 feet, began to collapse under the relentless assault of the azure dragons. As the formation's power waned, the ground of Huangfeng Ao sank by dozens of feet. It was clear that without several decades of recovery, this place would never regain its former prosperity. Destruction always outpaces construction. Set sail, return home. With this order, the massive vessel ascended once more, carrying both the living and the deceased back to their homeland. Baiju glanced at the billowing dust of Huangfeng Ao, feeling the urge to leave something behind, and soared towards the site. With a fierce swing of her sword energy, she inscribed a character upon the towering cliff, though the swirling dust obscured it from clear view. Upon her return to the ship, the fiery Qilin rushed over with inquiries. Sister Bai, what did you write on the cliff just now? Bi Jun shrugged. I wrote nothing of significance, just left a single character. What character? Guess. The fire Qilin found himself at a loss for words. Eager to know, yet hesitant to press further, a restless itch stirring within him as he turned to Zhang Yi. Old Zhang, what do you suppose the character might be? Zhang Yi, deep in thought, replied, perhaps it is the character Bai from Senior Sister Bai. Yu Jing disagreed, asserting Senior Sister Bai has devoted her life to the sword. It must be the character for sword. Lu Xiang, assuming the demeanor of a learned scholar, shook his head and proclaimed, you are all mistaken, as seekers of the great Tao. I believe it must be the character for Tao. Fengbu interjected with a scoff, joining the conversation. War is the path of slaughter. Thus, the character kill is the most fitting. At that moment, the fire Qilin clapped his hands and laughed heartily, declaring, Senior Sister Bai dares to challenge the old Yuaning demon. A woman as formidable as she must have the character for fierce inscribed. His words were met with 4 pairs of rolling eyes. The fire Qilin defended himself. Hey, what else with those expressions? Am I wrong? In my heart, Senior Sister Bai is the fiercest of women. Zhang Yi kafud genti inreminder. While Yu Jing gestured with her lips, Lu Xiang stroked his white eyebrows and turned away, and Fengbu coldly laughed, gazing at the clouds on the horizon. Fire Qilin, I think the character fierce suits you well. Would you like me to inscribe it for you? Hearing a voice from behind, the fire Qilin shivered, turning with a bashful grin. Hee. Senior Sister Bai, you haven't left yet? Instantly, laughter erupted from the group at the bow of the ship. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the bright moon took its place in the sky. Moonlight cascaded down upon the settled dust of Huangfeng Ao, illuminating the character on the cliff. Chapter 55, Emotion. Mount Two Realms. This mountain lies to the south, revered by the Miantian Sect. To the north, the Yuming Valley reigns supreme. As the colossal ship sailed past the Two Realms mountains, exuberant cheers erupted from the spacious deck. To return alive in triumph is a great fortune indeed. On the deck, Su Fuxing, celebrating their victory, danced joyfully, brandishing all his possessions, a grandiose sword in hand, with 5 flying swords sheathed behind him. This spectacle reminded Wu Chun of a certain departed friend. With a great sword in hand and 5 swords at my back, I reign over the canyon. I say, Fatty Su, you needn't flaunt all your rewards so ostentatiously, do you? What do you know? Do you understand the meaning of returning in finery? Only fools engage in nocturnal displays of splendor. Su Fatty rolled his eyes, while Wu Chun contemplated giving him a black eye. Is it foolish to return in finery? That is called wisdom. Forget it. I want to argue with someone who can't even see their own. At this moment, Zhang Rui approached with a knowing smile. Wu Chun, what are the rewards bestowed upon you by the sect? Wu Chun sighed inwardly. The anticipated probing had arrived, but he was prepared. Casually, he revealed the pouch hidden within his robes. Su Fatty, witnessing this, jumped up. I say, Wu Chun, are you hoarding spoils? The captured pouches must be surrendered. Wu Chun shrugged. Who said this pouch is from the battlefield spoils? How did you acquire it then? Zhang Rui seized the opportunity to speak, her gaze fixed intently on Wu Chun, as if she sought to pierce through the man's very essence. On that fateful day, when they encountered the Golden Core Demon Bandit, although she was wholly engrossed in casting her spells and paid little heed to Wu Chun's actions, the sudden appearance of the flying sword was far too conspicuous. She distinctly recalled that Wu Chun had not been in possession of a flying sword at that time, and when they set out from the sect, he had been empty-handed. Cough, cough. Wu Chun gently covered his mouth and coughed, inadvertently revealing the token hanging from his wrist. The token was neither gold nor jade, but entirely purple. A true inheritance token. Both Zhang Rui and Su Fuxing were utterly taken aback, not expecting Wu Chun to possess such a background. Su Fuxing clung to Wu Chun's leg, shamelessly rubbing against him, even altering his mode of address. Senior brother. You are my true senior brother. Please transfer me to the Pillar Peak. I shall be your most loyal aide from now on. Wu Chun kicked him away, exclaiming, You glutton, that sword on your back nearly jabbed me. Upon hearing this, Su Fuxing hastily removed the 5-duolon sword from his back, flinging it to the ground and trampling it, muttering under his breath, This sword has betrayed me. Zhang Rui, covering her small mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, Wu Chun, are you truly a disciple of the Pillar Peak? Wu Chun rolled his eyes. What are you imagining? I merely have a good rapport with a senior brother from the Pillar Peak. Zhang Rui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, perplexed as to why she felt this way. However, upon reflection, having a connection with a true disciple from a peak was indeed a significant honor. Without further ado, she concluded that some ordinary assistance from him was certainly to be expected. This realization made Wu Chun's earlier inexplicable behavior more comprehensible for a true disciple. Producing a spatial pouch was merely a trivial matter. Zhang Rui continued to inquire, "Was the elixir you used to save me during my grievous injury also given by that true disciple?" Wu Chun rubbed his nose and turned to gaze at the clouds on the horizon, replying, "If you think so, then so it is." "What do you mean by if I think so?" Zhang Rui was evidently dissatisfied with this response, scrunching her nose and raising her hand as if to deliver a light smack. Wu Chun, having anticipated her reaction, swiftly made his escape. Zhang Rui, in a fit of frustration, stomped her small foot repeatedly. She seized Su Fuxing by the collar and, with a fierce expression, demanded, "Fatty Su, how does senior sister treat you?" Su Fuxing swallowed hard, clearly intimidated by the fierce woman, his survival instinct kicking in. "Senior sister, I cherish you even more than my own mother. My respect for you flows like the endless waters of a river," he stammered. Zhang Rui, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough with the flattery. I ask you, when I was gravely injured, did Wu Chun exhibit any peculiar behavior?" Su Fuxing, looking aggrieved, replied, "I know not. At that moment, I thought you were in need of privacy, so I left you two alone. I truly have no idea what transpired." "Truly know not?" Zhang Rui pressed him further. "Really know not." Su Fuxing trembled as he answered. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. "All right, there was a slight peculiarity." Zhang Rui's eyes lit up with excitement. "Quickly, tell me." At that moment, Wu Chun briefly departed, seemingly in pursuit of someone. Who was he chasing? The details eluded me, and I wept bitterly. My eyes brimming with tears, I vowed. Zhang Rui was not inclined to relent easily. She inquired about Wu Chun, who was likely to respond with jest. Thus, she pressed on with her questions. Was this person male or female? What attire did they wear? What was their physique? Su Fuxing strained to recall and finally responded, "I only caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette, with flowing long hair, likely a woman. As for her clothing, it did not resemble that of a disciple, nor did it seem to belong to a senior uncle. It was a long greenish-blue garment. Beyond that, I cannot be certain." Upon reaching this juncture, Zhang Rui chose not to pursue further. Releasing Su Fuxing, her gaze became somewhat distant. Not a sect disciple, nor akin to a senior uncle. That left only the esteemed leaders of the Golden Core stage. And the one clad in the greenish-blue attire was indeed a woman. The answer was clear. Their own sect leader. In such a moment, Wu Chun's pursuit of their sect leader could only signify a plea for salvation or some other significant matter. Unavoidably, her enchanting Danfeng eyes glimmered with a hint of red. Su Fuxing noticed his senior sister's emotional shift, sensing she was on the verge of tears, and timidly inquired, "Senior sister, what troubles you?" Zhang Rui shot him a sidelong glance. "Your sword is obstructing my view." Su Fuxing stood frozen. Watching his senior sister's retreating figure, a torrent of resentment coursed through him. He turned away, repeatedly stomping towards Wu Duolon. "This sword has betrayed me." Wu Chun entered a cabin. It was filled with bodies draped in white sails, awaiting burial upon their return to the sect. Stationed here was a foundational stage senior uncle, indicating the high regard the elders held for the fallen heroes. "Young one, you have returned," the senior uncle remarked. Wu Chun bowed respectfully, stating that he had come yet again to pray for the heroes. He had indeed found a plausible excuse for his visit. Of course, he genuinely sought to recite scriptures for the departed. Wenda nodded, pleased. "You have a good heart. Go ahead. And remember to pay special attention to the spirits of our divine symbol peak." "Understood," Wu Chun replied affirmatively, positioning himself among the heroes. Sitting cross-legged and reciting the Great Compassion Mantra. He continued this for an entire hour. From a distance, Wenda observed, nodding in satisfaction. This young man possesses a commendable disposition and is fated to our divine symbol peak. The previous two battles had inflicted severe losses upon the peak, and they had even honored a golden core stage leader, necessitating the infusion of fresh talent. Typically, recruitment within the sect involves elders seeking out capable individuals. However, such talents are rare. In a mundane nation of millions, it is challenging to identify a few. Thus, the most expedient method of replenishment is to recruit external disciples through the Internal Affairs Hall. Amitabha, Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, Amen. Concluding his recitation, Wu Chun marked the end. Next came the time for his scratch-off lottery as he rubbed his hands together, closing and reopening his eyes. The last wish of Tong Xiaowei, The maidens of the Miantian Sect are indeed enchanting, with ample figures that surely bode well for fertility, and there are snacks to enjoy. If only I could seize a few for myself. Wu Chun sighed deeply, facing yet another gloomy day. Currently, he had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, allowing him to barely glimpse the wishes of 10 deceased souls at once. Alas, the aspirations of the heroes were far too lofty, leaving him feeling powerless. Among them, the most reliable was none other than senior brother Tong Xiaowei. It must be said that the maidens of the Miantian Sect were truly captivating, particularly that one named Wenjini. What a pity. Recalling Wenjini, Wu Chun retrieved a blood-stained handkerchief from his pocket, embroidered with a delicate begonia flower. In the vast sea of humanity, who knows if he would ever encounter the legacy of a great cultivator in the Golden Core stage. The thought alone was rich with possibility. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Wu Chun tucked the handkerchief away and turned to greet, "Master Uncle, do you require anything?" Wunda shook his head. "I noticed your sorrow and wish to share a few words with you." "Thank you, Master Uncle," Wu Chun replied. "You're too formal. Come, shall we take a stroll? How could I refuse such an invitation from my Master Uncle?" The two then exited the cabin. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the warm sun soothed their hearts. As they walked, they admired the splendid scenery below. Along the way, Wunda offered words of encouragement, followed by inquiries akin to the thoroughness of a matchmaking session. Wu Chun responded to each question, cleverly crafting his answers when the inquiries became challenging. Wunda was quite pleased with Wu Chun's demeanor. Neither servile nor arrogant, he exhibited a balanced poise. He remarked, "Your humble origins are of no concern, and your perceived lack of talent is not a matter of human determination. With your disposition, as long as resources are abundant, your cultivation will flourish in no time. Wu Chun, would you consider joining me at the Divine Talisman's Peak?" Wu Chun initially assumed he was being recruited for tasks at the Divine Talisman's Peak, as most disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall were often assigned duties across various peaks. "I am grateful for your kindness, Master Uncle. I am naturally tranquil and deeply attached to Mangdang Mountain, finding joy in contributing to the resting place of our revered ancestors." The more Wu Chun spoke, the more Wenda's admiration for him grew. Gently stroking his beard, he chuckled, "I do not seek your labor. Rather, I wish to grant you the status of an inner sect disciple." Wu Chun was taken aback. To become an inner disciple at the Divine Talisman's Peak? Wunda nodded affirmatively. This revelation left Wu Chun astonished. After a brief silence, Wunda assumed Wu Chun had silently accepted and smiled with satisfaction. "Upon our return to the sect, you shall report to the Divine Talisman's Peak." "Wait, I do not agree." A sharp voice interrupted them. The two turned to see a graceful figure emerging from the shadows. Wu Chun instinctively covered his forehead, realizing that this young lady was indeed intent on clinging to him. Having eavesdropped from her hiding place, "I saved your life out of kindness. Do not repay me with such treachery." Wunda furrowed his brow at the approaching Zhang Rui. "What is it you disagree with?" Zhang Rui, with a steely resolve, replied, "Master Uncle, Wu Chun has a connection with our peak master and has already agreed to join our Shaolin peak. I kindly ask you to consider other candidates." Wunda, puzzled, asked, "He has ties with the peak master? Do not deceive me, girl. How could I dare to mislead my Master Uncle?" "You may inquire with him directly," Zhang Rui retorted, a smirk gracing her lips as she pointed towards Wu Chun. Wunda turned to Wu Chun. "Is it true that you have a relationship with the peak master?" Wu Chun sighed in resignation and replied honestly, "Indeed, the peak master had previously sought disciples, but I respectfully declined." "Ha ha, then it is settled. You shall join our Shunfu peak. I can make that decision," Wunda exclaimed with a hearty laugh, much to Zhang Rui's chagrin. Wu Chun then added, "However, I have no intention of going to Shunfu peak, and I hope you will not take offense, Master Uncle." Venda's later ceased abruptly, while Zhang Rui's expression brightened slightly. Wunda scoffed, "You little rascal, speaking half-truths to tease me, are you? I would not dare. I genuinely wish to remain at Mangdang Mountain, and I hope for your understanding," Wu Chun said sincerely, bowing respectfully. Very well, very well. If you disregard the peak master's regard, I fear I cannot persuade you, esteemed one," Wunda replied, feeling somewhat displeased, and then departed. Seeing her goal achieved, Zhang Rui's almond-shaped eyes glimmered with delight. Wu Chun, admiring her eyes, complimented, "Sister, your eyes are truly beautiful." Elated to receive praise from Wu Chun, Zhang Rui giggled. "Is that so? I think so too." Wu Chun then added, "But you have something in the corner of your eye." Instinctively, Zhang Rui touched her eye, finding nothing there, and her temper flared. "Wu Chun, don't you dare run. If I don't poke you, A 1T bear the surname Zhang. The moon seemed to have taken the night off, as it was nowhere to be seen. The great ship continued its voyage towards the Miantian Sect, this time returning with the spoils of victory, no need for discretion, and the journey would be swifter than before. Back in the cabin, Wenda, who had been rejected by Wu Chun earlier, grew increasingly frustrated. After all, he was a foundational stage master uncle, yet he had been turned down by an outer disciple, even under generous terms. Nevertheless, he became even more convinced that Wu Chun was not an ordinary individual. The lad had garnered the favor of a peak master and possessed the audacity to decline such an invitation. Such temperament was truly a treasure. No, I must bring him to my Shinfu peak. Your Shaolin peak has a golden core peak master. Does my Shinfu peak not have one as well? With this thought in mind, Wenda exited the cabin and made his way to where Zhang Yi was located. This night, Wenda was not the only one taking action. Zhang Rui was also busy. Though she dared not confront the peak master directly, she could engage with the master uncles within the peak. She sought out a master uncle under the pretext of supplementing fresh blood to enhance Shaolin peak strength. She sang praises of Wu Chun, declaring him a gem buried in obscurity, destined to soar one day. She subtly hinted at the connection between Wu Chun and her peak master. After listening to Zhang Rui's words, the master uncle nodded, believing that this young man was indeed fated to be part of Shaolin peak. The next day, the disciple respectfully visited his master. Early in the morning, Zhang Yi sought out Yu Jing, and the two engaged in profound discourse while savoring fragrant tea. Setting down his teacup, Zhang Yi regarded Yu Jing with a warm demeanor. Junior sister, I wish to inquire about someone on behalf of my senior brother. Please, do speak freely. I shall share all I know without reservation. Yu Jing replied graciously. Such a modest request was not something she would decline, particularly given her growing fondness for the divine talisman's peak due to her relationship with Xiaoyu. Zhang Yi replenished their teacups and inquired, did that gravekeeper you mentioned truly refuse your invitation? Indeed, I sensed his exceptional character at the time and even gifted him a bottle of fruit brew. Yet, may I ask why my senior brother is interested in this matter? Yu Jing nodded and countered with a question of her own. Zhang Yi sighed. Alas, it is with great shame that I admit, following 2 fierce battles, our divine talisman's peak has suffered significant losses and is in dire need of recruiting new disciples. If this humble gravekeeper has caught your eye, he must possess remarkable qualities. Upon hearing this, Yu Jing raised an eyebrow. So, you wish to recruit him for your divine talisman's peak? Indeed, he replied. It seems fortuitous, for I too wish to invite him to my Shaolin peak. The two exchanged knowing glances, smiles adorning their faces, albeit with a hint of rivalry. Chapter 57. The Joy of Friendship. After all, did he not turn down my junior sister's kind offer? Zhang Yi set down his teacup, his mustache quivering slightly. Yu Jing lifted her cup and drank heartily, asserting, circumstances change. Our Shaolin peak has also faced considerable losses in this recent conflict. This young man might be overlooked at Mangdang Mountain, but he would thrive at my Shaolin peak. Zhang Yi chuckled. So, my junior sister intends to compete for him? I dare not. It is merely that talented individuals are rare, and I hope my senior brother can show some generosity. Are you not wary of my talismans? Though I am but a novice, I may still learn a few tricks from you, senior brother. Once again, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the spark of rivalry in the other's eyes. Very well, since we are still outside the sect, a friendly sparring session poses no issue. I am curious to see how far this little girl has progressed, Zhang Yi declared, rising with enthusiasm, his mustache quivering with excitement. Yu Jing, equally spirited, was eager to test her skills and validate her training. In an instant, the two soared from the grand vessel, engaging in a dazzling display of magic in the skies above. Various talismans formed effortlessly in Zhang Ye's hands, while Yu Jing wielded a slender green branch adorned with a few tender leaves, fluttering gracefully in the wind. As their talismans and the verdant branch intermingled, a resplendente explosion erupted. Such commotion inevitably attracted onlookers. All disciples aboard the grand ship clustered at the railing, gasping in astonishment, their voices rising in excitement. This was a duel of formidable golden core cultivators, a spectacle not easily witnessed. How fierce! Zhang, this is rather inconsiderate. Why not invite me to join the fight? What pleasure is there in bullying junior sister you? The fiery Qilin, upon witnessing the clash, immediately perked up with renewed vigor. On the other side, Fengbu, witnessing his admired junior sister you engaged in a spar, felt an overwhelming urge to assist her. Just then, the fire Qilin, in need of a worthy opponent, grinned broadly, and positioned himself in front of Feng Bu, saying, "Feng, they are merely practicing. What business do you have interfering?" Feng Bu retorted, "You brutish fool. Step aside, lest you provoke me." His anger was palpable. "You think you can intimidate me? I shall demonstrate how to shatter your pitiful weapon." With that, the fire Qilin raised his fist, ready to strike. At that moment, two fierce sword energies surged towards them, forcing both to retreat outside the ship. "If you wish to fight, take it outside. Do not damage the vessel." Upon hearing the admonition from Senior Sister Bai, the fire Qilin's fighting spirit intensified. Without further ado, the brute transformed, his garments igniting, skin resembling molten rock, and flames towering above him. His fists morphed into colossal hammers, ready to unleash a barrage of blows. Feng Bu, undeterred, brandished his golden blade, its imposing aura seemingly capable of cleaving mountains and rending the earth. A cacophony ensued, captivating the disciples aboard the ship. One moment, they beheld the display of divine symbols, and the next, the clash of blade against hammer. Some even seized the opportunity to initiate a betting pool. "Step right up. Place your bets on Master Yu's side, who will assist me in collecting spirit stones." Su Fuxing was busily engaged, with even Wu Chun being roped into his schemes. Wu Chun, however, preferred to remain an observer, recognizing the rarity of witnessing a chaotic clash among golden core cultivators. This was a practical lesson in combat, showcasing various techniques, timing, and responses. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Turning around, Wu Chun spotted Zhang Rui, one hand clutching a stool and the other holding a bag of sunflower seeds. Wu Chun's expression darkened, just as he aimed to concentrate on his studies. She appeared with her distraction. Setting down the stool, Zhang Rui invited him to sit beside her. "You continue your studies. It won't hinder my enjoyment. Here, have a taste." Wu Chun, after a brief pause, responded, truly delightful." After munching on a few seeds, he reached out for more from her delicate hand. Thus, the two indulged in sunflower seeds while observing the spectacular clash of the four-peak masters. Abruptly, Wu Chun blurted out a rather thoughtless question. "Sister Zhang, what are your thoughts on matters of the heart?" Zhang Rui's neck flushed slightly as she responded with a hint of pride, "It's just how it is." Wu Chun pressed on. "If at one time I were gravely injured and on the brink of death, would you spare no effort to save me?" Zhang Rui nodded earnestly. "I would." "Why?" he inquired. Zhang Rui instinctively wanted to confess her affection, but the words faltered at her lips, and the flush from her neck spread to her cheeks. "Sister Zhang, are you about to say you like me, or that you have feelings for me?" This statement landed like a bomb, sending shockwaves through Zhang Rui's heart. She lowered her gaze, biting her lip, overwhelmed by shyness and anticipation. Continuing, Wu Chun spoke calmly. "If a friend were to face peril before me, being powerless is one thing, but being able to save them, yet choosing not to is another. Moreover, if one helps a friend merely to elicit gratitude, then that friendship loses its essence. It is better for friends to remain untainted." Zhang Rui slowly lifted her head, fixing her gaze intently on Wu Chun, and asked, almost in a daze, "Have you always regarded me as a friend?" Wu Chun did not respond directly, but instead redirected the conversation back to the initial question. The reason for affection lies in the hope that two individuals can endure through time. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with uncertainties, making it impossible to guarantee that one will not waver in their heart. When hearts stray, affection dissipates. Not only lovers, but even friendships may falter. Hence, being friends is quite satisfactory. Zhang Rui bit her lip again. Previously, she had bitten the lower lip, but this time it was the upper one. "Wu Chun, do you take advantage of the slight affection I hold for you to be so self-satisfied?" Wu Chun chuckled softly, meeting the impending storm of emotions in her eyes. "I dare not. It is simply that I am truly accustomed to solitude and enjoy my time alone on Mangdang Mountain. If I were to speak of affection, I too hold a slight fondness for you, senior sister. I believe the nature of our relationship should be defined as beyond mere friendship, yet not quite romantic." Zhang Rui observed Wu Chun's gesture of slightness, and her heart felt a little lighter. She opened her hand a bit wider. "Is there much in that slightness?" Wu Chun hesitated but nodded. Satisfied, Zhang Rui smiled brightly, disregarding the public setting, and threw her arms around Wu Chun's neck. "From now on, we shall be brothers. If anyone bullies you, I will stand by you. Thank you for your protection, senior sister. Here, take these sunflower seeds. I will fetch more later." Zhang Rui handed all the seeds in her hand to Wu Chun and turned to leave as if resolved to some decision. Wu Chun watched her retreating figure, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not lied moments ago. After all they had been through, he indeed felt a slight fondness for this spirited senior sister. However, with such a small foundation, how could he dare to pursue her further? After all, he harbored too many secrets. It was not a matter of mistrusting Zhang Rui, but rather that revealing too much would put her at risk. Thus, remaining friends is quite satisfactory. Upon returning to her room, the spirited demeanor of Zhang Rui had vanished, leaving no expression in its wake. She sat in silence, her fingers aimlessly peeling sunflower seeds. 1, 2, 3. After a long while, she released a sigh of relief. Being friends is quite satisfactory. Chapter 58, Another Invitation. The comparison among the 4 golden core cultivators concluded. The battle between the fire Qilin and Feng Bu reached a stalemate, both panting as they stared at each other. In contrast, Zhang Yi had the upper hand against Yu Jing, having held back, treating this contest as a means to mentor the younger generation. With a smug stroke of his little mustache, Zhang Yi asked, "Junior sister, are you convinced?" Yu Jing playfully wrinkled her nose, saying, "Senior brother, you've consumed several hundred years' worth of rice more than I have. Even if you win, it hardly seems glorious. It appears you are still unconvinced. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. From now on, that disciple shall belong to me at the divine symbol peak." Zhang Yi waved his hand generously. However, Yu Jing, with her stubborn nature, was not so easily deterred. "Your victory over me does not concern that disciple." Zhang Yi's expression grew stern. "Little girl, are you trying to be unreasonable?" Yu Jing placed her hands on her hips and replied with a feigned innocence. "What do you mean by unreasonable? I never wagered that disciple as a stake in our competition. Should this matter reach senior sister Bai, I would have my justification." All right. Zhang Yi chuckled in exasperation, finding himself at a loss against such a stubborn junior sister, not wishing to escalate the matter and jeopardize their friendship. Yu Jing proposed a fair solution. "Senior brother, how about this? Let us seek out that disciple together. He may choose to follow whomever he prefers. What do you think?" After pondering, Zhang Yi agreed with a nod. Soon after, the two soared to the chamber where the outer disciples resided. Meanwhile, the fire Qilin and Feng Bu had followed. Intrigued by the earlier conversation between Yu and Zhang, eager to discover the identity of the disciple that could incite such fierce competition between the 2 golden core peak masters. Inside the chamber, Su Fuxing was embracing Wu Chun, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Moments ago, Su had been hosting a game and had lost spectacularly, forfeiting all the rewards from this skirmish, leaving nothing but empty hands, not even his prize sword or the 5 more orchids. "Get away, you fat fool. I'm not interested in that. No, please, I'm just seeking a bit of solace. If only you could lend me some money, that would be even better. Can't you, as a grown man, have a bit of dignity? For heaven's sake, don't smear your snot everywhere." Wu Chun, feeling disgusted, pushed the fat man away, causing his snot to slip through his fingers and his fingers to inadvertently poke into his nostrils. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the door. "Where's Wu Chun? Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wu Chun quickly straightened up and greeted them. "Greetings, esteemed peak masters. Who are you trying to scare? If you want to lend me money, then don't. Try to deceive me with your peak titles. If any peak master comes here, I shall eat my words." Su Fuxing, facing the door, was momentarily bewildered as a bubble slowly formed from his nose, a testament to his vitality. Pop! The bubble burst, bringing him back to reality. Outer disciple Su Fuxing, greetings to all esteemed peak masters. He bowed deeply, his rear end raised higher than his head. "Ha ha ha." The fire Qilin burst into laughter, pointing at the 2 within the chamber. "Old Zhang, is this what your competition is about? To claim such a lively treasure?" Both Zhang Yi and Yu Jing wore displeased expressions, their countenance further dampened by the fire Qilin's mockery. Yu Jing huffed, "Wu Chun, come out." Wu Chun dared not disobey, neglecting even the distasteful snot on his hands as he hurriedly exited the chamber. As Zhang and Yu said nothing initially, the fire Qilin circled around Wu Chun, continually expressing his intrigue. "I said, old Zhang, what exceptional qualities does this fellow possess?" "I fail to see any." Zhang Yi felt quite embarrassed. He had only learned of Wu Chun through his subordinates and Yu Jing, and this marked their first interaction. Honestly, he regretted it a bit. By the time this matter reached the ears of the fire Qilin, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed for 100 years. Nonetheless, while others might be unaware of Wu Chun, Yu Jing was well informed. A disciple who willingly guards the Mangdang Mountain, a man who would risk his future to rescue his beloved. He is unflustered, capable of enduring solitude, and bears a sense of responsibility and accountability. Aside from his lack of exceptional talent, there was little to criticize. The various peak masters inquired, "What brings you to seek out our disciple?" Wu Chun swallowed hard, feeling the intense scrutiny of the 4 golden core peak masters, and under pressure, he posed his question. Yu Jing softened her tone and directly stated her intent. "Both Zhang Shixiang and I wish to invite you to join our sect, Wu Chun. Would you prefer to go to the Shinfu Peak or Xiaolin Peak?" Wu Chun furrowed his brow. Why was this happening again? Hadn't he already declined before? After gathering his thoughts, he politely refused, saying, to be favored by the 2 peak masters is a tremendous honor for a disciple. However, since my arrival at Mangdang Mountain, I have resolved to serve the heroes of this place. Therefore, I am grateful for your kind intentions. This response astonished everyone present, most notably Su Fuxing, who was peering through the door crack. He stood there dumbfounded, bubbles forming in his nose once more. Originally intending to watch the spectacle, Fengbu now offered a cold smile. "Kid, I find it hard to believe that anyone would willingly remain a gravekeeper for a lifetime. Speak, what are your true intentions at Mangdang Mountain? Or are you an infiltrator within our sect?" Although Fire Qilin held disdain for Fengbu, there was a semblance of truth in his words. Impulsive as it was, he swiftly approached Wu Chun, his hands roaming over him. Pats here, touches there, without sparing even the pouch at his side. After his examination, he found nothing unusual, the only surprise being the genuine transmission token. Fire Qilin toyed with the token and inquired, "The Zhizhu Peak genuine transmission token. Where did you acquire this, kid?" Wu Chun replied truthfully, "It was given to me by senior brother Shan." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Ye's expression relaxed. Ah, it was that little rascal Shan Yin. If Wu Chun is on good terms with him, then he cannot harbor ill intentions towards our sect. However, Fengbu remained unconvinced, casting a cold glance. Even if Zhizhu Peak has its astuteness, it cannot predict the human heart. Zhang Yi, somewhat annoyed, retorted, "I cannot speak for others. But that rascal Shan Yun feels that Wu Chun means no harm, and thus he cannot be a bad person." Yu Jing, less acquainted with Zhizhu Peak, was curious and asked, "What makes you say that?" Zhang Yi explained, "Previously, when I visited Elder Mu, he mentioned that Zhizhu Peak had accepted a true disciple with a clear Dao heart, which is Shan Yun. His intuition is a matter of fact." Yu Jing exclaimed in realization, though she was unfamiliar with Shan Yun and did not fully grasp the concept of a clear Dao heart. She understood that anyone favored by Elder Mu would undoubtedly be exceptional, for he was a nascent soul elder. Thus, it subtly highlighted Wu Chun's innocence. Fengbu felt a profound embarrassment, akin to receiving a slap to the face. He had intended to present himself favorably before the fair maiden, but instead exposed his shortcomings. Frustration bubbled within him, prompting an ill-considered remark. "Perhaps this young lad is the one who pilfered the true disciple's token?" I retorted, "Oh, Feng, do you truly believe that this boy, with his limited cultivation, could steal the token of a true disciple? Do you think they are as foolish as you?" The Fire Qilin dismissed him contemptuously, returning the true disciple's token to Wu Chun. At that moment, Fengbu found himself at a loss for words, realizing that lingering here was merely a source of further embarrassment. He shot a resentful glare at Wu Chun and the Fire Qilin before turning to leave. "Hey lad, since you're not going to Xiaolin Peak or Shinfu Peak, how about considering my Ronglu Peak?" The Fire Qilin suggested, playfully patting Wu Chun on the shoulder. His intentions were not entirely earnest. He merely relished the thought of Wu Chun choosing Ronglu Peak over the other 2, allowing him to bask in glory and mock old Zhang for a century. However, Wu Chun had other plans, deflating his hopes. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to remain at Mangdang Mountain," he replied. "Humph, how dull. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave," the Fire Qilin scoffed before departing. Chapter 59, Return to the Sect. "Kid, I believe I understand why junior sister Yu is so eager to recruit you. Are you truly unwilling to join me at Shinfu Peak?" Zhang Yi once again extended an olive branch. Wu Chun, however, rebuffed the offer. "Master Zhang, I must confess, I am rather lazy and reluctant to relocate. I hope you can forgive my stubbornness." Given the circumstances, Zhang Yi felt helpless. He could not force a reluctant individual to join, especially when it concerned a matter of recruitment rather than a romantic pursuit. He glanced at Yu Jing, who merely shrugged in resignation. At that moment, Yu Jing suddenly had a playful thought and asked, "Wu Chun, you still owe me a favor. If I were to invoke this favor, would you forsake your initial aspirations and join Xiaolin Peak?" Wu Chun was momentarily speechless. as the head of the Golden Core Peak. Must you make it so difficult for a mere gravekeeper like me? Yu Jing chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement. I was merely jesting. I would want to pressure you. If you're unwilling, then so be it. We cannot coerce you into compliance. Zhang Yi sighed, lamenting internally the lost opportunity. In terms of character, this young man was indeed a gem. With their efforts yielding no fruit, the two Golden Core Peak masters departed together. Wu Chun exhaled deeply. Having narrowly avoided the temptation of oblivion, thanks to the token from Shan Yun that had shielded him, one cannot deny that Shan Yun was indeed his benefactor. Suddenly, a corpulent figure leaped from the cabin, firmly grasping Wu Chun by the neck, indignantly exclaiming, "Wu Chun, do you realize what you just rejected? That was the divine favor of the heavens. Oh, heavens and earth! Why do you not bestow your affection upon an outstanding gentleman such as myself? It fills me with such ire." Wu Chun, struggling for breath, rolled his eyes in disbelief at such unabashed audacity. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the moment was gone. As the colossal ship descended upon the Miantian Sect, it was submerged by a sea of jubilant cheers. This battle was remarkably satisfying. The 6 peak masters departed early to report to the sect leader. The disciples of each peak, under the guidance of their elders, disembarked from the grand vessel, relishing in their hero's welcome. In the ship's cabin, Wu Chun, you should tidy up, we must descend. Su Fuxing, adorned with a large red flower on his chest, fidgeted restlessly, glancing around and spitting into his palm to adjust his hairstyle. Wu Chun chuckled lightly at the sight of the rotund figure, saying, "You go ahead. I will follow shortly." Where are you staying for?" Su Fuxing inquired curiously, only to have his expression shift to one of mischievous anticipation. "Hey, is there some good fortune in store? Do share a word with your junior." Wu Chun felt a strong urge to kick him, but refrained from speaking and headed towards the lower deck. "Hey, that skinny old man, wait up." Su Fuxing hurriedly caught up, asking, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Wu Chun paused before the door leading to the chamber housing the remains of the heroes, his tone somber. "The revelry outside is for the living heroes. I shall accompany the fallen heroes as we disembark." Upon hearing this, Su Fuxing's expression darkened. After a moment's reflection, he removed the large red flower from his chest and, with a sense of camaraderie, draped an arm around Wu Chun's shoulders. "I will stand with you." Wu Chun smiled gently, patting Su Fuxing's round belly as they walked side by side into the chamber. Wanda remained behind, having overheard the conversation outside, further admiring this outer sect disciple. Yet, despite the peak master's intervention, he was not invited into their ranks, which left him gazing at Wu Chun with a hint of envy. They greeted Winsher Shu respectfully. Wanda nodded and said, "Shortly, representatives from each peak will arrive to attend to the hero's remains. If you wish to stay, join me." "Certainly." Before long, individuals from each peak arrived, primarily disciples connected to these heroes, coming to claim them and prepare their final rites. Ultimately, they would be laid to rest at the foot of Mangdang Mountain. Among the fallen heroes were a few outer sect disciples, for whom Wu Chun and Su Fuxing took responsibility in bringing them ashore. According to tradition, outer sect disciples were not entitled to burial at Mangdang Mountain. However, Wu Chun intended to exploit the privileges of a gravekeeper to grant a few heroes an exception, allowing them to be interred at the mountain's base. This endeavor was thankless, and other outer sect disciples were unwilling to assist, leaving only Wu Chun and Su Fuxing to undertake the task. Finally, after digging Wu Chun, "Did you really used to be a gravekeeper?" Wu Chun set down the shovel and gestured grandly towards Mangdang Mountain. "Indeed, do you see how impressive I am? Managing so many esteemed individuals? Impressive? I think you're foolish for neglecting inner sect duties to oversee graves." Su Fuxing scoffed, letting out a derisive grunt. Wu Chun had grown accustomed to such attitudes and shrugged it off nonchalantly. In the dense forest, they felled some trees to construct several coffins for the fallen heroes. May their souls find eternal peace. My dear friends, today has truly exhausted me. You must bless me with great fortune and prosperity. Look at your prospects. Wu Chun glanced over and then bowed once more to his companions, urging them not to only focus on that rotund fellow, but also to wish me wealth and success. The melodious chime resonated throughout the entire sect, signaling the commencement of discussions. The 100 peak masters gathered once again in the grand hall, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Among them, the Fire Qilin boasted the loudest, regaling tales of his prowess on the battlefield, drawing many curious gazes. Beside Yu Jing stood a man and a woman, Qi Huayan, the master of Danding Peak, and Ning Hong Oyu, the master of Lingji Peak. Chi Huayan began with a question. You sister, has Fengda now offended you? Yu Jing chuckled, covering her mouth. With senior sister by present, he wouldn't dare. Indeed, if it weren't for your sister-in-law's restraint, I would relish the chance to slay a few demon bandits myself, he lamented. Ning Ong, dressed simply and resembling an ordinary farmer's wife rather than a golden core master, interjected without regard for the setting, tugging at her ear in indignation. Slay, slay, slay. With such thoughts, you would be better off improving your alchemical success rate, rather than wasting my precious spiritual herbs. Hush, take it easy. This is the Grand Hall. Let's discuss matters when we return. Chi Huayan quickly conceded, avoiding further punishment to his ears. Yu Jing chuckled at their playful banter, a scene she had witnessed for centuries and would never tire of. By the way, senior brother Chi, I have already consumed the revitalizing pill you gave me. Consumed. Both were taken aback. Ning Hongou hurriedly began to examine Yu Jing's health. Seeing their worried expressions, Yu Jing explained, Sister Ning, do not fret. I did not take it myself, but rather gave it to someone else. Ning Hongou huffed, reprimanding her. You sister, you must be prudent. Do you know how many spiritual herbs are consumed to refine a single revitalizing pill? How could you get away? Chi Huayan chimed in, continuing the admonishment. Exactly. I cannot guarantee that every batch will yield a pill. Tell us, was it that Zhang Yi fellow? Ning Gongwu also suspected Zan Y. Given Yu Jing's connection with the divine symbol peak, Yu Jing playfully stuck out her tongue, timidly saying, it wasn't Brother Zhang. I can tell you, but you must promise not to hit or scold me afterward. The couple exchanged glances, sensing the complexity of the situation. Chi Huai nodded. All right, I promise. Now, who did you give it to? I gave it to an outer sect disciple. What? Their voices rose dramatically, attracting numerous gazes within the hall. You truly are wasteful. Ning Hongou lamented, compassion evident in her expression as she pinched Yu Jing's arm. Sister Ning, you promised not to hit or scold me. You said that, not me. Yu Jing replied. Chapter 60. The Challenge. Greetings, Sect Master. Above in the hall, the Sect Master's Dharma form materialized. Today's deliberation shall commence with a discussion on the Battle of Huangfeng Ao. This confrontation has showcased the formidable prowess of our sect, undoubtedly marking the most significant victory in a millennium destined to be inscribed in the annals of history at the Jiju Peak. The 6 participating masters of the Golden Core, basking in the sect leader's commendation, displayed unrestrained joy upon their faces. Even the usually stoic Baiju allowed a hint of a smile to emerge. Simultaneously, many envious gazes were cast within the hall. Yet, there lingered a sense of regret among some. Why did they not stand resolutely at the time, opting instead to allow the emerging talents to join the fray and earn accolades? A profound lament indeed. The sect leader's visage, embodying the Dharma, then spoke once more. For those who have served, reward shall be bestowed, distributed amongst the 6 peaks, while arrangements must also be made for the fallen heroes. Should there be any descendants at home, they may present their merit insignia at the mountain gate. This matter must not be treated lightly by the 6 peaks. The 6 masters bowed in unison, affirming, we shall adhere strictly to the sect leader's edicts. Subsequently, the sect leader produced a silk scroll for all to behold. This document was a challenge issued by the Lord of the Nether Valley to our sect, marking the second matter for today as discussion. As the words were uttered, a wave of indignation surged through the assembly. Though daunted by the sect leader's formidable presence, no one dared to express their fury overtly. Even the fiery Kirin repressed its flames, merely emitting sparks from its nostrils. Baiju, with his resolute bald head, stepped forward boldly and declared, Sect leader, if they seek war, let us meet them in battle. With this declaration, several masters rallied to support his stance, though some cautious voices chose to remain silent. Hesitant to act, the sect leader took in the varied reactions of the assembly, gently shaking his head before articulating his thoughts. Countless skirmishes have occurred between our 2 sects. The last great conflict was 2 millennia ago. We must not engage lightly in war. The Nether Valley understands this principle as well. Their challenge is merely an invitation for our new generation to compete, to determine superiority and fate. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in astonishment. Everyone recalled the last assembly, where the Nether Valley had dispatched spies to meticulously gather intelligence on our sect's younger generation, an intrusion of the most egregious nature. Now, they had the audacity to issue such a challenge, a blatant affront. One voice rose in protest. Sect leader, we cannot accept such a vile challenge. The Nether Valley has evidently acquired detailed information about our disciples, and the demons come prepared. Another voice countered. If we do not accept, we will appear weak, emboldening the demonic sections. What will the other righteous sects think of us? In a moment, two opposing views reverberated through the hall, each side presenting its rationale as tensions mounted, with the atmosphere almost suggesting an internal conflict might erupt. Silence. The sect leader's voice resonated profoundly, restoring calm to the assembly. This challenge is indeed despicable. However, we must accept it. As Master Bai has stated, if they seek battle, we must confront them. Therefore, we shall not retreat. Yet, we must not fulfill the Nether Valley's intentions. I propose to set the date for this duel 1 year hence, allowing ample time for the peaks to prepare their disciples. Excellent. The assembly concurred in unison. With a sweeping gesture, the sect leader commanded, "Let be known, 1 year from now, atop the Two Realms peak, our disciples shall engage with those of the Nether Valley to determine both superiority and fate." Before the decree was issued, the Miantian Sect was a veritable ocean of joy. The female disciples of Shuyu Peak had spontaneously choreographed songs and dances to celebrate the triumphant return of their fellow disciples. The male spectators below were utterly captivated. However, once the decree was transmitted by the Peak Masters, the atmosphere within the Miantian Sect underwent a dramatic transformation. Suddenly, everyone was transformed into formidable beings, their excitement palpable. The once vibrant Shuyu Peak grew quiet, while Shujian Lake became overwhelmingly crowded. Was it merely a matter of a few broken ribs? Who amongst them was truly afraid? The most relentless were undoubtedly the true disciples of each peak. It was not their resolve that was fierce, but that of their masters, who pushed them to their limits. At that moment in the Yitian Grand Hall, some peak masters observed the 6 individuals who had received great commendation for their performance in the battle at Huangfengyao, receiving ample rewards that bolstered their prestige. The envy and jealousy etched upon their faces were unmistakable. The upcoming duel a year later was perfectly timed. It would serve both to eradicate evil and to showcase their might. Yet, amidst all this bustle, Wu Chun remained leisurely, savoring the simple pleasures of life. His existence was as tranquil as fine tea, and he found joy in each day. His only aspiration was for a stroke of good fortune with the scratch cards. If luck was not on his side, it mattered little. After all, what gambler wins every day? Now to business. The matter at hand concerned Lai Bingjin, a male with the cultivation of great perfection in qi refinement. He passed away in the year 10102 of the sect's founding, having honored his sect and taken his own life. Lai Bingjin's final wish, to pay respect to his elderly father. Wu Chun gently patted the tombstone before him, saying, "Brother Lai, it is difficult to balance loyalty and righteousness, and I understand your plight. Allow me to fulfill this wish on your behalf. You need not worry. It is but a simple gesture. In this life, who cannot have more than one father? Even the chubby fellow in a hurry calls me father." With that, Wu Chun set off towards the pillar peak, just as before, brandishing the true disciple's token, leading him directly to Shanyan. This time, however, their meeting took place in an attic. The attic, built against the mountainside, exuded an ancient grandeur, evidently having stood for many years. Within, it was lined with shelves brimming with books. Noticing that Shan Yun was deeply engrossed in writing, Wu Chun refrained from interrupting and casually selected a volume from the shelves to peruse. The cover read, "Chronicles of noteworthy figures from the 8th to 9th millennia of sect founding." To his surprise, it detailed the biographies of the sect's predecessors, piquing his interest. Wu Chun became engrossed, eager to discover the flamboyant characters that once graced the sect. As he opened the book, his eyes became glued to the pages, his lips moving in silent recitation. Alas, his limited reading skills led him to exclaim phrases of astonishment intermittently, unable to articulate anything more sophisticated. By the time he finished the book, he found himself devoid of any fresh or eloquent expressions. If Junior Brother enjoys reading about the illustrious biographies of our predecessors, feel free to take some back, but do ensure they are well kept and returned. Unbeknownst to him, Shan Yun had already approached from behind. Wu Chun chuckled softly. "Have you completed your writing, brother?" "Indeed, Junior Brother. You also participated in the battle at Huangfengyao?" Shan Yun gently waved his hand, signaling the two to sit down and converse. Wu Chun followed suit, taking his place before Shan Yun, and curiously inquired, "Brother, can you still predict my journey?" Shan Yun chuckled softly and shook his head, gesturing towards a scroll he had just been writing. "This is the account of the battle of Huangfengyao. At the behest of our master, I am documenting it for the annals of our sect. While writing, I unexpectedly discovered your name among those who participated in the battle." Wu Chun laughed heartily. "So, I am indeed etched in the annals of history. At the same time, he marveled at the meticulousness of their sect, noting that even an inconspicuous outer disciple's participation in the battle was recorded. "Did you come to share a drink, or is there something else on your mind?" Shan Yun inquired, lifting a kettle to pour tea for the two, his simple actions exuding grace and tranquility. Wu Chun accepted the teacup, saying, "Let us save the drinking for another time. I'll bring some fine wine next time. I feel quite embarrassed always mooching off you, brother. If it's not for drinking, then there must be a matter at hand. What is it?" He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should seek Shan Yun's assistance in locating someone. "Is it another inquiry about a person? Did the heroes of Mangdang Mountain visit you in a dream again?" Shan Yun's question prompted Wu Chun to sheepishly nod, before mentioning the name Lai Bingzhen. Shan Yun did not delay, closing his eyes and deftly calculating. In a short while, he provided the answer. "Senior Lai Bingzhen joined our sect in the year 10065 of the founding, entering the inner sect of Shuiyu Peak and later becoming a disciple of the master of Shernenji Peak. Another true disciple. This matter needed to be expedited." Wu Chun's heart brimmed with joy as he eagerly pressed, "Is there any information regarding Senior Lai before he joined the sect?" Shan Yun replied succinctly, "There is, but it is not comprehensive. It merely states, a person from the Taiyan County of the Yu Kingdom." Wu Chun nodded. Having something was better than nothing. Senior Lai had passed away over a century ago, and his elderly father must have also departed. He would need to locate his father's tomb to honor Senior Lai with incense and reverence. "By the way, Brother Shan, where's your little fox? I find myself missing it," Wu Chun remarked. Just as he finished speaking, a peculiar sound echoed from a corner of the loft. Gee! Chapter 61, Descent from the Mountain. Today marked the day of the hero's burial. The atmosphere atop Mangdang Mountain was solemn and serene. 6 peak masters led all disciples to pay their respects. Wu Chun stood at the foot of the mountain, offering silent tribute to the spirits of the fallen. Amiba, limitless heavenly sovereign, amen. Since returning from Jeju Peak, he had not hurried to fulfill his tasks, as he wished to bid farewell to the heroes one last time. He also needed to find someone to take over his duties for a while, as he did not know how long his absence might last. Leaving without notice would surely invite scrutiny from the Internal Affairs Hall. After the ceremony concluded, the funeral was over. The deceased have departed. The living must carry on with the responsibilities left behind. The people at Mangdang Mountain, under the guidance of several peak masters, began to disperse. Amidst the crowd, Wu Chun spotted Yu Jing and Zhang Rui, the latter surprisingly trailing closely behind Yu Jing. Zhang Rui also noticed Wu Chun below and sought Yu Jing's counsel. "Master, a friend is here. May I return later?" Yu Jing glanced downward, raising an eyebrow, and inquired, "Are you truly just friends?" Zhang Rui's eyes flickered for a moment before she nodded earnestly. "Just friends. Very well then, make haste and return swiftly. You have entered my sect, yet your foundation remains fragile. You must practice diligently." "Yes, thank you, master." Yu Jing watched her disciple leap to the ground, softly scoffing to herself. "Friends? Who would believe that?" Below, Wu Chun observed Zhang Rui approaching and curiously asked, "How did you become so close to Master Yu?" Zhang Rui covered her mouth with a laugh. "I owe it to you. Do you know which elixir saved me?" Wu Chun awkwardly touched his nose. "You already know." "Indeed. Master has informed me." "Master? Has Master Yu truly accepted you as a disciple?" Wu Chun gasped, clearly astonished by the revelation. Zhang Rui was quite pleased with his reaction, giggling incessantly. At that moment, when Yu Jing had decided to accept her into the sect, she had been so shocked that she could hardly speak. In terms of cultivation, she was not particularly remarkable within the sect, nor did her talents stand out. This was all due to the miraculous returning heaven pill. The formidable potency of the pill was not merely to rescue one from peril. It could also awaken potential and solidify foundations. Even now, she had not fully refined the pill's power, yet her cultivation had already improved, indicating that she would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights in the future. The prospect of breaking the mirror and condensing elixirs was not merely a fanciful notion. Hence, Yu Jing accepted her as a true disciple. Regretting it now, did you not even inquire about the nature of the elixir before administering it to me? In the future, I shall shield you as my true disciple. If you wish to live off my merits, I may reluctantly consider it. Zhang Rui playfully patted Wu Chun's shoulder, wearing an expression of triumph. Upon hearing the backstory, Wu Chun felt a pang in his chest, one hand clutching his heart as he sighed dramatically. "I regret my decision." Observing this scene, Zhang Rui burst into laughter, her exuberance captivating all attention. As her laughter subsided, Zhang Rui produced a package and offered it to Wu Chun. He hesitated to accept it. Pouting, I did not save you for these. Zhang Rui rolled her eyes. I would not tarnish our bond with such trivialities. Then what is this? A merit badge and some rewards. A senior brother who entered the sect with me has perished. I intended to deliver these personally to his family. However, Master has commanded me to remain, so I must trouble you to make the journey on my behalf and also check on my family's well-being. Upon hearing Zhang Rui's explanation, Wu Chun naturally could not refuse the package, as he too needed to leave the sect. By the way, where's your hometown? Yu Country, Shuiyu Peak. In a secluded corner, Su Fuxing was crouched, secretly watching several senior sisters frolicking by the lake, their wet forms enticing enough to make him drool. Suddenly, his rear end was kicked sharply, and he executed a comical maneuver, the posterior retreat, akin to a plump goose landing. Senior sister, please don't strike me. I shall never dare again. Su Fuxing quickly raised his hands in a plea for mercy upon being caught red-handed. Spare your pleas. If it were truly senior sister Shui Yufeng, it would not merely be a kick, came a familiar voice from behind. Su Fuxing scrambled to his feet, his initial surprise quickly shifting to indignation upon seeing the visitor. Wu Chun, I thought you were my brother. Is this how you treat brother? Wu Chun chuckled, placing his hands around his mouth in a trumpet shape, feigning a shout. Instantly, Su Fuxing softened, rushing over to plead, please don't shout. Father, you're indeed my true father, right? Wu Chun merely smiled in silence, having long been acquainted with the depths of the chubby man's lack of principles. By the way, how did you discover this place? I scouted for a long time before finding this perfect spot, Su Fuxing inquired, his curiosity piqued. Wu Chun produced a bag of spirit stones, tossing it lightly. Money can move mountains. Spend a little, ask around, and you'll find your way here. Su Fuxing's expression soured. Those guys are truly ungrateful. I want to bring them along to spy again. He then turned to Wu Chun, bowing and scraping. From now on, just let me know when you need me. There is no need for such expenditure. Wu Chun gestured towards the bag with his chin. There is a small matter I need your assistance with. Upon completion, this bag of spirit stone shall be yours. The chubby man straightened up, bowing solemnly to Wu Chun. If you do not reject me, I wish to be your sworn father. With arrangements made for the disciples at the peak of Mangdang Mountain, Wu Chun prepared to depart the sect. Although Fuxing was greedy and lustful, lacking in character, he possessed a sense of righteousness, remaining steadfast in matters of great importance. He could be considered a reliable ally. Truth be told, having such a friend adds a touch of joy to life. At the entrance of the Miantian Sect, Wu Chun produced his personal token as well as the true transmission token given by Zhang Rui, signaling his intent to the guarding disciples. Upon seeing the true transmission token, the guarding disciples immediately showed respect, their envy towards this outer sect disciple palpable. Wu Chun merely smiled lightly, having retrieved Zhang Rui's token for convenience. To avoid any unnecessary difficulties, he understood the principle that while the king of hell may be lenient, the little ghosts can be troublesome. There was no need to waste time on pointless ostentation. As for why he used Zhang Rui's token instead of Shanyan's, it was because Zhang Rui had strictly ordered it. Descending the mountain, Wu Chun chose not to travel by sword, but instead walked the path he had taken. The countless steps were a reminder of the obstacle he faced when he first entered the sect hand in hand with Lu Ruyan. The memory was particularly vivid. He had carried Lu Ruyan up, his sweat soaking the steps. Lu Ruyan, oh Lu Ruyan, you've even sent someone to kill me. If I catch a chance, I want to leave even your ashes behind. Wu Chun thought grimly as he gazed at the towering steps before him. Turning away, he found a spot to shed his sect disciple robes, casually donning ordinary attire instead. When next seen, he wore a conical hat, with a long sword and a wine gourd at his waist, and a blade of grass protruding from his mouth. Cultivating immortality has its own enchantment, and the rivers and lakes possess their unique charm. This time, I shall traverse the mortal realm in the guise of a chivalrous hero. The ambition of countless literary enthusiasts in their past lives was to wield a sword and roam the vast world. Allow me to proclaim. Innkeeper, bring forth the wine. Chapter 62. Entering the Kingdom of Yu. The Kingdom of Yu, a land of moderate size, spans approximately 1,000 miles, with a population of less than 10 million. It lacks high-quality resources for cultivation, resulting in few practitioners visiting this realm. Such nations are abundant within the sphere of influence of the Miantian Sect. Dingjun City, a critical stronghold at the edge of the Kingdom of Yu, finds itself in a lull at midday, with scarce foot traffic. The guards at the city gate, appearing lethargic, are seen dozing off while leaning on their long spears. Suddenly, A horseman approaches, and the soldiers immediately become alert, dismounting to conduct an inspection and requesting his travel permit. The rider, however, disregards their requests and casually tosses a piece of silver, continuing his advance. The guards, elated by the silver, abandon their inspection. Yet, this scene does not go unnoticed by the other guards, who, seeing the opportunity, are eager to seize what they believe to be a lucrative target. Dare you ride into the city? Disembark immediately. The leading guard barks. With a swift motion, swords are drawn, and with a single strike, the long spears of several guards are shattered. This is my travel permit. The rider lifts his gaze slightly, revealing the countenance beneath his bamboo hat. None other than Chun, freshly descended from the mountain. The guards gulp nervously, wary of his formidable skills, and hastily part to allow Chun passage. He, in turn, does not make things difficult for them. To preempt future troubles, he tosses another piece of silver, but insists this is not a gift. Thank you, the guard stammer, nodding in gratitude for the young hero's generosity. Chun nods in acknowledgement and rides into the city. At the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the finest tavern in Dingjun City, it is said that celestial masters have once succumbed to intoxication here, hence its name. Chun secures his horse and casually selects a table to sit. With a resounding clap, he produces a silver ingot and slams it onto the table. Innkeeper, bring forth the wine. Right away, the innkeeper responds, rushing over, glancing at the long sword and bowing slightly. Young hero, do you wish to order some food and drink, or will you be staying the night? Chun, not intending to linger, replies, bring me the finest wine and dishes. The innkeeper hesitates. Young hero, our best wine is the Drunken Immortal Brew, but comes at a steep price. Understanding the implication, Chun produces a gold ingot. The innkeeper shakes his head. It is still insufficient. Amused, Chun responds, is this wine made of gold? Strangely enough, gold is indeed not as valuable as our Drunken Immortal Brew. The innkeeper beams with pride. Intrigued, Chun's interest peaks. This descent from the mountain, aside from fulfilling business obligations and the requests of Zhang Rui, also holds the intent of acquiring some fine wine to share with Shan Yun in a convivial toast. As for wealth, he possessed quite a considerable sum, having previously dealt with a few brigands along the road, which was sufficient for his indulgence. Subsequently, he produced a large denomination banknote from his bosom. Was it enough? Indeed, it was. Young sir, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. The waiter quickly nodded and bowed, hurrying off to make arrangements. While awaiting his food and drink, a band of ruffians stormed into the tavern, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, clearing a path for those behind them. Are your eyes blind? Can you not see the young master of the general's mansion has arrived? Chun observed this scene with a slight sigh, choosing to ignore it. Such tyrannical nobles could be encountered anywhere. He had no desire to intervene, nor could he possibly manage it. The young master of the general's mansion entered, clearly a man indulged beyond measure, gaunt and pallid, his opulent attire failing to convey any sense of nobility. Beside him stood a woman clad in royal garments, her figure graceful, exuding an air of refinement with every step. Her beauty was unparalleled, the most exquisite Chun had encountered on this journey. The small mole at the corner of her eye added a playful charm to her stunning visage. However, Chun merely stole a glance. No matter how enchanting a woman might be, she was still subject to the mundane necessities of life. Upon this thought, the interest of most cultivators would wane considerably. The ruffian escort, a man and a woman, was personally led upstairs by the proprietor, bringing a semblance of tranquility back to the main hall. Before long, Chun's table was laden with an array of food and drink, and he promptly sampled the exquisite Drunken Immortal Brew, more precious than gold. Indeed, it was delightful, its flavor rich and fragrant, rivaling that of ordinary spirit liquors. If only he could procure the recipe for this brew and enhance it with some spiritual ingredients, it could be transformed into a fine spirit. The wine was excellent, yet Chun left the delicacies on the table untouched, considering them mere refuse. Having drained a jug of wine, he sought out the tavern keeper, producing the banknote as though it were mere paper. Proprietor, would you be willing to sell the recipe for your Drunken Immortal Brew for this sum? Ah, young sir, I truly apologize, but that recipe is my unique secret. It is not for sale, the proprietor replied, his tone friendly despite the pressure from the martial world. Chun had no intention of resorting to coercion. He kindly explained, rest assured, I intend to brew it solely for my own consumption and will not encroach upon your business. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's interest was piqued as he glanced at the stack of banknotes. Seizing the moment, Chun produced another bundle of banknotes. The proprietor momentarily doubted the authenticity of the money, wondering which fool wandering the martial realm would carry such a sum. Just as the proprietor was about to relent, a crash from the upper floor interrupted the moment. "How dare you? I, Lai Kaiyun, would rather die than submit to you." In the upper chamber, Lai Kaiyun stood by the open window, glaring indignantly at the man before her. Unfazed, the man approached with a sneer, taunting, "Go on, jump. If you have the courage. Let me see if the first female scholar of Dayu truly possesses such audacity." In the eyes of Lai Kaiyun, fear permeated like a startled fawn clutching at its collar. Exclaiming, "Do you not fear the law? Do you not worry about my family reaching the heavens with their grievances?" The man laughed boisterously. "The law? I am a law here in Dingjun City. Furthermore, your family, reduced to mere refuse after losing their titles, dares to threaten the heavens? I do not even regard the emperor as a concern." He then let out a derisive laugh. "Why aren't you leaping now? Do you feel unable to rise? Is your body aflame? Do you yearn to find solace in a man's embrace?" Indeed, as the man claimed, Lai Kaiyun could only helplessly prostrate against the window, her breath quickening, her face flushed with an unusual hue. "You despicable scoundrel! How could you draw my drink? Without such treachery, how could one savor the taste of a female scholar?" He chuckled. The man was already impatiently shedding his clothes. Just as he was about to remove his trousers, a figure leaped in through the window, none other than Wu Chun. He dismissed the scrawny man entirely, swiftly advancing to corner the young woman. "What is your surname? And where is your ancestral home?" Lai Kaiyun, her consciousness wavering, mistook Wu Chun for a villain and weakly raised her fists in a futile attempt to defend herself. Seeing that he could extract no information, Wu Chun approached the scrawny man, seizing him by the neck and demanding, "Where is this woman's ancestral home? Do not act recklessly. I am the only son of the national general. If you dare to harm me, you will surely die." The scrawny man trembled in fear, failing to respond, instead hiding behind his status as a shield. With a resounding slap, Wu Chun retorted, "Answer me." The man, spitting out a few broken teeth, stammered, She seems to be from Taiyin Prefecture." "Thank you." With that, Wu Chun exerted force, and the man crumpled to the ground. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why this merciless fiend would express gratitude. Chapter 63. Lai Kaiyun. Wu Chun carried the nearly unconscious Lai Kaiyun out of the elegant chamber. With a swift draw, his sword unsheathed, he severed the tendons of the assailants who had encircled him. In the blink of an eye, a multitude lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. The innkeeper, hearing the commotion, hurried down the stairs. Upon witnessing the scene, he was so frightened that he repeatedly pounded his thighs. "This is a calamity. A calamity." Wu Chun sheathed his sword and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Innkeeper, I have caused you trouble. How shall we proceed? What else can we do? We must flee. The national general will not spare us. My beloved, drunken, immortal pavilion is doomed." The innkeeper squatted on the ground, cradling his head, his voice laced with despair. Wu Chun gestured. "You should gather your things and leave. I shall purchase this establishment." "Huh?" The innkeeper looked up bewildered, unable to believe what he had just heard. Even at such a moment, one would still consider buying an inn? What a jest. It seemed the innkeeper thought he was joking. "Here, will this treasure suffice to buy your inn?" Wu Chun produced a bag and, with a flourish, laid out an entire chest of treasures before him. Was this some sort of illusion? The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes vigorously, attempting to ascertain whether he was indeed seeing correctly. To further confirm, he even reached out to touch the bounty. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon the shopkeeper, and he hastily knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor. "I pay my respects to the immortal master. I pay my respects to the immortal master." Wu Chun grimaced, finding the whole affair rather tedious. Wasn't it agreed that matters of the martial world would remain within the martial world? Yet here they were, veering into the realm of immortality. Enough of this. It was time to take his leave with the gathered treasures. No, immortal master, I seek not silver or gold. This old man merely wishes to extend his years. I humbly beseech you for a longevity elixir." The shopkeeper continued to bow his head, the sound echoing in the air. Wu Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. He didn't even possess a longevity elixir himself, and here was this old man boldly asking for one. "I have no such elixirs. If you don't leave now, I shall draw my sword." The shopkeeper trembled at the threat, silenced by fear, and after a few more blows, he dragged the chest away. Wu Chun found an unoccupied room and placed Li Kaiyun upon the bed. The effects of the medicine had already taken hold, and desire flooded Li Kaiyun's mind. The moment Wu Chun's hand withdrew, she lunged at him, her arms tightly embracing the man who could provide her solace. "I'm hot, I want. Wu Chun, exasperated, was nearly overwhelmed by the fragrance that enveloped him. He reached out, gently pushing aside her exquisite features, pinching her lips into an A shape before inserting a cooling pill. Although the cooling pill was primarily used for healing internal injuries, it also possessed the ability to alleviate the effects of common aphrodisiacs, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It pained him slightly. A single pill was worth 10 spirit stones, remnants from a previous battle, and once used, it would be gone. "Do not let me down. I hope you are indeed a descendant of senior brother Lai," Wu Chun silently hoped. As Li Kaiyun swallowed the pill, her face flushed momentarily before returning to normal, and she emitted a soft hum through her nose. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to see a stranger standing at her bedside, and she let out a piercing scream. "Oh!" Such a loud voice she had. Wu Chun poked at his ears. "Miss Lai, may I ask you something?" By now, Li Kaiyun had curled herself up in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees. "Please keep your distance." "All right, I shall step back," he replied. "Not enough, further away." Wu Chun rolled his eyes, thinking, how long will this continue? Could she not recall what had transpired moments ago? In truth, Li Kaiyun need not ponder long. She was well aware of the events that had unfolded in the private chamber, being a woman of considerable intellect, recognized as a great scholar. However, prior to Wu Chun revealing his identity as an immortal cultivator, her consciousness had been muddled, leaving her unaware of his true nature. Her request for him to maintain distance was simply to ascertain whether this unfamiliar man bore any ill intent. "I remember now. You leaped through the window to save me. What do you wish to inquire? Is your ancestral home in Taiyan Prefecture of the Yugua?" Li Kaiyun was uncertain why he posed this question, yet she responded affirmatively, "Yes." Wu Chun continued to inquire, "Do you recall an ancestor of yours named Lai Bingjin?" Li Kaiyun narrowed her eyes slightly, analyzing various scenarios in her mind. She did not respond verbally, but merely nodded gently. A subtle smile crept across Wu Chun's lips, indicating that the use of a cooling elixir had proven worthwhile. "I intend to visit your Lai family's ancestral grounds to pay my respects," he declared. Li Kaiyun, having adjusted her attire, gracefully descended from the bed and inquired, "Why would someone unrelated to my family wish to pay homage?" Clang! A sharp sword pressed against her fair neck. "My dear Miss Lai, your words are rather excessive. Those who speak too much often do not live long. I saved you, yet you would offer your life to me so readily." As she spoke, Li Kaiyun stepped forward, allowing her neck to graze the sword's tip. However, she underestimated the blade's sharpness, and a few droplets of crimson blood trickled from her delicate neck. "Shall I press further?" Wu Chun found her intriguing and decided to test her limits. Should she possess the aptitude for cultivation, he would not hesitate to invite her into his sect, providing some consolation to Brother Lai. Lai Kaiyun's eyes flickered, her teeth clenched as she lifted her foot once more. Swish! Wu Chun retracted his sword, chuckling lightly. "I have heard you are a learned scholar, capable of interpreting classics and composing poetry. I did not expect your spirit to be so commendable." Lai Kaiyun exhaled slowly and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words." At that moment, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from outside the tavern. "Quick! Surround the entire establishment. Not a single fly shall escape." Wu Chun peeked through the window. The building was now encircled by layers of soldiers, with blades and shields at the front and longbows and crossbows at the back, while cavalry patrolled the perimeter. Such a scale made it nearly impossible for anyone to flee. "How do you intend to confront this situation?" Lai Kaiyun sauntered to Wu Chun's side, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Wu Chun countered her question, "Aren't you afraid?" Lai Kaiyun straightened her posture, declaring, "If you are not afraid, then neither am I. You are quite astute. Let us descend and meet that so-called general of the nation." After exchanging titles, the two descended from the tavern. The grand hall was devoid of any presence, prompting Wu Chun to casually select a seat. Lai Kaiyun, undeterred, sat beside him, an air of unity between them. Wu Chun cast a glance her way, but said nothing, planting his sword firmly on the ground, hands resting on the hilt, awaiting the arrival of others. Bang! Soldiers armed with blades and shields burst through the door. Seeing only two individuals in the hall, they immediately surrounded them. "Is this all? I expected a rain of arrows." Wu Chun smirked, waving his sword in a calculated motion. The sword was drawn, and its shadow swept through the vicinity, shattering shields and severing weapons in an instant. "Call your general to speak with me," Wu Chun commanded in a calm tone. Yet the surrounding soldiers felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. Such formidable power was beyond that of mere mortals. and they quickly realized they were besieging an immortal master. Seated gracefully to one side, Lai Kaiyun clutched her hands tightly, endeavoring to suppress any unusual expression. Yet her eyes betrayed her. A blend of surprise, envy, and admiration danced in her gaze as she observed Wu Chun. Indeed, he was a cultivator. As the blade and shield soldiers retreated, they were met not by their general, but by a deluge of swords. Do not be swayed by the words of the demonic beings. Follow my command and release the arrows. With a synchronized volley, arrows surged towards the center of the hall. Wu Chun let out a cold laugh. I intended to reason with you, yet it seems you prefer the language of force. Unfamiliar with the concept of force, Lai Kaiyun, despite her remarkable intellect, was overwhelmed by fear as the sword rain descended upon her. With a startled cry, she dashed into Wu Chun's embrace. To her, his arms symbolized reason. The sword rain persisted for a full quarter of an hour, producing a symphony of crisp clinks. When the barrage ceased, the hall was thickly carpeted with arrows. In the center, the two figures had vanished, replaced by a colossal wooden bird that unfurled its wings, forming a protective circle. With a creak, the wooden bird spread its wings, revealing the two guardians to the assembled soldiers. Remarkably, this wooden bird was a puppet, an imitation acquired from the counterfeit Feng Bai, left idle throughout their journey. Wu Chun gestured, and the swift bird burst from the pavilion, crashing through the ranks of soldiers, throwing their formation into disarray. In truth, the soldiers, aware of the celestial master within, had lost their will to fight. They merely released arrows out of obligation to military orders. Wu Chun harbored no intent to slaughter. Capturing the evil leader was his sole objective. Before long, the swift bird returned, clutching a man clad in armor. Wu Chun patted the head of Lai Kaiyun, who was still nestled in his embrace. Look, is this man not the general of the kingdom? Lai Kaiyun quickly straightened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She glanced at the man on the ground, softly murmuring an acknowledgement before turning her gaze away, unable to meet Wu Chun's eyes directly. The general of the kingdom, the ground is cold. Let us sit and converse. Wu Chun motioned for him to take a seat. Demon of the dark arts, relying on sorcery to endanger the state, is unworthy of sharing a seat with me. The general stood defiantly, raising his chin, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner dread. Wu Chun, unfazed, remarked, Miss Lai, as a grand scholar, you must be well versed in the laws of the kingdom of you. Pray tell, which law have I transgressed to endanger the state? Lai Kaiyun paused, her beliefs shaken. It was her first encounter with a cultivator who acknowledged mortal laws. The general retorted angrily, You have slain my son. Is that not a disregard for human life? With righteous indignation, Wu Chun replied, I acted solely in self-defense. Self-defense, you say? How did my son infringe upon you? He did not infringe upon me. He encroached upon my friend. Wu Chun gestured towards Lai Kaiyun. Upon hearing the word friend, a peculiar light flickered in Lai Kaiyun's eyes, emboldening her to gaze intently at Wu Chun for a moment. Dear niece, today's events were merely a misunderstanding. My son merely harbors feelings for you, and, lacking the ability to articulate them, acted inappropriately. General Zhang Guo turned to look at Lai Kaiyun, uttering words of apology, yet his tone was steeped in arrogance. Wu Chun found himself in admiration of this old man. It was no wonder he raised such a son. Lai Kaiyun responded with righteous indignation. According to the laws of the Yu Kingdom, without delving into other matters, based solely on your son's insult to the current emperor, his contempt for the law is a capital offense. The general's eyes narrowed. Lai niece, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Lai Kaiyun stood her ground unwaveringly. I am fully aware. The general threatened plainly. The Lai family shall surely perish because of you. Wu Chun let out a hearty laugh, interjecting, what a fine General Zhenghua, espousing martial virtues. You cannot prevail in combat, nor can you uphold the law, and now you attempt to invoke personal relationships. What grand authority you wield. Indeed, killing you would be akin to crushing an ant. Yet should one ant perish, a multitude will follow. If you seek to intimidate through power, I shall respond with my sword. The finality of his words, laden with a chilling intent, rendered the formidable General Zhenghua utterly incapacitated. Wu Chun rose, advancing with determination, his gaze sharp. I am willing to engage in dialogue because I adhere to the rules. Should you disregard them, you will soon encounter someone even more unruly, understand? The general nodded dumbly. Excellent. Wu Chun was pleased with the response, and, subsequently, he took Lai Kaiyun's hand and mounted the swift steed, departing from the scene. As they soared through the skies for the first time, Lai Kaiyun felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation, her hands firmly clutching Wu Chun's, reluctant to let go. If you are afraid, do not remain standing. Come and sit. Oh. Lai Kaiyun obediently settled beside Wu Chun. He gently reminded her, I ask, can you release my hand? Oh. She complied, loosening her grip. The air grew still. To alleviate the awkwardness, Wu Chun initiated a conversation. The distance from Taiyan Prefecture to Dingjun City spans hundreds of miles. How is it that a young lady, such as yourself, has ventured here? Lai Kaiyun's expression darkened. I was deceived by my kin to come here. Wu Chun understood and refrained from probing further. Yet Lai Kaiyun began to share her thoughts. Our family has fallen into decline, and in a desperate attempt to preserve our lineage, they think only of sacrificing a girl. Brother Wu, how lamentable this is for our family. Wu Chun chose not to respond. Everyone has their own circumstances, and excessive sympathy often leads to a tragic fate. He jested. How is it that you have taken calling me Brother Wu? By age, we are yet uncertain who is older. Age matters not. It is the accomplished who take precedence. Your handling of matters today has greatly benefited me, and besides, you just said we are friends, so it is only fitting to address you as brother. This reasoning was coherent, leaving Wu Chun momentarily at a loss. You mentioned my handling of matters. Pray, elaborate. Lai Kaiyun organized her thoughts and replied clearly. In the tumultuous world, where one wields a sword and takes lives, there comes a time to part ways with a flick of the sleeve, leaving behind a semblance of nonchalance. Yet, those who believe themselves to be carefree are often mistaken. True valor lies in bearing responsibility. Brother Wu, having vanquished the villain, chose not to flee but to remain and mitigate the aftermath, safeguarding the patrons of the tavern from calamity. Furthermore, your reasoning is commendable. Wu Chun, reclining with his hands clasped behind his head, chuckled softly. I too have my moments of disregard for reason. The greatest truth in the world is the ability to engage others in discourse. Did we not witness this just moments ago? Siet Sayun's smile was vibrant, enlivening the small mole at the corner of her eye. Wu Chun found her increasingly intriguing and decided to offer her an opportunity. Extend your hand. Siet Kaiyun, puzzled yet compliant, obliged. Wu Chun produced a porcelain vial, sprinkling some powder onto her delicate palm, commanding, consume it. She complied once more. Now grasp this stone. He placed a stone in her hand. What is this, Brother Wu? She inquired. Do not ask. You shall understand shortly. Wu Chun refrained from explaining further, fearing that hope would lead to a bitter disappointment. This entire process was a measure of spiritual aptitude. The realm of cultivation is marked by an inherent unfairness, yet paradoxically, it is also the most equitable. That is the nature of spiritual roots. They are bestowed by fate, with the potential for a child of cultivators to emerge devoid of spiritual roots. Of course, when two cultivators unite, the likelihood of their offspring possessing such roots increases, giving rise to numerous cultivation families over time, such as the Liang family. In contrast to cultivation families, the preservation of relationships is more effectively maintained through sections. This explains the existence of sects enduring for millennia, while no family has managed to sustain itself unscathed for such a duration. A quarter of an hour passed, and the spiritual stone in Siet Sayun's hand showed no signs of response. Wu Chun sighed inwardly, feigning calm as he retrieved the stone and gazed into the distance. Siet Kaiyun, perceptive and keen, began to sense the truth, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, her knuckles turning pale. Brother Wu, is it truly impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots? Chapter 65. Father, I have returned. In Taiyan Prefecture, at the Siet family estate, Wu Chun surveyed the dilapidated mountains behind the ancestral hall, perplexed. Have you not tended to your ancestral graves? Siet Kaiyun smiled sadly. As the grand edifice crumbles, each is preoccupied with their own trivial pursuits, forgetting the ancestors. Very well, let us search. You mentioned that the rise of the Siet family began with the lineage of Siebingzhen. The burial site should reflect a certain stature. Indeed, upon becoming a cultivator, our ancestor Siebingzhen was bestowed a noble title by the royal family, granting the Siet family wealth and prestige. However, upon the news of his demise, the family lost its favor. Wu Chun listened to Siet Sayun's explanation, finding it reasonable. To cultivators, the mundane authority of royalty is but a speck of dust. If a cultivator were to act recklessly in the secular world, the sovereign would find himself reduced to scuttling beneath a table or bellowing. Quickly summon a mighty immortal. Two individuals trekked up the mountain, engaged in soft, leisurely conversation. Although Li Kaiyun was acutely aware that she could not cultivate immortality, she harbored an intense yearning for it. Each time Wu Chun recounted tales of cultivation, she listened intently, taking mental notes, and occasionally let out a tinkling laugh. Their discourse ceased only when they arrived before a rather distinguished tomb. Li Kaiyun compared the name on the tombstone with that recorded in the family genealogy. Nodding as she remarked, "Brother Wu, this is indeed the resting place of our ancestor, Li Bingzhen." Wu Chun felt a surge of satisfaction within. Rescuing this young lady had undoubtedly alleviated many of his burdens. He turned to her, offering a polite smile tinged with apology. "Miss Li, would you kindly step aside for a moment?" Li Kaiyun, somewhat perplexed and finding the situation mildly amusing, thought it rather peculiar that an outsider would request the descendant of the family to step away while paying respects to their ancestors. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and turned to depart temporarily. Once alone before the tombstone, Wu Chun raised his hand to draw a talisman, restoring the grave with care. He then arranged offerings and lit incense. With the preparations complete, he slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself deeply in the persona of Li Bingzhen. He knelt, bowing 3 times in reverence. "Father, your son has returned." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Li Bingzhen's final wish. You have received the legacy, the heavenly water technique, a culmination of 10 years of arduous cultivation, encompassing 3,000 layers of water." The youth embarked on a journey away from home, earning the favor of the sect and acquiring formidable skills, dedicating himself to the sect. During a seemingly simple task, he encountered a formidable evil cultivator. Tragically, he fell victim to a sinister plot, ensnared in a den of darkness, and was coerced into revealing the sect's secret techniques. Despite the sect's vigorous rescue efforts, they suffered heavy losses, even as he was used as leverage against them. Remaining steadfast, he refused to betray the sect's trust. Unwilling to see his comrades sacrifice themselves because of him, death, he concluded, was the noblest choice. He gazed intently at his beautiful master, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Do not weep for me." With a swift motion, he ended his life, the blade of the evil cultivator slicing through his neck, and he fell lifelessly. A wave of sorrow lingered in Wu Chun's chest. He exhaled deeply, seeking to alleviate the weight of his emotions. To fight for the sect's interests is heroic, yet to remain steadfast in not betraying them is equally commendable. Brother Li, may your spirit endure eternally. Amit Ba, infinite heavenly sovereign, amen. It must be said, having such a stunning master must be quite a sight to behold. A fleeting glance at her exquisite beauty earlier had caused Wu Chun's heart to skip a beat. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous encounters with Wenjini. Alas, that beauty was now lost. Who would have thought that another captivating figure existed within the sect? He resolved to pay a visit, if only to indulge in the visual delight. With his thoughts settled, Wu Chun plunged his consciousness into his dantian. The once gaseous, true qi had transformed into a swirling liquid vortex, spinning fervently. He compressed and refined it until it became viscous, at which point he ceased his efforts. Thus, he had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Wu Chun's expression radiated joy, yet a tinge of worry crept into his heart as he pondered. I wonder how one assesses the peak of qi refinement. Logically, once the true qi becomes thickened, one should qualify for foundation establishment. Yet, why do so many true disciples remain stuck at this stage? It is undoubtedly a profound transmission from the peak, and one can be assured that the resources for cultivation are abundant. Yet, is there a deeper meaning to this? Unable to comprehend it at that moment, Wu Chun could only explore it gradually in the future. With his task completed, he turned his attention to Zhang Rui's request. Wu Chun sought out Li Kaiyun. "Miss Li, my matters here are concluded. What are your plans moving forward?" Li Kaiyun shook her head despondently. "I am uncertain where to go next." After pondering for a moment, Wu Chun suggested, "I shall remain in the Yu Kingdom for a while longer. If you wish, you could accompany me. Perhaps we might discover a suitable place to settle." Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Li Kaiyun's eyes, and she eagerly nodded, her delicate lashes fluttering with vivacity. "I am willing. To traverse the rivers and lakes with a beautiful companion is indeed a great fortune in life. However, the novelty would only last a day or two. Traveling with a woman is no simple endeavor. The realms of immortals and mortals differ vastly, and their lifestyles contrasted significantly. Fortunately, Li Kaiyun was courteous and understood the importance of adaptability. She would endure discomfort herself in an effort to align with Wu Chun's schedule. For instance, Despite suffering from blisters after riding, she bore the pain silently. Similarly, even when they camped under the stars, with the howls of wild beasts echoing through the night, she refrained from uttering a single request for comfort. Thus, a refined young lady endured the trials of the world. Wu Chun observed these efforts, but refrained from intervening. A young lady who had distanced herself from her family's support must endure some hardships. Otherwise, she might find herself at the mercy of others in the future. Of course, he did not entirely stand idly by. When Lai Kaiyun expressed a desire to learn swordsmanship, Wu Chun took it upon himself to teach her. The young woman, possessing a sharp mind and a fervent desire to practice, quickly acquired a commendable skill in swordplay within just over 10 days. With a sword in hand, she could fend off several robust men. This realization brought comfort to Wu Chun. He had not anticipated his latent talent for teaching. On a narrow mountain path, under the blazing sun, the two horses trotted side by side. Lai Kaiyun donned a conical hat akin to Wu Chun's, raised her water flask, and gulped down the refreshing liquid, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. Turning to glance at her companion, she noted that he remained unfazed by the sweltering heat. Not only did he refrain from drinking to cool off, but he had not even broken a sweat, which sparked a tinge of envy within her. At that moment, when he tossed her a pill, she hurriedly caught it, her expression tinged with mild reproach. "Brother Wu, why are you consuming another fasting pill? We are about to enter the royal city. Enjoying a feast at a tavern would surely be more delightful than these tasteless pills." Wu Chun glanced at her sideways. "I prefer not to relieve myself." Lai Kaiyun's face fell further, her delicate nose crinkling adorably. Nevertheless, she placed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it with water. Wu Chun smacked his lips and cautioned, "Do not drink so much water. You will need to relieve yourself again shortly." Lai Kaiyun, feeling a slight discomfort in her abdomen and blushing, lightly huffed at Wu Chun before spurring her horse into the nearby woods. "Ah, women are truly troublesome," Wu Chun sighed, closing his eyes to rest, pausing his horse and waiting. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Wu Chun's eyes flew open. He understood Liao Kaiyun's temperament. Such a shriek could only signify a grave occurrence. With a swift unsheathing of his sword, he soared through the air towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, Wu Chun was taken aback. Before him stood a robust and towering locust tree, its branches adorned with dozens of lifeless, naked female bodies. The ground beneath was thick with coagulated blood, indicating that this heinous act had been committed within the last couple of days. Yet, it was not merely the sight of the corpses that left him in shock. These women were all pregnant, their abdomens grotesquely swollen, with gaping wounds revealing the crimson heads of their unborn children. This scene was both horrific and utterly inhumane. Chapter 66. So beautiful. Was there an evil practitioner conducting dark rituals here? Wu Chun approached the base of the locust tree, where a myriad of runes had been inscribed with fresh blood. Possessing the secret teachings of both Shunfu Peak and Qinji Peak, he quickly deciphered their meaning. The tree was a vessel for gathering souls. This malevolent practitioner was utilizing the ancient locust tree to harvest vengeful spirits. Such cruel methods. Wu Chun's expression darkened, and he retrieved a fire crow talisman. Boom! Flames erupted. A swarm of fire crows circled the massive locust tree, showering it with sparks. Within mere moments, the entire tree was engulfed in a colossal fireball. To prevent a wildfire from spreading, Wu Chun skillfully severed the surrounding vegetation with his sword. "Brother Wu, is this the wickedness of humanity?" Liao Kaiyun asked, her lips trembling. "Some individuals no longer deserve to be called human. They must be punished." Wu Chun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. If he were to encounter this evil practitioner, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of cruelty. He surmised that any practitioner who would stoop to such mundane malevolence could not possess formidable strength. Besides, with his current abilities, he could easily contend with those at the foundation establishment stage. He regarded ordinary cultivators with disdain. As he calmed his emotions, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Weren't you just about to relieve yourself?" Upon hearing this, Liao Kaiyun's face flushed crimson, and she hid her face beneath her hat, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. "I no longer require it." Wu Chun was momentarily taken aback. "No longer require it? Can you truly hold it back?" Could it be his gaze gradually descended? 20 miles outside the imperial city lay a manor known as Shanyuan Manor. The entrance was guarded by formidable soldiers, indicating the high status of those within. Inside one of the manor's houses, unspeakable atrocities were unfolding. A pregnant woman was suspended naked in midair. A man, with only a few strands of hair remaining on his head, approached her wielding a short sword. The blade sliced through, extracting the infant from her womb, which he then carefully placed into a nearby alchemical furnace. Yet this was not the end. A sinister smile twisted across the man's face as he savagely kneaded the still-breathing pregnant woman, extracting 2 bowls of milk, which he then poured into the alchemical furnace. At that moment, the woman resembled nothing more than discarded remnants, abandoned in a corner. A man clad in a python robe approached, eagerly inquiring, "Master Mo, will this batch of human elixir succeed in forming a pill and help me awaken my spiritual roots?" Montakli chuckled eerily, his voice rasping like dry wood scraping against stone. "Rest assured, Your Highness, this batch of elixir has been nurtured with 2,000 pounds of precious herbs, devoid of grains, and sustained solely on medicinal meals. From my observations, this woman exhibits unusual traits. She is among the finest. If all goes according to plan, the fetus within her should possess spiritual roots." The Chi King, visibly displeased, retorted, "Should? I have gathered over 1,000 women for you, and all I receive in return is uncertainty?" Emoli patted the man's shoulder reassuringly, responding, "The endowment of spiritual roots is predetermined. None can guarantee it. My method can merely sift through a few possibilities." With a shift in tone, he seductively continued, "If you were to procure another 1,000 women, I assure you, I would concoct a bridal elixir for Your Highness." The Chi King, with a flick of his sleeve, scoffed, "Do you think it is easy to make 1,000 disappear? The last batch of women transported here from various provinces has already raised suspicions. I am but a prince, not the emperor of the Yu Kingdom." Emoli persisted in his persuasion. "Once you awaken your spiritual roots and achieve mastery, the throne of the Yu Kingdom will undoubtedly belong to you." At this, the Chi King's expression wavered as he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Does Master Mo have any further instructions?" Emoli pondered momentarily, feeling compelled to advise, "Your Highness, be cautious in your actions. Do not allow those families to catch wind of your schemes." The Chi King dismissively curled his lip. "Those families are merely pretentious nobility. They are of no concern. Just exercise caution," Emoli reiterated without elaborating further, exchanging pleasantries before sending the Chi King on his way. As he watched the man depart, a cold smirk curled upon Emoli's lips. "A foolish prince like you aspires to mastery? If you ascend to the throne, the downfall of the Yu Kingdom will be imminent." While the noble families posed little threat, their kin had disciples from various sects. Should the truth come to light, it could jeopardize my grand ambitions. By a mountain stream, the water flowed gently. Lai Kaiyun, having cleansed herself in the stream, donned fresh attire and made her way to a shaded area with damp hair. She puffed her cheeks, turning her head away deliberately to avoid looking at Wu Chun beside her. "Oomph." The sound escaped her lips, and after a moment, Wu Chun could no longer contain himself. "Ha ha ha. Oh dear brother Wu, you still laugh." Lai Kaiyun tightened her small fists, playfully striking Wu Chun, though her strength was insufficient, merely dusting him off. All right, I won't laugh. Please spare me, valiant heroine," Wu Chun pleaded, and upon hearing his appeal, Lai Kaiyun relaxed her fists and sat beside him. She gazed at the towering trees in the distance, her mind drifting back to that chilling scene, and softly inquired, "Brother Wu, will that villain continue to commit evil?" "Indeed," Wu Chun affirmed with a nod. "Those who do not regard others as human have long abandoned their humanity. They must be eradicated completely." Inspired by his chivalrous spirit, Lai Kaiyun's expression solidified with determination. "I too shall eradicate evil." Wu Chun turned to this student, a smile of appreciation gracing his lips. He reached out, gently brushing her damp hair, the droplets coalescing in his palm into a small sphere of water, leaving her locks dry and refreshed. This was the first time Lai Kaiyun had witnessed Wu Chun employ such a technique. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What kind of magic is this?" "A method for convenient hair washing," Wu Chun replied, not wishing to elaborate further, for the art of the heavenly water technique was not easily elucidated. To Wu Chun, Lai Kaiyun was merely a transient presence in the mundane world, deserving of but a brief display of his skill. Within the confines of the mysterious heavenly sect, he would not reveal it so readily. He then flicked his fingers, transforming the small water droplet into a mist that danced in the sunlight, filtering through the leaves, creating a beautiful Tyndall effect. "How lovely," murmured Lai Kaiyun, lost in the enchanting scene. She instinctively turned her gaze to Wu Chun, envisioning the two of them seated amidst the ethereal mist. Unable to resist, her head gently leaned toward him, yearning to rest upon his shoulder. It is time to set forth. Remember, drink less water, Wu Chun declared, rising abruptly and mounting his steed. Lai Kaiyun bit her lip, pouting at his retreating figure. What a miser. Can I lean on you just a little? You tell me to drink less water, yet I shall drink more. I refuse to believe you never wet your pants as a child. The two continued their journey on horseback and soon arrived at the capital of the Yu Kingdom. This city boasted a population exceeding 1 million, bustling with commerce and teeming with people. Concerned about attracting unwanted attention, Wu Chun refrained from visiting Zhang Rui directly. Should that wicked cultivator learn of a sect disciple's presence in the capital, it would become increasingly difficult to locate him. He spent some silver to secure a modest courtyard for temporary lodging, and, after tidying up, nightfall enveloped them. Lai Kaiyun clapped her hands, satisfied with her labor, and then sat beside Wu Chun, gazing up at the stars. Brother Wu, what are you looking at? I am observing the orientation. Orientation? You are well versed in astronomy? I suppose so. I find the placement of that old locust tree rather peculiar, as it stands precisely in the Chun position. Lai Kaiyun, possessing considerable knowledge, had a basic understanding of the 8 trigrams in astronomy. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed her hypothesis. Could it be that the wicked cultivator deliberately chose that location? There are countless locust trees in the deep mountains and forests, yet he singled out that one. Wu Chun nodded, considering the possibility. We shall verify it tomorrow. For now, let us rest. By the way, why did you only clean one room? Chapter 67, Preparation. The morning light was bright and warm. Swish, swish, swish. Lai Kaiyun practiced her swordsmanship beneath the rising sun, clad in a form-fitting outfit, her movements graceful and fluid, reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly, a sight to behold. Upon noticing Wu Chun emerge from his room, she greeted him with enthusiasm. Watch my swordplay. Wu Chun intended to impart some lessons to his student. He casually picked up a stick and approached her. You've made progress. That strike was commendable. However, this one lacks finesse. You are exerting too much force. Do you think a sword is a knife to chop with? Hello, do not always call down the third path. With a swift motion, the wooden staff was retracted and lifted, and the sword found its way into Wu Chun's hands. Why such resentment so early in the morning? Uncertain whether it was exhaustion or annoyance, Lai Kaiyun panted, What business is it of yours? Wu Chun, unfazed, tossed the sword back, teasing, Oh dear, are you still angry? Lai Kaiyun raised her sword, ready to strike. I am indeed angry at you. Wu Chun dodged. What are you angry about? Angry that I did not enter your chamber last night? Umph. Lai Kaiyun turned away, huffing, refusing to look at him. She had expressed her feelings so clearly yesterday, mustering all her courage. Yet this man chose the woodshed over her door. How could she not be infuriated? Wu Chun, well aware of the young lady's sentiments, sighed. What a pity. He felt as if he were possessed by Yanghua, entangled with yet another captivating woman. Both Zhang Rui and now Lai Kaiyun were beauties in their own right. By heaven's conscience, he truly did not wish to bear the infamous title of a fleeting encounter leading to a lifetime of regret. I will ultimately depart. A moment's pleasure followed by eternal remorse is best avoided. He gently sought to realign the young woman's perspective. However, Lai Kaiyun remained unappreciative, dismissing his words as mere excuses. She said nothing further, lowering her sword and returning to her room in silence to freshen up. Once she had arranged herself, she glanced at the basin of clear water, dampening her hair. Wu Chun found himself secretly amused as she approached with her hair still dripping. He lightly raised his hand, brushing through her silky locks, drying and refreshing them. They opened the courtyard door and walked side by side, both wearing straw hats and with swords and gourds at their waists, their footsteps perfectly synchronized. Yet no words were exchanged. Upon reaching the market in the city, Wu Chun summoned several elderly farmers selling firewood to inquire about the nearby mountains. His inquiries yielded some valuable information. In recent years, woodcutters venturing into the mountains occasionally heard wailing sounds. Believing it to be a haunting, the woodcutters dared not venture deep into the woods, and it was reported that several hunters had gone missing. Brother Wu, it seems the tragedy extends beyond one location. Lai Kaiyun remarked gravely. Indeed, we shall split into 2 groups. You investigate the recent disappearances of women, particularly those who are with child, while I will venture into the mountains. After giving his instructions, just as Wu Chun was about to leave, a pair of delicate hands tightly grasped his arm. Wu Chun, feeling helpless, thought that a woman's intellect could be burdensome. He preferred the endearing nature of his junior sister. The adversary is a ruthless, evil practitioner. When the time comes for battle, I may not be able to protect you. Do not act petulantly. Your role is also crucial. You are reputed as the foremost female scholar of Yu Kingdom. You should have connections in the capital. Seek out acquaintances to inquire. Perhaps you might uncover unexpected surprises. After much persuasion, he managed to release the delicate grip from his arm. Lai Kaiyun was not merely a lovesick girl. She recognized the reason in Wu Chun's words and refrained from being unreasonable. However, the reluctance and worry in her heart prompted her to instinctively reach out, holding on tightly. The two parted ways. Wu Chun departed from the capital and sought a secluded corner to ascend into the skies with his sword. From his elevated vantage point, he observed that both the northern and southern parts of the capital were flanked by small mountain ranges, with a river coursing through the city. The previous day, he had traversed the southern mountains to enter the city, and today he was bound for the northern mountainous region. According to the positioning of the formations, he intended to delve deep into the mountains to conduct a search. If his adversaries were indeed setting up a formation, there should be a locust tree in this vicinity. In less than a quarter of an hour, at the base of a concealed mountain, he indeed discovered a robust locust tree. It was identical to the one from yesterday, adorned with dozens of corpses of pregnant women. The remains here appeared to have been exposed for some time, having already begun to decay. Suddenly, as if sensing the presence of a living being, a frantic wail of a baby emanated from the locust tree, followed by the piercing cries of a woman. The two sounds intertwined, leaving Wu Chun feeling unsettled. The vengeful spirits in this place had become well established, yet it was not the opportune moment to eradicate them. If one location were to be destroyed, it could be dismissed as an accident, but if multiple sites face destruction, it would undoubtedly alert the malevolent practitioners lurking behind. Having expended considerable effort to perpetrate evil here, they must have ulterior motives. Resolving to replenish his arsenal, he thought fiercely. With that notion in mind, Wu Chun began to search his mind for locations near the Yu Kingdom where cultivators gathered for exchanges and trade, commonly referred to as fairy workshops. Once he determined the direction, he retrieved the puppet, Swift Windbird. Although flying with his sword would be swifter, the puppet was far more advantageous for long-distance travel. After all, with a few spirit stones and some simple control, it could be set into motion. Meanwhile, Lai Kaiyun turned around and changed into a grand palace dress. Accentuating her feminine grace, she sent out invitations to several familiar friends, hinting at hosting a gathering for enlightening discussions. Engaging in debates and scholarly exchanges through poetry was her intention. Such an event might not attract the current powerful figures, but the offspring of nobility were quite enamored with this style. Upon hearing that the host was the foremost female scholar of the Yu Kingdom, the invitations were snatched up frantically. Furthermore, they had heard rumors of an unspeakable connection between Lai Kaiyun and a celestial master not long ago, which piqued the curiosity of those idle noble youths, prompting even those without invitations to brazenly seek entry. This gathering of enlightenment would last for 3 days. Each day followed the customary procedures, after which Lai Kaiyun would discreetly converse with the noble youths. She subtly expressed concern for the contemporary women, emphasizing the need for enhanced care, naturally steering the conversation towards the topic of the missing women. The noble youths understood, thumping their chests with pride, while also hinting at desires to get closer to her. For those who maintained clean hands, Lai Kaiyun would tolerate their advances. However, for those with less than pure intentions, she would swiftly draw her long sword from beneath her skirt. A female scholar proficient in swordsmanship, could they withstand her prowess? Indeed, this strategy unearthed numerous leads. After summarizing her findings, Lai Kaiyun pinpointed her suspicions towards the current Prince Qi. The bright moon shone brilliantly. As I gaze upon the colorful clouds and the moon, I cannot help but feel a profound sense of longing, my worries evident upon my face. Brother Wu, several days have passed without a word from you. I wonder if you are well. Naturally, Wu Chun faced no significant issues. He merely devoted his time to travel. After traversing thousands of miles, he finally arrived at the Celestial Workshop of Zealand. This establishment was a collaborative effort of 3 small cultivation factions. It scaled a far cry from the glazed Celestial Workshop he had previously visited. It was akin to the contrast between shopping in a bustling metropolis and attending a market in a rural town. Fortunately, all the necessary spiritual materials were available for purchase. Dear friend, is there anything else you require? The manager of the Treasure Pavilion personally attended to this distinguished client, whose wealth was evident in his generous demeanor. Though he was obscured by a conical hat and draped in a black robe, making his features difficult to discern, Wu Chun pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you accept items for sale here?" "Indeed, as long as the items are of high quality, we will accept them." Coincidentally, there will be an auction tomorrow. Your treasures can be included, and we can offer you a discount with a commission of 28%, the manager replied eagerly, rubbing his hands together, fearful that this esteemed client might depart. In a hushed tone, Wu Chun asked, "Do you accept items from dark practitioners?" The manager paused, his hands faltering as he glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "What kind of item do you refer to?" "A spiritual weapon," Wu Chun replied. The manager inhaled sharply. "A spiritual weapon. Only those of significant sects in the foundation stage possess such items. It is rare for an ordinary cultivator to encounter one. Yet this young man possesses such a treasure. Truly, he is a valuable client." With palpable excitement, the manager ushered Wu Chun into a private chamber and activated the room's protective array to prevent any potential leaks of information. "Dear friend, may I see the spiritual weapon you possess?" Wu Chun, naturally, did not refuse. He gently tapped his storage pouch and produced a small, exquisite wolf-tooth club. This item had been acquired during the recent battle against the demoness Ni Lin. Though it was indeed a spiritual weapon, any discerning eye would recognize it as a creation of dark practitioners. Thus, since obtaining it, Wu Chun had refrained from utilizing it. Indeed, it is a spiritual weapon, a remarkable item. "I wonder, are you looking to sell it directly to our shop or to include it in the auction?" The manager, after inspecting the item, resumed his anxious demeanor, eagerly awaiting Wu Chun's decision. "I shall sell it directly to you. Also, what notable items will be featured in tomorrow's auction?" Wu Chun preferred to avoid complications. This wolf-tooth club was best kept out of sight, and given his own circumstances, a direct sale was the most prudent course of action. He inquired about the auction to see if there might be a suitable flying sword available, as he was still using a low-grade sword. The one gifted by Zhang Rui having shattered on the battlefield, he needed a reliable blade. "Dear friend, here is the auction list for tomorrow. The most eye-catching item is this exceptional flying sword, the Bishu's sword." Upon hearing the manager's explanation, Wu Chun could not help but smirk. Bishu, Snow Sprite. This name evokes a sense of familiarity. It seems this item is destined to be mine. "Very well. I shall remain here for an additional day. Please make the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, everything will be arranged to perfection." While awaiting the auction, Wu Chun sought a tranquil chamber to prepare his ammunition for the forthcoming confrontation. Foremost among his preparations was the shunned Thunder Talisman, an amulet renowned for its potency against malevolent spirits. A blast from this talisman would overwhelm even the most nefarious of cultivators. With an ample supply of spiritual materials at his disposal, he no longer needed to resort to self-harm as he did previously, using his own vital blood to craft talismans. One cannot help but marvel at the advantages wealth provides. Following the shunned Thunder Talisman, he meticulously prepared an assortment of other useful talismans, including a considerable stock of the Fire Crow Talisman, which he had found particularly effective in the past. Once his talismans were prepared, Wu Chun felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. After consuming several elixirs to recuperate, he resumed the crafting of formation plates and flags, facilitating his future strategies in battle. In his mind, the most formidable formation was the Linglong Illusory Killing Formation. However, the vast array of spiritual materials required to deploy such a formation was beyond his current financial means. Thus, he could only gather resources bit by bit, knowing that with time, this grand formation would eventually unleash its might under his command. A day slipped by in a blur, and the auction commenced. The steward, understanding Wu Chun's needs, promptly arranged a private chamber for him. Naturally, Wu Chun accepted without hesitation. Competing in the main hall could lead to unwanted animosity, as conflicts over life and death were commonplace in the world of cultivation. Upon activating the isolation formation in his chamber, Wu Chun focused on recuperating while he awaited the auction of the Bishu's sword. As time passed, the excitement of the auction intensified, and by the time the Bishu's sword was presented, the atmosphere was charged with eager anticipation. The steward himself took to the stage as the auctioneer for this prized item. "Dear friends, please remain calm. It is evident that many have come specifically for the Bishu's sword. However, we have an additional item to auction, which will follow the sword," he announced. From the crowd, someone called out, "Don't keep us in suspense. What treasure could possibly follow this exceptional flying sword? Is it another spiritual artifact?" With a smile, the steward responded, having anticipated such reactions. He then adopted a serious demeanor and produced the wolf-toothed club that Wu Chun had previously sold, amplifying his voice to its fullest. "Behold this spiritual artifact," he proclaimed. At this declaration, The audience erupted in astonishment as several private chambers upstairs scanned the wolf-toothed club with their spiritual senses. Esteemed guests, I implore you to quiet down and lend me your ears, the steward continued, adeptly managing the atmosphere as he began to elaborate on the wolf-toothed club. Though this artifact is of inferior quality, it was crafted using the rare Tianxian demonic crystal as its primary material, rendering its value incalculable. Some of you may perceive it as a tool of the dark cultivators. Yet remember, quality is not defined by righteousness or wickedness. With dedication and refinement, it can transform into a treasure for vanquishing evil and upholding justice. He proceeded to narrate a poignant tale about the artifact's origin. This item was forged by a devoted couple seeking vengeance. The man, driven by a desire for retribution, descended into the demonic path to create this artifact. After avenging his family, he succumbed deeper into darkness, ultimately entrusting this item to his beloved before taking his own life. After weaving an intricate narrative that built the artifact's allure, the steward finally revealed the starting bid. Thus, the opening price for this item is 28,000 spiritual stones. Upon hearing the price, Wu Chun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, silently cursing the unscrupulous merchant. The starting bid announced by the steward was precisely the price at which he had sold it. Given the current atmosphere, it would not be surprising for the spiritual artifact to sell for double the starting bid. Of course, some items are beyond envy, as that is simply the avenue for others to profit. With the objective achieved, the steward retracted the wolf-tooth club and continued the auction of the Bishue sword. After his earlier antics, the voices raising the price for the Bishue sword became sparse and commonplace. Those who could afford top-tier magical artifacts naturally coveted spiritual tools. To ensure sufficient funding, the few individuals in the private room on the second floor displayed little interest. Hence, Wu Chun ultimately acquired this exquisite flying sword for just under 4,000 pieces of spirit stones. This price was approximately the market rate. Once he obtained the flying sword, Wu Chun did not depart immediately. He wished to observe how much this spirit tool, cultivated by a nefarious practitioner, could fetch, thereby broadening his horizons. I bid 30,000. 30,001 spirit stone. 32. 32,001. Damn it. Are you looking for a fight? If I make a bid, you must raise it by just one stone. If you don't want to buy it, then don't. The two quarreling individuals were evidently familiar with each other, providing an entertaining spectacle for those present. The bidding continued. 35,000. 38,000. 40,000. Ultimately, the price settled at 55,101 spirit stones. Wu Chun couldn't help but be taken aback by this figure. The fortune he had acquired from Guan Ximing was merely half of this amount. It appeared that wealthy individuals were not in short supply anywhere. As the auction concluded, Wu Chun found no reason to linger in the Celestial Pavilion, as matters in the Yu Kingdom required his prompt attention. After Wu Chun departed, the steward summoned someone and whispered into their ear, "Prepare the Tang family's 3 ghosts." Possessing immense wealth yet unwilling to reveal themselves, the steward surmised that this individual was likely a wandering cultivator. In the Celestial Pavilion, actions were to be avoided to maintain reputation. However, once outside, no one could be blamed. For rootless wandering cultivators, their extermination would be of little consequence. 100 miles outside the Celestial Pavilion, in a desolate mountain, Wu Chun rode the swift-winged bird past this area. Not in haste, he selected a spacious cave, standing at the entrance and quietly waiting. Uncertain if anyone would follow, he deemed it wise to remain vigilant. Shortly thereafter, he spotted 3 figures advancing in his direction. 3? They did not appear to be foundation-building cultivators. If that were the case, hopefully, they would bring forth some lucrative business opportunities. I have a profound affection for the deceased. Chapter 69. The Illusory Killing Formation. Had the pursuers been foundation-building cultivators, Wu Chun would have had confidence in escaping using the terrain. However, since the newcomers were merely chi-refining cultivators, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Casting a glance at the 3 descending figures, a sinister smile crept across Wu Chun's face as he turned and entered the cave. The leader of the Tang family landed first, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the cave, refraining from entering. Tang Lao Heir and Tang Lao Sen closely follow behind. Tang Lao Heir voiced his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Brother, what are we waiting for? Let us deal with him directly and return early to fulfill our obligations." Tang Lao Sen concurred, saying, "Indeed, elder brother. The information from the treasure pavilion indicates that this individual possesses merely the cultivation of the 6th layer of chi refinement. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing the words of his two younger brothers, Tang Dalao no longer hesitated and decisively charged forward. At present, he had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, while both of his brothers were at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Thus, taking the opponent's life would be effortlessly accomplished. The only reason he had halted his advance previously was a vague sense that something was amiss. Subsequently, the trio formed a triangular formation as they pursued into the cave. They remained vigilant, adopting a defensive stance, revealing that while they were somewhat reckless, they were indeed cautious in their approach. However, no matter how careful they were, as long as greed lingered in their hearts, they would inevitably fall victim to Wu Chun's deceptions. Activate the formation. A soft command rang out, and in an instant, the scene before the three men shifted dramatically. One moment they were in a dark cave, and the next, they found themselves in a resplendent loft amidst a world of illusions. The loft was filled with numerous women clad in revealing attire, enchanting and extraordinarily beautiful. They surrounded the trio, enticingly posturing, with some even tearing their garments. "My lord, I desire you. My lord, I want more. My lord, come chase me." "Not good. It's an illusionary array," the three men exclaimed in realization. Yet, they were astonished that such an average cultivator had command over the art of formations. Tang Lao began to grasp the underlying anomaly. How could a cultivator of the 6th layer of qi refinement possess such substantial wealth? Either he was foolish, or he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. In his view, the one capable of setting such a formation was clearly the latter. Outside the formation, Wu Chun smirked. "If you do not fancy the allure of beauty, then perhaps you would prefer a taste of skeletons. Be cautious. These skeletons are indeed capable of taking lives." The three members of the Tang family, trapped within the array, wore expressions of grave concern as they scrutinized their surroundings. "Second brother, third brother. This is merely a standard illusionary array, lacking any peculiarities. Follow my lead and charge through." As they prepared to force their way through, the enchanting women suddenly disintegrated into grotesque skeletons. The skeletons wielded steel blades and lunged toward the trio with gaping maws. A mere parlor trick. A change of scenery. It's still just an illusion. Huh? The blade-esque shadow swept through, tearing Tang Lao's robe. "Be cautious. This is no ordinary illusionary array. It has the capability to kill." Tang Lao couldn't suppress his fear. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck. Wu Chun, hearing the exclamations from within the formation, chuckled softly. "Now you possess some awareness, but it is too late. Had you charged sooner, there might have been a chance." The illusionary killing array can both deceive and slay. However, a typical illusionary killing array does not simply activate to combat. It requires a transformation of illusion into lethality. If it were an extraordinary illusionary killing array, such as his exquisite illusionary killing grand formation, it could freely intertwine illusion and murder. Within the illusion lies death, and within death lies illusion, rendering adversaries utterly confounded by what is real and what is not. The Tang family's three specters relentlessly slaughtered the skeletons. Yet it seemed as though the undead horde would never cease. The bones upon the ground were nearly heaped into a mountain. "We can no longer afford to delay. If we are not killed, we shall perish from exhaustion here. Brothers, lend me your strength." Upon hearing their elder brother's call, the second and third brothers dared not to slacken their efforts. They both summoned their magical artifacts, which appeared to merge into a singular entity. As the two items fused, they formed a pair of horn-like structures. Subsequently, the eldest Tang combined his own artifact, creating a colossal triangular dart. The immense dart was hurled forth, unleashing a tempest that obliterated the skeletons before Tang, clearing a path. "Now is our chance. Let's flee." Wu Chun sneered, thinking that allowing their escape would mean the true legacy of Qianji Peak would remain unclaimed. With a swift gesture, Wu Chun altered his technique. Conjuring a massive skeleton at the end of the path, the Tang brothers sought to escape. The gigantic skeleton continued to absorb the remains of others, growing ever larger. "What sorcery is this?" The third brother gasped in terror at the towering visage of bone. "Regardless of the formation, I shall shatter it." The eldest Tang hurled the large dart once more, this time unleashing all his might. The dart transformed into a whirlwind before the skeleton, intent on tearing it asunder. However, upon impact, the colossal skeleton dissipated into nothingness, as if it were mere vapor. "Is this an illusion?" The three Tang brothers were momentarily stunned. Just then, the entire scene vanished, and they found themselves back in the cave. "We have broken the formation. The enemy must have exhausted their power. Brothers, attack." The eldest Tang rejoiced. splitting his artifact into 3 and distributing them among his brothers, intending to delve deeper into the cavern. Little did they anticipate that the ground behind them began to writhe, and 3 armored skeletons rose ominously. With a swift strike, 2 heads fell to the ground. The eldest Tang reacted quickly, blocking the deadly blow, but only managing to avert a fatal wound. "We are still within the formation," he exclaimed in anger and fear, demanding to know, "Who are you?" Terror clung to him as he shouted to bolster his own courage. No answer came, only deepening his dread. In the blink of an eye, the 3 skeletons surged towards him. The eldest Tang, despite his injuries, attempted to defend himself, yet his efforts proved futile. The 3 skeletons dissolved into dust in an instant. "Do you think to deceive me?" Enraged, the eldest Tang scrutinized every inch of the ground around him. No more skeletons emerged, but he remained cautious. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air. A gleaming flying sword, shimmering with a hint of emerald, sped towards him, believing he was still ensnared in the formation. The eldest Tang was wholly focused on the potential emergence of more skeletons. He reacted a fraction too late to the incoming sword. Can one wield a sword while controlling a formation? In that fleeting moment, a delayed reaction could spell the difference between life and death. Gulp! The heads of Tang Laoda and his 2 younger brothers converged together. The flying sword was not summoned back. It rummaged through the 3 bodies until it finally picked up a storage pouch, which returned to Wu Chun's hand. The trio shared a single storage pouch, a rather modest affair. Wu Chun curled his lip, accepted the pouch, along with the magical artifacts left behind by the 3. With a flick of his fingers, 3 fiery flames engulfed the corpses entirely. As he awaited the burning process, Wu Chun blinked 3 times in succession. Tang Yi's last wish. Is my son truly my flesh and blood? Tang Er's last wish. Is my nephew truly my flesh and blood? Tang San's last wish. My sister-in-law's dumplings are truly delectable. I feel my nephew bears some resemblance to me. I wish to try with my second sister-in-law as well. Does he resemble me? Wu Chun. This deluge of information momentarily left him stunned. Not only were they brothers, but they were also kindred spirits. Who the child truly belonged to, perhaps even the mother was unaware. Unavoidably, Wu Chun felt a tinge of sympathy for this elder brother. As the flames consumed, the ashes were cast away. Born into a foul mortal coil, they departed as pure ashes. Chapter 70, Brief Pages, Lengthy Affections. In the state of Yu, outside the imperial city at the Shanyuan Mountain Villa, Prince Qi personally escorted a woman to this location. Upon witnessing this, Emoli let out a disdainful snort, his raspy voice reminiscent of a cow chewing on dry twigs. "I say, Your Highness, are you jesting with me? After several days, you bring but a single woman here?" Hearing such ridicule, Prince Qi felt a flicker of irritation, frowning as he replied, "This woman is no ordinary person. She is renowned as the foremost female scholar of the state of Yu." Emoli scoffed. "What a female scholar? To me, she is merely a human potion." Prince Qi further elucidated. "She seems to be aware of our matters. Recently, she has been searching for missing women and has already traced them to Shanyuan Mountain Villa." At this revelation, Emoli found it somewhat intriguing. Approaching the woman, he seized her hair and lifted her chin. Upon closer inspection, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed, "What a fine specimen! I shall personally train her." "Bah!" Li Kaiyun glared at him, her voice laced with venom. "You vile filth. It is only a matter of time before someone comes to claim your lives." Unperturbed by the spit directed at him, Emoli wiped it off and inhaled deeply, a twisted smile forming on his face. "Delicious. I relish training spirited human potions." Prince Qi could no longer bear to watch, feeling overlooked as he stepped forward, simmering with anger. "Emok Xianshur, I just mentioned we might be exposed, and you still have the leisure to train human potions? Do you even regard me?" Emoli turned his head and glanced back. "What is there to fear? At worst, I shall assist you in ascending to the throne." Prince Qi flicked his sleeves in frustration, retorting, "Do you think the mundane throne is so easily claimed? To forcibly usurp the ruler would only lead to the defection of civil and military officials. What use is an empty seat to me?" Molentakli grinned ominously. "Rest assured, if I say you shall sit, you will indeed sit steadily. It is simply not the right time yet." Prince Qi, feeling powerless, realized that embarking on the path of usurpation meant diving headlong into it. Either death or the glorious ascent to the throne awaited him. The most formidable ally he could rely upon was the enigmatic and formidable celestial master before him, who could aid him in harnessing his spiritual roots and embarking upon the grand path of cultivation. After bidding farewell to King Qi, Mo Li led the enchanting Kaiyun to a private chamber, summoning 2 maidens to attend to her. Notably, the maidens possessed a strikingly ample bosom. You two shall graciously host this esteemed scholar, ensuring she is refreshed and provided with the finest medicinal cuisine to cleanse her body of the impurities within. Await my return to indulge in her company, Mo Li instructed. The 2 maidens, eager to comply, nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay might spell their doom. Once Mo Li departed, the maidens dutifully began to serve Kaiyun as instructed. They commenced with a simple washing, followed by filling a spacious bath with steaming hot water, assisting her in shedding her garments before gently easing her into the tub. Sensing that the maidens bore no malice, Kaiyun inquired, "How did you come to this place?" One maiden cautiously replied, "I was sold by my family, while she was deceived by a beggar and brought here." Casting a furtive glance around, the maiden continued softly. Kaiyun pressed further, "There must be many other women brought here. Do you know where they have gone?" The maidens fell silent, seemingly recalling some harrowing memories, their hands trembling as they wiped her down. Kaiyun comforted them. "Fear not. Someone will surely come to rescue us. Please, tell me where the other women have gone." "They are dead." Sayun's eyes widened in shock. "All dead?" One maiden shook her head, then nodded. "Those they captured. The less attractive were subjected to the soldiers' desires until they were with child, only to be brutally slain. The more fair were personally trained by the celestial master to become human medicine, said to aid in his alchemical endeavors." "With child?" Kaiyun immediately recalled the corpses hanging from an old locust tree, her fists clenched tightly. After calming her emotions, she inquired with curiosity, "What is human medicine?" The maidens exchanged glances, unsure if it was the steam or their own embarrassment that reddened their cheeks. One maiden then leaned closer, whispering 2 words into Kaiyun's ear, "Milk." Kaiyun was taken aback. So this was the human medicine spoken of by those vile individuals. Truly perverse. Days later, Wu Chun returned to the capital of Yu Kingdom. As dusk fell and the moon ascended the treetops, he announced, "I have returned." Yet, there was no response. Had they retired so early? He mused, perplexed, for at this hour, she typically practiced her swordplay. With a sense of unease, he pushed open Sayun's door, only to find the room eerily empty. As he stepped inside, he noted that everything was meticulously arranged, as if tidied before departure. The bed was adorned with a pair of embroidered quilts, bearing clear traces of tears upon them. Could something have transpired? A foreboding sensation crept into Wu Chun's heart. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating a letter upon the table. He hurriedly seized it to read. "Dear Brother Wu, if you are reading this letter, I am truly delighted. In recent days, I have been fervently praying for your safe return. Yet, the daylight brings me hope, while the night is filled with profound disappointment. I can no longer endure this torment. I must take action to alleviate the anguish within my heart. Fortunately, during this time, I have discovered the whereabouts of the missing woman, which leads to the Shanyuan villa outside the imperial city. Throughout my life, I have not truly exhibited courage or determination. But during our time together, you have bestowed upon me the strength to be brave, and I yearn to embrace that courage, even if just once. I still vividly recall our first meeting, when my startled scream caused you distress. The memory still brings a smile to my face. There are countless words I wish to express, but alas, paper is short and emotions are long. I hope you take care of yourself." Let Sayun, having received the letter, immediately mounted her sword and soared towards the outskirts of the city. It perplexes me how someone as astute as you could act so foolishly in times of crisis. The folly of infatuation can lead even the wisest to become a fool. Please, do not let anything happen to you. A wave of guilt washed over him. If only he had taken the time to provide clearer instructions before hastily departing for Xianfang, she would not have acted so impulsively. It was truly unexpected that this foolish girl would undertake such reckless actions for him. Yes, upon seeing her, he would affectionately call her foolish girl. As Shen Yuan vide, a resounding crack echoed as a fine glass bowl was crushed in Molie's grip, anger evident in her eyes. "Are you telling me that one of my array steaks has been destroyed?" The soldier who reported this was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he nodded. "Indeed, it is so." Molie inhaled deeply and in a hoarse voice inquired, "Have the reasons for the destruction been ascertained?" It appears that someone deliberately set fire, as there are signs of recent logging nearby, likely the work of local farmers. Upon hearing this, Molie struck the soldier forcefully, exclaiming, "Do you think ordinary farmers dare to burn my race steaks? Even a butcher, unflinching in the face of murder, would tremble before them. Investigate thoroughly, especially if there have been any sightings of cultivators from the U Kingdom recently. If you cannot uncover the truth, I shall return you to your mother's womb." The soldier, now with a face swollen like a pig's head, quickly replied, "Master Xian, I heard recently that there were sightings of a cultivator in Dingjuan City. But that individual only appeared once and has not been seen since." Molly's eyes narrowed. "Now, tell me every detail of this situation." The soldier nodded vigorously, recounting everything he had heard without omitting a single detail. Upon finishing, Molly let out a hoarse laugh, her expression twisted and terrifying. "What an esteemed scholar, to have associated with cultivators daring to involve me. Just in time, having consumed medicinal meals for several days, it is now time to partake in some enjoyment. The Taoist is currently quite furious." Chapter 71. Foolish Girl. In the chamber, Li Sayun sat elegantly before her dressing table, gazing at the moon and yearning for her beloved. Within her sleeve, she clutched a sharp pair of scissors. In truth, her presence here was a deliberate ploy to send a message to Prince Qi. As anticipated, he indeed captured her and brought her to Shanyuan Villa. Her objective was to serve as bait, to personally eliminate the local demons and rid the state of Yu of a scourge, while also avenging her elder brother Wu. However, recklessness alone could not earn her the title of a grand scholar. Prior to her arrival, she had discreetly sent all her conjectures and evidence to the imperial palace. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the vile stronghold of good fortune would inevitably face eradication. Bang! The door was kicked open. Emoli stormed in with fury, seizing Liao Kaiyun by the neck, demanding, "Wretched woman, what audacity you possess. Speak, what scheme do you harbor in this place?" Liao Kaiyun's face flushed crimson from the grip, yet she remained silent. "I relish a tough nut to crack," Emoli sneered. He dragged Liao Kaiyun to the bathtub, forcefully submerging her in the water, reveling in her struggles with a twisted pleasure. Raising the drenched Liao Kaiyun, he questioned again, "What is your relationship with that cultivator? Did he burn my array stakes?" At this inquiry, Liao Kaiyun's eyes, filled with a desperate longing for death, trembled. The villain was still unaware of her elder brother Wu's fate, which meant he had not perished. How foolish! She might not survive the night. Yet, at least she knew her brother was alive. If death awaited her, so be it. Resolved, Liao Kaiyun suddenly struck, aiming a pair of scissors directly at his heart. It struck true. Emoli had never anticipated such decisive action from this seemingly delicate woman. However, it did not fully penetrate. Liao Kaiyun underestimated the cultivator's physique. The sharp tip lodged in his chest, piercing only slightly. The taste of blood ignited Emoli's ferocity, inciting a perverse thrill within him. He hurled Liao Kaiyun back into the bathtub, tearing off his own clothing in a frenzy. "Ah! It has been ages since I felt such excitement. To express my gratitude, I shall toy with you to your demise." At that moment, a soldier burst into the room, followed by a furious voice. "You dare to toy with my student? You want to leave even ashes behind. I do not bear the surname Wu." Liao Kaiyun gasped in excitement. "Elder brother Wu." Emoli gritted his teeth. "You are the cultivator who destroyed my array stakes?" Wu Chun did not respond, instead rushing into the room while forming incantations with his hands. Instantly, the water in the bathtub surged and formed a protective sphere around Liao Kaiyun. Emoli, who had intended to reach for her, withdrew his hand, secretly astonished at the swiftness of the spell casting. This individual was no ordinary person. Yet, having operated in this territory for some time, he was unwilling to concede easily. Resolutely, he retrieved a small flag from his waist, chanting incantations. In no time, the diminutive flag transformed into a towering banner. From the blood-red fabric emanated a chilling wail of the damned. One after another, vengeful spirits, both mother and child, emerged from the banner. "Evil spirits, I shall dispel you with a talisman." Wu Chun exuded an aura of righteousness, channeling the divine thunder talisman. In an instant, the room reverberated with a thunderous roar that nearly pierced the eardrums. Lightning struck the malevolent spirit, illuminating the long banner. "My treasured artifact." Emoli gazed at the damage inflicted upon the precious creation he had painstakingly refined, his eyes reddening with anguish. Just as he contemplated retaliating, he noticed the opponent clutching another lightning talisman, sending his heart racing with trepidation. Such a powerful talisman. Could this individual possibly procure them in bulk? Unable to discern the full extent of the situation, retreat seemed the wisest course of action. Consequently, Emoli swiftly threw 2 poison pills, one aimed at Wu Chun and the other at Lai Kaiyan. As the pills detonated, a thick cloud of toxic smoke enveloped the room. Thinking of escape? Wu Chun, prioritizing the rescue, did not pursue. However, he quickly unleashed a shadow talisman, which would closely follow the individual for a brief period. He then cradled the delicate figure within the water sphere and soared out of the room. Silly girl. Wu Chun pinched her tender cheek, giving it a vigorous shake. Lai Kaiyun embraced the moniker, finding joy in the thought of remaining by her brother Wu's side, even if it meant being a silly girl for a lifetime. Brother Wu, I'm soaked. Lai Kaiyun grasped her damp hair with one hand while lifting her drenched attire with the other, gazing up at him with longing eyes. Wu Chun rolled his eyes in response. Dry yourself off. Having said that, he attuned himself to the aura left by the shadow talisman and swiftly pursued the malevolent cultivator. Calling me a silly girl. Wasn't it you who made me foolish after following you? Upon seeing her familiar brother Wu return, Lai Kaiyun's girlish temperament resurfaced. She stomped her foot, her wet attire glistening, and chased after him. Yet, upon reaching an open doorway, she lost her bearings. At that moment, she faintly detected the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Is this where the scoundrel concocts his potions? With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, Lai Kaiyun stepped inside. The room was exceedingly spacious, with remnants of uncleaned blood visible everywhere. In the center stood a cauldron, still warm, from which the alluring scent emanated, suggesting that there might be elixirs within. Intrigued, she opened the cauldron to discover a striking crimson pill settled at the bottom. This pill differed from her expectations. With its milk-white concoction, it should not possess such a hue. Puzzled, she decided to take it out, intending to inquire with Brother Wu later. Continuing her search within the room, she unexpectedly found a hidden compartment beneath a cushion, which emitted a muffled sound when tapped. Could this be where the scoundrel concealed his treasures? Driven by curiosity, Lai Kaiyun sought to uncover the mechanism to open the compartment. However, the room offered little in terms of peculiarities. The incense burner. She hurried to the conspicuous burner, pushing and shifting it until she realized it was not fixed in place, further affirming her suspicions. After a few more adjustments, she heard a click, and a small door sprang open beneath the cushion. Descending through the door, guided by the dim glow of phosphorescent stones, the scene that greeted her left her utterly astounded. Dozens of enchanting women were bound to pillars, their garments unfastened, exposing their delicate skin. Each was connected by 2 tubes, the other ends leading to a colossal container. As Lai Kaiyun approached to inspect, she discovered the vessel brimming with a milky white liquid. Beasts! How monstrous! She exclaimed, and immediately set about rescuing these women. Please no. If you untie us, the master will kill us. One of them pleaded, fear rapidly spreading among the group, drowning out their cries. Rest assured, I, Lai Kaiyun, vow with my life that the vile scoundrel will not return. Come, let us flee this den of darkness. Despite her earnest reassurances, some were skeptical, while others stubbornly refused to budge, revealing the deep-seated terror that the fiend had instilled in them. Unwilling to abandon them, Lai Kaiyun lingered, determined to search for anything unusual. Had Wu Chun been there, he would have scolded her for her naivety. After all, how could one expect to move freely amidst the machinations of wicked cultivators? Perhaps it was ignorance that emboldened her, or perhaps divine favor. But she indeed stumbled upon a remarkable item, an ancient tome titled The Record of Mortal Transcendence. This manuscript, intended for those devoid of spiritual roots, contained not only methods of cultivation, but also the formula for the bridal garment pill, capable of seizing another's spiritual essence. It included various recipes for medicinal dishes that would nourish women, enabling them to produce milk without the need for gestation. Essentially, it transformed women into conduits of medicinal potency, from which essence could be distilled into elixirs for cultivation. Thus, even those lacking resources could embark on the path of ascension. Lai Kaiyun's cheeks flushed as she panted, her heart racing with excitement, trembling hands flipping through the pages, absorbing each word. Known as a learned scholar, her extraordinary intellect allowed her to etch the contents in her memory in no time. She then retrieved the pill she had taken from the alchemical furnace, staring dreamily at it. This was the bridal garment pill. Ingesting it would grant her spiritual roots. With such roots, she could ascend like Brother Wu. But should she dare consume it? Meanwhile, by a riverbank, Wu Chun emerged from the water, retrieving the shadow-seeking talisman, cursing under his breath. It was nearly impossible to fish someone out from the depths in the pitch dark of night, even with his prodigious water manipulation technique. I vowed you would leave no trace behind, and so it shall be. Wu Chun resolved fiercely. He pulled out a thick stack of talisman paper, exuding the aura of a wealthy magnate, and with a talisman brush began to draw. The talisman was completed, a paperman talisman. Go, find that wretched beast. The paper figure seemed to understand, nodding in acknowledgement before vanishing into the night. Wu Chun continued to work tirelessly, crafting talismans one after another. Until the last talisman was completely exhausted, he finally found himself drained, taking a moment to regain his composure. Before him flowed the river that connected the imperial city. At this moment, a flower boat glided past, its revelers, a mix of nobles and courtesans, immersed in merriment. The atmosphere was so charged that it seemed as though a grand debauchery could erupt at any moment. However, the mood was abruptly disrupted by an unwelcome intruder, brandishing a funeral banner and dampening the spirits. Among the inebriated, one boldly approached with a wine jug, boasting of his prowess in boarding the ship at such an hour. He swaggered, suggesting that if he were to shake his posterior for the spectators, they might reward him with a sip of stale urine, eliciting raucous laughter. The prospect of such a reward was indeed amusing. Poetry, I shall regale you with a jest. Stale urine. Oh, stale urine. Drink it and you'll soon know its flavor. Taste it again tomorrow to discern its true essence. The revelry continued, but the absurdity of it all caused the last few strands of hair on M.O. Lee's head to bristle with indignation. He refrained from acting, pondering the most fitting method to exact vengeance upon these scoundrels. In a moment, a grotesque centipede appeared aboard the flower boat, composed of dozens of interlinked bodies. It was a horrifying sight, as one head was indeed lodged within another's rear. This ghastly scene sent shivers down the spines of the curious paper figures peering in. Hastily, they scurried back to their leader. On the boat, Lee formed a circle with the human centipede, sitting regally in the center as he inscribed runes upon the deck with blood. He then raised the long banner above his head, bellowing, "Form the formation. You shall not thwart my endeavors. We shall see whether your thunder talismans outnumber my vengeful spirits." Simultaneously, from the ancient locust trees in the mountainous regions surrounding the imperial city, the vengeful spirits emerged, rushing toward M.O. Lee's flower boat. Meanwhile, the paper figure hastened, finally reaching Wu Chun. It stood at attention, saluted, and then spontaneously combusted in Wu Chun's hand, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. The audacity to commit mischief in such dire circumstances was indeed infuriating. Some lives were truly a waste of sustenance. Wu Chun received the message conveyed by the paper figure and let out a dismissive grunt. After popping a medicinal pill into his mouth, he set off toward the flower boat. On his journey, he heard the distant wails of infants and women, causing his gaze to sharpen. The ability to summon spirits from such a distance indicated considerable skill. Fortunately, he too possessed ample means. A smirk crept across Wu Chun's face as he grasped the talisman of divine thunder, twisting it to reveal a fan formed from multiple such talismans. His resources were plentiful. After enduring poverty for so long, it was only fitting to indulge. Thus, he produced another fan, fanning it with a flourish, the array of talismans dazzling to behold. Pray tell, how shall you address this situation? He soared through the air on his sword, heading toward the flower boat. Upon encountering M.O. Lee, Wu Chun could hardly be bothered with idle chatter and immediately initiated a test of strength. He summoned 9 fire crow talismans in the forefront, accompanied by 9 water arrow talismans in the rear. With both overt and covert attacks at his disposal, Lee managed to deflect the visible assault but fell victim to a concealed arrow that pierced his abdomen. Is this all? I have yet to exert myself. Wu Chun scoffed, casually tossing a divine lightning talisman above his head, causing a horde of vengeful spirits to hesitate in their approach. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a trio of gold talismans accompanied by an illusion talisman. Instantly, a multitude of blades manifested in the air, intertwining reality and illusion. In the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, even a Foundation establishment cultivator could only discern with their spiritual sense. You are being excessively tyrannical. Lee, already battered by the gold talismans, bore several wounds, his spear now shattered into 2 fragments. As he gazed up at Wu Chun in the sky, his heart seethed with rage, yet he felt utterly impotent. Summoning the spirits from the mountains was his last resort. Initially, he had intended to unleash these vengeful spirits upon the million-strong imperial city, transforming it into a realm of ghosts, and then through a process akin to nurturing worms, forge a ghostly general. With such a general at his command, He would possess the combat prowess nearing that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, at this critical juncture, an unknown youth had emerged, extravagantly discarding talismans as if they were mere trifles. Behold, another divine lightning talisman was cast, preventing the spirits from approaching this lad. Where's the justice in this? Where's the law? Hey, don't say that I'm bullying you. This time, I offer but one bomb. If you can withstand it, I shall let you go. Wu Chun shouted towards the bald man on the flower boat. Are you truly sincere? A flicker of hope crossed Mo Li's face. Unfamiliar with the nature of the bomb, he nonetheless felt confident in his ability to withstand a single talisman. Wu Chun pounded his chest, proclaiming, I am a man of utmost integrity. Deceiving you would be akin to a puppy's antics. A puppy? Did he take him for a child? Mo Li's cheeks twitched as he braced himself for the impending confrontation. Bring it on. Naturally, Wu Chun would not let him down and hurled a bomb for divine lightning talismans. Oh, you lack martial virtue. Boom. Mo Li's nefarious existence came to an abrupt end. Yet, the chaos did not cease. The now uncontrollable vengeful spirits surged towards the flower boat, resembling countless maggots feasting upon a single morsel. This scene terrified Wu Chun to the extent that he would not dare relieve himself thereafter. Truly, there would be nothing left of him but ashes. He had initially hoped to glimpse any last wishes, but alas, such was the burden of his misguided compassion. However, these hundreds of vengeful spirits required proper handling. The spirits that emerged following Mo Li's demise drifted aimlessly, embodying sorrowful mothers searching for their unborn children's south resting place. To uphold goodness to the end, it was time to act once more. Thus, he retrieved several formation flags and a formation plate, inscribing runes to establish a connection, and laid down a formation, the soul-gathering array. Commence the formation. May the departed souls find peace. Amitabha, limitless heavenly sovereign. Amen. Chapter 73. A visitor approaches. You just mentioned using their method for alchemy? At the Shunned Mountain Villa, Wu Chun listened intently as Lai Kaiyun elucidated the backstory. Her hands gesticulating animatedly in front of her chest, fixated on a row of robust young women. Lai Kaiyun nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, that villain was utterly devoid of conscience. His demise is nothing short of a mercy. I must ask, Wu Ge, what are you gazing at? Wu Chun, momentarily distracted, stammered, Oh, it's nothing. What were you saying? He instinctively swallowed, diverting his attention from the impressive figures before him. Wu Ge. Lai Kaiyun, well aware of Wu Chun's questionable thoughts, playfully punched her fist in annoyance. Do not misconstrue. I am a paragon of virtue, merely curious, truly, purely out of curiosity. Wu Chun hastily defended himself, mindful of his role as a mentor. At that moment, several young women had fully embraced Lai Kaiyun's assertions, believing that the malevolent fiend had indeed been vanquished by their esteemed master. They then bowed in unison to Wu Chun, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. Gratitude is fine, but there's no need for such formalities, he replied, his gaze inadvertently drawn to their trembling bosoms, which were decidedly captivating. His nose tingled slightly. To preserve his reputation, he quickly turned his head at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, waving at the young women. Let us not engage in this frivolous nonsense. I find it quite bothersome. The young women exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his meaning. Frivolous nonsense? Does the master seek something more tangible? With this thought, one of the young women began to loosen the straps of her bodice. Goodness, how audacious! Wu Chun exclaimed, raising his hands in protest. No, that is not what I meant. He feared that if they were not careful, they might inadvertently reveal themselves. His students were still present. He could not allow his image as a teacher to crumble. He then turned to Lai Kaiyun, inquiring, What are your plans for them? They are like me, without families. I intend to help them become self-sufficient. Just as you said, one must strive for strength to be loved. Lai Kaiyun puffed her chest proudly, her face radiating sunshine. Wu Chun responded with an approving thumbs up and a bright smile. Truly, you make me proud, my student. Afterward, Wu Chun and Lai Kaiyun led the young women away from that place. As they walked part way, Wu Chun lowered his voice and whispered, Have you been consuming that medicinal cuisine these past few days? I see no change, Wu Ge. I shall strike you, she retorted playfully. It's merely curiosity, I assure you. With the demise of the malevolent cultivator, a scandal of unprecedented scale emerged in the Yu Kingdom, involving human trafficking. Although the mastermind remained unnamed, discerning minds understood it to be the Qi King, a matter of royal concern. The very next day, the Qi king inexplicably passed away in his residence, and all members of the royal household vanished without a trace. Whispers circulated in the marketplace, suggesting that the master could not tolerate the Qi king's misdeeds and delivered a fatal blow. In any case, myriad tales proliferated, as individuals were eager to speculate and boast, for where there are mouths, there is no shortage of chatter. As for Wu Chun, he could hardly be bothered with such trivialities. Today, he had to attend to the matters entrusted to him by Zhang Rui. I inquired, "Do you really insist on accompanying me?" Wu Chun cast a resigned glance at the side of him where Lai Kaiyun stood. Lai Kaiyun, gazing skyward, exuded an air of carefree nonchalance, albeit her eyes slyly scrutinized Wu Chun's attire, a garment she had never before encountered. She understood that this outfit signified something quite extraordinary. "If you wish to follow, then do so. But remember, do not disclose our acquaintance," Wu Chun sighed and cautioned. "I knew Brother Wu was the best." With permission granted, Lai Kaiyun instantly shed her inhibitions, her eyelashes dancing playfully, drawing attention to the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Wu Chun took a deep breath and looked up at the plaque above, inscribed with the name Zhang residence. For a noble family like the Zhangs, one could say that when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise to prominence. They had a daughter blessed with spiritual roots, who had been taken in as a disciple by an immortal master. Such circumstances often prompted a decree from the palace the very next day, elevating the family's status alongside the dynasty's fortunes. This practice had become a commonplace custom among mortals, intended to cultivate a lasting bond with the realm of cultivation. Yet, should that cultivator from their lineage meet an untimely demise, the royal favor would swiftly dissipate. Such is the stark reality. Knock, knock. Wu Chun rapped on the door of the Zhang residence. The doorman inquired, "Who might you be?" "This is Wu Chun from the Miantian Sect, here to pay a visit." "Please announce my arrival," he replied with a steady voice, clearing his throat. For some reason, he felt an odd sense of familiarity akin to visiting his father-in-law during the new year. Indeed, it must be the mischievous little lady's doing. The doorman, upon hearing the name of the Miantian Sect, was taken aback, eager to rush off to deliver the news, yet hampered by the fear of offending the immortal master. Caught in a moment of indecision, he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing the doorman's discomfort, Wu Chun chuckled lightly. "It's all right, go ahead and announce me." Little did he anticipate that the doorman would burst into the courtyard with a bellow. "Master, the son-in-law has arrived. The son-in-law is here." Wu Chun and the ever-curious Lai Kaiyun were both taken aback. "Son-in-law? Brother Wu is already married? No wonder he wouldn't let me come along, insisting on pretending not to know me." In an instant, Lai Kaiyun's expression darkened, as if mourning a great loss. "Don't heed his nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. Can't you see this is my first visit here?" Wu Chun, noticing the naive girl's dismay, quickly turned to explain softly. "Who are you? Do I know you? Don't presume to forge connections. I am here to visit Uncle Zhang." Upon hearing this clarification, Lai Kaiyun's spirits brightened, her heart swelling with delight, though her face feigned an aloof demeanor. Such manners." Wu Chun rolled his eyes in response. He didn't have to wait long before a throng of people came rushing in, some even brandishing firecrackers to celebrate. "Dear nephew, we have been remiss in our hospitality. Please, come in quickly." Uncle Zhang hurriedly approached and grasped Wu Chun's hand, his curiosity piqued upon noticing the presence of another person behind him. As Lian Kaiyun gracefully bowed, she introduced herself, saying, "Uncle Zhang, I hope you are well. I am Lian Kaiyun. I have heard that you are a master of chess, and I have come to seek your guidance." It turned out she was the esteemed grand scholar Lian, and feeling the lack of a proper welcome, Uncle Zhang invited her in, urging her to enter. Upon hearing her name and observing her demeanor, Uncle Zhang immediately recognized her as the renowned female scholar. Though he was perplexed as to why such a distinguished figure would seek him out, a mere novice in chess. Could it be that his skills held some hidden merit? He nodded to himself, contemplating the possibility. Subsequently, Uncle Zhang led the two into the reception hall. As they settled down, Lian Kaiyun curiously inquired, "Uncle Zhang, I recently overheard someone refer to this young gentleman as a son-in-law. Might I ask how that came to be?" Wu Chun's lips twitched, sensing that this naive girl had come seeking trouble. Uncle Zhang, his expression awkward, replied, "Previously, the royal family wished for my daughter, Ri, to unite in matrimony, but she outright refused, stating she would bring back a cultivator for a son-in-law." Thus, the farce of today unfolded. After explaining, Uncle Zhang also extended an apology to Wu Chun, urging him not to take offense. Wu Chun responded with an awkward smile. "What a surprise. To think that the little lady was scheming against me behind the scenes. In the reception hall, after a few polite exchanges, Wu Chun presented the items entrusted to him by Zhang Ruei, a letter and 2 bottles of pills for dispelling ailments and warding off disasters. The good quality pills were not unprocurable, but rather unsuitable for the elderly couple, as they could do them more harm than good. Uncle and Aunt Zhang, excited, eagerly received the letter and opened it on the spot. Before they had even finished reading, Aunt Zhang's expression shifted, her gaze fixated on Wu Chun, beaming with warmth and kindness. Wu Chun felt a sense of dread. He needed to concoct an excuse to make a hasty exit. Uncle and Aunt, do you have any messages to relay? Indeed. Please wait a moment, dear nephew. I had previously written a letter to Ruei, and I shall add a few words of advice now. With that, Uncle Zhang hurried off to the back room. Aunt Zhang naturally moved closer to Wu Chun, bombarding him with questions. How are your parents? Are they well? They have passed away. Ah, Issei. Have you ever been engaged? No. Oh, I see. Wu Chun found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, vowing never to assist in such matters again. Meanwhile, Lien Kaiyun observed the scene, her smile unwavering. Yet her eyes seemed to be wielding daggers, steeped in aged vinegar. When Uncle Zhang returned, Wu Chun accepted the entrusted items and hastily took his leave on his sword. He would rather face a battle with evil cultivators than linger there for another moment. The Zhang family watched in awe as he departed, their hearts filled with admiration. Uncle Zhang muttered, "My Ruei was the same way. She ascended in a flash." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener took note. Uncle Zhang, I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I hope for your understanding. Uncle Zhang was taken aback. You are leaving? I had hoped to play a few games of chess with Grand Scholar Lien. Next time, I shall come to apologize in person. As the vibrant clouds dissipated, he contemplated the notion of a next time, yet his heart harbored no such expectation. Indeed, I believe my chess skills are commendable, despite the derisive comments labeling me a poor player. Sighing in despondence, Zhang's father muttered to himself. Wu Chun, departing from the Zhang residence, made his way directly to the entrance of another noble household. This time, a pallor clouded his expression, and a heavy heart weighed upon him, for he was to deliver news of bereavement. As he prepared to step forward, a raucous group of children was engaged in playful scuffles at the grand entrance. A cluster of youngsters was mercilessly ganging up on one. You are but a mangy dog of the Leaf family. Your father is an old dog, and you're a mere pup. Little pup, hurry and relieve yourself for this young master to see. Taunted one of them. Still daring to resist? Everyone, give him a thrashing. The boy, battered and bruised, bore a defiant expression, refusing to yield. Eventually, the other children grew weary of their sport, spat a few more insults, and departed. Despite the pain, the child gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, only to instinctively retreat a few paces upon noticing the shadow of a tall figure. Why did they hit you? Why didn't you retaliate? I see that stone in your hand, Wu Chun inquired, crouching down and pointing at the sharp edge protruding from the child's clenched fist. The boy remained silent, gripping the stone even tighter. Wu Chun continued, When you grow up and possess strength, will you fight back? I will, the child declared emphatically. Then why not strike now? Sensing that the older boy bore no ill intent, the child explained, If I hit them, my father would be the one to suffer. Wu Chun chuckled softly, producing a fire crow talisman, and asked, Do you find this appealing? The child, perplexed, shook his head. Wu Chun then revealed a thunder talisman. What about this one? The child nodded vigorously. Wu Chun's smile broadened as he glanced at the chaotic graffiti adorning the wall, etched painstakingly with the stone. Talent is a divine gift, bestowed upon one by the heavens. Without the need for a spiritual assessment, Wu Chun was confident that this boy possessed remarkable spiritual roots. The randomness of spiritual roots and talent may seem unjust to some, yet it remains equitable for the majority. Thus, the realm of cultivation still harbors a semblance of fairness. Wu Chun did not hasten to escort this future disciple of the divine talisman's peak away, but bid the child farewell before stepping through the gates of the Li family. The atmosphere within mirrored that of the Zhang household, with warm welcomes and the crackling of firecrackers. However, upon delivering the news of senior brother Li's demise, a sense of doom enveloped the entire Li family. It disheartened Wu Chun to witness that the family's foremost concern was the potential loss of their title and the decline of the Li lineage. With scarcely a thought given to the departed soul, even the parents failed to inquire about how their child fared within the sect, such as the tragic nature of familial values. According to tradition, The next step would be to assess the spiritual roots of the Li family's descendants. Those with spiritual roots, regardless of their quality, will be granted entry into the sect as inner disciples, a final legacy bestowed by senior brother Li. An hour passed. The Li family meticulously examined their genealogy, summoning all descendants they could gather, nearly 30 in total. The spirit testing began. One by one, the children entered the room, remaining for a quarter of an hour before emerging. Bewildered, they struggled to respond to the adults' inquiries. What did the sage say? You must know something. A father, in frustration, administered a harsh reprimand, his force bordering on brutality. The sage truly did not say much. The child protested, innocent in the matter. For Wu Chuanjin had only uttered 2 words during the entire testing process: eat and grip. The former referred to the gathering spirit powder, which allowed one to sense the presence of spiritual energy, while the latter pertained to the spirit testing stone, which would react upon perceiving such energy. Once the spirit testing concluded for all Li descendants, one father, summoning his courage, approached to bow humbly. Esteemed elder, I have dedicated my life to the Li family. I beseech you, allow my child Yuanbao a chance. Li the elder kicked him away, exclaiming, You vile servant, do you wish to tarnish the sage's reputation? Speak again, and I shall strike you down. However, Li the elder underestimated a father's determination for his child. The father, striking his head against the ground until it bled, uttered the most humble of pleas. Yet at that moment, the child named Yuanbao stood resolutely. If something needed to be exchanged for his father's suffering, he would rather forego it altogether. Yuanbao, why you stand? Kneel quickly. They urged him. Yuanbao, however, remained defiant, refusing to kneel and attempting to help his father up. How dare this little wretch defy me? Throw them out, and remember to break their legs. But Wu Chun's intervened, halting the impending violence. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he sought to prevent the mundane world from tarnishing this precious gem. He had intended to speak privately with the child's father, but the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Li the elder quickly approached, putting on a facade of humility. Yes, noble sage, so benevolent and compassionate. I was merely jesting. I had no intention of harming the father and son. Wu Chun's waved his hand dismissively. Li the elder, the connection between the Li family and my sect has reached its end. Let us part ways. What? Li the elder gasped, and the entire Li family fell into a state of panic. Could the sage be mistaken? How could this be? Perhaps you might try again? Indeed. My little Haizi has always been clever. He can even dance. Haizi, come quickly and perform for the sage. Esteemed sage, this is the child's sister. Look at her grace. Let us conduct a thorough testing once more. Silence. Wu Chun's commanded, bringing stillness to the courtyard. He glanced at the resentful Yuanbao, intending to allow the child to showcase his talents before others. Pride, born of nature, requires external affirmation. Not everyone is willing to remain obscure and simple. In truth, I have taken a liking to one child. Upon hearing this, the courtyard erupted in excitement. Haizi quickly bowed to the sage. You unruly girl, have you grown up just to be ungrateful? Quickly take your brother to invite the immortal master back to rest. Master Li inquired with a face full of anticipation. Which child is it? Wu Chun continued. It is not a descendant of the Li family. A collective gasp echoed through the Li family members, their faces filled with disbelief. Xiao Hezi ceased his dancing and kowtowing, while that elder sister stopped adjusting her strapless dress. Master Li, sensing a revelation, turned his gaze towards the father and son pair. And as he did so, the other Li family members followed suit. Yuanbao's father, a simple and honest servant, trembled in fear, unaccustomed to such a scene. Yuanbao, thinking the Li family intended to harm his father, instinctively shielded him, exclaiming in a clear, youthful voice, Do not harm my dad. Wu Chun approached Master Li, pointing towards the child with outstretched arms. Master Li, the Li family is not merely lacking in spiritual root seeds, it is devoid of this pride. Even without spiritual roots, a descendant of the Li family with ambition and dignity need not fear a lack of worldly wealth and honor. You are correct in your assumptions. I intend to take this child. Yuanbao's father, overwhelmed with disbelief, rushed to Wu Chun, tears streaming down his face. Is it true? My Yuanbao can cultivate immortality? Become an immortal master like you? Wu Chun affirmed. Indeed, your child will surely achieve greatness. Ah, with your words, I would gladly die. Yuanbao's father said, wiping his tears, eager to have his child bow in gratitude. Wu Chun gently held the father and son, surveying the onlookers, advising. There is no need to kneel. Even before the emperor of your nation, you need not bow. All the Li family members shuddered under Wu Chun's gaze, especially Master Li, who quickly recoiled. Subsequently, Wu Chun squatted down, playfully pinching the little boy's nose, and chuckled, "I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. Today, spend quality time with your father. Understood?" The child nodded earnestly, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. After Wu Chun departed, the atmosphere in the Li household became lively once more, with firecrackers resounding continuously. Master Li, grasping Yuan Bao's father, affectionately called out, "Old brother, no, you are my true brother. From now on, what is mine is yours. My younger brother was rash earlier. Look after him, and feel free to break my leg now." Others gathered around the child. "Xiao Heezy, call him brother. You must. If you don't, we shall break your leg." "Yuan Bao, my dear, I knew you were destined for greatness. This is your sister, Xiaohua. She held you when you were little. Girls age gracefully, you know. Away with that talk of age. My niece happens to be the same age as Yuan Bao. Let's arrange a betrothal. Nini, greet your elder brother." Even without witnessing, Wu Chun could surmise the various reactions of the Li family. Human nature is complex. One cannot simply judge based on good or bad, for such distinctions blur the lines of humanity. With matters concluded, it was time for farewells. The world of cultivation is vast, and perhaps this parting would be eternal. With a gentle push, she opened the gate to the courtyard. Lu Kaiyun sat quietly in the courtyard, accompanied by 2 wine gourds, remnants of their adventures in the world of chivalry. "Back again?" "Yes, I have returned." "Is everything taken care of?" "Indeed, all matters are resolved." "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I am about to depart." Wu Chun moved closer, with 2 gourds placed between them. Lu Kaiyun lifted a gourd and smiled brightly. "Brother Wu, shall we drink?" Wu Chun also raised his gourd, responding with a smile. "Silly girl, let us indulge." Lu Kaiyun wrinkled her nose, playfully pouting, "A little is not enough. Let us down it in one go." Wu Chun thought, would he require the assistance of a mere woman? They clinked their cups together and tilted their heads back to drink deeply. As the wine was finished, Wu Chun smacked his lips, sensing an odd flavor. "What have you added to this wine?" "Aphrodisiacs." Wu Chun. Lu Kaiyun. Wu Chun's first instinct was to retrieve a pill, but a delicate hand pressed down on his. "Brother Wu, please do not refuse me this time." Her words were a plea, yet they resonated with an air of certainty. She leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Wu Chun slowly withdrew his hand that had reached for the pill. In that moment, dark clouds obscured the sky. A torrential downpour began, the rain striking the banana leaves with a gentle rustle. The sudden rain ceased, sunlight peeked through, only for the clouds to return, perhaps due to the heat. A sign of strong convective weather. The sun and sudden rains alternated several times. The following day, morning light streamed through the window, illuminating Wu Chun's face. Reflecting on the previous day's madness, he felt a surge of emotions. What stood out most was the delightful experience of indulging in snacks. He rose, donning his clothes, his movements as light as drifting feathers. Sitting back on the edge of the bed, he brushed aside her scattered hair, admiring the small mole at the corner of her eye. Even in slumber, she appeared endearing. His fingers glided gently over the mole, etching it into his heart. After all, it was a precious first experience since his reincarnation. He left behind his flying sword from his adventures, turned, and departed. Lu Kaiyun opened her eyes and, supporting herself against the wall, watched the vanishing silhouette on the horizon, her gaze piercing as if a nail had been driven into her heart. "Brother Wu, I will surely be worthy of you." Lowering her head, she cradled the vibrant red marriage pill in her palm. This time, there was no hesitation as she swallowed it whole. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, the swift winds carried the 2 of them soaring high. Yuan Bao, with the innocence of a child, had not ceased his excitement since their ascent, bouncing and leaping, finding novelty everywhere. After Wu Chun allowed him to experience a thrilling bungee jump, he settled down. "You were happy yesterday?" Wu Chun asked with a light chuckle. Yuan Bao nodded, his cheeks lifting in a broad grin, revealing 2 prominent front teeth. "I was happy. I ate so many delicious treats, got new clothes and toys, and they were kind to father, no longer scolding him." Wu Chun inquired further, "Will you hold any resentment towards them?" Yuan Bao shook his head, saying no. "Oh." Wu Chun was taken aback. Yuan Bao's crisp, childlike voice articulated with precision, "My father says that my future world is not there. He says I can soar high, just like now. Once I fly high enough, I need not concern myself with the sesame seeds on the ground, for sesame cannot fly. Picking up a sesame seed would be a waste of my wings." Wu Chun was once again astonished. He had not anticipated such profound words from a seemingly simple man. Initially intending to guide him, he realized his concerns were unwarranted. He gently patted Yuan Bao's head, saying, "You have a wonderful father." Yuan Bao grinned, revealing his front teeth, and posed a question in return. "Brother Wu Chun, were you happy yesterday?" Wu Chun noticed a few colorful clouds rising in the sky and smiled, revealing his own teeth as he replied, "Happy." Chapter 76. Adorable. Good. The heavens bless my divine talisman. Haha. On Divine Talisman Peak, Wu Chun sat in the cave dwelling of Zhang Yi. A burst of raucous laughter erupted from the quiet chamber ahead. Not long after, Zhang Yi emerged, leading little Yuan Bao, whose timid demeanor suggested he'd been quite frightened moments earlier. "Wu Chun, I owe you a favor," Zhang Yi declared, slapping Wu Chun's shoulder with considerable force, indicating the weight of this obligation, causing Wu Chun to wince in pain. "There's no need for such formality, Peak Master Zhang. I happened to come across little Yuan Bao and was merely seeking a good master for him," Wu Chun replied, not seeking to claim credit, as his assistance to the boy was not motivated by a desire for reward. However, Zhang Yi insisted on acknowledging this favor. "That girl has already given you a bottle of mixed fruit wine as a token of gratitude. If I were to benefit without recompense, she would surely ridicule me. Here, take this, and if you need anything, just speak to the disciples of the Divine Talisman Sect." Upon seeing Zhang Yi push a gold token towards him, Wu Chun quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Peak Master Zhang, this is too valuable. As a mere disciple guarding the tomb, I truly cannot accept it." Zhang Yi's expression turned serious as he retorted, "If I say you can accept it, then you shall. Take it, or I shall be compelled to unleash my wrath." Wu Chun was left speechless, pondering why so many insisted on casually bestowing their personal tokens. First it was Dan Yun, then Zhang Rui, and now the Peak Master Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's generosity stemmed from the fact that Divine Talisman Peak had not had a true disciple in many years. Over the past 2 centuries, the peak had gradually declined, especially with the impending deadline concerning the Underworld Valley, while other peak masters were rigorously training their true disciples. Even Yu Jing sought out a true disciple in desperation. He was anxious to find a worthy successor. In his quest for a true disciple, he had even shamelessly approached Elder Mu for a divination. He had hoped for a general location to seek out a disciple, only to be told by the divination that he must wait. And indeed, that wait had borne fruit. "By the way, Wu Chun, how did you discern that little Yuan Bao possesses the innate talent for talismans?" Zhang Yi inquired with curiosity. Wu Chun had already contemplated his response. "Previously, senior brother Liang Zhuo lived near me at Mangdang Mountain, and we exchanged insights about the power of talismans." Zhang Yi suddenly realized so was Liang Zhuo, who had previously been by Zhou Shidi's side. "Where has he gone now?" Wu Chun shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "It is prudent to have fewer entanglements with the sitting, forgetting peak. The last time I was caught in the whims of the wind without end from that peak, I had to resort to the sitting, forgetting technique. Fortunately, I recovered swiftly. Otherwise, I would have faced a split personality." "Wu Chun, your unique insight in recognizing the potential of Xiao Yuanbao through mere conversation reveals your commendable talent in talismans. Do consider this further." Zhang Yi growing increasingly fond of this gravekeeper disciple. "Oh, that is truly unnecessary," Wu Chun replied with an awkward smile, realizing the conversation had turned back to himself. "I must take my leave. Dealing with a golden core stage cultivator can be quite troublesome. Zhang Peak Master, I have other matters to attend to. Xiao Yuanbao has just arrived and requires your guidance." "Very well then, do visit the Divine Talisman Peak when you have time." Zhang Yi led Xiao Yuanbao to see him off. "Brother Wu Chun, farewell." "Indeed, farewell." Upon leaving the Divine Talisman Peak, Wu Chun made his way to the Xiulin Peak, intending to deliver a letter to Zhang Rui, thus completing his descent from the mountain. The process was the same, holding the true transmission token. He was led to Zhang Rui's presence. However, the guide scrutinized Wu Chun throughout the journey, speculating how this outer sect disciple managed to connect with a true disciple of a peak, conjuring an elaborate narrative in their mind. Wu Chun felt uncomfortable under their gaze. The disciples of Xiulin Peak were rather rude. He decided he would visit this place less often in the future. The two arrived before a towering tree, the most magnificent Wu Chun had ever seen, with branches extending over 100 feet in diameter, its stout trunk comparable to a villa. "Is a young lady residing within this tree?" Wu Chun pondered silently. Shortly thereafter, the disciple sent to announce their arrival emerged, bouncing out with a cheerful demeanor. "Wu Chun, Sister Guo mentioned you will be coming soon, but I didn't expect you to actually arrive." Wu Chun chuckled internally, realizing it was all part of his elder sister's clever scheme. Following Chu Xinling into the tree hollow, he was instantly enveloped in a refreshing atmosphere. His lungs and pores felt invigorated, overwhelmed by the essence of the wood spirit. What a splendid place, Wu Chun remarked. Come sit over here. I was in seclusion and couldn't greet you sooner. By the way, Chu Shimi, you may go play outside. Zhang Rui stepped out from the quiet room, appearing as if she had meticulously prepared herself. Her slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes were accentuated with eyeliner, exuding a captivating charm. Wu Chun obediently took a seat, while Chu Xinling huffed and exited in a huff. Sister, how soon you forget the one who dug the well after quenching your thirst. So annoying. Sister Zhang, this is something your father entrusted me to deliver. Wu Chun presented the item. When you visited my home, did my parents say anything? Zhang Rui inquired casually while unwrapping the letter. Wu Chun chuckled awkwardly. They said nothing of importance. All is well at your home. Your parents are in good health and exceedingly hospitable. Zhang Rui and Yin Yueshing nodded in agreement. But upon reading the letter, their expressions darkened in an instant. What is the matter? Wu Chun inquired, intrigued by the sudden change. Could it be that the Zhang family had encountered some misfortune? Before an explanation could be provided, Zhang Rui seized Wu Chun by the collar, baring her teeth as she exclaimed, "You actually brought a girl to my house." Wu Chun felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for the passionate exchange with Lai Kaiyun, he could have defended himself with confidence. However, there were no hypotheticals in this situation. At that moment, he dared not admit the truth, for he feared retribution, especially on her territory. Thus, he hastily clarified, No, it's not what you think. It was merely a coincidence that we arrived together." Zhang Rui remained skeptical, questioning the likelihood of such a coincidence. Wu Chun nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was purely coincidental. Releasing her grip, Zhang Rui's eyes transformed back into crescent shapes. "I told you so. You prefer to be alone in Mangdang Mountain. How could you possibly be inclined to seek out a girl?" Wu Chun let out a sigh of relief. Her rapid mood swings were nothing short of terrifying. Indeed, her expression shifted once more, this time a smile concealing a sharp edge. "Wu Chun, if I discover that your previous excuses were mere fabrications, I shall be furious." Feeling a bit irked, Wu Chun retorted, "Am I destined to remain a bachelor for life? Not necessarily. We are brothers, after all. If you can find someone better than me, I would genuinely be happy for you both." Zhang Rui generously patted Wu Chun on the shoulder. In her view, there were hardly any women among the true disciples of the Miantian Sect, and besides, which true disciple would be foolish enough to fall for a mere gravekeeper? Except for herself, of course. Senior Sister Zhang, love is not assessed by the merits of the other, Wu Chun imparted earnestly. That has seemed valid. Zhang Rui conceded after a moment's thought, then asked, "What kind of girl do you admire?" Wu Chun pondered briefly before responding. "I believe someone with a personality like Senior Sister Chu's is wonderful, so endearing." "All right, I understand. You may leave now. Chu Xinling, come here." Kuk Xinling, who had been eavesdropping at the entrance of the tree hollow, trembled at the summons. "Oh no, Senior Sister is going to tease me." Chapter 77, Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment. Mangdang Mountain appeared from a distance like a grave, and upon closer inspection, one could see numerous tombs scattered about. After an absence of nearly a month, Wu Chun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he approached a small courtyard, where he spotted two figures embracing at the entrance. As he drew nearer, he realized it was not two people, but Su Fuxing lost in thought while holding a wooden figure. The wooden figure bore a subtly distressed expression, leaving Wu Chun wondering which senior sister from Shuetai Peak had been carved so. "Fatty Fu, I'm back," Wu Chun called out. Su Fuxing did not respond. He had imagined hearing those words countless times before. Again, it seems my auditory hallucinations have intensified. When that rascal returns, he would certainly face dire consequences. Wait, where did that spirit stone come from? Su Fuxing looked up, and another spirit stone fell from above. "What the?" I remarked on the boy's steadfastness at Mangdang Mountain, only to discover that this place was a treasure trove of spirit stones. This monumental secret I would cherish for a lifetime. Su Fuxing, filled with excitement, began to gather the spirit stones. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces. Whose footfalls were these? Puffed. Wu Chun could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter and stuffing the remaining spirit stones into the chubby boy's embrace. "Wu Chun, you have finally returned. Wu, do you know how I've endured this past month? Wu, you scoundrel." Su Fuxing, feeling utterly wronged, clung to Wu Chun and wept openly. Indeed, this period had been a torment for him. While life at Shuyu Peak resembled a vibrant world, this place felt like a desolate wasteland, dull, lonely, and coldly empty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to carving a wooden figure for amusement. All right, big man. Crying like this, I'm embarrassed for you. Haven't I given you the spirit stones? Wu Chun comforted him, patting his head. No, you must compensate me further. Look at how thin I've become. This is my beloved meat. It comes at a price. Su Fuxing's tears ceased, and his cries were silenced as he suddenly lifted his head. Wu Chun found this scene amusing and generously offered him an additional portion. Hee, I knew it. My adoptive father treats me the best. Su Fuxing's face lit up with joy as he threw an arm around Wu Chun's shoulder. And together, they ambled back to the courtyard. As soon as they settled down, Su Fuxing inquired, Wu Chun, how did you survive on Mangdang Mountain? That was no life for a human. Wu Chun felt an urge to kick him. What do you mean by no life for a human? Am I not human? That is not what I meant. I was asking how you managed to endure being alone there. How dull it must have been. Su Fuxing hastily rephrased his question. Actually, I was entirely alone. Wu Chun shrugged and smiled. I may not be well read, but don't try to deceive me. I was so excited when I saw a bird come to relieve itself. There can't have been anyone else around. Su Fuxing wore an expression of disbelief. Wu Chun stood up, patted the chubby boy's shoulder, and gestured for him to look behind. With a proud posture and a grand flourish, he declared, I am accompanied by countless heroic spirits. How could I feel lonely? Time flowed gently, and life returned to its familiar rhythm for Wu Chun. He extracted the essence of dew, tended to the spirit fields, cared for the peach trees, and honored the graves of the heroic spirits. There was even a scratch-off lottery. To his surprise, he won the very next day. Lu Hao's last wish. George, our hearts are intertwined. Yet you conspired against me for the coveted position of the two break peak's true inheritance, disregarding our years of brotherhood. I despise you. George, you shall meet a wretched end. Ha! Birds of feather flock together. Those two truly are a match made in hell, a couple of scoundrels. After reading the last wish, Wu Chun let out a cold snicker. He had never met George, merely hearing of him through others. Initially, he believed George to be nothing more than a womanizer. Now, labeling him as narrow-minded, cunning, and despicable seemed fitting. He trusted Lu Hao's last wish. When a person approaches death, their words bear truth, especially those of the deceased. Brother Lu, although I am unaware of the circumstances between you and George, since fate has brought us together, I shall accept this grudge on your behalf, thus aiding our sect in eradicating pests. With my mind made up, Wu Chun proceeded towards the Pillar Peak. It is imperative to understand both oneself and the adversary. One cannot simply charge blindly towards the Twin Peaks. After all, he is a true disciple and undoubtedly possesses formidable skills. Upon arriving at the Pillar Peak, Wu Chun sought out Shan Yun, and the two strolled leisurely along the mountain path. A little fox trailed behind at a distance, wearing a vigilant expression. Brother Shan, I have procured some fine wine from the mundane world, the drunken immortal brew. While it may not rival spirit liquor, it has its own unique flavor. Wu Chun produced 2 wine flasks and handed one to him. Shan Yun accepted it with a light chuckle, clinked the flasks, and tilted his head back to take a sip. It was indeed delightful, rich and fragrant. Wu Shidi, I see a rosy glow on your face and a sparkle in your eyes. Has your fortune with the fairer sex improved of late? Wu Chun was taken aback. Could such matters be discerned from one's visage? The face reflects the heart. The path of the great Tao reveals traces to follow. Shan Yun expressed a knowing look, and they clinked their flasks once more. Clearing his throat, Wu Chun said, Brother Shan, please do not mock me. By the way, I came here to inquire about someone. Shan Yun raised an eyebrow. What is it? Another heroic spirit visiting you in a dream? Wu Chun forced a smile. No, this time it concerns a living person. Who might that be? The true disciple from Twin Peaks, George. Shan Yun's brow furrowed slightly, and he did not immediately acquiesce. It was one thing to seek information about the deceased heroes of Mangdang Mountain, as the past is merely a reflection to ponder. However, divulging information about a living disciple, especially one from a Peak's true lineage, was a different matter entirely. Shan Yun inquired, why does Wushidi seek information about this individual? Wu Chun refrained from speaking candidly, merely summarizing the enmity between George and Lu Ruyan, intending to remain cautious. Shan Yun's expression shifted to understanding. Is that so? In that case, I can speak a word or two on your behalf. I believe George would show some courtesy. Wu Chun, however, was not inclined to accept such an offer, as he had already harbored lethal intentions. Thus he politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. But I intend to remain at Mangdang Mountain, with no direct encounters with him. I simply wish to know what to be wary of, to avoid any hasty responses should unforeseen circumstances arise. Shanya nodded. George has been a true disciple longer than I, having reached the great perfection of chi refinement over a decade ago with a solid foundation. He could establish his foundation at any moment. If he seeks trouble with you, you may present my token to avoid some complications. Upon hearing this, Wu Chun's expression tightened. This task was proving to be quite challenging. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, Brother Shan, why have you remained at the great perfection of chi refinement without breaking through? Shan Yin lifted his flask and took another sip, slowly explaining, chi refinement is merely the first step on the path of the great Tao. While establishing a foundation is the true entry into the gates of the great Tao. One must solidify their roots, the more robust the foundation, the further one can traverse on the path of the great Tao. Within the sect, disciples are categorized into various tiers based on their innate talents. Those with slightly inferior abilities toil for decades merely to attain the pinnacle of chi cultivation. If they fail to establish a foundation, their vitality wanes, making success elusive. Wu Chun comprehended this fully. In essence, individuals like Senior Brother Dan have already reached the zenith of chi cultivation, yet they refrain from establishing their foundation for the sake of solidifying their roots. Dan Yun nodded in agreement, but suddenly halted in his tracks. Glancing back at the little fox, Wu Chun, intrigued, inquired, Senior Brother, what troubles you? Dan Yun let out a bitter laugh and replied, a moment ago, I sensed an omen. Great misfortune is impending.